In a previous life, the husband returned from battle after 6 long years, bringing with him a concubine and an illegitimate child. Ultimately, Yan Wanji endured countless grievances and met a tragic end, and even her own son regarded her as a mere servant. In this life, before the scoundrel could bring his concubine and eldest son into their home, Yan Wanji stepped out first. Yet, to her astonishment, despite relinquishing her status as the primary wife, her unfaithful husband approached her with a lowly demeanor. Many others followed suit, including the crown prince, a general, a younger brother, and even a top scholar among them, a young boy who insisted on recognizing Yan Wanji as his mother. In her past life, it was only after her death that the father and son of the Marquis regretted their actions. Given a chance at rebirth, they both sought out Yan Wanji, who had already divorced them. "Madam Mother, I realize my mistakes. Please allow me to stay and atone for my past sins. Begone." Chapter 1. The return of the beloved. Following a triumphant victory at the borders, the soldiers returned to the capital in glory, filling the streets with jubilant crowds. The citizens, eager to witness the homecoming, thronged the streets to welcome the returning heroes. The family of Marquis Chongning awaited at the entrance, anticipating the return of their heir, Cui Tinka. 6 years prior, when Cui Tinka left the capital, the family still held the title of a duke. During his absence, he had achieved remarkable military feats, elevating his family's status to that of a marquis. As the procession drew nearer, the family grew increasingly excited. Yan Wanji gazed from a distance, spotting a young and gallant general on a magnificent steed, clad in armor and exuding an imposing presence. He was even more striking than when he had departed 6 years ago. Her husband, Cui Tinka. "Tinka!" exclaimed Marquis Chongning, Cui Shinian, with a sense of pride, while his wife, Lin Peiyun, wept with joy. Yan Wanji felt a stir of emotions, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Cui Tinka, having spotted his family at the entrance, reined in his horse and rushed towards his mother. Though she knew he would first pay his respects to his parents, the sight of him hastening towards her sent her heart racing. They had grown up together, their childhood marked by innocence and a betrothal made long ago. Thus, when Cui Tinka set off for the borders 6 years earlier, concerned for his aging parents and younger siblings, Yan Wanji, at just 14, defied her parents to marry into the duke's family, determined to uphold their honor. Throughout these 6 years, she had borne her burdens without complaint, her heart devoted entirely to him. Now, at last, he had returned safe and sound. Her prayers over the span of 2,000 days had not gone unanswered. Reflecting on her mother-in-law's words from the previous day, urging her to consummate their marriage and bear children as soon as Cui Tinka returned, Yan Wanji's cheeks flushed with warmth as she bit her lip. She dared not gaze too intently at him, diverting her eyes instead. In her heart, she had only been focused on Cui Tinka, oblivious to everything else around her. It was only then that she noticed a carriage trailing behind Cui Tinka's horse. A pang of concern gripped her heart, yet she reassured herself that it must only be a vehicle for transporting goods. After all, Cui Tinka had achieved great victories and would undoubtedly return with many spoils. "Tinka! Mother!" His mother rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Cui Tinka dismounted and knelt to pay his respects. After 6 years apart, both mother and son were moved to tears. Marquis Chongning struggled to maintain his composure, turning his head slightly to hide his emotions, while still managing to appear dignified. "Father!" Cui Tinka shifted aside to greet his father. "Brother! Brother!" His siblings cried out, tears in their eyes. The reunion was profoundly touching, and Yan Wanji felt a sense of joy for them. Yet, her heart dimmed with sorrow. Some families had been reunited, while others were left with. However, the battle had been decisively won, and henceforth, the soldiers and citizens of Dali would no longer suffer the anguish of separation and loss. Yan Wanji looked down, tears like pearls cascading down her cheeks, her heart a tumult of joy and sorrow. After exchanging pleasantries, Marquis Chongning suggested they return home. Suddenly, his wife remembered and beckoned for Yan Wanji to join them. "Why are you hiding at the back? You're not a child anymore, so why act shy?" Yan Wanji's face flushed at the remark as she stepped forward to greet them. Tinka 6 years ago, she had called him Brother Tinka, but now those words felt too distant to utter. His mother shook her head. "You cannot simply call him Tinka anymore. You are married now and must show respect to your husband." Reluctantly, Yan Wanji changed her address, General Cui. As Cui Tinka became a celebrated general, Yan Wanji felt a sense of pride deep within her, even if she did not voice it. "Wanji!" Standing behind the family, Cui Tinka finally caught sight of her. The little girl he once knew had blossomed into a graceful beauty, her tear-filled eyes still radiant, captivating all who beheld her. Though 6 years had passed, there was a hint of awkwardness between them. They could no longer hold hands as they once did so freely in childhood. Observing the shyness of both his son and daughter-in-law, their faces flushed. Marquis Chongning averted his gaze, while his wife smiled warmly. "Let us return home." As the onlookers witnessed the family entering the mansion, they felt a lingering desire to see more of them. It was a rare sight for the family of a marquis to be so openly viewed, especially for a highborn young lady like Yan Wanji. The saying goes, once you enter a marquis's household, it is as deep as the ocean, and her stunning beauty made this moment feel like fate. Unbeknownst to her, the crowd's attention shifted to Yan Wanji, eager to catch a glimpse of her before she entered the mansion. Their gossip centered around her. Isn't she the daughter of the Yan family? How unfortunate. Could it be that her fate is a hard one? Don't speak nonsense. She married into the Chongning Marquis's household 6 years ago. Her father and elder brother have passed away in recent years. You cannot blame her for that. In fact, she has brought prosperity to the Marquis's household. Indeed, 6 years ago, the Chongning Duke's family was impoverished, with old and young alike struggling. If not for their martial lineage, they would not have sent their eldest son to war. They had no other options left. It seems the eldest son has made a name for himself. That is true. It is said that his military achievements are among the most esteemed, earning him recognition from the emperor. The Marquis's family is flourishing now, and this Yan family daughter will surely benefit from it. She is bound to receive a noble title. Amidst the lively discussions, a faint sound of a child's cry suddenly emanated from the previously silent carriage. Cui Tinka, who had been conversing with his parents, turned immediately. What was that sound? His mother inquired. Nothing, Cui Tinka replied, moving towards the carriage. You all go inside first. We can talk later. It sounded like a child crying. Is there a baby in the carriage? Yan Wanji called out. There is not. A fleeting panic crossed Cui Tinka's eyes, but he quickly composed himself, his expression stern and unyielding. I truly heard something. Yan Wanji's voice rose in volume, catching the attention of those behind her. Could it be that a cat or dog has snuck into the carriage? With that, she stepped forward towards the carriage. Cui Tinka rushed over, grasping her arm firmly. Yuanji. The voice was filled with indignation, as if Yan Wanji had committed an unforgivable sin. Hurry and assist your father and mother into the residence. Standing at the gate, exposing ourselves like this, what a disgrace.
Cui Tinka scolded.
Yan Wanji's arm was grasped painfully, her delicate brows furrowing. Her pair of strikingly clear, glistening eyes fixed intently on Cui Tinka, the dark pupils sparkling with a mix of calmness and curiosity. The remnants of tears painted her inquisitive gaze with a thick layer of grievance. Cui Tinka's heart skipped a beat, and his grip instinctively loosened slightly, yet he still held her arm firmly. The pressure he had previously exerted went unnoticed, but now, even through the fabric of her sleeve, he could not ignore the soft, yielding sensation beneath his grasp. Suddenly, Cui Tinka was reminded of 6 years prior, when the army was preparing for battle, and Yan Wanji had requested to marry into the noble family. Time was too tight to hold a proper wedding. Yan Wanji's bridal sedan stopped before the noble residence, the curtains drawn back. She extended her delicate hand to Cui Tinka, who was already clad in armor, inviting him to take her hand and step through the gates of the estate. Thus, the ceremony was deemed complete. At that time, Yan Wanji was merely 14 years old. Her hand, small and tender, nestled in Cui Tinka's palm, felt soft and pliable, like a delicate rice dumpling that would easily lose its shape with the slightest pressure. Cui Tinka led Yan Wanji's hand only a few steps. Her voice, though not loud, was earnest. Brother Tinka, go with peace of mind. I will take good care of your family. They shall be my father and mother, my brothers and sisters. Cui Tinka felt an immediate sense of reassurance. Yan Wanji had married him, and thus, her family would look after their noble household. Mother, did you not say that Tinka should personally distribute the wedding cakes to everyone? While Cui Tinka was momentarily lost in thought, Yan Wanji smiled and addressed the Lady Ho. The Lady Ho clapped her hands, quickly instructing the servants to bring forth the prepared wedding cakes. Kerr, come and distribute the cakes. With her son returning safely and having achieved great military feats, such joyous news must certainly be shared with the gathered citizens. Before he could decline, his mother thrust a plate of wedding cakes into his hands, urging him to pass them out. The crowd, initially ready to disperse, gathered closer upon seeing the treats. Forgetting their manners, they surged forward. Cui Tinka, still glancing back at the carriage, was soon enveloped by the throng. Yan Wanji and her maid, Huang Li, hurried to the front of the carriage. Huang Li, agile and nimble, swiftly climbed onto the axle, lifting the curtain only to gasp in surprise.
Ah!
Amidst the commotion for the wedding cakes, no one paid heed to her exclamation. Yan Wanji's eyes flickered, and she too cried out loudly. Isn't there luggage inside the carriage? Who are you shouting for? Huang Li, understanding the implicit meaning, raised her voice further. Indeed.
Who are you?
Is this not our young master's luggage carriage? The crowd, which had surrounded Cui Tinka, turned to look. Those closer had already glimpsed the scene within the carriage. Chapter 2. Whose kin? Inside the carriage, a woman held a small child, covering his mouth. The child's face was filled with fear, on the verge of tears. Who is in the carriage? What is happening? Yan Wanji asked loudly. Cui Tinka hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, which consisted of people of all ages, making progress exceedingly difficult. Yan Wanji managed to call out before he could reach her. General Cui, for 6 years, I believed you were fighting for the country while I remained at home, honoring your parents and nurturing your siblings. Little did I know you have been keeping a concubine outside. You even have a child with her, and he is already this big. The spectators, initially there to admire a hero, now wore expressions that shifted with intrigue. Some sought entertainment, eager to see what the general's concubine and child looked like. Huang Li continued to hold the curtain aloft, satisfying the crowd's curiosity. As Yan Wanji saw Cui Tinka approaching, she signaled to Huang Li. Huang Li jumped down from the other side of the carriage, allowing Yan Wanji to ascend and lift the curtain. She called out to the occupants of the carriage, "What are you doing hiding in there? Hurry and come down to the residence. Are you intent on remaining outside as a concubine? It matters not if you are a concubine, but what of your child? He cannot be recognized as belonging to a noble lineage." Yan Wanji, do not speak nonsense. Cui Tinka rushed over, his voice stern as he reprimanded her. Yet, the crowd had already begun to murmur among themselves. Yan Wanji was undeterred by his scolding. When he finally reached the carriage, she dropped the curtain and jumped down from the other side, joining Huang Li. A child? I have a grandson. The Lady Ho, initially bewildered, finally grasped the situation and was overwhelmed with joy. 6 years ago, Cui Tinka had been 17, now he was already 23. At such an age, he should have a multitude of children. Hearing of the child and seeing that it was a boy, the Lady Ho hurriedly approached, eager to see her grandchild. Oh, my dear grandson, come down from the carriage, so your grandmother can see you. The other members of the Ho family followed suit. Cui Tinka furrowed his brow tightly. She is not a concubine. The child is not a bastard. Yan Wanji laughed from the other side of the carriage. Is that so? Could they be the kin of another soldier? Perhaps the child's father has perished in battle, and you wish to take care of them? But they cannot enter the noble residence. Otherwise, it would tarnish our reputation. To occupy the families of fallen heroes is utterly unconscionable. Yan Wanji's words pierced like arrows. Be silent. Silence. Cui Tinka, filled with rage, longed to silence Yan Wanji by any means necessary. However, with the carriage between them and so many witnesses, he could not act on his impulses. General Cui, you must clarify whether this is indeed your concubine and child, or someone else's. If they are yours, they should enter the noble residence and be recognized. If they belong to another, they must honor the deceased by setting up a memorial tablet, otherwise they cannot enter the gates. Cui Tinka gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Yan Wanji, causing the onlookers to raise their eyebrows in surprise. This was not the heroic image they had envisioned. Have the carriage brought directly into the estate, Cui Tinka commanded the driver. Yet, the carriage was now stuck, unable to move an inch. The driver was at a loss. Is he truly my grandson? The Lady Ho finally reached the front, peering into the carriage with urgency, questioning her son. Cui Tinka was overwhelmed with frustration. This was not how it should be. He had intended for the carriage to quietly roll into the noble residence, with other matters to be discussed later. How had it come to this? It was all Yan Wanji's fault. How had she turned into such a raucous woman? Why had she not sought permission before unveiling the curtain and making such declarations? Cursed be the day. But now is not the time for reckoning. They must return to the estate first. Cui Tinka barked at the servants. Open the main gate. Now, even with the main gate opened, it was only wide enough for people to exit. The carriage could not enter. They would either have to divert to a side entrance meant for horse traffic or lift the heavy threshold. Yesterday, during discussions about welcoming Cui Tinka back, the steward had inquired whether to remove the threshold to allow the young master to ride into the estate. Yan Wanji had replied, "Tomorrow, the entire city will come to welcome the soldiers home, and it is essential that we dismount at the gates to allow everyone to witness the young master's splendor." The 4 members of the Ho family listened in approval. If possible, they would have preferred that Cui Tinka dismount from his horse at the city gates and leisurely stroll back to the Ho residence, basking in admiration and accolades along the way, thereby restoring their dignity and sweeping away the sorrows of the past decline of the Bo family. Upon hearing that Cui Tinka intended to bring the carriage through the main entrance, his sister, the esteemed Miss Cui Jinjin of the Ho family, immediately turned her ire towards Yan Wan. "You should have mentioned raising the threshold earlier. This is all you're doing." The lady of the Ho quickly shouted at the servants, "Did you not hear? Hurry and raise the threshold." The threshold of a prestigious household must withstand the blows of axes and swords, being both high and thick, with intricately embedded mechanisms in the porch. It was not something that could be easily moved. The servants rushed towards the main gate. The Marquis of Chongning barked, "Nonsense. This carriage merely contained a woman. Even if she bore Chui's offspring, it would only be a bastard. How could they remove the threshold of the Ho residence for her to enter? To enter through the main gate with a carriage was a privilege reserved for the most distinguished. Even the legitimate male heirs of the household, without extraordinary honor, could not claim such a fortune. Since she is your lady, why does she not disembark to pay her respects?" When the Marquis uttered these words, his tone was not loud, but was laced with cold severity. The elder matriarch stands below. How can a mere concubine remain seated in the carriage, refusing to alight? What an affront! At this, the lady of the Ho was roused. She immediately echoed, "Indeed, you have been off the horse for quite some time. How can she, a mere concubine, still act pretentiously and remain above? Should I really kneel before her?" The crowd began to murmur, and Cui Tink's face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to discuss matters further once inside, but he was taken aback to see his parents so confused, causing a commotion at the entrance. At this juncture, all original plans were rendered obsolete. He could only vaguely persuade his parents, "Well, perhaps we could allow the carriage to enter through the side gate." Inside the carriage, Bai Ruji was equally at a loss. They had initially planned to sneak into the residence today. After all, Cui Tinka had a nominal wife within the household. She needed a strategy to deal with that woman so she could properly assume her place as Cui Tinka's legitimate wife, the only legitimate wife. What was to be done? Should she acknowledge Cui Tinka as her husband, or should she delay? Her heart was in turmoil, biting her lip, utterly uncertain of what to say that would best serve her interests. Humph! The Marquis of Chongning, seeing that those inside the carriage remained silent and unmoving, grew furious. "Indeed, as Wan said, the person inside the carriage has no relation to our Ho family, so there is no need for further trouble. If a place to stay cannot be found immediately, let one assist in making arrangements. If not, staying at an inn will suffice." Father. Although Cui Tinka had become a general, the fear of his father was still deeply ingrained in him. His father's anger caused him to blanch momentarily, and his voice dropped in tone. Due to the Marquis's wrath, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings before whispers began to circulate. What is truly happening? Could she really be an orphan and the family of a fallen hero? That must be it. After 6 years of war, countless soldiers have sacrificed their lives for the country. Alas! Yan Wan, who had been standing on the opposite side of the carriage, murmured softly, "Why does the Marquis pressure the mother and child to disembark? Is this not a hardship for the families of the valiant? In the previous life, her husband returned from war after 6 long years, accompanied by a concubine and an illegitimate child. Ultimately, Yan Wanji endured immense suffering and met an untimely demise, even as her own son regarded her as little more than a servant. In this life, before the scoundrel could bring his concubine and eldest son into their home, Yan Wanji chose to leave first. Yet, unexpectedly, despite relinquishing her position as the primary wife, her former husband approached her with a humble demeanor, accompanied by many others, the crown prince, a general, her brother-in-law, the top scholar, and even a young boy who insisted on calling her mother. In her previous life, it was only after Yan Wanji's death that her husband and son began to regret their actions. Given a second chance at life, both father and son sought out Yan Wanji, who had already divorced them, pleading, "Madam, Mother, I realize my mistakes. Please allow me to stay and atone for my past sins." "Get lost." Chapter 1. The beloved returns with a triumphant victory at the border. The soldiers returned to the capital in glory, filling the streets with celebration. The entire city was alive with excitement as the citizens gathered to welcome their heroes home. The members of the Chongning Marquis awaited at the entrance, eager for the return of their heir, Cui Tinka. 6 years prior, when Cui Tinka had departed, the marquisate was merely a viscountcy. During these 6 years, Cui Tinka had achieved remarkable military feats, elevating the status of the family to that of a marquisate through the emperor's favor. As the procession drew near, the family was filled with anticipation. Yan Wanji gazed from afar, her heart racing as she beheld a young, gallant general atop a magnificent steed, clad in armor, radiating authority. He was none other than her husband, Cui Tinka.
Tinka!
The Marquis, Cui Shinian, called out with pride, while the Marquisess, Lin Peiyun, was already in tears. Yan Wanji felt a wave of emotion, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Cui Tinka, spotting his family at the entrance, dismounted and rushed towards his mother. Although she knew he would first pay his respects to his parents, his eagerness to approach her made her heart flutter. They had been childhood sweethearts, betrothed since their youth. Thus, when Cui Tinka left for the border, concerned for his aging parents and younger siblings, Yan Wanji, only 14 at the time, disregarded her parents' objections and hastily married into the viscountcy to support the family. Over the past 6 years, she had endured without complaint, devoting her heart to Cui Tinka. Now he had finally returned. Safe and sound after 2,000 days of fervent prayers, her hopes had not been in vain. Remembering her mother-in-law's words about their long separation and the urgency to consummate their marriage upon his return, Yan Wanji felt a flush of heat on her cheeks as she bit her lip, unable to meet Cui Tinka's gaze directly. She had been so focused on him that she had overlooked the carriage following his horse. A pang of anxiety struck her. She reassured herself that it must be a cart carrying provisions. After 6 years of valorous service, he would undoubtedly bring back many items.
Tinka!
Mother! The Marquisess rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Cui Tinka supported her as he knelt to pay his respects. 6 years apart had brought tears to both mother and son. The Marquis, too, struggled to maintain his composure, turning his head to hide his own emotions, though he still wore a dignified expression. Father! Cui Tinka moved slightly aside to bow to his father. Brother! Brother! His younger siblings cried out, tears in their eyes. The family's reunion was profoundly touching, and Yan Wanji felt a sense of relief. However, her heart grew heavy as she reflected on the families that remained torn apart. Yet, this battle had been a resounding victory, ensuring that the soldiers and citizens of Dali would no longer endure the anguish of separation and death. Tears streamed down Yan Wanji's cheeks as she wrestled with her conflicting emotions of joy and sorrow. After exchanging pleasantries, the Marquis suggested, "Let us return to the estate." The Marquisess, suddenly recalling something, beckoned Yan Wanji closer. "Why are you hiding in the back? You're not a child anymore, so there's no need to be shy." Yan Wanji felt her face heat up as she stepped forward to greet them. Tinka. 6 years ago, she had called him Brother Tinka, but now the words stuck in her throat. The Marquisess shook her head. "You cannot simply call him Tinka. Now that you are married, you must show him the respect due to a husband and not refer to him so casually." Reluctantly, Yan Wanji altered her address, General Cui. As he had become a celebrated general, Yan Wanji felt a sense of pride in her heart, even if she did not vocalize it. Wanji. It was only then that Cui Tinka noticed her standing at the back, transformed from the little girl he once knew into a stunning young woman, her beauty radiant even through her tears, enchanting and breathtaking. Yet, the 6 years apart had created a distance between them he could no longer reach for her hand as easily as in their childhood. Observing their bashful expressions, the Marquis turned his gaze away, while the Marquisess smiled warmly. "Let us return home." The onlookers, seeing the Marquis's family preparing to enter, felt a lingering curiosity. It was rare for the family to be so openly displayed to the public, especially for someone of Yan Wanji's standing as a highborn lady. The adage that entering a marquisate is akin to plunging into a deep sea seemed particularly apt, especially given her extraordinary beauty, which drew the eyes of many. Unbeknownst to her, the crowd's attention had shifted toward Yan Wanji, eager to catch another glimpse of her before she entered the estate. Whispers of gossip surrounded her. "Isn't she the daughter of the Yan family? How tragic. Could she be cursed? Don't be ridiculous. She married into the Chongning Marquisate 6 years ago. Her brother and father have passed away in recent years." You can't hold that against a daughter who's left her family. Yet she has brought prosperity to the marquisate. Indeed. 6 years ago, the Chongning Viscountcy was impoverished, with the elderly and young struggling. If not for the lack of options, why would he send his eldest son to war? It was a last resort. And the eldest son has done well. Indeed. It is said that his military achievements rank among the best, well known before the emperor. Now, the marquisate is thriving, and this Yen family girl will surely share in the glory. She is destined to receive accolades. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a faint cry of a child suddenly emanated from the still carriage. Cui Tinka, engaged in conversation with his parents, turned abruptly. What was that sound? The marquisess inquired. Nothing, Cui Tinka replied as he moved toward the carriage. You all go inside. We can discuss this further inside. Why does it sound like a child crying? Is there a child in the carriage? Yen Wanji called out. There isn't. A fleeting moment of panic flashed in Cui Tinka's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a stern expression. I truly heard something. Yen Wanji raised her voice, drawing the attention of those behind her. Could it be a cat or a dog that got inside the carriage? With that, she hurried toward the carriage. Cui Tinka dashed to her side, grasping her arm firmly. Yuanji! The voice was filled with indignation, as if Yen Yuanji had committed an unforgivable transgression. Hurry, and assist your father and mother into the manor. Standing at the gate, exposing ourselves to the public, what a disgrace.
Cui Tinka reprimanded.
Yen Yuanji's arm was grasped painfully, her delicate brows furrowing. Her striking, clear eyes, still glistening with moisture, fixed intently on Cui Tinka. The dark pupils sparkled like stars, revealing a calm curiosity. The remnants of tears added a layer of profound grievance to her inquisitive gaze. Cui Tinka's heart skipped a beat, his grip instinctively loosened, yet he still held her arm firmly. The pressure of his hand, though softened, was impossible to ignore, the sensation of her delicate skin lingering in his consciousness. Suddenly, he recalled 6 years prior, when the army was about to march, and Yen Yuanji had voluntarily requested to marry into the marquis's household. Time was too constrained for a proper wedding ceremony. Yen Yuanji's bridal sedan stopped at the entrance of the marquis's residence. As the curtain was lifted, she extended her tender little hand for Cui Tinka, already donned in armor, to take, as they stepped into the manor together, thus fulfilling the rites. At that time, Yen Yuanji was merely 14 years old. Her small hand, soft and pliable, fit snugly within Cui Tinka's grasp, akin to a delicate dumpling that would lose its shape with the slightest pressure. Cui Tinka took only a few steps with Yen Yuanji's hand in his. Her voice, though not loud, was earnest. Tinka Gij, you may rest assured. I will take good care of your family. From now on, they shall be my father and mother, my brothers and sisters. Cui Tinka's heart felt an immediate sense of reassurance. Yen Yuanji had married him. Her family would look after the marquis's household. Mother, didn't you say that Tinka should personally distribute the wedding cakes to everyone? While Cui Tinka was lost in thought, Yen Yuanji smiled at the Lady Marquis. The Lady Marquis clapped her hands, hastily instructing someone to bring forth the prepared wedding cakes. Come and distribute the cakes. With her son's safe return and his glorious achievements, such joy ought to be shared with the gathered populace. Cui Tinka had no time to decline before his mother thrust a platter of wedding cakes into his hands, urging him to share them with the onlookers. The crowd, initially ready to disperse, gathered around once more upon seeing the treats. They disregarded their status, rushing forward en masse. Cui Tinka, still glancing back at the carriage, was quickly engulfed by the throng. Yen Yuanji and her maid, Huang Li, hastened to the front of the carriage. Huang Li, nimble and swift, climbed atop the yoke and lifted the curtain, then gasped.
Ah!
As the crowd clamored for wedding cakes, no one paid attention to her exclamation. A flicker of surprise crossed Yen Yuanji's eyes, and she too called out. Isn't there luggage in the carriage? What are you shouting about? Huang Li, understanding the unspoken intent, raised her voice even higher. Yes. Who are you? Isn't this the carriage carrying our young master's luggage? The crowd, previously surrounding Cui Tinka, turned to look in unison. Those closer could already see the scene inside the carriage. Chapter 2 Who's Kin? Inside the carriage, a woman was holding a small child, covering his mouth. The child's face was filled with fear, on the verge of tears. How can there be someone in the carriage?
Who is it?
Yen Yuanji asked loudly. Cui Tinka pushed his way through the crowd. The onlookers pressed closer, a mix of old and young, creating a significant obstruction. Before he could reach her, Yen Yuanji had already shouted her question. General Chui, for the past 6 years, I believed you were away fighting for your country, while I remained home attending to your parents and raising your siblings. Little did I know, you were outside maintaining a mistress. You even fathered a child with her. The crowd, initially drawn to admire the hero, now wore expressions of intrigue at Yan Yuanji's revelation. Some were eager for gossip, while others wished to catch a glimpse of the general's mistress and their offspring. Huang Li continued to pry open the curtain, satisfying the crowd's curiosity. Seeing Chui Tinka approach, Yan Yuanji exchanged a glance with Huang Li. Huang Li jumped off the other side of the carriage, allowing Yan Yuanji to climb up and lift the curtain. She shouted into the carriage, "What are you doing hiding in there? Hurry, and come out to the manor. Do you wish to remain outside, as a mistress? If you are a mistress, it matters not. But what of your child? Will they not be recognized as part of the family?" Yan Yuanji, do not speak nonsense. Chui Tinka rushed over, scolding her harshly. Yet the crowd had already begun to murmur among themselves. Yan Yuanji remained undeterred by his reprimands. As he finally reached the carriage, she let go of the curtain and jumped down, joining Huang Li. "A child? I have a grandson." The Lady Marquis, initially taken aback, quickly understood the situation and was filled with both surprise and joy. 6 years ago, Chui Tinka was 17 now. At 23, he ought to have a family. Hearing of the child, especially a boy, the Lady Marquis lost her composure and hastily rushed over. "Oh, dear grandson, come down from the carriage. Let your grandmother see you." Others from the Marquis's household followed suit. Chui Tinka furrowed his brow. "She is not a mistress, and the child is not a bastard." Yan Yuanji laughed from the other side of the carriage. "Is that so? Could they be the kin of another soldier? Perhaps the father perished in battle, and you wish to care for them? They may not be welcome at the Marquis's door. Otherwise, it would bring scandal. To take the widow and child of a hero is indeed an affront." Each of Yan Yuanji's words pierced like arrows. "Be silent." Silence. Chui Tinka was furious, wishing he could silence Yan Yuanji by force. However, they were separated by the carriage, and so many people were watching. "General Chui, you must clarify whether this is your mistress and child or another's. If yours, they shall enter the Marquis's household and be recognized if another's. You must honor the deceased by providing a memorial tablet, lest there be scandal." Chui Tinka gritted his teeth, his face reflecting a terrifying rage that drew the crowd's scrutiny. This was not the heroic image they had envisioned. "Have the carriage proceed into the manor," Chui Tinka commanded the driver. Yet the carriage was now stuck, unable to move. The driver was at a loss. "Is he truly my grandson?" The Lady Marquis finally reached the front, peering into the carriage, eagerly asking her son. Chui Tinka was overwhelmed with frustration. This was not how it was supposed to be. He had planned for the carriage to enter the Marquis's residence quietly. Everything else could be discussed later. How could this happen? All because of Yan Yuanji. Why had she become such a shrew? Why did she not seek permission before lifting the curtain and making such accusations? Damn it. But now is not the time for settling scores. First, they must return to the manor. Chui Tinka barked at the household servants. "Open the main gate." Now, although the main gate was ajar, it only allowed people to exit. The carriage could not enter. It could either take the side entrance designated for horses or maneuver around the heavy threshold. The day before, when discussing how to welcome Chui Tinka home, the steward had asked whether to remove the threshold to allow the young master to ride into the manor. Yan Yuanji had replied, "Tomorrow, the entire city will welcome the soldiers returning home. He must dismount at the gate so that all may witness the young master's grandeur." The family of 4 from the Marquis's residence listened intently and expressed unanimous approval. If circumstances allowed, they would have eagerly wished for Chui Tinka to dismount from his horse at the city gates and leisurely stroll back to the Marquis's residence, basking in admiration and accolades along the way, thus reclaiming their dignity and sweeping away the lingering disgrace of the Marquis's decline. Upon hearing that Chui Tinka intended to have the carriage enter through the main gate, his sister, the esteemed Miss Chui Jinjin, immediately directed her ire towards Yanwan. "I told you to raise the threshold. You are the one causing trouble." The Marchioness promptly shouted at the servants, "Did you not hear? Hurry, raise the threshold." The threshold of a noble household must withstand the force of axes and blades, being both high and thick. With mechanisms embedded in the porch, it was not a task to be undertaken lightly. The servants rushed towards the main gate. The Marquis of Chongning barked sharply, "Nonsense. Within that carriage was merely a woman. Even if she bore Chui's offspring, she was but a concubine. How could she be granted the privilege of entering through the Marquis's threshold?" To enter through the main gate in a carriage was indeed an extraordinary honor. Even the legitimate male heirs of the household could not claim such a privilege without exceptional merit. If she is indeed your female kin, she ought to dismount and pay her respects. The Marquis's tone was not loud, but carried a chilling severity. The matriarch is standing below. How can a mere concubine remain seated in the carriage, refusing to alight? What a disgrace! At this, the Marchioness was also roused from her stupor. She immediately concurred. Indeed. You have been off your horse for quite some time. How can she, a mere concubine, still act so pretentiously and remain above? Do you expect me to kneel and implore her? The crowd began to murmur, and Cui Tinka's face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to discuss matters further upon entering the residence, yet he was taken aback to find his parents so bewildered, causing a commotion at the entrance. At this juncture, their original plans were rendered moot. He could only vaguely persuade his parents, perhaps. How about allowing the carriage to enter through the side gate? Ruji, inside the carriage, was also at a loss. They had originally planned for a discreet entry into the residence today. After all, Cui Tinka still had a nominal wife within the household. She needed a strategy to deal with that woman and to rightfully become Cui Tinka's legitimate wife, the sole legitimate wife. What was to be done? Should she acknowledge Cui Tinka as her husband, or should she delay? In a state of turmoil, she bit her lip, entirely uncertain of what would serve her best. Humph! The Marquis of Chongning, seeing that the occupants of the carriage remained unmoving and silent, was filled with fury. It is indeed, as Juan said, the person in that carriage has no relation to our Marquis's household, so there is no need for further trouble. If a place to stay cannot be found immediately, let one assist in arranging accommodations. If all else fails, a temporary lodging at an inn will suffice. Father. Although Cui Tinka had become a general, the fear of his father was deeply ingrained within him. The Marquis's anger caused his complexion to change momentarily, and his voice sank low. Due to the Marquis's wrath, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings, followed by murmurs. What could be the matter? Could she truly be an orphan survivor and family of a fallen hero? It must be so. After 6 years of war, countless soldiers have sacrificed themselves for the nation. Alas! Yan Wan, who had been standing on the opposite side of the carriage, murmured softly, "How can the Marquis force a mother and child to disembark? Is this not an undue hardship for the families of the valiant?" Chapter 3. The concubine. Her voice was soft yet distinctly clear. Those nearby, upon hearing her words, felt a sense of reason and began to voice their support for the person in the carriage. Do not bully a widow and her child. How can the family of a brave martyr be slandered as mere concubines of a man? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. More voices joined in agreement. The Lord's face flushed with anger. If the person inside the carriage was not clarified, the whole residence would indeed find itself in a precarious situation. You wretched child, clarify at once. Is the person in that carriage your concubine or someone else's family member? If you cannot provide a clear answer, do not even think about entering. The return of glory should have been a moment of great joy, yet it had devolved into such chaos.
Cui Tinka felta trobbinge adake.
Yan Wanji's lips curled slightly, her smile tinged with bitterness. May I inquire, who is in the carriage? Which soldier's family member are you? Please, let us investigate. Perhaps there are relatives in the capital. Her voice, usually sweet, was deliberately raised to ensure the onlookers could hear her, yet it trembled slightly due to her mixed emotions. It resonated like a fledgling bird singing from a high branch, reminiscent of a timid creature nestled in one's embrace, momentarily causing the crowd to forget their intentions. In the subsequent moment of confusion, Cui Tinka and the others finally grasped the meaning of her words. I said to be silent.
Cui Tinka, already exasperated,
felt that her words only added fuel to the fire. Enraged by shame, he lowered his voice and reprimanded her coldly. Yan Wanji had no intention of obeying. Her voice grew even louder. Please, step down and meet our lord and lady. They are good people and will surely assist you. The Duke of Chongning, having enjoyed a rise in status due to his son, felt somewhat insecure and had already resolved that upon his son's return to the estate, he must establish proper decorum to prevent his son from becoming arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. However, today it was the carriage that had asserted dominance over him. Despite having issued his earlier command, the woman inside the carriage remained obstinate. His son was adamant in protecting her, insisting on lifting the threshold and seeking a side entrance. What had begun as a minor annoyance had now escalated into a significant fury. Yet, Given that the individual inside was a woman, it was likely his son's concubine. He could not simply order someone to drag her out. Thus, following Yan Wanji's lead, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Your wife is correct. With no ties of kinship, how can one casually enter? The Ho residence is kind-hearted and will assist you at an inn, but do not attempt to enter again, lest you tarnish my son's reputation." Father. The affection that Cui Tinka had felt after 6 years of separation from his parents was instantly extinguished. He glared at his father, finding him foolish. However, he could not outright scold him, so he merely shot him a fierce look, one imbued with the authority he once wielded over his subordinates. The Lord, taken aback by the intensity of the glare, felt his face flush with indignation. Cui Tinka had already shifted his gaze away from his father. Unaware of the effect he had on him, he could not blame his family for disrupting his plans. He considered Yan Wanji to be the sole culprit. Thus, he intended to bypass the carriage and confront her, urging her to cease her meddling. As Cui Tinka stepped back, the curtain of the carriage was finally lifted. A woman clad in white, tears streaming down her face, leaned out from the carriage. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, her tears only intensified as she tremulously called out, "Kaleng?" Bai Ruji had heard everything from within the carriage. According to her plan, she was not supposed to make an appearance today. Instead, she intended to enter the residence quietly, deal with Yan Wanji, and secure her position as Cui Tinka's legitimate wife. Now, however, she had been exposed and branded as a concubine. The stigma of being an unwed mother could not be associated with her. Yet now that Yan Wanji had unveiled her, if she were to be recognized as someone else's wife, then both she and her son, Cui Mingwen, would find it exceedingly difficult to attain their rightful place.
Kaleng?
Bai Ruji called again, and Cui Tinka turned back, frowning deeply. "Jir, why have you come out?" "Husband, please help me down," Bai Ruji implored softly. Without a second thought, as was customary, Cui Tinka lifted Bai Ruji from the carriage before reaching for the child behind her. Public displays of affection in the capital were rare, especially considering Cui Tinka had another wife, and the woman in the carriage was merely a concubine. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Cui Tinka's blatant disregard for propriety and the audacity of the concubine. Sensing the sudden quiet, Cui Tinka, still cradling the child, looked around in confusion. Although he did not understand the cause of their reactions, he clearly perceived the disdainful glances and the subtle gestures of derision exchanged among the onlookers. His anger surged further. Bai Ruji lowered her head, fidgeting slightly before the Duke of Chongning, performing a graceful bow. "Your daughter-in-law pays her respects to her parents-in-law." She did not wish to disembark. Rather, she had been soothing her son, who had endured much hardship along the way. Now that her identity was revealed, she would firmly establish her position. Each mention of daughter-in-law made the Lord bristle with indignation. The lady of the house glared, but her attention was quickly diverted from Bai Ruji. Cui Tinka held a plump boy in his arms. The lady of the house stepped forward, her smile reminiscent of a flower past its prime. "How old is he?" "Oh, my dear grandson." The crowd erupted into chatter once more. So she truly is Cui Tinka's concubine. How dare a concubine refer to herself as a daughter-in-law? Goodness. The Duke's son and daughter-in-law have yet to consummate their marriage, and already a bastard has been born. What a disgrace. Cui Tinka's face darkened further. Bai Ruji's eyes flickered with a cold shadow as she swiftly approached Yan Wanji.
"Sister."
Her voice was gentle, yet Yan Wanji instinctively stepped back. "From now on, we shall be sisters, serving our parents above and managing household affairs below." These words froze the crowd once more, plunging them into silence. Had this concubine lost her mind? Who had ever seen a legitimate wife and a concubine serving parents and managing the household together? Yan Wanji scoffed.
"Donot jest, madam."
"Even if you call me sister, you must first enter the residence and serve the concubine's tea." Bai Ruji's face contorted for a moment before she regained her gentle demeanor. Yet her next words sent the crowd into another state of shock. "What do you mean by concubine? I have married Kaleng and am now his legitimate wife. Kaleng has stated that since I have borne him a child, I should be regarded as the primary wife. However, considering you married early, I thought it best to humbly address you as sister." The expressions of those present varied widely, all taken aback by Bai Ruji's declarations. Yan Wanji let out a derisive laugh, shattering the silence. "You possess neither the words of a matchmaker nor the commands of your parents. A concubine is merely a concubine. How can you claim to be a legitimate wife?" Yan Wanji scrutinized Bai Ruji. "In terms of beauty, Bai Ruji was unremarkable. Yet she had an air of delicate sorrow that seemed to captivate Cui Tinka. And what of your parents? Have they arranged for Cui Tinka to marry another wife? The lady of the house instinctively replied, how could that be? Who would dare to claim the title of my Ho residence's young mistress? The lord remained silent, gazing at his son. Yan Wanji turned her gaze to Cui Tinka. Cui Tinka, you must clarify. Are you planning to take another wife? Such an act would violate the laws of the Great Li. Cui Tinka dared to accept it, but Wanji, perhaps it is best to return to the mansion first. He rarely softened his tone, thinking that this would coax Yan Wanji back. The Marquis also sensed his son's hesitation, though he felt indignant at Bai Ruji's disrespect. He suppressed his anger. Let us return to the mansion. The Marquis's entourage truly prepared to head back. The onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle, cleared the way, intending to return home to ponder the day's events. Father, mother. Yan Wanji did not follow. Instead, she stood among the crowd and offered a respectful bow to the Marquis and his wife. All affairs in the household had been arranged, and she instructed the steward to handle any issues that might arise. I shall not return. Chapter 4. Dreams of Past Lives. The moment those words escaped her lips, Yan Wanji felt a weight lift from her shoulders. For just before speaking, she had hesitated. Having married into the Marquis's household for 6 years, she had come to regard it as her own home. Although Cui Tinka hurried off to war without even paying respects, she had once promised to oversee the Marquis at the gates of the former Chongning Duke's residence, where Cui Tinka had signed a marriage contract binding them for life. The contract had already passed through the official channels. Despite some regrets, she married her childhood sweetheart willingly. Thus, for 6 years, regardless of the trials she faced, she endeavored to uphold the Marquis and fulfill her promise to Cui Tinka. At last, she awaited her beloved's return. Yan Wanji had once envisioned their reunion filled with tears of joy. She imagined grasping the hand that had once helped her down from the carriage 6 years ago, never to let go again. She longed for someone to share the burdens of the Marquis, no longer needing to shoulder everything alone. She pictured romantic evenings beneath the moonlight, their wedding night filled with bashful tenderness. The previous night, she had fallen asleep dreaming of such blissful moments. Yet, unexpectedly, her dreams turned sour. In her dream, Cui Tinka returned home, accompanied by a mother and child hidden in a side courtyard. She, who had devoted herself to the recently returned Cui Tinka, found herself utterly deceived as the head matron. Though they had consummated their marriage that very night, the pain beneath her was still fresh, and the blush of her shyness had not yet faded when Cui Tinka spoke of an incident at the border. He recounted how he had chased down enemy spies and had been afflicted by a peculiar poison, only to be saved by a kind-hearted woman who sacrificed her virtue to save his life. His tone was gentle, yet his words struck Yan Wanji like a sudden chill. Wanji, she saved my life, but in doing so, she lost her purity and bore my child. To repay her, I have promised to take her as my secondary wife. In one moment, he had been tender and loving, enduring her pain during their first night as husband and wife, and in the next, he spoke of another woman, a secondary wife, who already had children. Yan Wanji's heart shattered into pieces, leaving her frozen and speechless, trembling uncontrollably. What was even more infuriating was that upon noticing her shivering, Cui Tinka seemed to take pleasure in it, forcing himself upon her regardless of her tears and gasps for breath. After his indulgence, he dressed leisurely and went to visit his other wife and child. Yan Wanji felt like a discarded rag, her heart broken, her pain profound, and her humiliation unbearable. This was only the beginning. Yan Wanji naturally resented her husband's decision to take another wife, yet she also recognized Bai Ruji as innocent in this matter. If blame were to be placed, it would rest upon the circumstances of war. Cui Tinka's affliction, Bai Ruji's sacrifice, and the birth of the child were all cruel twists of fate. Yan Wanji struggled with her feelings, having devoted 6 years to serving her in-laws, only to see them joyfully accept this new arrangement and hold lavish celebrations to honor Bai Ruji and her son. In a world of 1 husband and 2 wives, with 3 lives intertwined, Cui Tinka seemed to care only for Bai Ruji. Yan Wanji endured countless grievances, having cried, fought, and felt hopeless. She resolved to no longer dwell on the matter and to live her own life contentedly. But while she sought peace, Bai Ruji wished for her demise. And she eventually got her wish. As she took her last breath, Yan Wanji reflected on the day Cui Tinka returned to the capital. It had been her final day of joy. That day, she welcomed back her husband, who had been away for 6 years. That night, they finally consummated their marriage, becoming true partners. The joy still lingered in her heart when the pain began. She had considered separation, yet thoughts of their marriage held her back. When she visited her mother to gauge her sentiments, her heavy concerns kept her tethered to the marquise. Upon discovering she was with child and giving birth to a son, leaving became even more daunting. Until her death, she remained entangled in this struggle. The dream stretched on interminably, as if Yan Wanji experienced the excruciating pain and torment day after day. Yet, as she took her final breath in the dream and suddenly awoke, it was merely the early hours of reality. Outside, the world remained dark and silent. Unaccustomed to sweating, she found herself drenched, the sheets cold and clammy. Her heart raced, and Yan Wanji felt disoriented and uncertain. Was it a dream? It felt so real. The piercing heartache, including the physical agony, seemed to have been felt in her very core. Even upon waking, recalling it sent shivers down her spine. Earlier, at the mansion's gate, she had stood among the crowd, awaiting Cui Tinka's return. In her heart, two conflicting voices battled. Upon seeing Cui Tinka atop his majestic steed, handsome and imposing, the voice of doubt seemed to wane. Yan Wanji momentarily forgot her fear and unease, genuinely rejoicing at the sight of her beloved. However, the next moment, her gaze fell upon the carriage behind him. Inwardly, she had hoped it was merely for transporting goods. Alas, when the curtain was drawn back, she beheld the mother and child she had seen in her dream. Shattering her self-deception. "What did you say?" the marquis's wife asked, bewildered. "Mother." Yan Wanji, tall and graceful, stood amidst the crowd, her exquisite face adorned with a smile that failed to convey true joy. She suppressed her usual soft and gentle tone, speaking with solemnity, her voice deep yet clear. "Father. 6 years ago, when Cui Tinka was called to war, my father fell ill, my mother was frail, and my younger siblings were still small. I was deeply concerned. I appreciated Cui Tinka's bravery for the nation and hastily sought a bridal sedan, arriving at the marquis's gates before his departure. I entered the marquis to ease his mind. In those tumultuous times, when the nation was in chaos, the soldier set forth with the resolve of not returning. I entered to ensure his peace of mind as he left for battle. For the past 6 years, I have taken on Cui Tinka's responsibilities, honoring my parents and caring for my younger siblings. Now, with everyone in the household healthy and comfortable, I have fulfilled my promise to him. However, now that Cui Tinka has returned safely and has a wife and child of his own, he can shoulder the responsibilities of the marquis. I hereby return the care of the household to him." Yan Wanji bowed deeply and then turned to leave. The marquis's face darkened and Cui Tinka's expression shifted. Yet it was the marquis's wife who acted swiftly, rushing over to grasp Yan Wanji's sleeve. "What are you doing? What nonsense are you spouting?" When Yan Wan entered the marquis at merely 14, she displayed remarkable composure, revitalizing the dilapidated estate and tending to the lady marquis with utmost care. Seeking remedies and nourishing her health, acquaintances remarked that the lady marquis's hair had darkened, making her appear significantly younger than she had 6 years prior. The lady marquis, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts until she heard that Yan Wan intended to leave, which sent her into a panic. In other households, sons uphold the family name, but in the Chongning marquis, it is Yan Wan who stands as the pillar. How could Yan Wan possibly leave? Such a notion was unsettling. The marquis could survive without the marquis, but it could hardly endure without Yan Wan. As her mother-in-law pleaded with her to stay, Yan Wan felt a warmth in her heart. Yet, in her dreams, it was her mother-in-law who had conspired with the scoundrel and Bairuji to deceive and harm her. In that moment, Yan Wan found it difficult to discern whether her mother-in-law's current affection was genuine. Nonetheless, over the past 6 years, she had treated her mother-in-law almost as her own mother, while she could not even be by her biological mother's side, remaining steadfastly with the marquis family day and night. She truly regarded the lady marquis as a second mother. Yan Wan paused, turning back with tears welling in her eyes. Hesitation and reluctance swirled in her glistening gaze, finally spilling over as a single tear, akin to a dewdrop, traced down her delicate face, resembling a glistening bead as it fell to the ground. The marquis frowned and glanced over, then looked at his son. After a flicker of emotion in his eyes, he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Others were still somewhat bewildered, including Cui Tinka, who appeared dazed. No one could have anticipated that after 6 years, Cui Tinka would finally return. Yet, Yan Wan was preparing to leave the marquise. Sister, I have no intention of seeking status, but Won'er is the eldest son of my husband, the legitimate heir of the marquise. I cannot diminish his status. Bai Ruji quickly regained her composure, scooping up her son and moving to Cui Tinka's side. Sister, I promise to honor you from now on. Please do not, on this joyous occasion, deliberately mention your return to your family, causing distress to your father-in-law and mother-in-law, and troubling Ko Lang. With a sigh, as if unable to bear the weight of her son, she placed him in Cui Tinka's arms and nestled close to his side. The family of three appeared intimately united. Alas! How could you disregard propriety and throw a tantrum at such a moment? It is too inconsiderate. You are already married into the marquise. How can you claim you wish to leave? Bai Ruji's words caused Cui Tinka's brow to furrow even deeper, and his gaze toward Yan Wan was filled with anger. Holding on to Yan Wan, the Lady Marquise was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting from fear to indignation. Indeed. What is this fuss about? Chapter 5. Departure from the mansion. The Lady Marquise, Lin Peiyun, grew increasingly enraged as she contemplated the situation. On such a joyous occasion, the day her husband returned triumphantly to the capital and the marquise flourished with new offspring, how could she, as the young mistress of the marquise, throw a tantrum? Yan Wan felt a pang in her heart. The pain in her dreams had felt so real, and upon waking, she ultimately dismissed it as a dream. However, to be stabbed in the heart by her mother-in-law, who had treated her with such care, was truly chilling. Indeed, the truths of her dreams were manifesting. In the presence of numerous eyes, Yan Wan could not act willfully. She gently pulled her arm away from the Lady Marquise's grasp and turned to walk away. Yet, after merely 7 or 8 steps, she was seized by her arm once more. What nonsense are you up to? Recalling the dream from the previous night, Yan Wan's heart raced, filled with a desire to turn around and slap the person behind her without regard for consequences. She longed to draw the sharpest hairpin from her hair and plunge it into the heart of the one who held her. The pain was unbearable. Even after relinquishing hope for Cui Tinka, it still hurt too much. Feeling her arm tremble slightly, Cui Tinka loosened his grip. Only then noticing the delicate figure before him was trembling. She appeared more enchanting yet fragile. Are you angry? He thought, attempting to understand. For he had just learned that the woman he cherished had another in her heart. Surely, he felt a pang of jealousy. His tone softened slightly. Wan, hearing that name, Yan Wan nearly gasped for breath, her heart constricting painfully, making it difficult to breathe. Wan was a private term of endearment they had shared in their youth. In their school days, surrounded by many peers, they had nonetheless formed a deep bond, becoming close friends. Back then, they were too young to comprehend love. Their daily companionship gradually blossomed into a tender affection that colored their hearts. They had sworn to each other that should the nation of Dali ever require it, they would fight side by side. Unfortunately, Yan Wan had not been able to defy her family and become a female general. Thus, when Cui Tinka set out for battle, she married into the Cui family, supporting him as the backbone of the household, while he, in turn, fulfilled her dream of becoming a general, defending the nation on the battlefield. Before his departure, Cui Tinka had called her name 3 times, saying nothing more. Yet, after nearly a decade of acquaintance, their hearts intertwined, their souls resonated in silence.
Van Cui Tinke.
2. Felt a surge of emotion. A fleeting sense of shame washed over him as he recalled Bai Ruji's merits, only to be quickly overshadowed. His marriage to Bai Ruji was irrefutable. Yan Wan enjoyed a life of ease in the capital, oblivious to the dangers he faced on the battlefield. Were it not for Bai Ruji's selfless sacrifice, he might not have returned at all. In truth, Yan Wan ought to feel immense gratitude toward Bai Ruji. Without her gallant rescue, Yan Wan would never have awaited her husband's return. Cui Tinka's tone turned stern once more. Bai Ruji saved my life, and yet you remain ungrateful. How can you throw a tantrum out of jealousy? After 6 years apart, how have you changed so much? While he scolded her, his eyes could not help but scrutinize Yan Wan from head to toe. 6 years ago, she had been merely 14, already one of the capital's most exquisite beauties, albeit still somewhat immature. Now, she had blossomed, exuding an alluring fragrance and a captivating charm, an irresistible allure to men. Cui Tinka found himself entranced. Furthermore, he recalled that she was his wife, yet their union had yet to be consummated. His heart, stung by Yan Wan's unruly behavior, grew cold, while desire ignited within him. Cui Dinka was no longer the naive youth from 6 years prior. He and Bai Ruji had already experienced the pleasures of intimacy. Gazing at Yanwan, he felt an impulsive urge to sweep her into his arms, akin to the reckless soldiers at the border, unconcerned with propriety, indulging in wild abandon.
Cui tinque suo laudard.
He was no longer a novice in matters of the bedchamber. He had also earned great military accolades. Not only was he adept in battle, but he was also skilled in understanding the hearts of men. His voice grew colder. Do you know that I risked my life at the border, enduring countless dangers to establish my reputation, allowing you to become the young mistress of the Marquis and enjoy the splendor of the capital? You should be grateful. You must recognize that I am no longer your former classmate, but a great general deserving of your respect and admiration. You ought to be obedient and show me deference. With a sudden cold laugh, Yanwanji caused a crack of irritation to appear on Cui Tinka's otherwise resolute face. Yanwanji bowed and expressed her gratitude to General Cui for his service to the nation, stating that she was willing to vacate her position as the legitimate wife to allow him to marry his benefactor and establish a legitimate heir. In the presence of many onlookers, she urged him to let go if he valued his reputation. This last statement was delivered in a hushed tone. Yanwanji's lack of propriety and obstinacy enraged Cui Tinka, who fixed his gaze upon her, lowering his voice, filled with pressure. You, Kelang. Bai Ruji, delicate and gentle, took hold of Cui Tinka's other arm and whispered, Sister is merely throwing a tantrum. Do not be angry. She continued, Let it be. Do not punish her. Even though she is of considerable age, it is not uncommon for her to display childish behavior. Just let her go. Cui Tinka's grip remained unyielding, tightening further. Kelang, Wunner has been traveling and is feeling unwell. We should return home swiftly to help her rest. Cui Tinka's expression softened slightly, yet he remained hesitant. Are you afraid that sister will return to her family and never come back? She is already married to you. Would she remain in her family for life? Did you not say that there is no one left in her family? This last remark made Yanwanji grit her teeth and clench her fists. However, Cui Tinka's grip did begin to loosen. Yanwanji flicked her sleeve and turned to leave. Accompanying her were Bailing and Huangli. With Bailing missing, Huangli, filled with doubt, could only follow closely behind Yanwanji. As Yanwanji quickened her pace, she finally slowed down after passing the intersection. Huangli could not help but ask, Young madam, shall we return to the Marquis's residence? Should we not gather some belongings? Are we not taking a carriage? To Qingfeng Tower. We will walk, Yanwanji replied. Huangli frowned. But is it appropriate for you to walk in public like this? Onlookers were already pointing and whispering. Behind them, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Huangli turned to see Bailing accompanied by the courtyard's Hua Mei and Mama Xiang, following closely. Mama Xiang stepped forward. Young madam, do not worry. Everything in the courtyard has been arranged. The items you instructed to be sent have already been dispatched. The remaining ones will be closely monitored by Mama Fong. Xiao Tsue has returned to the residence and will ensure all is well. Wanji nodded. When she awoke from the nightmare in the early morning, she was initially shocked, then doubtful, and ultimately, driven by an inexplicable force, she made some preparations. Thankfully, she did so, for they were indeed put to use. Though their group of 7 or 8 was not large, Yanwanji's extraordinary beauty turned heads, especially as she donned lavish attire and elegant makeup to welcome Cui Tinka's return, attracting much attention and speculation from passers-by. Yanwanji did not deter or conceal herself. Though her expression remained cold, it was unnecessary to feign sadness. Her demeanor was already suffused with melancholy. Isn't that the young madam of the Chongning Marquis's residence? Where is she headed? Isn't today the day the Marquis's heir returns to the capital? Why is his wife running about, looking sorrowful, instead of welcoming him home? Did you not see it earlier? What a spectacle, and you missed it. That heir has returned with a concubine, and even fathered a child.
Ah! What?
What of it? General Cui has earned his military honors. It is not wrong for him to take a concubine, or even to marry another. You speak nonsense. Miss Yen has upheld the Marquis's residence all these years as the legitimate wife. How could the heir be so heartless? Though he may be a bit unfeeling. It is not proper for a woman to expose herself in public for such reasons. This is not the conduct of a wife. Indeed, how beautiful she is. If I could marry such a beauty, I would willingly forego concubines. I would even ask her to demand that my entire family live without concubines. Amidst the cacophony of voices, some condemned the Marquis's residence, while others hurled slander at Yan Wanji. Huang Li, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, "My lady has waited for Cui Tinka for 6 years, honoring his parents and raising his siblings. Now he brings back a concubine and wishes to take her as a legitimate wife. How shameless. Do you think this is right?" Bailing retorted. "If you think this is right, hurry home and ask your father to marry you off to another concubine. Show your filial piety. Marry several more if you must. Then you can boast of your filial devotion." The sharp-tongued maid caused some to stutter in embarrassment. You. A maid is raised like this. It is no wonder the master is not much better, serves them right for being cast aside. Bailing shot back, "With your upbringing, not only your parents, but your children will suffer due to your misfortune." Mama Xiang, feeling anxious, interjected, "Young madam, we must not allow the little maids to quarrel with passers-by. This could tarnish the lady's reputation." Chapter 6. Super masculine? "Do not worry about it, Mama." Yan Wanji dismissed her concerns, her face still filled with sorrow as she continued forward. As such, the little maid continued to argue, causing their group to grow in number, creating quite a spectacle as they traversed the streets. Those who gathered at the Marquis's residence to witness the commotion were few. Yet the tale of Yan Wanji's group spread like wildfire, and by the end of the day, the entire capital, at the very least half of it, would be aware of the incident. Many were indifferent to right or wrong, believing that a man's infidelity reflected poorly on his legitimate wife. Thus, the spread of this incident indeed tarnished Yan Wanji's reputation. However, compared to the torment she endured in her dreams, this trivial damage was insignificant. In her dreams, it was her excessive concern for appearances, her own, Cui Tinka's, the Marquis, and her family's, that led her to perish in the flames of despair, unable to find peace. She walked until she reached Qingfeng Tower, situated by the lakeside, where she finally paused and entered. Thankfully, the years spent serving her in-laws and raising her siblings had not left her like other mistresses who lived in luxury and could barely stand. After walking for over half an hour, her feet felt slightly sore but still manageable, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon entering the establishment, she called for the attendant. "Have your manager, Lin, come out." Manager Lin, a middle-aged man with a bit of a beard, upon hearing of Yan Wanji's arrival, hurried out, ready to bow. Yan Wanji raised her hand to stop him. "Manager Lin, I would like to check into Qingfeng Tower." Manager Lin was taken aback for a moment, yet a smile of flattery remained on his lips. "Of course. Please, right this way. The heavenly rooms are available." He instructed, quickly, "Have Mei Nyang inspect the rooms for any issues." As Yan Wanji ascended the stairs with Manager Lin, Huang Li and the others dispersed to check on various matters, while Manager Lin continually bowed and nodded. "Madam, what is your wish?" Yan Wanji did not answer but instead said, "You may call me Miss Yan. Bring me some writing materials." Manager Lin intended to fetch them himself, but Yan Wanji reminded him, "The paper should be large, and the brush must be thick. I intend to write a notice." While waiting for the materials, Yan Wanji glanced at those who had followed her. Apart from Mama Xiang, she pointed to Huang Li, Bailing Huamei, and Qi Qiao, instructing the others to return to the Marquis's residence. "But you need us by your side." Yan Wanji waved her hand. "It's fine. This is sufficient. You all return and guard the Guihong courtyard. Do not let anyone from the Marquis's residence intrude or take anything. Today has been rather rushed, and if we return to gather belongings, the Marquis's residence may cause us trouble." Having witnessed the ugly side of the Marquis's family in her dreams, Yan Wanji could not afford to let down her guard against their malice, particularly from Cui Tinka and Bai Ruji. In her dreams, Yan Wanji once struggled, yearning to escape yet she remained oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. Cui Tinka, whose affections were evidently devoted solely to Bai Ruji, repeatedly coerced her, even resorting to the use of drugs and force. Furthermore, in her dreams, the very first night, Yan Wanji found herself with child. For the sake of the unborn, she relinquished her desire to flee, wholeheartedly contemplating a life of shared servitude to a single husband alongside Bai Ruji. The heavens bestowed upon her the gift of foresight, a blessing she could not squander. She resolved to safeguard her own well-being, both in heart and body. At the entrance of what was once a scene of jubilance had been marred by the revelation of the concubine's matter, prompting Yan Wanji to decisively depart. Those who had come to celebrate now wore expressions of bewilderment. Whispers and gossip spread like wildfire, igniting disputes among the onlookers, creating a commotion akin to a bustling marketplace. This was not what the members of the Chui Tinka had anticipated. A hero's return should have been met with admiration and accolades. Yet the detestable Yan Wanji had incited chaos.
Quitting esse countenance darkened.
Disperse everyone. Get them out. Anyone who dares to speak further shall have their tongue severed. In the heat of battle, as a general, it was not uncommon to intimidate subordinates with a whip. At the border, every matter was a matter of life and death. Mistakes could lead to execution. However, this was the capital, filled with common folk merely seeking entertainment. Chui Tinka's threats frightened the timid away, while the bolder ones bristled with indignation. When overreaching display of authority, General Chui, even the emperor must adhere to the law when meting out punishment. Are you more formidable than the emperor? You would sever tongues at a whim? Upon hearing this expression darkened, and he intended to admonish his son. But Chui Tinka had already acted. He unsheathed his riding whip, without hesitation, and struck at the individual who had spoken. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and among them, a woman's scream pierced the air. Chui Tinka's heart sank as he realized he had committed a grave error. The crowd truly scattered in panic, leaving behind a woman who clutched her face, collapsed on the ground, wailing in terror.
Ah!
My face. Though the crowd dispersed, they did not leave entirely. They gathered at a safe distance, shouting, "Someone has been killed. Someone has died at the Mother! Mother!" At the gate, voices rose sharply. "Sister-in-law. Mother has fainted." It was only after calling out a second time that they remembered their sister-in-law had departed. The eldest daughter of the Chui Jinjin stood momentarily stupefied, unsure of how to proceed. Spotting a young maid, she hurriedly instructed, "Go quickly and find the young mistress, informing her that my mother has suddenly fainted." What shall we do? Chui Tinka found himself caught between the chaos of the screams. On one side was the unintentional injury he had inflicted, on the other, his mother's ill-timed fainting. Convinced that his mother was in the care of family, he first commanded that the injured woman be helped and sent home. Then turned to seek Bai Ruji. "Jir, bring forth some silver as compensation." Bai Ruji, more frightened than the woman struck by the whip, trembled as she rushed into Chui Tinka's embrace, seeking solace. "Kalong, you terrified me. How can it be more chaotic here than in Qingzhou?"
Chui Tinka,
having regained his composure after the incident, could not bear to push Bai Ruji away, gently embracing her and murmuring, "Do not fear. I am here." Bai Ruji sobbed, "Kalong, without you, I could not survive a day here." Chui Tinka comforted her, still holding her close, when he noticed several pairs of eyes fixated on him. His father, glared with fury. His sister, Chui Jinjin, appeared flustered, and his brother, Chui Tingjin, furrowed his brow in concern. "Your mother lies unconscious on the ground. What are you doing?" They, already discontent with this unexpected concubine, was infuriated to see his son, amidst the public spectacle, ignoring his mother's fainting while shamelessly embracing another woman. Anger surged in him, causing his temples to throb. Chui Tinka then realized that while he had dealt with the aftermath of his unintentional act, his mother still lay on the ground. It was indeed inappropriate to hold Bai Ruji at this moment. Hastily, he released her from his embrace, steadying her to prevent a fall, before striding towards his mother. "Why is no one hurrying to assist our mother? Can you not blame father, nor scold your siblings?" Chui Tinka reprimanded his brother and sister in a furious tone. Chui Jinjin, feeling wronged, replied, "I already sent someone to find sister-in-law." Chapter 7 will be the subject of gossip. What do you need her for? For the past 6 years, have we not relied on Yan Wanji for everything? What else could we do? Tears welled in Chui Jinjin's eyes as she spoke. Chui Tingjin suppressed his irritation, bending down to assist their mother. Chui Jinjin joined him, sobbing. "It is sister-in-law's responsibility to care for mother. Why does brother scold us? How can you defend sister-in-law without discerning right from wrong?" Chui Tinka's forehead pulsed with tension, unable to pinpoint the source of his anger. Fortunately, the merely suffered a momentary lapse, awakening swiftly and summoning a doctor, revealing no serious harm. The household prepared a welcome feast. As the carriages approached the entrance, the chefs had already begun cooking. Initially, the timing was perfect. Guests would arrive to a steaming feast of exotic delicacies. However, they had lingered too long at the door, resulting in cold dishes. The once sumptuous fare now bore an unpleasant odor, the soup congealed with grease. This could have been remedied, yet the household relied entirely on Yan Wanji. While the Chui family members, accustomed to simply waiting for meals, failed to instruct the kitchen to reheat the food. Consequently, despite the lavish appearance, no one enjoyed the meal. Cui Jinjin, a picky eater, vented her frustrations, exclaiming, "It's all sister-in-law's fault for making the kitchen prepare the food too early. It's cold and inedible." After 6 years of military service, Cui Tinka's temper had grown, but he was not a fool. He had already sensed Yan Wanji's overwhelming influence within the household, leaving him increasingly exasperated without an outlet for his frustration. In a fit of anger, he kicked a chair, eager to clarify matters with his parents. Distraught and eager to discuss certain issues, he instructed his siblings, "You both go and see to sister-in-law and the nephew." Sister-in-law? The younger Cui siblings appeared puzzled, but upon seeing Bai Ruji approaching shyly, they realized their brother referred to her. But how should they attend to her? Unsure how to ask for clarity, they hesitated, especially with their brother's icy demeanor. This delay allowed Cui Tinka to enter the inner chamber with his parents and close the door, making it awkward for them to follow and inquire. In that year when Cui Tinka went to war, he was 17, Yan Wanji was 14. Their brother Cui Tingjin was 10, and sister Cui Jinjin was 8. After Yan Wanji married into the family, she diligently taught the younger brother, who had only known play, to study. Now he was a formal student at the academy, not extraordinary but a good student nonetheless. Sister Cui Jinjin was cherished like a biological sister. Over the years, Yan Wanji intended to guide her in household management, but their mother was always overly protective, so it had yet to commence. In the household, every trivial matter relied upon Yan Wan's orchestration. Suddenly, when they were tasked with arranging a courtyard for the sister-in-law, they were utterly perplexed about how to choose a suitable space from the empty yard. After a moment of chaotic contemplation, Cui Jinjin suggested, "Since she is the sister-in-law, let us send her to the Guihong courtyard." The Guihong courtyard was where Yan Wan resided within the Marquis' estate. Bai Ruji inquired further and learned that this courtyard was the main residence of Cui Tinka, who promptly agreed and even had the nurse carry the child as they hurried away. She thought to herself, while Yan Wan was absent, it was best to seize the main residence for herself. Having already borne Cui Tinka's legitimate heir, it was only fitting that she occupied the main courtyard. Upon Yan Wan's return, she could compel Cui Tinka to move her to another courtyard. If that proved impossible, she could settle for a side room. Being in the same courtyard would conveniently allow her to administer her medication regularly. As Bai Ruji and her entourage departed, Cui Tinka finally found an opportunity to discuss Bai Ruji's situation with his parents. Marrying a primary wife was notably more complicated than simply taking a concubine, and he could not articulate the matter in just a few sentences. Thus, he had not communicated with his parents before returning to the capital. To his dismay, Yan Wan had completely disrupted his plans. Initially, he had intended to discuss the matter with Yan Wan before informing Bai Ruji. He never anticipated that it would be revealed outside the estate. Even more unexpectedly, Yan Wan had left out of jealousy. The Marquis' wife lamented her son for acknowledging his child under Yan Wan's name, believing that now, with a legitimate heir, there was no need to elevate the status of that concubine to primary wife. Now that the situation had escalated, convincing Yan Wan to accept his grandson as a legitimate child would likely prove exceedingly challenging. Cui Tinka frowned. "Mother, Ruji is not a concubine." Realizing his tone had been too harsh, he softened his demeanor. "Bai Ruji saved my life and bore my firstborn. She rightfully deserves the position of primary wife. Yet, it is certain that Yan Wan will not agree. Why must her consent be sought?" Observing his mother's insistence on Yan Wan's stance, his tone hardened once more. "Mother, have you lost your senses? A husband must prioritize his wife. Moreover, as a general, I need merely my parents' approval to marry. What is her role in this?" The Marquis' wife felt her mind clouding. For 6 years, the household had grown accustomed to viewing Yan Wan as the pillar of the family, naturally deferring to her authority in all matters. Yet her son was correct. With his return, Yan Wan, as a mere daughter-in-law, held little significance. Nonetheless, the ingrained reliance upon Yan Wan lingered within her heart, causing her distress. However, if Yan Wan disagreed, what could be done? If she objected, who would take charge? Cui Tinka felt frustration toward his mother for her lack of resolve. Enough of this. She was merely an elderly woman, undoubtedly confused. He turned his attention to his father. "Father, I cannot be ungrateful. Ruji saved my life. If I cannot make her my legitimate wife, would that not be repaying kindness with ingratitude? Such actions would invite scorn." The 6 years apart had rendered him somewhat estranged from his parents. 6 years prior, his father had squandered the family fortune on frivolities, while his mother had been bedridden. Surrounded by the scent of medicine, struggling to rise, the household operated in a state of disarray, lacking a decisive leader. Though Cui Dinka saw through the chaos, he felt powerless. Thus, despite being a scion of a prominent family, he had enlisted in the military. Fortunately, his exceptional talents shone brightly. On his journey back to the capital, Cui Dinka had already resolved to restore order within the household, to bolster their reputation, and to elevate the marquisate once more to prominence. As he gazed upon the Chongning marquisate, it appeared increasingly unfamiliar. His memories of the estate were marred by disrepair, particularly the main residence where his mother resided, which seemed perpetually shrouded in gloom, dampness, and decay. Yet now, the estate radiated vitality, causing him to feel a sense of bashfulness upon entering, akin to a rustic man stepping into a grand mansion. Had his memories of 6 years prior been erroneous? Perhaps it was due to his illustrious military achievements and the numerous rewards from the emperor that had transformed the marquisate.
Indeed, it must be so. Cui Dinka
Have undoubtedly revitalized the family name. A surge of pride welled within Cui Dinka, and thoughts of Yan Wan seemed increasingly trivial. Let it be. The matter had reached this point, and he would no longer concern himself with Yan Wan. Hearing her son's declaration, the marquis's wife gazed blankly at him. For the time being, let us hasten preparations for my marriage to Ruji. The marquis's wife, filled with sorrow, suggested. Then I shall summon Yan Wan to preside over the arrangements. Otherwise, who will handle such an important matter? Since her marriage, she had been frail and ill, never truly managing the household affairs. Furthermore, Yan Wan was Cui Dinka's wife. Who else could oversee his marriage? Cui Dinka had not given such specific matters much thought. Marriage was simply marriage, not a national affair requiring deliberation. Why should Yan Wan's return be necessary? He was still vexed with her. Yet, recalling her beautiful, resentful visage from earlier, with her enchanting eyes filled with longing, he decided to relent. After all, they had grown up together, and their engagement had been arranged since childhood. Given her watchful gaze upon him, he would forgive her this once. Upon her return, he would allow her to apologize, to plead for leniency, and offer a grand gift to Ruji. A man should be magnanimous toward a headstrong young woman who had succumbed to her emotions. Thus it would be settled. Suddenly, a faint, mournful voice resonated from beyond the door.
Qu'est-ce qui colon?
Cui Dinka's expression shifted, and he rushed forward, forcefully kicking open the door. A chorus of gasps erupted. Chapter 8. Hurried to report to the authorities in the grand courtyards of the Dali dynasty. The main residences were elevated above the courtyard, creating a noticeable disparity. Stepping out of the house led to a corridor beneath the eaves, and descending the steps from the corridor brought one into the courtyard. The steps of the Chunyang courtyard and the courtyard itself were approximately a foot or two apart in height. Bai Ruji was leaning against the door when Cui Dinka forcefully kicked it open, causing the door to collide with her and sending her staggering backward, ultimately falling and tumbling down the stairs into the courtyard. The courtyard, originally filled with earth, had been transformed by Yan Wan after her marriage. With her funds, she hired craftsmen to lay down blue stone tiles and intricately carved stone slabs, creating an elegant and visually appealing space that no longer turned muddy in the rain. However, a fall onto the stone could be perilous. Bai Ruji struck her head against the blue bricks and immediately lost consciousness. The servants, filled with horror, gasped in shock, forgetting to rush to her aid.
Zir.
Cui Dinka's eyes widened in despair as he leaped down the steps, nearly stepping on Bai Ruji's body, and enveloped her in his arms, his voice piercingly anguished. Zir, what has happened to you? The closest servant, Wang Ma, could not suppress her shock, her lips twitching. What is the young master doing? Must you speak of such matters now? Cui Dinka roared, holding Bai Ruji tightly in his embrace. Didn't you notice how the young lady seems to have changed? After all, she is a formidable general, having vanquished countless foes. Wang Ma was so startled that she nearly lost control. This left her speechless. Bai Ruji, though pitiful, valued her own life immensely. The purity of her maidenhood had yet to be offered to the marquis. She could not afford to take any risks. What transpired?
Cui Dinka acted too swiftly.
Neither the Marchioness nor the Marquis of Chongning could discern what had unfolded. Upon emerging, they found their son weeping bitterly while holding Bai Ruji.
Cui Mingwen,
the eldest grandson of the Cui family, was brought in by the nursemaid and was equally bewildered by the scene. However, being a sensitive child, he sensed something was amiss and began to wail. The Cui siblings, Cui Tingjin and Cui Zhenjin, followed the nursemaid into Chunyang courtyard. Without grasping the situation, Cui Zhenjin cried out, Yan Wanji wants to harm my new sister-in-law and my nephew.
Upon hearing this,
The Marchioness's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her son cradling Bai Ruji. Heavens!
my goodness,
Is there no law left? Someone! Report this to the authorities at once. Seeing the young servant, a fei, peeking from outside, flapping his sleeves like a moth, she shouted urgently, a life is at stake. Hurry, report this to the officials. A fei, though young and somewhat slow-witted, was the swiftest in the household. Though originally called by a different name, he had come to be known as a fei due to his speed. Understanding the Marchioness's command, he wasted no time and dashed off. Cui Tinka was oblivious to his mother's distress. He was heartbroken, holding Bai Ruji, tears and snot streaming down his face. All semblance of the formidable general vanished. The onlookers turned their eyes to the heavens in disbelief, while a young maid pressed her hands to her heart, exclaiming, "Oh heavens! What a tragic yet beautiful love! If only I could have such a husband." Wang Ma, her words on the tip of her tongue, hesitated, retracting her neck and pretending to open her mouth, only to toy with her tongue inside her mouth before turning her head away. Never mind. My own life is of greater importance. Wang Ma fell silent. Cui Zhenjin, however, was undeterred. It is imperative to report this. Yan Wanji has gone too far. Cui Tingjin arrived a moment later, noticing the chaos in the courtyard, his brows furrowing slightly, a mocking smile escaping his lips. While the Marquis of Chongning was generally composed, he dreaded trouble. Hearing the commotion outside, he covered his ears and retreated into the room. After a prolonged period of his son's inconsolable crying, he could no longer remain silent. Why are you weeping as if we are dead?
Cui Tinke,
Having left home at a young age, was deeply ingrained with a fear of his father. The sudden reprimand caused him to instinctively cease his sobs, retracting his neck, his expression frozen, his eyes fixed in place, resembling Wang Ma just moments earlier. However, Wang Ma's eyes were now darting around. She glanced at the Marquis, softening her tone as she dared to suggest, "My lord, should we not summon a physician?" Both the Marquis and the Marchioness turned their attention to her, prompting Wang Ma to quickly redirect her gaze to Cui Tinka, who was still cradling Bai Ruji. "Young master, should we take the new lady to her chamber?" Only just noticing that his beloved was unresponsive, Cui Tinka was thrown into disarray. He knelt, cradling Bai Ruji's upper body, crying and shaking her. Suddenly, his father's admonishment brought clarity to his mind, and he heeded Wang Ma's advice. He was not merely a delicate scholar from the capital, he possessed strength. He lifted Bai Ruji, carrying her towards the main chamber. The events had unfolded so abruptly that as he laid Bai Ruji on the bed, the Marchioness realized something was amiss. "What are you doing?" The Marquis's face turned ashen. Though he had displayed some wayward tendencies in his youth, having engaged in childish pastimes, he had always maintained a serious demeanor regarding matters of intimacy. He had never taken a concubine or a secondary wife. When servants clumsily brushed against him, regardless of their appearance, they faced immediate punishment. Now, to find his daughter-in-law on his bed was an affront that ignited his rage. Pointing at the bed, he shouted, "You wretched child!" For 6 years, Yan Wanji had meticulously managed the household, and in his ascent from a mere lord to a marquis, everything had proceeded smoothly. He had never encountered such disgrace. Anger and grievance intertwined, surging to his head, causing him physical pain. The marquis collapsed backward.
The onlookers gasped. "Ah!"
The Marchioness cried, "My lord!"
Cui Zhenjin exclaimed, "Father!" Cui Tingjin shouted, "Father!"
Cui Mingwen wailed even louder. The servants of the Marquis's household could not all enter the inner chambers. Startled by the commotion, they feared the worst. Is the Marquis in trouble? Is he gone? What shall we do? Prepare the mourning cloth. The astute among them rushed to find the steward to access the storeroom, while the slower ones remained in the courtyard, exchanging glances. Eventually, the slower minds caught up, and they began to weep. "Our master is gone. We must mourn loudly, for surely this will earn us favor in the future." Wang Ma, not present in the courtyard, silently followed Cui Tinka into the inner chamber. Upon seeing him place Bai Ruji on the bed, her blood boiled. That wretched Bai Ruji. She had only dared to lie on that bed while cleaning. How shameless. She wanted to claw that pretty face. How brazen of her, though she was merely younger. In her own youth, she had not been without merit. Alas, the Marquis loved songbirds, not beauty. Wang Ma's eyes turned red as she fixated on the bed, oblivious to the Marquis. Only when he fell to the ground did she turn to witness the scene. Shocked, she stood frozen for a moment, before letting out a piercing scream. My lord! My lord! What has happened? Open your eyes. Chapter 9. The winds of change, she cried out, her voice filled with anguish. More heart-wrenching than the sorrow of the entire Marquis household. The Marchioness and her family felt a fleeting sense of unease. Yet it was just a fleeting thought. The Marchioness had never worried about her husband's fidelity, for he was enamored with songbirds and not beauty, and was thus wholly trustworthy.
Moreover, Wang Ma,
A crone with a face full of blemishes, had never posed a threat, not even in her youth. The Marchioness felt no discomfort at the sight of Wang Ma weeping over her husband. However, the shrillness of Wang Ma's cries was jarring, causing her head to throb. The Marchioness had been in poor health for years, and though she had recently recovered through careful treatment, she could not withstand such a shock. Covering her forehead, she sought to lie down but found someone occupying her bed, so she settled for a chair instead. Glimpsing the Marquis on the ground, I closed my eyes and rubbed my forehead, weakly instructing others to assist the lord to the bed. Wang Ma, heartbroken, momentarily forgot this task. Upon being reminded, she felt an overwhelming sorrow. How could the distinguished Marquis of the Ho residence lie upon the floor? Yet, seeing the Marquis wife resting her eyes, Cui Tinka stepped to the doorway to summon the doctor. No one was attending to the head of the household. A wave of compassion surged within Wang Ma, and she instinctively moved to embrace the Marquis of Chongning. In truth, the Marquis possessed an admirable appearance and stature. However, Wang Ma was no novice. Despite the exertion, she managed to lift the Marquis. Yet, his slim waist and soft form made him surprisingly heavy to carry. Exhausted, she struggled to reach the bedside. But her arms could barely support him, and with a stumble, she laid him upon the bed. Essentially, Wang Ma's strength faltered, causing the Marquis to tumble from her grasp onto the bedding. Previously, after waiting too long for the doctor, Cui Tinka had drawn the bed curtains closed as he prepared to leave. The Marquis fell, pulling the curtains down and landing atop Bai Ruji. Wang Ma,
Bai Dudi, Marquis,
As the doctor was yanked into the inner chamber by Cui Tinka, he was met with a shocking sight, a tangle of bodies on the bed. Servants at the door gasped, unable to resist peering inside. They first beheld the chaotic scene on the bed, then noticed the Marquis wife, her face in her palms, eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in distress. They quickly recoiled. The doctor, too, shrank back, struck by the unbearable nature of the tableau before him. The Marquis was discovered in a compromising position with a woman, caught by his wife and her maid. But why had he summoned the doctor? The doctor, well-versed in such matters, quickly deduced the urgency of the situation. The couple's entanglement on the bed indicated a possible apoplexy. How troublesome to treat. A tempest of thoughts swirled within the doctor. Yet he maintained an exterior calm as he approached the bed. The Marquis wife truly was a figure of resilience, having witnessed her husband's collapse while still seeking medical aid. On the bed, Bai Ruji continued to wail, her head throbbing from the impact. She was entangled with an elderly man, and who could refrain from screaming?
Kuilang,
Save me.
Kuilang, help.
Someone intends to harm me. Cui Tinka rushed in, and Bai Ruji pushed the Marquis aside, parting the curtains and leaping onto Cui Tinka. Clinging to him like a monkey on a tree, her legs wrapped around his waist, still weeping. Cui Lang, kill him. End this old man's life. He dared to invade my bed, clearly intending to take advantage of me. Cui Lang, I am yours alone. I am devoted solely to you. No one else shall possess me. Wang Ma was displeased by these words. What are you saying? You, a daughter-in-law, climbing into your father-in-law's bed, shameless. You ought to face severe punishment. The Marquis, get rid of him. Finally recalling her lowly status, Wang Ma was reminded that Bai Ruji was the new wife in Cui Tinka's eyes. She swallowed her words and glared at Bai Ruji with indignation, feeling wronged as she attempted to assist the Marquis of Chongning. In truth, the Marquis was not gravely ill. He had merely fainted from anger and awoke to find a woman beneath him, confused by the circumstances. What madness is this? The Marquis cursed, unfilial son. How could you embrace that woman in your father's chambers? And what was she screaming about? The Marquis of Chongning's fury rekindled, his mind swirling. Cui Tinka, sensing the tension, quickly stepped back while holding Bai Ruji. Father, she is my wife. She has merely fallen. Please do not hold her accountable. Chui Tinka retreated, and the doctor, who had nearly reached his limit, struggled to comprehend the absurdity of this family. A father and daughter-in-law in such a predicament, while the mother and son remained composed. And this daughter-in-law, having just been caught in such a scandal with her father-in-law, clung to her husband as if he were the most precious of treasures. What kind of family is this? What a mesmerizingly scandalous woman. Is this behavior appropriate? Do they not recognize that family shame should remain concealed? Suddenly, the doctor felt a twinge of panic, grabbing his medicine box and hastily departing. Since the Marquis had regained consciousness, all should be well. He decided to take his leave. As he spoke, he was already outside, his feet carrying him swiftly away, the servants of the Ho residence unable to stop him. Inside, both the Marquis and his wife sensed something amiss, but chose not to intervene. Only Chwetinka called out, "Doctor." Yet with Bai Ruji still clinging to him, his movements were hindered, and he could only watch helplessly as the doctor escaped. In the heat of battle, who would dare defy such a formidable general? A genuine desire to confront the doctor arose within him. However, Bai Ruji's sobs were so profound, she nearly convulsed. The Marquis remained on the bed, and Chwetinka could not set Bai Ruji down. He could only continue to console her. "Do not cry, do not cry. Enough of this. We shall address other matters later. Let us first ensure Bai Ruji finds rest." Chui Mingwen was also crying earnestly, though held by a wet nurse in the courtyard. The sounds of his wailing still reached them. Chwetinka surveyed the surroundings and asked his mother, "Have our quarters been prepared? Where shall we stay?" This was the home Chwetinka had grown up in, a place he should know intimately. Yet in the past 6 years, Yan Wanji had remodeled many areas, leaving him somewhat disoriented. The Marquis wife, upon hearing her son's inquiry, appeared momentarily dazed. She typically focused on her health, leaving all matters of concern to Yan Wanji. How could she know? Turning to find someone to inquire, she noticed Wang Ma still hovering near the Marquis. He was clearly seated upon the bed. What was Wang Ma attempting to assist with? Perhaps she had become muddled in her thoughts. Ultimately, she spoke. "Wang Ma, has Yan Wanji arranged the quarters?"
Wang Ma,
Startled as if struck by lightning, released the Marquis and nearly leaped to the Marquis wife, her expression somewhat awkward. Lowering her head, she raised her hand to cover the Marquis wife's ears, leaning in to whisper. That initial remark about the air before she could finish, Xiao Fei joyfully announced from outside. "The officials from the Yamen have arrived." The Marquis wife shifted from worry to joy. Could it be that they had come to bestow a reward upon the heir?
No, no.
Xiao Fei clarified. The chief of Jingzhou Prefecture, Li Huayan, has already entered. Upon hearing that the Ho residents had reported to the authorities, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Ordinarily, such reports would attract only minor officials, but when Xiao Fei shouted, the chief of Jingzhou had taken note. Remembering that the Marquis' son was a celebrated general, he sought to cultivate a relationship, hoping to gain favor. Thus, he decided to make an appearance in person. As for his uninvited entrance, it was due to Chapter 10, the scene of the incident. Upon entering the Ho residence, Li Huayan encountered Dr. Zhao. Seeing the chief had arrived, Dr. Zhao assumed it was a familial dispute where the son intended to accuse the father of usurping his wife. As a benevolent and just citizen, Dr. Zhao felt compelled to offer assistance to the officials. He was indeed the first eyewitness to the scandalous incident at the Chongning Marquis, aside from the household servants. Summoning his courage, Dr. Zhao approached the Jingzhou Inn and discreetly recounted his personal observations. After sharing his account, he raised a hand and swore an oath, declaring that every word he spoke was the unvarnished truth, devoid of any falsehoods. Hearing this, Jingzhou Inn Li Huayan felt a chill run down his spine. This matter seemed fraught with complications. The illicit affair between a father and his daughter-in-law breached the moral fabric, and, according to the law, the father faced execution while the daughter-in-law was to be drowned, followed by a public display of punishment. However, Li Huayan was well aware of the nuances surrounding the Chongning Marquis. Although the heir, Chwetinka, had been engaged, he had been absent for 6 years, leaving his wife to languish in solitude. It was indeed a pitiable situation for the vulnerable woman, and if coerced by her father-in-law, what recourse did she have? Li Huayan felt a pang of sympathy and wished to mitigate the severity of the situation. Yet, Chwetinka had distinguished himself in service to the nation, garnering accolades and prestige that promised a bright future. To deny him justice would be unjust in itself. The predicament was rather vexing, presenting a formidable challenge to the adjudicator. Had he known, he would have refrained from attending in person. Nevertheless, with the servants of the Marquis already guiding him, retreat was not an option. Thus, the only logical course was to witness the scene firsthand. Dr. Xiao had mentioned that several individuals remained in the chamber, and although he had arrived a moment late, he hastened his steps, hoping to catch a glimpse. After all, this was a matter of official duty. To adjudicate this case, it was imperative to witness the initial scene of the incident. The adage seeing is believing rang true. For the sake of duty, he resolved to cast aside any sense of shame and boldly entered the premises. As a loyal subject, one must prioritize official matters. How could he allow personal modesty to interfere with the timely discernment of right and wrong? This was certainly not a quest for mere spectacle. Consequently, Jing Zhaoyin quickened his pace, rebuffing the attempts of the Marquis' servants to obstruct him, and swiftly made his way to the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, he discovered Cui Tinka cradling a young woman in his arms, while the Marquis sat on the bed, his expression thunderous. Indeed, he had arrived a moment too late. How would the Marchioness react? Li Huaiyan observed, noting the Marchioness's troubled countenance. The elderly woman beside her, likely the Marchioness's wet nurse, appeared to offer words of solace, suggesting that it was commonplace for men to stray. However, this time, the old hare had nibbled on the forbidden greens nearby. Cui Tinka, noticing the sudden intrusion, felt a flicker of confusion. Having just returned home after 6 years, he found the household drastically altered and assumed the newcomer was merely a servant. Remembering his parents' mention of Yan Wanji as the current steward, he felt a surge of discontent. Foolish woman, utterly ignorant of propriety. How could she invite anyone into the chambers? Li Huaiyan, however, did not take offense at being considered an intruder. Wasn't this a reprimand directed at his wife for allowing the father-in-law into the private quarters? How magnanimous! Did this imply that some individuals were indeed welcome in the sanctuary of the household? The Marchioness and her confidant were engrossed in their hushed conversation, oblivious to the arrival of the Jing Zhaoyin. The Marquis, recognizing Li Huaiyan, expressed surprise and questioned, "Why have you come?" "No, that is not the issue. How did you gain entry? Who permitted this?" "A visit from the esteemed Li Darren. Yet no one announced your arrival or escorted you to the inner chamber." With a forceful clap on the edge of the bed, the Marquis inadvertently hurt his hand, hissing in pain.
Li Huaiyan,
Slightly flushed with embarrassment yet maintaining an air of composure, spoke with the authoritative tone befitting a magistrate. "You have come to report a crime. What is the nature of your grievance that it necessitated my presence?" He attempted to strike a gavel, only to meet empty air, nearly losing his balance in the process. The Marquis exclaimed, "Who reported me? I keep hounds, not wolves. Moreover, they are confined to my estate and do not roam the streets unleashed." At that moment, a servant named Xiao Fei darted off to file a report, leading Li Huaiyan into the chamber, and now lingered at the door, awaiting a reward. "It was my lady, the Marchioness. She wishes to alert the authorities." Suddenly, the Marchioness was thrust into the spotlight, bewildered. "When did I say I wanted to report anything?" Xiao Fei, agitated, recounted in vivid detail. "The young lady said Yan Wanji intends to kill my new sister-in-law and her child." The lady urged, "Hurry and report this to the authorities." The Marchioness faltered, insisting she had never uttered such words. "You did," Xiao Fei insisted. "I never said it 3 times. But you did." Frustration mounted for the Marchioness, who protested vehemently. Xiao Fei swore she was telling the truth, while the Marchioness declared, "I swear I never said anything important 3 times. Xiao Fei, with a guilty countenance, lowered her head, realizing the Marchioness had indeed not said such things. Embarrassment washed over her. Li Huaiyan scratched his head in confusion. What could have prompted the Marchioness to seek official intervention? "Quickly, come forward and testify. My scoundrel husband bullies the weak within our home, showing no mercy even to his daughter-in-law. For the sake of justice, the Marchioness must not relent. If we overlook this affair, who knows what will occur next when the daughter-in-law tends to the sick. She may serve up a bowl of poison, saying, 'Mother, take your medicine.'" Li Huaiyan awaited her account with eager anticipation, while the Marchioness reflected on her reasons for reporting. Was it murder? Yes, indeed. I, though merely a daughter-in-law, have blood flowing from the back of my head. I have been slain. The spectators, including Li Huaiyan, were taken aback, their expressions shifting. "Who has been killed?" Turning his gaze to the woman in Cui Tinka's arms, He noticed the bloodstains on her head. His demeanor hardened as he demanded, "Who has harmed her?" Chui Tinka instinctively pulled the woman closer to shield her from prying eyes, but his hand became stained with blood. Remembering that he had kicked the door, causing the woman to fall and injure herself, he quickly interjected, "There is no murder involved. Marchioness, how can there be no murder? The victim is bleeding profusely." He stepped forward, grasping Li Huayan's arm.
Lidaran.
"You must uphold justice for our household." "Madam, madam," the wet nurse exclaimed, pulling the Marchioness aside and whispering urgently, "It was the heir who caused the injury."
What?
The Marchioness nearly leaped in shock. The wet nurse nodded knowingly. The Marchioness, puzzled, cast a doubtful glance at her son. After all, a son is paramount, and a daughter-in-law, whether new or old, holds little weight. A smile crept across the Marchioness's face, embracing the absurdity of the situation. "Alas, Lord Li, no murder has been committed," the magistrate, Zhang Bai, observed. Lady Ho hurriedly stepped forward, positioning herself beside her son. "No murder, no murder. My son and my daughter-in-law are merely engaged in playful banter." The magistrate, infuriated, toyed with his non-existent beard. "As esteemed aristocrats, do you not comprehend that reporting false cases is a violation of the law?" Chapter 11. Who bullied the sister-in-law finally? Lord Chongning rose from his bed. The entire household rallied together, determined to extinguish the farce. Lord Chongning declared, "It is not we who reported a false case. We were merely jesting." Little Fei, peeking curiously, was met with a fierce glare from the Lord, causing him to retract his head in fear, retreating behind the wall. He listened intently as his lord spun tales, without a flicker of hesitation. "It is merely a servant of the household." "Yes, that very servant. He is, in fact, a simpleton whom we have kindly taken in. Little did we know he would turn rogue and report a false case, causing you needless trouble." The magistrate's face turned crimson with anger, suspecting that the Ho family intended to downplay a scandal to protect their reputation. TSK, for the sake of their name. This son is willing to become a laughingstock. Filial piety. How tragic. With a smirk, the magistrate made it clear that once a case was reported, it could not simply be dismissed with a few words. Ultimately, it was suggested by Wang Ma to offer a few pieces of silver to the officers who had come today, along with a rare canister of prized monkey head white tea for the magistrate. At last, they managed to send the officials on their way. As the magistrate's men prepared to leave, Miss Chui Jinjin began to wail, "My sister-in-law has committed murder. How can the magistrate leave without intervening?" With a single glance from the Lord, Wang Ma hurried to silence Chui Jinjin. Fortunately, the second young master remained taciturn, sparing them further complications. Once the officers were out of the estate, Wang Ma released Chui Jinjin's mouth.
What are you doing, Wang Ma?
"You vile servant! How dare you treat me this way?" Miss Chui Jinjin stepped forward, ready to slap Wang Ma. The Lord sharply admonished her, "Unfilial daughter. In the capital, Lord Chongning may hold a title, yet he is not well regarded. Outside the Ho residence, he is nothing but a mere figure. However, within the estate, he is the head of the household, the very pillar of their world." Chui Jinjin, feeling wronged, lowered her hand.
Weng Mamuzed.
"The Lord is willing to endure the pain of chastising his own daughter for my sake. He truly cares for me. His affection runs deep. How he loves me." Wang Ma's heart fluttered, her neck craned, and her eyes squinted with tears of emotion. Chui Jinjin, no longer inclined to strike Wang Ma, felt even more incensed. She began to complain loudly. "The old sister-in-law seeks to harm the new sister-in-law. Why does she not allow the magistrate to arrest her?" Bai Ruji rubbed the back of her head, still feeling a lingering ache, but her mind finally returned to why she had cried on her way back.
Cologne.
Woo-woo. The white lotus blooms, and before she speaks, tears begin to flow.
So pitiful, so lamentable.
Chui Tinka had held Bai Ruji for quite some time, and as his arms began to tire, he thought to set her down. However, upon hearing her sob, he gritted his teeth and tightened his embrace. "Cologne, it is my fault. I should not have returned with you. I ought to have taken our Wunner to a secluded place, living on meager rations in solitude. Alas." "Bai Ruji, what are you saying? You and Wunner are my wife and child. How could I not bring you back to the Ho residence? But sister despises me and Wunner. She wishes for our demise."
Tia.
Chui Tinka sought to console her, but his arms ached too much, and every word felt like a deflation of his spirit. Bai Ruji, not receiving the comfort she sought, decided to escalate her grievances. Cologne, my sister commands this household. If I remain, I fear for both our lives. Cui Tinka, still at a loss for words, was taken aback. Cologne, you do not know.
I barili escaped a dire fate.
Upon returning, I sought your protection for me and Winner, but even before I entered, the servants bribed by my sister ambushed me, nearly causing my demise. Cui Tinka's face flushed with embarrassment, and he exhaled sharply, his hands trembling. My life. Bai Ruji fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if her bones might shatter. Cologne, save me. My sister has sent someone to harm me. Bai Ruji's pain brought her back to her senses, her face a mix of red and pale, and she clamped her mouth shut. Wang Ma, feeling a chill, touched her own backside. How fortunate the Lord is not as rough as the air. My delicate form, preserved like a maiden's virtue, has never been treated so harshly. Watching was heart-wrenching.
Wang Ma,
Seizing the moment, glanced at the Lord, feeling increasingly charmed by his refined features and gentle demeanor, her affection spilling from her lips. The Lord, however, paid no heed to Wang Ma or Lady Ho. Lady Ho did glance up, questioning why her maid appeared so disheveled and drooling. Wang Ma was only a few years older than her, yet she seemed to be exhibiting signs of decline. Alas, who could possibly replace Wang Ma? This is a matter that requires consultation with Yan Wanji. In this household filled with people, one may know faces but not hearts. Yet Yan Wanji would surely understand. Like an owl, she likely keeps her eyes wide open even in slumber, ensuring no nefarious deeds or ill intentions go unnoticed. As Wang was about to summon Wang Ma to call Yan Wanji, she remembered that Yan Wanji was no longer in the residence. The daughter-in-law, Yan Wanji, had not been one to come and go at her whim. Bai Ruji, softly whimpering, seeing no one respond, abandoned her gentleness and raised her voice. Who was it that kicked me out of the courtyard? Cologne must investigate thoroughly, demand their life, and bring justice for me.
Cui Tinke, coughing repeatedly.
Attempted to drown out Bai Ruji's cries. Woe Cologne, I cannot go on living.
I have been schemed against.
Bai Ruji's voice grew louder, transitioning from sobs to wails that intensified into a cacophony. Silence. Cui Tinka, feeling both embarrassed and angry, finally raised his voice in reprimand. Bai Ruji, having never faced such a scolding, trembled in fear, her face pale, shivering uncontrollably. Cui Tinka's heart ached for her, yet the more he felt guilt, the less he knew how to confess that it was he who had slammed the door, causing her to fall and faint. In his desperate search for an excuse, he suddenly recalled something. Thus, he exclaimed loudly to his sister, "Did you not shout before you even entered the courtyard that Yan Wanji intended to kill Bai Ruji? That is why mother insisted on reporting it." Cui Jinjin, startled by her brother's reprimand, hurried to Lady Ho's side, clutching her arm, before daring to respond. "I did not say anything wrong. Just ask the new sister-in-law."
Cui Tinke, Cui Zensen felt utterly wronged.
With pursed lips, her already thin mouth had almost become a mere line. "It was not you who urged me to bring the new sister-in-law for settling in. I did bring her." Bai Ruji suddenly recalled why she hastily returned to find Cui Tinka.
Teskivi Kolam.
"I want to take the child back to the frontier. I should never have pledged myself, let alone give birth to a dear child, and most certainly, I should not have promised to return to the capital with you."
Oh.
Cui Jinjin felt anxious upon hearing this. She wanted to interject, glancing at her elder brother, yet her lips fell silent. "Jir, what on earth is wrong? Who has bullied you?" Cui Tinka glared at his sister with a fierce expression. "Is it you who has mistreated your sister-in-law?" Cui Jinjin was infuriated but intimidated by her brother's fierce demeanor, unable to vent her frustrations. Spotting Wang Ma beside her, she reached out and pinched Wang Ma's arm, causing her to grimace in pain. She endured it, willingly, for the child of the Marquis is my child. I must be a good stepmother, a caring little mother. It hurts. That wretched girl still intends to spit into her bird's nest soup. Cui Tinka, noticing his sister's distorted expression, became more convinced that she had bullied Bai Ruji. It was his younger siblings who had brought Bai Ruji here. Bai Ruji must have been wronged. Surely, it could not be his younger brother Cui Tingjin who had done it. That would be chaotic. Cui Tinka's anger flared, ready to hold his sister accountable. Bai Ruji spoke up to defend Cui Jinjin. Chapter 12. My lord, touch my heart. Does it feel anxious? It's not Jinjin. Bai Ruji cast a pleading glance at Cui Tinka. Kuling, please do not misunderstand Jinjin. She has treated me exceptionally well. There is no one better than her. Truly. More genuine than pearls. Cui Tinka was accustomed to Bai Ruji's incessant chatter, but the Marquis and Marchioness were not. The Marquis of Chongning, feeling annoyed, wanted to dismiss everyone. However, as he had risen from a mere nobleman to a marquis through his eldest son as achievements, and with his son just returned, his paternal affection still burned brightly. He felt compelled to show some leniency. Nevertheless, Bai Ruji's incessant prattle was exceedingly bothersome. Even the crickets and roosters he kept did not chirp as much. The Marquis of Chongning scolded, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." After saying this, he turned to leave. Bai Ruji felt scolded by her father-in-law. Her expression changed drastically, and tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, struggling to articulate her words.
Outside.
The wet nurse trying to soothe the chubby Cui Mingwen had inadvertently caused him to cry again. The Marchioness cherished her eldest grandson, but being frail herself, she lacked the strength to indulge him today, after all the commotion, simply waving her hand. "Forget it. You have all traveled a long way. You must be tired. Go rest first. We can discuss matters tomorrow. If you don't leave now, I fear my old bones won't hold out." Bai Ruji, seeing her mother-in-law also wanting her to leave, panicked. "Mother-in-law, it's not that we are reluctant to leave your chambers. It's truly we're—" Sister-in-law's courtyard, Cui Tingjin, whose voice was still unsteady due to puberty, suddenly broke through, sounding slightly like a duck. "We can't get in." Cui Jinjin hurriedly echoed, Yes. The Marchioness inquired, "Why can't you get in? Did you lose the key?" "Which courtyard?" Cui Tingjin replied, "Sister-in-law's courtyard. Which else could it be? Naturally, it is Guihong courtyard." The Marchioness then recalled. No one knew that Cui Tinka intended to bring Bai Ruji back to the capital, thus no other courtyard had been prepared. As Cui Tinka was Yanwan's husband, it was only natural for him to reside in Yanwan's courtyard upon returning to the capital. The Marchioness's distress lasted but a moment. Since Yanwan was not present, it would be fine for Cui Tinka to take Bai Ruji to stay in Guihong courtyard. What else could be done? Surely, they could not vacate the courtyard for their son and daughter-in-law. The Marchioness said, "Is the door to Guihong courtyard locked? Just force it open." Bai Ruji glanced at Cui Jinjin, then at Cui Tingjin, her eyes filled with hope and a pitiful expression. Under the weight of Bai Jinjin's imploring gaze, Cui Jinjin finally spoke. "We almost got bitten by the big dog in Yanwan's courtyard." The Marchioness's expression darkened. "Is there no one to watch the dog? Is it not tied up?" Cui Jinjin trembled as she recalled. She shook her head vigorously.
Now.
Even the servants of Guihong courtyard had come out, saying they could only wait for Yanwan to return before they could secure it. And then people could enter the courtyard. The Marchioness, remembering that dog, felt a bit apprehensive. "My lord, did you not bring that dog back? You should have tied it up." The Marquis of Chongning wished he could shoot daggers at the Marchioness with his eyes. The Marquis had many small dogs for hunting rabbits. Once, he had won a rabbit-chasing competition and received a peculiar little dog, which had refused to eat or drink for several days, nearly dying. The Marquis had instructed it to be discarded. Yanwan, being compassionate, had taken it back to try and feed it. Unexpectedly, it thrived and grew large, not just large, but as massive as the stone lions at the gate of the Yamen, resembling them almost perfectly, albeit in black. That strange dog was only manageable by Yanwan. No one else could handle it. Cui Tingjin replied flatly, his voice taking on a sharper tone, "They said they cannot." The Marchioness frowned. "I have long suggested using poison to deal with it." Cui Tingjin sneered, "Do not harbor any wicked thoughts. Do not forget. The black tiger can go berserk and leap over the courtyard walls. No one can control it now." The family fell into silence. Even Bai Ruji was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, the Marchioness asked, "What shall we do then?" The Marquis replied, "Call Yanwan back." Cui Jinjin added, "Yes, indeed." Cui Tinka felt exasperated at the entire family being outmaneuvered by this outsider, Yanwan. "This is the Cui residence, not the Yen residence." He slammed the table. "Is there only that one courtyard in the residence?" The Marchioness's eyes lit up.
"Oh."
"Wang Mama, quickly arrange another courtyard for the young master." Wang Mama asked, "Which courtyard shall we arrange?" The Marchioness hesitated. Wang Mama continued, "At this hour, to prepare a courtyard, I fear it may be too late." The Marquis also cast an exasperated glance at the Marchioness. As the head matron, how could she not have arranged suitable accommodations for her son, allowing Yanwan to take charge? The Marquis of Chongning remarked, "I remember Yanwan said the Chunshan courtyard in the front yard was to be used as Cui Tinka's study." Let him stay in the front yard for now. In the Marquis's household, the Marquis only cared for entertainment. The Marchioness was solely focused on her health. The eldest daughter was preoccupied with dressing up. And the young master had no interest in such mundane affairs. It was merely a matter of preparing a courtyard, yet no one wished to take on the trouble, unwilling even to give a simple order to the servants. Thus, Cui Tinka had no choice but to take Bai Ruji and their son to the Chunshan courtyard in the front yard. Chunshan courtyard was quite well kept. The maid Xiaozhu led Cui Tinka and the others inside, explaining the various items. This is the largest courtyard. The young mistress said it is spacious enough for the young master to practice swordplay. This room contains the weapons and military books the young mistress prepared for the young master, as well as maps. This hall is intended for the young master to host guests. This room has a bed. The young mistress said that if the young master gets tired, he can take a nap here. Xiaozhu's voice was crisp, and her speech rapid. Bai Ruji attempted several times to interject, but was unable to succeed. With no choice but to step forward, Bai Ruji approached Cui Tinka, letting out a gasp as her body swayed precariously. "Curl, I am so fatigued. I feel a bit dizzy. I might faint." Cui Tinka hurriedly supported her, attempting to lift her in his arms. However, having held her for too long earlier, his arms felt weak and unsteady, and he nearly dropped her instead. Reluctantly, he abandoned the attempt and half-dragged, half-pulled her into the west chamber, where a bed was available. As Bai Ruji collapsed onto the bed, Cui Tinka intended to rise and continue his tasks, but she grasped his arm firmly. "Curl," she called in a voice so delicate it seemed to drip with sweetness. A chill ran down Xiao Zui's spine, and even the wet nurse holding Cui Mingwen swayed for a moment. "Curl, feel my heart. Is it not racing? Why is it beating so fast?" As Cui Tinka reached out, Bai Ruji wrapped her arms around his neck, continuing to call him sweetly, "Curl, after all this time, you have yet to hold me." The sound of their kiss echoed, sending the servants of the Ho residence fleeing in a panic, forgetting to close the door behind them. In truth, after the spring fever they had shared, Cui Tinka returned to the military camp, and they did not see each other again until half a year ago. The war was mostly won, with only the aftermath remaining, and the soldiers began to enjoy some leisure time. Cui Tinka had been promoted to a general, basking in the glory of his achievements. Bai Ruji, holding a child, sought him out, tearfully explaining that she did not wish to trouble him but had no money to treat her old child, having been left alone as an orphan. Feeling guilty for having ruined a woman's innocence, Cui Tinka was overwhelmed with a mix of guilt and gratitude upon seeing her. And he allowed mother and child to stay for treatment. In the years prior, they had traversed the line between life and death, exhausting their tempers daily.
Now,
in this leisurely moment, surrounded by a fragile woman, their hearts brimmed with unspoken affection. Within just a few days, they found themselves entwined again. Last time, they had been under the influence of a potion. This time, however, they were entirely sober. The intoxicating pleasure was like a wild dog drawn to its prey, enticing them day after day. Bai Ruji was kept near the military tent, sneaking away for nightly rendezvous. Upon returning to the capital, accompanied by fellow soldiers and enduring a demanding journey, Cui Tinka, despite being a general, could not shamelessly indulge in romance amidst his troops. He had long suppressed his desires. But now, in his own residence, with Bai Ruji intentionally being gentle and affectionate, he found himself ignited with impatience. Familiar with the surroundings, he stealthily slipped into the dark alley, ready to seize the moment. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air, sending a jolt through Cui Tinka. Chapter 13. Kill Me. Fortunately, in their haste, their clothes were not entirely removed, and the intruder merely shouted from the courtyard without entering the room. Nonetheless, Cui Tinka's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He rose, gritting his teeth in discomfort, bracing himself against the bedpost to steady his vision. What on earth is happening? Xiao Fei assumed Cui Tinka wanted him to report something and leaped into the room. Upon seeing Cui Tinka disheveled and with a dark expression, Bai Ruji hastily wrapped herself in the bedding, exclaiming with a melodramatic tone. Xiao Fei paused, then smiled apologetically. Did I interrupt the young master's enjoyment? Cui Tinka was poised to kick, knowing that if he landed a blow, it would be catastrophic for Xiao Fei. Yet, Xiao Fei remained oblivious, still grinning. In the end, Cui Tinka did not manage to kick out, as the pain in his body flared up the moment he raised his leg, causing cold sweat to break out. What is happening? Cui Tinka's irritation towards Xiao Fei deepened. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, Wang Ma entered the courtyard, calling out, "Xiao Fei, what is going on? Why are you shouting? Come with me to report to the Lord." Xiao Fei, startled, turned and dashed away.
Kuitinke, exasperated,
Could barely catch his breath, unable to even call out Xiao Fei's name. His teeth clenched. He took a moment to recover from the spasm induced by the fright. Although the pain was still present, it was not as unbearable as before. Bai Ruji, still wrapped in the bedding, felt a lingering desire. Seeing that everyone had left, she sweetly called Curl. Since they had rekindled their relationship half a year ago, her persistent calls had created a physical memory for Cui Dinka. A wave of desire surged towards his still aching body, yet it dissipated without igniting. This all transpired in mere moments. With no inclination to rewrap himself in the bedding, Cui Tinka chose to step outside, each step causing him pain, as if his flesh were being pinched between the door and the wall. His gait became peculiar, resembling that of a courtesan serving guests in the South Wind Tower, leading onlookers to speculate about his recent encounters. As Cui Tinka walked, he noticed the servants hiding behind the flowers and trees, their eyes darting away. He could already sense their admiration for the renowned general, too intimidated to gaze directly at him, fearing that his brilliance would blind them. A cold smile crept across his lips as he lifted his chin higher, compensating for the awkwardness in his stride. As he moved further away, whispers erupted among the maids behind the rockery. Why is he walking so strangely? Perhaps he was struck by lightning. He deserves it.
Bah.
The young mistress has waited for him for 6 years, and he had the audacity to marry another. Cui Tinka should die.
Bah, bah, bah.
One of the maids slapped her palm 3 times in a serious pact. Cui Tinka's pace was slow, and by the time he reached the main courtyard, Xiao Fei had already reported to the lord. When Cui Tinka arrived, he was met with the furious faces of his parents, his sister Cui Jinjin glaring at him with raised brows, and his younger brother Cui Tingjin, with lowered eyelids, wearing a devilish smirk. What has transpired? Xiao Fei, reluctant to repeat himself, pouted. Fortunately, Wang Ma eagerly recounted the events. The young mistress has hung a large plaque at the highest point of Qingfeng Tower on Xiushui Street, declaring her severance from the Chongning Ho residence, henceforth ending all ties. Cui Tinka exploded with rage. Has she lost her mind? What is she causing such a ruckus for? On what grounds? I am the heir of the Ho residence, and a general with remarkable achievements. How dare she sever ties with me? Is she seeking to cut herself off from the world? The lady of the Ho residence, being more compassionate, suggested, "Let us find a doctor to check on her mental state." Was it that her husband returned to the capital, causing her overwhelming joy to cloud her judgment? The Marquis furrowed his brow at this notion, deeming it unacceptable. She could no longer serve as the Marquis's young wife, nor could she occupy the position of a concubine. What if, heaven forbid, their daughter-in-law, a rare beauty in this world, bore a child?
With a sigh,
He cautioned his son, "Never mind, it's not a cause for alarm. You must share a chamber with her and remember to administer contraceptive medicine afterward." Her madness was inconsequential. She was merely a woman. Yet, it was a risk to allow her to bear a mad child, which would tarnish the reputation of our Marquis. Xiao Fei, somewhat simple-minded, had been called a little madman in his youth. At the mere mention of madness, he jolted, suddenly finding his tongue agile. There was no need to await the young mistress and the young master. The Marquisite's reputation was already in tatters. Everyone was cursing, claiming the Marquis was ungrateful, reproaching the heir for abandoning his wife of humble origins, condemning the Marquis for exploiting their daughter-in-law, and decrying the Marquis for his lack of respect for age. While the Marquisess, aged yet alive, was deemed a thief. They criticized the eldest daughter for her arrogance and lack of intellect, and the second son for his lack of learning, cursing the entire Marquis for their misdeeds in procreation. Cui Tinka spat a mouthful of blood, startling Xiao Fei into silence, leaving the Marquis's household as still as stone. After a long pause, they roused from their stupor, weeping and fretting. The Marquis, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Strike me dead." Upon hearing this, the other servants stepped forward. Surely, the Marquis realized his error. Let us strike him dead to atone for the young mistress. It is only right for father to suffer for his son's mistakes. No need to assist me. The Marquis waved them off. I am not yet old. Must we refrain from helping you? You wish to harm yourself? One servant questioned. Suddenly, Wang Ma stepped forward, shoving aside 2 clumsy matrons. Begone. Remove your filthy hands. Is our esteemed Marquis a man who can be sullied by your kind? After shooing away the two matrons, she turned back, her expression softening into a delicate, wilted wildflower as she smiled. Marquis, I am here to serve.
My son.
The Marquisess cried, her sobs echoing through the room. The Marquis brushed past Wang Ma, leaning closer to examine his son. Wang Ma, her face glowing like a spring moon, discreetly hid her hand, which had brushed against the Marquis when he pushed her aside. And she fidgeted nervously. In front of so many witnesses, the master was being rather inappropriate. What if the Marquisess found out? Would she not be consumed by jealousy, breaking apart their couple? Seeing his son's pallid complexion, the Marquis shouted, "Fetch a doctor." This son was his pride. Thanks to him, the family had risen to Marquisate status. And marrying in Yan Wanji was also his doing. The Marquis felt a tightness in his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted his younger son, instructing someone to summon a physician, which brought him some relief. Thankfully, they were fortunate to have a second son. The Marquis had never held much interest in matters of intimacy. To dote upon women? He would rather observe dogs mate, and without expending his own energy. Thus, the Marquisess, Lin Peiyun, spent her days in the Marquisate, living as if in mourning for the majority of the year. Nevertheless, the Marquis was a skilled archer. Though infrequent, his aim was precise, yielding fruitful results. He could not help but sigh at his own prowess, gazing at his eldest son lying on the ground. Pallid, yet not feeling immense sorrow. Rather, he found himself calming down. "Hurry and assist the heir to bed," the Marquis commanded, directing the two burly women who had earlier attempted to strike him to return and help Cui Tinka. Cui Tinka's sister, Cui Jinjin, watched with frustration. "Damn Yan Wanji. She has driven my brother to the brink of bloodshed." Cui Tingjin stood nearby, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips as she observed the commotion. Cui Tinka had regained consciousness, pushing away the women who sought to assist him, only to cough up another mouthful of blood. Raising a hand to steady himself, he coldly inquired, "Clarify this matter at once. What has that wretched woman done?" Chapter 14. Childhood Sweethearts. Wang Ma touched her feverish hand. "Young mistress. At the highest Jingfeng Tower on Xiushui Street, a massive sign has been hung declaring a complete severance of ties with the Marquisate." Cui Tinka felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could this be? Had he not heard it correctly? Marquisess, has she lost her mind? What a ruckus. Cui Tinka mused. Why does this seem familiar? Has her mind truly been broken? Grasping his hair in frustration, he finally recalled that Wang Ma had already mentioned this. Yet, it felt too outrageous to be true. How dared Yan Wanji? Remembering that Xiao Fei was the first to report this, he called upon him to recount the details once more. In truth, Wang Ma had already explained it all. It was precisely as stated. Yan Wanji had announced her intention to sever all ties with the Marquisate in the bustling commercial center of Xiushui Street. It was no farce. This was even better. Cui Tinka gritted his teeth, as this would conveniently allow Ruji to claim the position of the primary wife. His temples throbbed with anger. Initially, he had intended to show kindness to Ji Er, allowing Yan Wanji to retain a position as a secondary wife. Yet, how ungrateful she was. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed Cui Tinka. After 6 long years apart, amidst the chaos of war, he had scarcely had time to think of anything, nearly forgetting the faces of his parents. However, as he journeyed back to the capital, memories of his past flooded back, particularly those of Yan Wanji. Cui Tinka's grandfather and Yan Wanji's maternal grandfather were close friends, leading to a long-standing connection between their families. They had arranged a betrothal between Cui Tinka and Yan Wanji in their childhood. They had known each other since youth, attending the same academy. Cui Tinka was handsome, while Yan Wanji was beautiful. He was intelligent and she was wise. Though they were of different ages, they were both esteemed figures in the academy, akin to a golden boy and a jade girl. As time passed, Cui Tinka discovered the Marquisate was riddled with problems, merely a facade. He fell into self-pity and despair, blaming fate for his misfortunes. It was Yan Wanji who encouraged him, comforting him, and instilling in him the determination that since his father was a wastrel and his mother frail, he must become the pillar of the Marquisate and the man of stature in Yan Wanji's eyes. It was this resolve that led him to willingly enlist in the military for distant campaigns. Having calculated the auspicious time, his unit was set to depart at noon. That day, to catch one last glimpse of Yan Wanji, he arrived early to wait at her doorstep, eager for an opportunity to send word to her. Upon seeing him, Yan Wanji was initially surprised, then filled with admiration. Learning of Cui Tinka's concern for his family, she, with sparkling eyes, declared without hesitation, "Tinka, if you are worried, I shall marry you today and care for your parents and siblings." Cui Tinka thought her words were merely a fleeting sentiment. Little did he know. Just before he gathered with his unit, Yan Wanji arrived in a bridal sedan chair at his doorstep. Cui Tinka vowed before the gathered crowd, including many soldiers, Cui Tinka, will achieve greatness and never let Yan Wanji down. Cui Tinka, shall cherish Yan Wanji for a lifetime, one life, one couple, with unwavering loyalty. I shall never take a concubine or entertain another woman. Though his family had fallen from grace, he was still a precious son. In his first year in the military, thoughts of Yan Wanji and their pledge sustained him through the hardships, allowing him to gradually adapt to military life and the rigors of the frontier. As time passed, focused on achieving merit, he found himself less preoccupied with romantic entanglements. Until the journey back to the capital. As he listened to the soldiers in the ranks talk about their families, their wives and children, and the beloved girls who had long since married others, Cui Tinka found himself reminiscing about Yan Wanji. He considered himself fortunate. Yan Wanji had not forsaken their bond or torn up their engagement due to his departure for battle. She was waiting for him in the capital. This thought gradually took root in his mind, nourished by memories, sprouting and blossoming into a fragrant flower within his heart. As the carriage entered the city gates, a wave of anxiety washed over Cui Tinka. It had been 6 years since they last met, and he wondered if Yan Wanji still possessed her former beauty. Did her expressive eyes remain as clear and spirited? When she saw him, would she call him Tinka Gij as she had 6 years ago, or would she shyly refer to him as husband? Lost in these thoughts, he was abruptly shaken from his reverie by the sound of someone calling, "Kaleng." His heart raced as he realized that he had broken his vow to Yan Wanji by agreeing to take Bai Ruji as a concubine. He feared that Yan Wanji would be angry. Yet, he quickly soothed his conscience, believing that she would be reasonable and accept Bai Ruji's position. After all, the promises of eternal love they once exchanged were merely sweet nothings, not to be taken literally. Moreover, Bai Ruji had saved his life and given birth to his eldest son. She deserved to be a concubine. Besides, he was now a celebrated general. No longer the helpless youth he once was, and no longer needed Yan Wanji's protection against the scorn of other noble families. Having grown up together, he believed he could provide Yan Wanji with everything she deserved, ensuring she would not feel wronged. However, he couldn't help but recall that 6 years prior, she was just 14, and he was merely 17. What could they possibly have understood? His relationship with Bai Ruji was one of true love and marital intimacy. To his astonishment, while he had come to terms with the situation, Yan Wanji seemed unable to grasp it and remained obstinate.
Cui Tinka cursed again, exhaling heavily in frustration.
Have someone call her back quickly. She shouldn't be causing a scene outside. Xiao Fei murmured that he had called for the young mistress, but she refused to return. This only increased Cui Tinka's irritation. After deliberating, he decided it was best to resolve the matter swiftly and informed the Marquis and his wife. "I will bring her back myself." A sweet voice called out as Bai Ruji entered uninvited. Upon seeing her, Cui Tinka's demeanor softened slightly. Feeling guilty about leaving her to seek out Yan Wanji, he gently explained, "I will return shortly." Bai Ruji stepped closer, linking her arm with his, and reassured him. "Kaleng, it's natural for my sister to feel jealous and throw a tantrum upon seeing me. However, being a woman, she might run away from home. But if you pursue her this time, she will simply repeat the act next time. As a grand general, should you really neglect important matters to engage in such antics with her?" Cui Tinka's expression darkened further, his anger towards Yan Wanji intensifying. "This time, I will break her legs to see if she dares to run away again." Bai Ruji looked disapproving. "Oh, Kaleng, you mustn't treat her that way." Cui Tinka clenched his fist. "I must instill enough fear in her that she won't dare to leave again." Bai Ruji seemed to ponder before continuing, "Kaleng, I believe that she is merely seeking your attention. If you chase after her when she leaves, she will think that running away will earn her more of your concern." Cui Tinka acknowledged her insight, realizing he had nearly fallen for Yan Wanji's manipulation. Bai Ruji smiled. "As a woman, I understand these things well. However, I would never resort to such disgraceful behavior as running away from home." "But," Cui Tinka began, but Bai Ruji pressed closer. "What is there to fear? No matter where she is still your wife." After 6 years of marriage, can she truly consider leaving you? It is merely a game of feigned indifference.
I.
As a woman, understand this best. Her words resonated with Cui Tinka, reminding him that upon returning to the capital, Yan Wanji had not greeted him with warmth. Instead, she had caused a scene at the door, forcing Bai Ruji to reveal their relationship prematurely and causing him to lose face with the marquise. He had anticipated a joyful reunion, yet her actions had left him feeling frustrated and dissatisfied. Now, with Bai Ruji's encouragement, his masculine resolve returned.
Indeed.
What could Yan Wanji do? She was a married woman, no longer the innocent girl who could be courted. Seeing Cui Tinka's mood lighten, Bai Ruji pressed on. We are all women. I can see through her schemes. Though you are a man, your wisdom and prowess will surely keep you from being deceived by her. Treat her coldly, and she will return, begging for your favor. At that point, you can make it clear that, as a wife, she should remain within the household and not act recklessly, disregarding the reputation of the marquise. Cui Tinka tightened his grip on Bai Ruji's arm, pulling her closer. My dear Jir, you are both sensible and astute. Others in the marquise felt uneasy about the situation but also recognized the truth in Bai Ruji's words. When Yan Wanji had entered the family, they were all struggling. She had been the pillar that upheld the marquisate's reputation. Over the past 6 years, their fortunes had improved, and as the family prospered, they had become complacent, forgetting the hardships of their past. Now, as they enjoyed their comfort, they began to overlook the sacrifices Yan Wanji had made. Instead, they perceived her as someone who wielded too much power within the household, while the Marquis and Marchioness felt that they were the true heads of the family, believing Yan Wanji was neither filial enough nor respectful. For instance, the Marquis now found himself constrained, unable to indulge in the carefree pleasures he had before Yan Wanji's arrival. The Marchioness, who had once been gravely ill, now took her health for granted, believing Yan Wanji was too strict in her dietary regulations. As for Cui Jinjin, the young lady of the marquise, she was at the age of matchmaking. Yet, she found fault with every suitor Yan Wanji deemed unsuitable, while dismissing those Yan Wanji had chosen for her. Thus, it was believed that Yan Wanji was deliberately suppressing her regarding marriage, wishing to prevent her from securing a favorable match. Yet, Yan Wanji held dominion in the marquis's residence. Now that her elder brother, the great general, had finally returned to the household, the marquis's estate had a pillar of support. It was time for Yan Wanji to depart. Upon hearing Bai Ruji's words, the brother contemplated giving Yan Wanji a taste of her own medicine. It was about time. His sister, Cui Jinjin, could barely contain her joy. Indeed, it was fitting. Brother, you have no idea. While you were away, Yan Wanji bullied our elderly and our younger ones, acting with unrestrained arrogance. Cui Tinka furrowed his brow, somewhat skeptical. After all, he had received letters from their parents, who claimed Yan Wanji was quite amiable. Was she truly that dreadful? His sister lowered her head, concealing her own apprehension. She recalled a fortnight prior, when Yan Wanji had forcefully separated her from a beloved suitor, leaving her in anguish. Raising her gaze again, she could now lie with a straight face. She cast a glance at Bai Ruji, who was nestled protectively in their brother's embrace.
Ah!
How fortunate are those who wield the power of charm. Cui Jinjin's thoughts shifted, and she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Brother, can I still speak untruths? My younger brother and I are young, and she orders us around as she pleases, which we can endure. However, our father and mother, despite their noble status as the Marquis and Marchioness, should be regarded as her elders. Yet she often speaks to them with harshness, showing no respect for her superiors. Cui Tinka's brow furrowed deeply as he looked towards their parents. Was Yan Wanji truly so disrespectful? The Marquis, in his revelries, often neglected his family. On one occasion, during a dog fight, he nearly lost the estate to others. Yan Wanji had given him a severe reprimand and started to enforce strict vigilance over him. How could that not be considered disrespectful? The Marquis reflected, I do not fear her merely because she is a woman. It is out of guilt for her being a widow that I have indulged her, and thus, I have inadvertently placed her upon a pedestal. The Marchioness, though not extravagant with money, was easily influenced, soft of ear and shallow of thought. When the estate was in decline, it was manageable, but now that it had improved, those eager to curry favor would whisper sweet nothings into her ear, leading her to make foolish promises. Yet, Yan Wanji was astute. Even if the Marchioness agreed, she would find a way to refuse. Consequently, the Marchioness felt continually humiliated. How could that not be seen as disrespectful? Reflecting on the lost dignity, the Marchioness wept. Alas, my frail constitution prevents me from managing affairs. You are not here, and this household has become her playground. Chui Tinka felt a surge of anger. She was not always so unreasonable in her youth. That thought flickered through his mind. His father was muddled and his mother weak. Chui Tinka was not oblivious to this. Yet, he still half believed that their parents would not slander Yan Wanji, their daughter-in-law. Turning to his younger brother, Chui Tingjin, who was merely 15 or 16 yet already stood tall, he asked, Tingjin, why do you not intervene when Yan Wanji bullies our parents and sister? Chapter 16. Fingers what a flicker of light glimmered in Chui Tingjin's eyes. He slightly curled his lips but quickly let them droop again, appearing both honest and timid. Elder brother, I. Chui Tingjin stammered, as if wounded at a sensitive spot. Seeing his brother, who looked polished yet bore such a cowardly disposition, Chui Tinka felt a mix of anger and sympathy. In my absence, you must be the pillar of this household. How can you fear a mere woman? Chui Tingjin grew increasingly flustered, his lips trembling, tears welling in his eyes. She. Chui Tinka, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I shall be here from now on. Let me see if Yan Wanji dares to bully you even a fraction more. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Should she dare to act thus again, I shall not show her mercy. The Marquis and Marchioness exchanged uneasy glances, averting their eyes.
Kuidzensen.
Unable to contain herself any longer, burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Yet, fearing that her mirth might reveal their intention to malign Yan Wanji, she quickly added, It is truly wonderful that elder brother has returned. No one shall dare to bully me again. Chui Tinka, once deeply bonded with his siblings, felt a flicker of that brotherly affection rekindle within him as he heard his sister speak. With a gentle smile, he reassured Chui Jinjin. You are the sister of General Chui. Naturally, you must not be bullied. Chui Jinjin beamed even brighter, though she lamented that Yan Wanji was not present. How delightful it would be to have her brother reprimand Yan Wanji in this moment. Chui Jinjin longed for Yan Wanji's return. And you? You are the second son of the Chongning Marquis, the younger brother of General Chui. From now on, you must also learn to stand tall. At the very least, you must not be overshadowed by a woman. Do you understand? I understand, Chui Tingjin replied obediently, leaning against the wall, remaining silent. Chui Tinka shook his head, choosing not to dwell on his younger siblings, and began discussing plans for their return to the capital with their parents. Upon returning, Chui Tinka intended to host a grand banquet for the guests. However, this return was only for a portion of the soldiers. The final rewards for all soldiers would await the return of the esteemed Wang Rui, who commanded the 3 armies. Thus, the timing for the banquet remained a topic of contention. After discussing various matters, as Chui Tinka prepared to depart, Chui Tingjin, who had been silent against the wall, suddenly asked, Elder brother? That woman Yan Wanji is harmful to us all. Will you expel her from the Marquis's residence? Chui Tinka halted, his body stiffening. You, a man, fear her so? If she bullies you in the future, simply tell me, and I shall deal with her. With that, he stepped outside. In that moment of hesitation, Bai Ruji held her breath. Upon hearing Chui Tinka's subsequent words, she followed closely behind, fists clenched. Within the room, another individual also clenched their fists. While chaos erupted in the Marquis's residence, Yan Wanji, perched in the high pavilion of Qingfeng Tower, leisurely admired the scenery by the water, sipping tea and indulging in fine wine, relishing the tranquility of life. Yet she was not idle. Her departure from the Marquis's residence had indeed been rather abrupt, and she had no desire to return just yet. Thus, many matters required her subordinates to handle discreetly. This was somewhat troublesome. Fortunately, due to the hastiness of her departure, the residents of the Marquis's estate had not thought to guard against her, the de facto head of the household. And Chui Tinka had just returned. Despite any nefarious intentions, he would require time. After seeing off a group of guests, Huang Li leaned out the window to observe the crowd gathered below, reading the divorce notice, and could not help but inquire, Young madam, do you truly wish to leave the Marquis's residence? Miss, Bai Ling corrected. Huang Li quickly lowered her head in apology. If you wish to divorce, it would be wise to clarify matters with the Marquis's residence swiftly and arrange for the divorce documents at the court. That way, you can expedite your search for another match. Yan Wanji took a sip of hot tea, unhurried. Upon finishing her tea, she sighed, her expression clouded with worry. Bai Ling assumed Yan Wanji was saddened and clenched her teeth, secretly cursing Cui Tinka. A concubine? The eldest son? Where does he place his legitimate wife? Such a scoundrel deserves to be fed to the dogs. Alas, she was but a lowly maid and could do nothing. However, it is indeed feasible to allow him a taste of dog excrement. The estate is not without birds, chickens, and ducks, all of which could provide Cui Tinka with a sampling of flavors. Even if the portions are modest, they would still be substantial. Alas, there are no pigs afflicted by disease, which is quite regrettable. Huang Li cast a secretive glance at Yan Wanji, her lips curling into a slight smile as she proposed. I noticed that Sister Zhang from the estate is downstairs. I shall go and speak with her to inquire about the situation in the Ho residence. Yan Wanji acquiesced, and Huang Li, filled with joy, moved with such lightness that she seemed almost ready to take flight. Madame Xiang observed her retreating figure with narrowed eyes, muttering under her breath in reproach, such a foolish little minx, reveling in joy while her mistress is in distress. No sooner had Madame Xiang's words been uttered than Huang Li reappeared at the door, accompanied by Lin Zhang, the steward from Qingfeng Building. My lord, someone wishes to see you, Lin Zhang said, a trace of anxiety in his tone, discreetly gesturing with his left hand in a curved manner. It was rather abrupt. Yan Wanji sighed internally and nodded. When the door swung open once more, a dashing young gentleman stepped inside. He was like a rare orchid, elegant and composed, dressed in simple yet refined garments, exuding an understated charm. Despite his ordinary attire, the others in the room bowed respectfully, ready to perform the customary act of kneeling. No need, he said, slightly raising his hand. You may leave. I wish to speak with your mistress. Huang Li and the others remained kneeling, and Yan Wanji sighed inwardly. It's fine, you may go. Once the servants exited and the door closed, Yan Wanji cast an accusatory glance at the newcomer, pondering how he could possibly be present in such a crowded setting below. If he were recognized, it would evoke memories of her past life, filling her heart with resentment. As these thoughts surfaced, her tone unwittingly bore hints of bitterness, sorrow, and irritation. This demeanor, coupled with her earlier words, created an impression of a clandestine affair between the two. Yan Wanji felt a flush creep across her face as she noticed the visitor standing frozen, his gaze intense. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Your Highness, she exclaimed, biting her lip. Li Mingxi arrived in haste. Upon entering, he found the enchanting figure seated at the low couch by the window, illuminated by the interplay of light and shadow, appearing even more ethereal than before. A hint of melancholy adorned her features, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, akin to the goddess of the Luo River reflected in the water. He was already entranced, and the delicate, plaintive notes of her voice only deepened his captivation. Though she typically maintained a reserved distance, her heart was now tumultuous, and she forgot to uphold her usual demeanor of keeping others at bay. In a sudden flurry, Yan Wanji stood up, inadvertently nudging the teacup on the table. She hurriedly reached out to catch it, and though it did not fall, it rolled across the tabletop, leaving her fingers damp. Wan. As Yan Wanji scrambled to secure the teacup, Li Mingxi had already closed the distance between them. He grasped her delicate wrist through her sleeve, lifting her hand. Did I burn you? Is it too hot? His phoenix-like eyes bore into hers, causing her to avert her gaze. Yan Wanji struggled, yet her wrist remained firmly held. Her slender fingers elevated to the level of their mouths. His usual soft tone became muddled and indistinct. Wan's fingers were wet, the 5 delicate digits glistening with tea. Tantalizingly close. Li Mingxi found it difficult to breathe, his throat dry. His grip tightened, drawing her ever nearer. After swallowing hard, he parted his lips slightly. Chapter 17. Half a cup of remnant tea. It hurts, Yan Wanji gasped, trapped between him and the low couch, with walls on either side. She twisted her body, but his grip on her wrist was unyielding, threatening to dislocate her arm. Li Mingxi released her hand, his expression shifting to one of clarity. I apologize. I was merely concerned about the redness on your fingers from the heat. Did I hurt you? Yan Wanji turned away, concealing her pained wrist behind her, and replied. It's nothing. I wasn't burned. It was just warm tea. I wasn't hurt. You came to find me for a reason?
Li Mingxi inquirat.
Redirecting his gaze out the window towards the crescent lake, the cool breeze wafting in. Not particularly. I was merely upset about him wanting to marry a primary wife. Is that so? You were not contemplating a separation from Cui Tinka? Oh, indeed. I am temporarily residing here to avoid returning home and becoming angry. Li Mingxi's eyes darkened as he regarded Yan Wanji with renewed scrutiny. Do you require my assistance? For instance, to prevent Cui Tinka from marrying a primary wife? Yan Wanji laughed lightly. Is that even a possibility? If you wish, he replied earnestly. Whatever you desire, I will assist you without hesitation. His sincerity caught Yan Wanji off guard, and she suddenly felt that jesting with him was inappropriate. She bit her lip and lowered her gaze, concealing her guilt over the pretense. I was only joking. If you have no other matters to attend to, you should return to the palace. It is getting late. Li Mingxi nodded but did not depart. He picked up the teacup Yan Wanji had knocked over and poured himself a cup of water. Believing he was merely trying to comfort her, she remained silent, though she felt uneasy. To her surprise, Li Mingxi brought the teacup to his lips. Your Highness. That cup, it has already been touched by my hand, she protested, but he had already taken a sip. She retracted her hand, feeling her fingers still warm from the tea. She waited for him to finish the half cup of tea so she could reclaim the cup. But he lingered over it for what seemed an eternity. Yan Wanji's gaze fixated on the cup, watching his lips part slightly with each sip, the movement of his throat evident as he swallowed. She watched, captivated, almost questioning if the cup was an endless vessel of tea. But it was merely an ordinary cup, albeit with a smooth, lustrous surface. Unable to resist, she tiptoed closer, craning her neck to peer inside, but as she did so, Li Mingxi intentionally straightened and tilted the cup slightly. Just as she was about to catch a glimpse, he moved, gently nudging her with his foot. It was merely a slight bump, yet Yan Wanji's toes met the ground and her body tilted precariously to one side, rendering her off balance. In an instant, she found herself toppling toward Li Mingxi. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the embarrassment of her fall. To her surprise, she did not meet the ground. Li Mingxi, holding a teacup in one hand, swiftly caught her around the waist. She would have preferred to fall instead. In that moment, remorse washed over her. Attempting to wriggle free from Li Mingxi's embrace, she found her waist firmly secured. Your Highness, please let go, Yan Wanji softly implored. Stand steady first, Li Mingxi replied, his voice steady and unchanged from usual. Lest I inadvertently release you and you fall again. How old are you, yet still so clumsy? His words flowed like a lesson from elder to younger. Yan Wanji resigned herself to the necessity of standing firm. Li Mingxi loosened his grip, uttering no further words, and turned to the door, pausing without looking back. If you require anything, you know how to reach me. Yan Wanji obediently acknowledged. Once the door closed, she exhaled, collapsing onto the low couch in a relaxed manner. After a moment, she rose to peek outside. The crown prince had already traversed a considerable distance, and upon sensing the gaze from above, he suddenly turned back. Despite the distance, Yan Wanji instinctively recoiled slightly. Xiang Mama and Huang Li entered, with Huang Li's smile more exuberant than before, as if celebrating a festival. Xiang Mama shot her a disapproving glance. She recounted the affairs of the household, stating that the fine items would be delivered in the next couple of days. Pausing, she added, the air has settled in Chunshan courtyard. And Bai Ruji has also moved in. Huang Li's smile vanished, her indignation flaring as she complained about how much effort the young lady had put into arranging the courtyard. Yan Wanji's expression darkened as well. Those items had been selected according to Cui Tinka's preferences and needs, some of which were quite rare, a fact she had forgotten. Let us bring out a few items tonight. Cui Tinka has just moved in. He likely has yet to grasp what is present. In her past life, Yan Wanji believed that the situation with Bai Ruji was not entirely of Cui Tinka's or Bai Ruji's intent. Thus, even though Cui Tinka bore a lifelong promise to a pair of souls, Yan Wanji still consoled her own heartbreak, remaining devoted to him and the Chongning Marquisate. However, as Cui Tinka ascended to prominence, the Marquisate's power grew, and its members expressed not the slightest gratitude toward Yan Wanji, who had supported them through their decline. They even acted as Bai Ruji's accomplices. Whether she could seek revenge remained uncertain, but at the very least, she could no longer naively offer her devotion to them. She resolved to withdraw her affections for Cui Tinka and reclaim her contributions to the Marquisate. A smile unexpectedly graced Yan Wanji's lips. How fortunate she was to have awakened from her dream in time. Suddenly moving from the Chongning Marquisate to Qingfeng Tower, she had experienced a significant upheaval in her life. On the first night, Yan Wanji ultimately found little solace in sleep. Faintly, it seemed she dreamt once more of her past life, entangled with Cui Tinka in the Marquise. She could not discern whether she was reliving a dream or if yesterday's memories had resurfaced. In the Marquise, Cui Tinka and Bairuji also struggled to find rest. Having finally entered the Marquise with Cui Tinka, Yan Wanji chose to leave him once more. This pleased Bairuji immensely. She planned to employ every means at her disposal to ensnare Cui Tinka, making him addicted to her, thereby erasing any memory of Yan Wanji. Initially, Cui Tinka was indeed deeply moved. His breath came heavy, and sweat beaded on his skin. Bairuji, however, had already foreseen the futility of this endeavor. Yet, in her desire to leave a lasting impression, she deliberately prolonged and resisted, aiming to drive Cui Tinka to the brink of madness before ultimately satisfying him. That would be true ecstasy. However, Cui Tinka suddenly rolled away from her. I just remembered. Tomorrow, we must pay homage to our ancestors. I need to rise early. Bairuji, suppressing her hold on Cui Tinka, found herself stifling her own desires. Now, her impatience flared, disregarding all caution, like an octopus yearning to ensnare him once more. To her astonishment, Cui Tinka pushed her away, rising to dress. I hear some commotion in the courtyard. I will check if anyone is keeping watch over Wunner. Despite Bairuji's delicate calls to him, he did not turn back. Once outside the room, he did not proceed to Cui Mingwen's quarters, but lingered in the courtyard. Feeling somewhat agitated, hearing Bairuji still calling out, accompanied by footsteps, he feared she would approach. Thus, he stood and exited the courtyard. Chapter 18. Jealousy. Fortunately, the moon tonight was round, bright, and luminous, complemented by lanterns from all around, making it quite suitable for nocturnal ventures. This was Cui Tinka's home, where he had lived for 16 years before departing. It felt both familiar and foreign. Over the past 6 years, the Marquise had undergone tremendous changes. During the day, Cui Tinka had already been shown around. The house remained the same, yet the previously dilapidated buildings had been restored, and the neglected gardens were now adorned with flowers and landscapes. Before he left, although the estate was grand, it had been shrouded in a gray atmosphere. Upon his return, the ambience was vastly different. When he departed, his mother had languished in bed, while his father rarely returned home, consumed by his pursuits. His younger siblings, timid and fearful, bore no resemblance to children of noble birth, appearing more like those raised in humble households. Now, his mother was in robust health, moving with vigor. His father had adopted a more serious demeanor, and his siblings had all grown splendidly. Cui Tinka had expected that upon his return to the Marquise, his family would weep with joy, for they had all been prostrate, needing his salvation. Yet, it was evidently not the case. They were thriving. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Yet, how could this not be attributed to his efforts? His remarkable achievements had elevated the estate to a Marquise, transforming it into what it was now. And Yan Wanji, who had married in 6 years prior, had contributed her share of toil, although her temperament was rather spoiled. Surely, she had caused her parents and siblings no small amount of distress. Now that he was back, he could not allow her to continue in such a manner. 6 years ago, he had become her husband. However, he, Cui Tinka, was also the eldest son of his parents, the elder brother to his siblings, Wunu's father, and Bairuji's sole reliance in this world. He was a general of the Great Li and the heir to the Chongning Marquise, bearing significant responsibilities. If Yan Wanji did not comprehend the need to cherish him and share in his burdens, how could she fulfill her role as his wife? Absolutely not. She must be made to understand this. She needed to learn how to be a worthy partner to Cui Tinka, to be filial to her parents, to love her siblings, to be grateful to Bairuji, and to treat Wunner as her own child. No more arrogance, no more capriciousness, no more temper. Only then would she be worthy of standing by his side. Occasionally, she could indulge in a small display of affection before him, akin to how Jir did, without causing any harm. As for jealousy, Cui Tinka suddenly recalled his youth in the academy, where Yan Wanji would bring him treats daily. If the next day were to be a holiday, she would bring extra, so he could take a bundle home. At that time, how profound was Yan Wanji's affection for him. Once Miss Zhao Wu, captivated by the exquisite pastries in his hand, requested to partake and open the entire box to share with several other young ladies. Upon witnessing this, Yan Wanji was consumed by jealousy. Although she refrained from voicing her discontent in front of him, her face darkened as she glared at Miss Zhao Wu, and behind his back, she engaged in a fierce quarrel with her. Yan Wanji's affection for him made her envious of even the smallest gestures, such as him sharing pastries with other young ladies, leading her to quarrel. Although her actions were misguided and her jealousy lacked grace, there was a certain endearing quality to her behavior at that tender age. Cui Tinka couldn't help but smile softly, lost in thought as he gazed at the moon for quite some time. Eventually, he shook his head, murmuring about how they were all grown now. Even if jealousy arose, such capricious behavior was unwarranted. The journey back to the capital was exhausting. Yet being in a familiar place stirred excitement, rendering fatigue almost unnoticed. Cui Tinka wandered through the residence, unaware of how much time had passed before he returned to the courtyard. Bai Ruji had initially thought he had merely stepped out for a moment, but as she waited, her initial annoyance transformed into anger, which gradually dissipated, leading her to fall asleep in a mix of resentment and longing. The following day, upon confirming Cui Tinka's schedule, it was apparent that his day was filled with official duties or meetings with other military personnel. Bai Ruji feigned innocence, expressing her solitude in the capital and her feelings of being lost. Cui Tinka then summoned his sister, Cui Jinjin, instructing her to keep a close eye on Bai Ruji, his sister-in-law. After Cui Tinka left the residence, Bai Ruji endeavored to win Cui Jinjin's favor, successfully making her happy before saying, "I returned with the intention of buying a few fine pieces of jewelry for my sister as a meeting gift, but there is nothing of quality in Qingzhou. Why don't you take me along to the jewelry store? I shall make up for this gift." The Ho residence was now affluent, and Cui Jinjin had an abundance of jewelry and clothing, but who would ever refuse more adornments? Few young ladies would decline a shopping excursion. Moreover, Bai Ruji's gentle disposition and pleasing manner of speech stood in stark contrast to Yan Wanji's nagging, which made Cui Jinjin readily agree. Bai Ruji inquired about the best jewelry stores in the capital, to which Cui Jinjin listed a few. Bai Ruji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she proposed. "Since you mentioned there are many shops on Xiaoshui Street, let us visit that one there. We should bring your little nephew along. He has yet to witness the splendor of the capital." Bai Ruji, alongside Cui Jinjin, with a nurse carrying Cui Mingwen, ventured into Xiaoshui Street. The shops there were rather upscale, frequented either by nobility or wealthy merchants. Despite Bai Ruji adorning herself in her finest attire, she immediately sensed a disconnect, feeling somewhat rustic and out of date compared to the noble ladies of the capital. Their first stop was the Jingxialu, where the staff recognized Cui Jinjin. Upon entering, she ascended the stairs with an air of authority, demanding, "Bring us your latest and finest jewelry." The shop attendants exchanged glances, but ultimately followed the group upstairs. Jingxialu was divided into upper and lower levels. The ground floor catered to ordinary customers, while the upper floor was reserved for esteemed guests. The upper level featured a large private room and several smaller ones. The smaller rooms offered exclusive service to guests, while the larger room accommodated those of considerable status who did not quite qualify for the smaller, more private spaces. The group from the Ho residence was ushered into the large room. Cui Jinjin inquired, "Are the smaller rooms occupied?" The attendant chuckled and vaguely replied, seating them and asking what jewelry they desired to see. Before leaving, Bai Ruji had subtly encouraged Cui Jinjin to introduce her as the young mistress of the Ho residence. But in her excitement upon entering the shop, Cui Jinjin was far too enchanted by the beautiful jewelry to remember this. Bai Ruji waited for the attendant to inquire about her identity, but to her dismay, the attendant did not ask at all. Frustrated, Bai Ruji felt her brows furrow in annoyance. Are the attendants here mute? How can they be so lacking in curiosity? Meanwhile, Cui Jinjin was already selecting jewelry, unreservedly choosing a top-tier phoenix hairpin as she considered it Bai Ruji's expense. Bai Ruji, unwilling to be outdone, selected two similar pieces. The attendant beamed as he announced the total, 29,000 taels of silver. Bai Ruji's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking she had misheard, and pointed to the phoenix hairpin, asking, "How much is each?" The attendant replied, "The one chosen by Miss Cui is 11,000 taels. The other two are 9,800 and 8,800 taels. The total comes to 29,600 taels, with a discount of 600 taels." Bai Ruji abruptly stood up, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Are you taking advantage of me because I come from the countryside and know nothing, thus charging exorbitant prices?" The attendant stifled a roll of his eyes, smiling as he explained, "You are overthinking it. Our jewelry at Jingxialu is uniformly priced, with no haggling. Whether for princes or beggars, the price remains the same." Bai Ruji retorted, "Do you know who my husband is? He is the heir of the Chongning Ho residence. General Chui, renowned for his illustrious achievements. The attendant chuckled nervously. Please do not jest. Even princesses from the palace pay the same price here. If you doubt it, ask this young lady from the Ho residence. The esteemed lady Yan Wanji has brought Miss Chui here many times. Another attendant discreetly smirked. You requested the best.
Did you not?
Otherwise, there are simpler pieces downstairs starting at just 100 taels. Would you like me to take you to see those? Bai Ruji's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. How could she have anticipated the jewelry prices in the capital to be so exorbitant? Yet, she could never admit to finding them too expensive. Chui Jinjin's face similarly turned red. Yan Wanji had never insisted on the best when she brought Chui Jinjin and her mother-in-law shopping, making Chui Jinjin feel particularly proud to make such a statement. Yet she had never been ridiculed by the shopkeepers for being unable to afford them. The large room was not solely occupied by Chui Jinjin and by Ruji. Several other groups of patrons were present. The wealthy clients concealed their disdain, but their attendants cast scornful glances. Chui Jinjin felt a mix of shame and anger, exclaiming, Did you not say to choose freely? I often visit this place. Last month, I purchased a jade hairpin worth 1,000 taels. If you wish to buy a gift but are reluctant to spend money, please do not ask me to bring you here. Your stinginess might lead others to believe that I am unable to afford such luxuries. Does Bai Ruji not wish to purchase? Although she is somewhat pained by the expenditure. Having just entered the Marquis's residence, she intends to make a significant impression, showcasing that she is the one who manages the family finances, the one deserving of their respect. Is it that she is unwilling to part with her money? Nearly 30,000 taels. Has she lost her senses? Chui Tinka is already one of the most renowned generals, yet he does not possess such wealth, at least not at this moment, as he awaits his final rewards. Just then, several guests ascended from downstairs, and the seating in the elegant hall became insufficient. A waiter approached, suggesting, if you find this phoenix hairpin unsatisfactory, I can take you downstairs to explore further. Bai Ruji was about to comply and hurriedly descend the stairs. Someone scoffed, and a young lady in a pomegranate skirt, with a bright and cheerful voice, kindly interjected, How could the offerings below compare to those on the second floor? You must be a newcomer to the capital, right? The first floor here is filled with ordinary goods. The real treasures are on the second floor. You should not go down. There is nothing worth seeing below. Unless you intend to buy something for your maid or servant. Bai Ruji stood, caught between the decision to leave or stay. She did not know this young lady, but Chui Jinjin recognized her. Chui Jinjin wished she could vanish immediately. Oh dear, is that not Miss Chui? Surely your rustic relative does not know. But do you also lack understanding?
Zhen Baolan.
Chui Jinjin gritted her teeth in frustration. Who suggested we wanted to go downstairs? She shot a fierce glance at Bai Ruji, signaling her to hasten the payment, as they had other stores to visit. Bai Ruji blinked rapidly, unsure whether she wanted to settle the bill. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The child must be hungry. She took Chui Mingwen from the nurse's arms. The chubby little boy began to wail loudly. Bai Ruji, embodying a caring mother, urged gently, There are snacks for children in the carriage. Let us go soothe him first. With that, she stood and moved towards the exit. No one would dare to trouble a small child. Even if they thought it, they would not voice it openly. Thus, everyone fell silent for a moment. Bai Ruji disregarded Chui Jinjin and hurriedly cradled the child, making her way to the entrance of the elegant hall. Outside was the staircase, and the path to escape was within reach. You are from the Chongming Marquis estate, correct? If you are pressed for time to pay, we can deliver it to your residence and collect the payment there. Bai Ruji feigned ignorance. However, Chui Jinjin lingered behind. The waiter blocked her path, inquiring, Miss Chui, when shall we deliver it? Should we send it later, in the evening, or perhaps tomorrow? Zhen Baolan also intercepted, saying, You have been here for quite a while. You do not intend to just mooch off our establishment for snacks, do you? I recall the Marquis's estate has not been so impoverished in recent years. Chui Jinjin's face turned crimson. Stubbornly, she retorted, Who says we do not want it? We still wish to shop today. Please deliver it to our residence tomorrow. The waiter announced loudly, These 3 items, please wrap them up for delivery to the Chongming Marquis estate tomorrow. Only then did Zhen Baolan step aside, watching as Chui Jinjin fled like a shadow. Chui Jinjin, the next time we meet, you must wear that phoenix hairpin for us to admire. Zhen Baolan, though humble at home, was wealthy. In the past, she and Chui Jinjin had looked down upon each other, one despising the other's lowly status. and the other loathing the former's ostentation. Today, however, Cui Jinjin was humiliated in front of Jin Baolan, nearly bursting with rage. Once outside the brocade building, she caught up with Bai Ruji and began to scold her. If you lack money, do not pretend to be affluent. You have made me lose face. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. I do not care. I must have that ornament. Otherwise, I cannot live with myself. And you shall not fare well either. Cui Jinjin was on the verge of tears from anger. Bai Ruji was equally incensed. Frustration surged within her, and her grip instinctively tightened. Cui Mingwen cried even louder, drawing the attention of passers-by. Is the child unwell? I am a doctor. Shall I take a look? A concerned elder approached. Bai Ruji suddenly realized her grip was still on the soft flesh of Cui Mingwen's thigh and hastily released him. No, he is just hungry. However, the child was not an infant, having emerged from the brocade building in tears and still crying after having walked quite a distance. It seemed implausible that hunger was the sole reason. Bai Ruji patted Cui Mingwen's back a few times, but to no avail. She handed the child back to the nurse. Mind your own business. I know my child well enough to know why he is crying. The elderly doctor, with a kind heart, noticed this mother was unreasonable and unconcerned about her child. Meanwhile, as the nurse took the child, he gradually quieted down. The doctor, though stepping aside, could not help but scrutinize them further. Bai Ruji hurried along, nearly exiting Xiaoshui Street, when she recalled the purpose of her visit. Fortunately, at this moment, Cui Mingwen had finally ceased his cries. Bai Ruji paused. Now that we are here, Sister Jinjin, let us linger a while longer.
Cui Zhensen, feeling humiliated,
Had no desire to continue shopping. Irritated, she fired 3 rapid questions. Are you not yet embarrassed? Did you even bring any money? Do you truly think you can shop on Xiaoshui Street without sufficient funds? Bai Ruji felt a surge of anger but suppressed it. Sister Jinjin, to speak frankly, when I set out today, I accidentally took the wrong pouch and indeed brought less money than intended. Cui Jinjin glared angrily. Then why are we even here? Sister Jinjin. Bai Ruji blinked her eyes and called softly. Cui Jinjin shivered at her words, wanting to step back, but was held firm by Bai Ruji. Isn't Yan Wanji here? Let her buy that phoenix hairpin for you first. Would that not restore your dignity? Chapter 20. One must mind the master when beating a dog. Strange as it may seem, this truly is a splendid plan. Moreover, that detestable Jin Baolan should still be at the brocade building. It would be perfect to buy it now and slap her face with my success. Cui Jinjin lifted her chin, disregarding any thoughts of new sisters or nephews, and marched determinedly toward Qingfeng Tower. Bai Ruji, ignoring the child, swiftly followed her, her slender waist swaying as she hurried after Cui Jinjin. Yan Wanji was enjoying tea on the first floor of Qingfeng Tower when she heard a commotion outside. Why are you rolling your eyes at me? It was Cui Jinjin's voice. Did you do something to warrant an eye roll? Why would you collect disdain like a white-eyed wolf? The voice was unfamiliar, belonging to a young lady who had been observing the divorce announcement earlier.
Cui Zhensen retorted.
Do you know who I am to dare roll your eyes at me? The lady who rolled her eyes remained silent, while another lady beside her laughed derisively.
Ha!
If you do not know who you are, why roll your eyes at all? A family of white-eyed wolves. You. Cui Jinjin was furious and began to hurl insults. And who might you be? You must understand, my brother will teach you a lesson and make you aware of your place. Since the announcement of Yan Wanji's divorce, there has been a flurry of discussion and considerable controversy. Generally, men perceive Yan Wanji as being unreasonable, whereas women, particularly young wives and those who aspire to be wives, stand firmly in her corner, expressing their righteous indignation. After all, which woman, having married as a legitimate wife, would willingly accept her husband suddenly taking a concubine and bringing home a legitimate son? Is this not the epitome of a scoundrel? Yan Wanji has truly suffered an immense misfortune. In dreams, there were many such discussions following the revelation of the concubine's existence. However, Yan Wanji consoled herself with the belief that Cui Tinka was under the influence of some drug, and Bai Ruji had saved his life. Thus, she resolved to be grateful rather than resentful. After all, if Cui Tinka were to meet with an accident, she would lose her husband, and the Chongming Marquisate would lose its heir. Consequently, Yan Wanji made a concerted effort to bring Bai Ruji to various noble gatherings, seeking to vindicate both Bai Ruji and Cui Tinka, as well as to uphold the reputation of the Marquisate. Reflecting on the naivety and foolishness of her dreams, she could not help but chuckle at herself. Huang Li stretched her neck to peer outside for a while before inquiring, Miss, I saw that pair of mother and son. Are you going upstairs? Yan Wanji shook her head. Huang Li glanced outside again, chuckling lightly. I thought they were truly delivering silver to Jingxilu, but it turns out they are rather impoverished. Outside, Cui Jinjin was embroiled in a noisy quarrel. Only when Bai Ruji reminded her did she reluctantly abandon the argument and enter the main hall. The waiter, having received prior instructions, did not impede her. Cui Jinjin rushed over to Yan Wanji. Yan Wanji, I spotted several pieces of jewelry at Jingxilu. You must hurry and pay for them. Yan Wanji, sipping her tea, did not even glance at Cui Jinjin. Upon marrying into the marquise, she recognized that the Cui siblings lacked proper guidance and were riddled with bad habits, which she intended to correct. The first 2 or 3 years were manageable, but once the Marquisess regained her health, she began to take charge of her daughter. What was termed as discipline was more akin to indulgence, leading to Cui Jinjin developing a spoiled disposition. Despite Yan Wanji's genuine concern and her continuous reminders of Cui Jinjin's faults, the latter harbored resentment instead. In her dreams, even with Cui Jinjin's attitude, Yan Wanji treated her with sincerity. Particularly regarding marriage, she spared no effort in eliminating scoundrels and seeking suitable matches. Financially, she was always generous. With no siblings of her own, Yan Wanji regarded Cui Tingjin and Cui Jinjin as her own brother and sister. Yan Wanji, I am speaking to you. Cui Jinjin shouted loudly, attempting to approach and grasp Yan Wanji, but Huang Li blocked her path. How dare you, servant? Cui Jinjin was already seething from losing face at Jingxilu. Anger flared, and she raised her hand to slap Huang Li. Huang Li could have blocked her, but hesitated. As a servant, she would go to great lengths to protect her mistress, Yan Wanji. She would not only stop Cui Jinjin but would dare to harm her if necessary. However, in the past, Yan Wanji had genuinely treated Cui Jinjin like a dear sister and had instructed them to respect the mistress of the marquise as they would themselves. Cui Jinjin was the master, and Huang Li was the servant. Thus, Cui Jinjin striking her was unacceptable. Just as the slap was about to land on Huang Li's face, a cup of tea was accidentally spilled, splattering Cui Jinjin instead. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, halting her strike and letting out a shriek of confusion. Yan Wanji placed the empty cup on the table, signaling Huang Li to refill it. Cui Jinjin, one must consider the master even when punishing a dog. Do you think my people are at your mercy? Cui Jinjin hastily wiped the tea from her face in disbelief. You actually splashed water on me for a servant. Huang Li is my maid, not yours. Moreover, I recall teaching you that even servants should not be struck or scolded without cause. When Yan Wanji first entered the household, she observed that Cui Tingjin and Cui Jinjin both had a tendency to abuse their servants. She invested considerable effort to correct this poor habit, and the Cui siblings learned some harsh lessons. However, they were still quite young at the time and quickly improved. Now, as Yan Wanji brought it up, Cui Jinjin recalled a winter day when she had forced her maid to pour water on a narrow alleyway, turning it into an icy slide to amuse herself by watching the servants fall. Consequently, a pregnant maid fell and bled profusely. Yan Wanji, that vile woman, punished her severely, making her kneel in the ancestral hall during the frigid winter, transcribing scriptures, and deducting 10 months' worth of her salary to compensate the maid. She was also made to clean that alleyway for a month. Why should she endure such punishment? She had merely sought amusement, never intending to harm the maid's child. And servants were of lowly status. If their child perished, so be it. What did it matter? Yet that heartless Yan Wanji, at the time, even the ailing father of the Chongning Marquis and her sickly mother had pleaded on her behalf, employing both soft and harsh tactics, but to no avail. How could an outsider inflict such torment upon her true mistress for the sake of a lowly servant? Furthermore, she had punished her brother Cui Tingjin as well, despite it not being his doing. Yet, Yan Wanji had prevailed. Their parents could not intervene. Since that incident, Cui Jinjin had been intimidated into compliance with Yan Wanji's wishes, while secretly harboring resentment in her heart. To speak frankly, in recent years, Yan Wanji had indeed treated her well. The clothing and jewelry were all gifts from Yan Wanji, and whenever she fell ill, Yan Wanji showed more concern than their mother ever did. Yet, she still felt wronged. She was undoubtedly the sole legitimate daughter of the household and deserved to be cherished like a precious gem, free to do as she pleased. Why must she adhere to the rules established by Yan Wanji? Reflecting on the past, resentment surged within Cui Jinjin's eyes. After finishing the tea that Huang Li had poured, Yan Wanji finally lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Cui Jinjin. Her heart skipped a beat. Was it not true that Cui Jinjin had harbored animosity towards her long before now? Chapter 21. Deep affection between sisters-in-law. Yan Wanji chuckled lightly in jest. Cui Jinjin's gaze flickered away, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly transformed, adopting a humble tone. Sister-in-law, I was merely anxious earlier. You must understand. Cui Jinjin raised her face, looking somewhat aggrieved. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, her appearance was charming and sweet. Her temperament was indeed spoiled, yet she often wore an innocent expression, much like the one she displayed now while looking at Yan Wanji with a pitiful face. Thus, Yan Wanji occasionally felt that Cui Jinjin's mistake stemmed from a lack of proper guidance, rather than from a truly malicious heart. Cui Jinjin did not detect the usual indulgent exasperation in Yan Wanji's expression. Something felt different, and her heart raced. Nevertheless, she believed in her experience. Yan Wanji was one who responded well to gentleness. If she softened her approach, even unreasonable demands would likely be met with compliance, provided they did not involve wrongdoing. Sister-in-law, you may not realize it, but I am aware that you are upset with elder brother, and I have been pondering how to bring you joy. While at the exquisite pavilion, I chanced upon a few beautiful phoenix hairpins and thought to purchase them for you to lift your spirits. Regrettably, the hairpins are rather expensive, beyond my means. Listening to Cui Jinjin's flowery words, Yan Wanji could not help but smile self-deprecatingly. Cui Jinjin was becoming increasingly unable to contain her feigned gentleness. Sister-in-law, Yan Wanji replied, Jinjin. Thank you, but who cannot pretend. However, your elder brother has already married a new sister-in-law. Henceforth, please refrain from calling me sister-in-law, so as not to embarrass your elder brother and the new sister-in-law.
Just call me Miss Yan. You.
Cui Jinjin could no longer maintain her composure. Yan Wanji, I have cherished our sisterly bond, and that is why I came to see you today. If you do not return soon, I fear your elder brother may truly cast you aside. Furthermore, our parents are already upset and do not wish to allow you back in. You would be better off coming with me to buy those 3 phoenix hairpins, one for each of us, and the third as a gift for my new sister-in-law. I will help you plead your case to our parents and have them forgive you. One cannot deny that Cui Jinjin's naivety was rather striking. Her calculations were laid bare before Yan Wanji. Silently, Yan Wanji observed her performance, yet her thoughts were consumed by the matters of her dreams. In those dreams, many things were beyond the capabilities of Bai Ruji alone. It was lamentable that she had always believed that apart from Cui Tinka, the other members of the Ho family, who had stood by her for 6 years, were on her side. It was precisely this belief that led her to fall into their traps so easily. Yan Wanji, are you listening to me? Cui Jinjin continued, yet Yan Wanji remained seated, unyielding to the proposition of purchasing the hairpins, her frustration simmering. The sound of Cui Jinjin's voice made her ears itch. Taking a sip of the tea that Huang Li had freshly brewed, she declared, I will no longer be a member of the Cui family. Cui Jinjin was taken aback by the drastic change in Yan Wanji. After all, just yesterday, she had been tirelessly preparing for Cui Tinka's return to the capital, treating the entire Ho family with utmost kindness. How could a person change so drastically? Are you truly so concerned about my elder brother marrying a concubine? But he has stated that she has done him a great favor and has borne our family's first grandson. With a cold smile, Yan Wanji retorted, Cui Jinjin, if it were you, would you accept it? Cui Jinjin pondered for a moment, then quickly pouted, her eyes flashing. Of course. She could not accept her husband taking a concubine. However, that was a separate matter. But my elder brother has his reasons. Oh, how vexing. I cannot control his decision to take a concubine. Sister-in-law, please just help me buy a hairpin. Not 3, just 1 will do, okay? Cui Jinjin's mind raced. Lowering her voice. Sister-in-law, I only acknowledge you as my sister-in-law as long as you assist me. I do not wish to accept anything from her. At 14, Cui Jinjin was still too naive to understand the art of concealment. Her scheming was all too transparent. On ordinary days, Yan Wanji found her a bit foolish, yet endearing. After the events in her dreams, however, Yan Wanji felt quite foolish herself. It seemed that Cui Jinjin was playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger, while Yan Wanji willingly allowed herself to be deceived by crude tricks, believing it to be a bond of sisterhood. To outside observers, it would likely appear as sheer folly. Suddenly, Yan Wanji lost interest in watching Cui Jinjin's performance. She stood and walked toward the exit. Sister-in-law, you cannot simply dismiss me. Do you think you deserve a hairpin worth 10,000 taels? Cui Jinjin stamped her foot in anger. Yan Wanji, you will come to regret this. How do you know it is worth 10,000 taels? As Yan Wanji turned to leave, she recalled the suffocating events from her dreams. She sought the fresh air by the moonlit lake. Upon stepping outside and turning left, she collided with Bai Ruji, who had been peering around the entrance of Qingfeng Pavilion, having followed Cui Jinjin. However, after Cui Mingwen had begun to cry, she had been compelled to console the child with her nurse. It had only been yesterday since Yan Wanji last saw Bai Ruji, but in her dreams, that face had become etched into her memory, even more vividly than Cui Tinka's. Disgust, sympathy, gratitude, hatred, and fear, all these emotions surged within her. Although she disliked the notion of Cui Tinka having a concubine, she did not view Bai Ruji as an enemy. Instead, she felt sympathy for Bai Ruji, who lived in a war-torn land, for her inexplicable submission that had led to childbirth, and for her isolation in the unfamiliar capital. As a result, Yan Wanji, not wishing to dwell on Cui Tinka as concubine, treated Bai Ruji well, guiding her through the capital, introducing her to friends and family, and attending banquets. Even when others criticized Bai Ruji, Yan Wanji would step in to defend her. She helped Bai Ruji establish herself among the noble families of the capital and take charge of the Ho household. Yet, Bai Ruji sought every means to undermine her. Time and again, it was only after realizing she had nurtured a venomous snake that Yan Wanji awoke to the truth. At one point, Yan Wanji had been deeply fearful of Bai Ruji, wishing to avoid her by 100 miles. Thus, upon encountering Bai Ruji, she instinctively sought to leave after a cursory glance. However, Bai Ruji still grasped her sleeve. Yan Wanji attempted to shake her off. Let go, sister. You must return with me. You're the wife of Kuleng. How can you spend the night outside? This will only bring disgrace upon him. Let go. Yan Wanji had little desire for prolonged entanglements with anyone, especially not Bai Ruji or the Ho family, before she found a suitable opportunity for revenge. Rest assured, Cui Tinka is yours. Though we may be wed in name, we have never consummated our marriage. You are free to marry him. Yet Bai Ruji refused to release her grip. Yan Wanji gazed upon that face, and her inner fire flared, causing her eyes to redden. To avoid losing control of her emotions, she bore the nausea within her, attempting to pry Bai Ruji's fingers away before yanking her hand forcefully.
Ouch.
Wah 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 wah. Then, from the crowd emerged an individual, pointing at Yan Wanji with fury. Yan Wanji, you wicked-hearted woman. Chapter 22. The child is hurt, miss. Are you alright? Huang Li rushed over in a panic. She had been blocking Cui Jinjin from harassing Yan Wanji and had not followed behind. Yan Wanji remained silent, her eyes fixed on Cui Tinka, whose face was contorted with rage. This face had changed significantly from 6 years ago, when Cui Tinka was merely a 17-year-old youth.
Yet,
Gazing upon this visage, the grievances and torment from her dreams began to churn within Yan Wanji's chest, as if she had just lived through them. Her eyes betrayed her anger and resentment. You. Cui Tinka glared back at her, his own gaze filled with bitterness and fury. If one suffers in any way, I shall not spare you. Yan Wanji suddenly let out a cold laugh.
do not presume jest.
Your jealousy over Jir is one matter. But why must you be so malicious towards Winner? Winner is my firstborn. Cui Tinka, consumed by anger, berated Yan Wanji, while the wet nurse tenderly picked up the sobbing Cui Mingwen, who had fallen to the ground. Bai Ruji took him into her arms and knelt beside Cui Tinka, nearly dropping the child again. Sister Yan, I understand your hatred towards me, but when is innocent, how could you be so heartless as to snatch him and throw him down? A crowd had gathered at the entrance of Qingfeng Tower, and the two waiters rushed over to shield Yan Wanji. The onlookers began to murmur. Cui Mingwen wailed loudly, drawing some compassionate souls closer, while others recounted their observations. 2 women nearby were entangled, and then the child was hurled away, pitifully landing far from them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruji cried out, I am the child's biological mother. My poor son. She turned and clutched Cui Tinka's leg. Husband, I was merely passing by when my sister saw me and attempted to strike me. I tried to dissuade her while holding the child, pleading with her not to pull me, fearing it would startle him. But unexpectedly, after a moment of weeping, She continued, I truly did not expect my sister to snatch the child and throw him away. It is all my fault for not protecting our winner. Just moments ago, Yan Wanji had pried Bai Ruji's hand open, sending the child flying. In the chaos, even Yan Wanji had not clearly seen it. Initially, she thought Bai Ruji had accidentally let go of the child, but as she listened to Bai Ruji's words, a realization struck her. It was not an accident. Bai Ruji had deliberately thrown Cui Mingwen away with great force. How could she dare? Cui Mingwen was only 3 or 4 years old. Did Bai Ruji not fear injuring him? Yan Wanji's gaze shifted between Bai Ruji and Cui Mingwen before she glanced up at Cui Dinka. He was helping Bai Ruji to her feet, but she was resisting. Curl, I know my sister harbors resentment towards me. I accept her abuse, but when is innocent. I implore you, Sister Yan, spare him. My son and I are alone in the capital, with no kin or support. If my sister harbors ill intentions towards Wen, she may one day endanger his life. Cui Tinka's eyes widened with fury upon hearing this. Do not fear. I will not allow anyone to bully you, or Wen. He carefully moved Bai Ruji's arms from his leg, stepping forward to reach for Yan Wanji. She retreated a step, with Huang Li and the waiter blocking his path. Frustrated by his inability to grasp Yan Wanji, Cui Tinka's anger intensified. You will return with me to kneel at the ancestral hall. If anything happens to Wen, I will strangle you there. You will pay with your life for his. Having fought on the battlefield, Cui Tinka exuded a palpable aura of menace, causing the surrounding crowd to instinctively retreat. However, while their legs may have moved back, their eyes and mouths remained fixated on the spectacle. How could someone so readily threaten death, disregarding the law? This was the son of the Marquis of Chongning, a general who had just returned victorious. To whom he wished death could indeed be met with such a fate. He was a general, not an emperor. How could he so casually take a life? Indeed. Furthermore, Yan Wanji had remained faithful to him in the capital for 6 years, only for him to return with another woman and child, intending to marry her as a concubine. Was this not akin to the tale of Chen Shimi? How could it not be? For such a man, divorce would be too lenient. Yan Wanji ought to sue him for abandoning his lawful wife and have him executed for his treachery. Do you even understand the law? Someone scoffed. That is a play script. Initially thought to be a heroic figure, he was revealed to be a man prone to violence. Who speaks such nonsense? After 6 years of warfare, Cui Tinka must have sustained injuries, bearing various ailments, including damage to one ear, causing him to lean slightly. Yet, the rising volume of the crowd's discussions reached his ears. He instinctively checked his waist for his riding whip, but found none, nor any sword or blade. Fuming, he clenched his fists and bellowed once more. Who is it? Who? The crowd recoiled further, the front line too intimidated to speak, while the back murmured furtively. They recalled the divorce notice posted at Qingfeng Tower the previous day when a concubine and child had remained in the carriage, and the wedding of Yan Wanji 6 years prior at the gate of the Marquis of Chongning's estate, alongside Cui Tinka's vows. Naturally, looking back 6 years later, those vows appeared empty. The so-called heroic general was merely a man whose promises were as meaningless as wind. Bai Ruji absorbed the crowd's discourse with clarity. She hurried to the forefront, tearfully stating, My husband did not intentionally break his vows. While fighting against bandits, he was harmed by foreign thugs and succumbed to a potent drug. If he did not share a bed with me in time, he would have lost his life. Thus, I was compelled to offer my purity to save his life, and subsequently bore his child. In this light, both Cui Tinka and Bai Ruji appeared truly innocent. In her dreams, Yan Wanji had also considered this, enduring her grievances regarding Cui Tinka's broken promises for the first few years, treating Bai Ruji and Cui Tinka with gratitude. Otherwise, despite being a marquis's son and a grand general, they would have been powerless against Yan Wanji. It was her gentle heart that allowed them to harm her. I have no intention to contest anything with Miss Yan. I merely wish to emphasize that the child is innocent. My child, Cui General, in gratitude for saving my life, deserves a legitimate status. Thus, I agreed to be Cui General's concubine. Must my husband sacrifice his life simply because Miss Yan wishes for him to have no other woman? In the face of life and death, all else pales in significance. The onlookers began to empathize with Cui Tinka and felt pity for Bai Ruji and her child. Some even began to condemn Yan Wanji, particularly the men in the crowd. Bai Ruji appeared sorrowful, but inwardly she delighted at the turn of events. Before entering the capital, She had been anxious, but now she found Yan Wanji to be utterly foolish. On the first day, she had made a blunder, leaving the Marquis's residence and posting a divorce notice for all to see. Having left the Marquis's estate, she could never return.
Today,
She merely wished to appeal to her to understand the hardships faced by General Cui on the battlefield and to cease her childish tantrums. If she consented, Bai Ruji would be willing to be a concubine or a servant, nameless and without status, solely to serve her daily. All she sought was a proper identity for her child. The child is innocent, she lamented. To her astonishment, Yan Wanji had said that if her husband wanted to bring her in because of the child, she would throw the child to his death. In that case, Bai Ruji had no reason to marry General Cui. To throw the child to his death. The words sent chills through the listeners. Someone murmured, I just saw the child thrown quite far. I saw it too, but I was turned away and did not see who threw it. Surely, it could not have been the child's own mother? It appeared that Miss Yen, not wishing for her husband to take a concubine, had thrown the child away. Bai Ruji wept, cradling the child. Sister Yen, how could you be so cruel? Though you have not borne a child, unaware of how a mother cherishes her offspring, how could you bring yourself to harm the child? When is my son, but he is also General Cui's child, deserving to call you mother. Bai Ruji wept pitifully, and the woman standing beside Yan Wanji easily switched sides, condemning Yan Wanji. Suddenly, Yan Wanji let out a laugh, inciting even greater anger among the crowd. Yan Wanji, how dare you laugh? You openly harmed a child, and yet you still dare to laugh. Have you lost your mind? Cui Tinka moved to confront Yan Wanji once more. Chapter 23. The truth behind the child's fall. With a clap of her hands, Yan Wanji mocked, What a pair of dramatic actors you two are. Cui Tinka glared at her. Say another word. Yan Wanji retorted, I can exceed your expectations and say a few more. An overly meddlesome lady interjected, Madam Cui, regardless of the circumstances between you and young Master Cui, you cannot take it out on a child. That is simply wrong. Bai Ruji continued to sob. Oh, my poor one, Yan Wanji sneered. If I truly wished to entangle with you and harm your child, why would I not remain in there? I am the mistress. I could easily devise ways to trouble you and mistreat the illegitimate child. Why would I leave? The crowd murmured in agreement. I have voluntarily requested a divorce, posted the announcement, and moved out of the. It is you, Bai Ruji, who deliberately sought me out, cast aside your child, and attempted to frame me. Bai Ruji was momentarily taken aback, realizing that everyone was pointing fingers and believing Yan Wanji's words. She began to weep again. How could I? When is my and Kolang's biological son, no mother would harm her own child. The onlookers began to waver. Most believed a mother would not harm her son, as sons are a mother's future support, often more important than a husband. However, some were aware that there exist parents who do harm their children. Yan Wanji shook her head. Bai Ruji, if you truly cared for your son, after such a fall, why did you not first take him to a doctor to see if he was hurt? Instead, you linger here, incessantly trying to tarnish my name. Bai Ruji, have you even inquired about your son's condition after the fall? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruji's face turned pale with panic. And you, Cui Tinka, for so long, you have only focused on berating me and causing me trouble, yet have you shown any concern for Cui Mingwen? Has he sustained any injuries? Does he need medical attention? Cui Tinka's face grew dark. Cui Mingwen continued to cry, and Bai Ruji finally stood with the help of the nurse, still making excuses. I only saw that when was fine. He was just crying from the pain of the fall. The crowd began to murmur and point fingers at Bai Ruji, expressing their disdain. When Bai Ruji and Yan Wanji were entangled, there were no other people nearby, but many were watching from a distance. Although they did not see how the child fell, they noted the distance between where the child landed and where the two women stood. Clearly, the fall had been severe. It was necessary to check if there were any internal injuries or broken bones. However, as Yan Wanji pointed out, from the moment the child hit the ground and cried out, neither parent rushed to take him to a doctor. While the crowd offered reminders, most were more interested in the spectacle, and those warnings were drowned out by idle chatter. At this point, Bai Ruji clenched her teeth, explaining, I have already checked. When is not severely injured. Moreover, my husband. I fear it is too late to change the minds of the onlookers. She turned to Cui Tinka. If we do not address this matter, this time when was fortunate to escape unscathed, but what about next time? Jier is worried that in the future, sister will not let Winner off the hook. Cui Tinka, expression shifted. He went over to embrace Cui Mingwen and examined him. Although Cui Mingwen continued to cry, it was less intense than before. Seeing that Cui Tinka no longer sought trouble with Yan Wanji nor defended her, Bai Ruji felt a surge of anxiety. Turning her face, tears streaming down, she cried out to Yan Wanji, "I admit that I sought you out. But I only wished to plead with you to return home and not make things difficult for my husband. I implored you not to let my matters cause strife between you and him. Yet you disregarded my plea, pushed me away while I was still holding the child, causing him to fall." Yan Wanji was left speechless by Ruji's brazen claims. In her dreams, Ruji's cunning schemes to entrap her were far more ruthless. Yan Wanji struggled to contain her anger. "You sought my help. But what was it you truly desired? I have already consented to a divorce, relinquishing the position of the principal wife to you." She raised her voice so that all could hear, "Yet you claim that if I were sincere, I should voluntarily leave without a dowry. Otherwise, they would not agree to the divorce for fear of losing the dowry. You are lying. You are lying." Cui Tinka and Bai Ruji exclaimed in unison, interrupting Yan Wanji. Tears glistened in Yan Wanji's eyes, large droplets adorning her furious visage, causing the onlookers to readily believe her words. "I never imagined you could be so shameless. Though you have betrayed your promises to me, I understand that the matter of concubinage stems from reasons beyond your control. Therefore, I willingly relinquish my title as the principal wife to accommodate you. How could I have foreseen that you would harbor such intentions to usurp my position and seize my dowry?" Cui Tinka angrily chastised Yan Wanji for her accusations, but she was already sobbing uncontrollably with Huang Li's support. Bai Ruji's numerous explanations fell on deaf ears. Yan Wanji's words and actions were entirely reasonable. Betrayed by her husband and forced into a divorce, yet her in-laws coveted her dowry and wished to retain her. Bai Ruji, as the mistress, was eager to claim the title of principal wife without offering any counsel. Who would not be enraged by such an affront? What harm was there in a gentle shove? Moreover, Bai Ruji had a nurse by her side. If she had truly been advocating for Yan Wanji while holding the child, perhaps it was an intentional ploy. The crowd began to murmur with increasing fervor. As time passed, more people from Xiaoshui Street arrived, causing a bustling scene. Cui Tinka, emboldened by the crowd, did not retreat but instead began to hurl insults at both Cui Tinka and the Chongning Marquis residents. Some resurrected old tales. Who in the old capital did not know that 6 years ago, when Miss Yan married into the family, the Chongning Marquis residence was merely a marquis manor, utterly destitute. There were hardly any servants, and those present wore patched clothing, resembling beggars. Indeed, I remember that the 2 young masters and young ladies of the Marquis family appeared in tattered clothes, looking gaunt and emaciated. This scoundrel before us. Do not be fooled by his current finery. When he attended the academy, he was exempted from constraints. I know this best. My elder brother was also at that academy. The young master of the Chongning Marquis residence was pitiful, and Miss Yan frequently brought him food to ensure he was well fed. Knowing he had younger siblings, she would always prepare extra to take home for them. Miss Yan is truly a great benefactor. She certainly never expected that the one she aided would turn out to be a thankless wretch. It is hard to say. In my opinion, Miss Yan is simply too soft-hearted. Years ago, this man was nothing but a scoundrel. I tell you, my brother informed me that at that time this rogue, who could barely feed himself, shamelessly used Miss Yan's delicacies to curry favor with other young ladies. TSK fiasco. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, and a chorus of murmurs filled the air. Cui Tinka sensed that the crowd was particularly loquacious. He rushed over, ready to confront someone, but was met with these words. His arm, raised in indignation, hung suspended in the air as his face turned a deep shade of anger. "What did you say?" The speaker, also a scion of a noble family, was undaunted by the Marquis residence. Yet, upon seeing Cui Tinka's menacing demeanor, he hesitated to retreat. Unfortunately, the crowd had become a throng, and he could not back away, instead being pushed forward, nearly colliding with Cui Tinka's fist. With no means of escape, he could only force a laugh. Isn't it true, Cui Tinka? Back in the academy, didn't Miss Yan always bring you snacks?" Cui Tinka fumed. You must speak with a clear conscience. Is that not the case? Wasn't it true that you were pale and emaciated, and that the academy only covered tuition fees, excluding meals? No one brought you food at noon. Thus Miss Yan, out of pity, brought you snacks every day, didn't she? Cui Tinka's face flushed crimson, his mind racing. It was indeed true, Yan Wanji frequently brought him food. Yet it was solely because she admired him and sought to please him. No, no. Chui Tinka wished to defend himself. Oh, dear. A maid in the crowd laughed derisively. You ask him to speak with a clear conscience. But this young Master Chui has none. What do you expect him to say?
Ha ha ha.
Someone interjected. What business do you have, meddling woman? Did you study at that academy as well? The maid sniffed. I did not attend, but my lady, who wasn't yet married at the time, was in the same class as Miss Yen.
Chui Tinka shouted angrily. Dare not speak nonsense.
I will kill you. The maid retreated a couple of rows, hiding behind two tall, burly men. I am not speaking nonsense. Miss Yen brought him food every day. Who in the academy did not know? Miss Yen even nearly fought someone because of the rumors about you living off her generosity without marrying her. Humph. If you do not believe me, just ask anyone who was in the same class at Songshan Academy. Even the servants and grooms waiting outside the academy are aware of this. The crowd buzzed like a disturbed hive. Chui Tinka was on the verge of losing his temper. As he prepared to strike, his companions rushed in to restrain him. Yesterday at the Marquee Gate, the general struck the crowd. That matter has yet to be settled. The strategist has advised us to keep a close watch on the general to avoid further incidents. The maid, undeterred, continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. Not only the grooms, but even the vendors selling goods outside the academy knew this. They certainly couldn't earn a penny from Master Chui, all thanks to Miss Yen, who rewarded each of them with a large red envelope, instructing them to speak no ill of him. If you don't believe it, go ask around. The students may have changed, but most of those vendors are still there. Now, not only were the bees buzzing, but the birds were agitated as well. The cacophony grew louder.
Pah!
How fortunate that Miss Yen married into the Marquis residence. I thought it was a splendid match. Thankfully, she left early. They likely haven't consummated the marriage. Miss Yen should preserve her purity and seek a husband with a good heart in the future. Oh, dear. Although she hasn't consummated the marriage, she has been married, and now, after 6 years, Miss Yen must be in her 20s. She may have to settle for a second marriage. Being a concubine is ultimately not a wise choice. Who says otherwise? It is all the fault of that heartless Chui. Indeed. With a loud crack, someone stealthily tossed a stone wrapped in the oil paper from a sweet treat, striking Chui Tinka squarely on the forehead. Enraged, he struggled fiercely. His arms were firmly gripped by his friends, yet he kicked out, lifting his lower body off the ground in a flurry. His friends, in a state of desperation, clung to his arms, silently retreating behind him. Indeed, someone had taken the initiative, and the onlookers were prompted to search for suitable objects to hurl at Chui Tinka. Unprepared, they found it difficult to locate anything appropriate, resulting in a barrage of remnants of snacks and other debris being thrown. Some, lacking anything to throw, eyed the maid's basket, gritting their teeth as they reached out for a piece. 40, 80, 40, 80, 80, 80. The maid blushed at her master's calls, feeling guilty as she discreetly glanced around. Fortunately, everyone was preoccupied with finding objects to throw at Chui Tinka, and no one noticed. An egg cost 40 coins, and a stinky tofu cost 80. These were merely casual lies to her master. Who would have thought he would remember? Wasn't he indifferent to money? How could he have such a good memory? She resolved not to do so again. The crowd was incensed, and Chui Tinka, already furious, found his anger tempered by the ridiculousness of the situation. It wasn't the pain or the dirt that bothered him, but the sheer humiliation. As a dignified general, he should return to the capital to receive admiration and reverence, not be pelted with eggs, stones, and vegetable scraps. Ah! What is this foul thing? Chui Jinjin rushed to assist her brother, filled with regret, covering her face. She wished desperately that others would only see Chui Tinka and Bairuji, ignoring her presence. At her courting age, she had already embarrassed herself at the brocade tower. How could she withstand being pelted with stinky tofu? It was as if she had committed a crime. Chui Jinjin fled, covering her face. Xiaoshan and Xiaoshui, hiding behind Chui Tinka, managed to avoid much of the onslaught, but they too suffered. Unable to bear it any longer, they forgot the strategist's warning and bolted away. After all, it was better for the general to err than for them to be pelted with filth. Chui Tinka's resistance faltered as he lunged into the crowd. Everyone recoiled in shock. Yan Wanji glanced at the child still crying nearby, sighed, and shook her head. Everyone disperse. The child has fallen and has yet to see a doctor. If you are the child's parents, take him to find a doctor without delay. The commotion fell silent. Cui Tinka, in utter disarray, was barely recognizable. His vision was obscured, and his heart swelled with fury and humiliation. Yet, due to Yan Wanji's words, he could not linger any longer. He groped forward, scooping up the child, then gestured angrily at the crowd. You dare! Wait for me!
Cui Tinke, cradling a child.
Staggered away, his once formidable presence as a great general now diminished. Koleng, wait for me! Bai Ruji hurriedly pursued him, her graceful figure swaying as if caught in a tempest. Cui Jinjin also wished to call out, yet the thought of embarrassment silenced her, compelling her to lower her head and quicken her pace. Seizing the moment before the crowd dispersed, Yan Wanji bowed deeply and proclaimed, I am grateful to all present today. As the onlookers turned their attention to her, she bowed once more, expressing her appreciation for their support and righteous words. I, Yan Wanji, have lived these past 6 years without shame to heaven or earth, to the Cui family, or to Cui Tinka. Though he has taken other wives and children, I harbor no resentment, for circumstances have led to this. As stated in my divorce decree, I willingly relinquish my position as the primary wife to uphold the honor of the Chongning Marquisate and Cui Tinka. Yet, tears of beauty fell, her delicate visage marred by sorrow. With tears cascading, Yan Wanji delicately dabbed her eyes. I never anticipated that the Chongning Marquisate would seek to remarry while wishing to retain my dowry. What an irony! Her expression bore a mix of helplessness and indignation. Thank you once again, everyone. I shall procure some tea and refreshments from Qingfeng Tower for all to enjoy. With that, she turned and returned to Qingfeng Tower. The staff promptly served several trays of tea for the guests to sample. Qingfeng Tower stood as one of the most esteemed inns in the capital, renowned not only for its accommodations but also for its exquisite refreshments. A pot of tea could easily cost several taels of silver, making this unexpected treat feel like a fortuitous gift from above. Those who had previously criticized Cui Tinka felt justified in partaking, savoring the rich flavors of the tea. Meanwhile, those who had spoken against Yan Wanji began to feel uneasy, pondering that while they had refrained from cursing her earlier, they could still remedy that later on. As the day's events unfolded, tales began to circulate among the crowd regarding Cui Tinka's past reliance on Yan Wanji during their time at the academy, further fueling the gossip. Downstairs, the tea festivities continued, while Yan Wanji ascended to wash her face, aware that tears were detrimental to her complexion and needing to cleanse them away swiftly. In the midst of her cleansing, she reflected on the tears shed in dreams, tears that might have formed a river by now. This lifetime should not be marred by sorrow for that family again. Yet, a few tears could be deemed a fair exchange, a means to cleanse her vision. However, the circumstances had shifted from her dreams, and she pondered how the Cui family would react, particularly Cui Tinka, who, after suffering a small setback today, would undoubtedly be enraged and seek revenge. Should Cui Tinka come, do not allow him upstairs without my consent, Yan Wanji instructed. Huang Li complied but inquired, what about others? With you residing in Qingfeng Tower, it would be unwise to deny those who urgently seek you. Who shall be permitted entry? Huang Li's eyes darted. But upon receiving a stern glance from Yan Wanji, she withdrew her head, realizing her curiosity had been evident. Rest assured, my lady, regardless of who it is, we shall first seek your permission to grant entry. Should we fail to prevent them, there is little we can do. However, even the Crown Prince would respect your wishes and not intrude. Other visitors are of no consequence. I am weary today. Unless absolutely necessary, I wish to avoid visitors. Engaging with Cui Tinka and Bai Ruji is exhausting enough, Yan Wanji lamented, her thoughts drifting back to the many memories from her dreams that left her in a less than pleasant mood. Huang Li and the others nodded in agreement, turning away guests seeking an audience with Yan Wanji. Yet, as evening fell, a persistent visitor refused to take no for an answer. Chapter 25. Testimony, Huang Li announced. Second Master Cui refuses to leave. Yan Wanji furrowed her brow. If one were to compare, Cui Tingjin was perhaps the least unpleasant member of the Chongning Marquisate towards her, though not exactly kind. In her dreams, during many arguments with Cui Tinka, Cui Tingjin had often fanned the flames of conflict. Yet he occasionally displayed kindness towards her, such as the time when Cui Mingwen fell from the rockery and injured his head, while it was Yan Wanji who rushed to his side upon hearing his scream. Bai Ruji insisted that Yan Wanji had pushed him. Kneeling before Yan Wanji, Bai Ruji cried, Sister, I've told you before, though Mingwen is the eldest son, the title will ultimately pass to Mingwu. Why must you condemn him to death? He is still your husband's son, Mingwu's brother. How could you bear to harm him? Absurd. Yet, Cui Tinka believed her without question, always siding with Bai Ruji and dismissing Yan Wanji's pleas for reason. Frustration and injustice welled within Yan Wanji. Fortunately, when she ran to investigate Cui Mingwen's scream, she spotted Cui Tingjin. Second brother, please tell your elder brother that you heard Mingwen's cry before you saw me rushing over. Yan Wanji implored, hoping for her innocence to be vindicated. To her dismay, Cui Tingjin frowned, his expression conflicted. After a moment, he stammered, sister-in-law? Yan Wanji's brows knitted tighter. Cui Tingjin glanced at his older brother, his gaze evasive. Yes, that's how it was.
Cui Tinka fury erupted.
You vile woman. You cannot even tolerate a child. Are you forcing Tingjin to lie for you? Yan Wanji, desperate, tugged at Cui Tingjin. What are you hesitating for? Did you not see me? It is impossible. Despite being nearly a tall young man, Cui Tingjin shrank back, timid and submissive, wholly unlike his usual self. Enough. Yan Wanji. Go kneel in the ancestral hall.
Cui Tinka.
I did not. Yan Wanji found herself unable to defend herself as Cui Tinka seized her, dragging her towards the ancestral hall. She struggled, but he hoisted her in a half-embrace, transporting her like a mere object. It was the third day of the third month, and according to the customs of Dali, the spring banquet had just concluded at noon. The household staff was gathered near the garden, which was why Cui Mingwen had ventured to play on the rockery alone. Now, with the commotion, everyone had congregated. Endless accusations were thrown her way, and to be treated like a mere object in front of the servants was humiliating. Yan Wanji felt a deep shame and anger, wishing she could vanish. She pleaded with Cui Tinka, "Put me down. I will walk to the ancestral hall myself." Cui Tinka continued his strides. Do you not realize your error? Yan Wanji fell silent. However, the humiliation she endured surpassed her anger over Bai Ruji's accusations. I know I was wrong. I will go to the ancestral hall myself. I can kneel for as long as you wish. After walking a short distance, Cui Tinka finally released her. Yan Wanji's face flushed crimson, tears cascading down her cheeks, resembling blood in the dim light. Yet, Cui Tinka did not relent, gripping her wrist tightly and threatening her. Do not overstep your bounds. Thankfully, the rockery is not too high otherwise. Yan Wanji trembled with rage. I demand your life as compensation for Jir. Her body felt weak, yet the fear of Cui Tinka's potential public humiliation compelled her to stand firm. Stumbling, she was dragged into the ancestral hall and locked inside. Such incidents had transpired more than once, actions Yan Wanji had never committed. As long as Bai Ruji spoke, Cui Tinka would unhesitatingly punish her without discerning right from wrong. This time, what angered Yan Wanji further was the utter disgrace Cui Tinka brought upon her in front of the servants. Even more perplexing was Cui Tingjin's behavior. She had loved Cui Tinka as a husband and cherished him like a childhood companion. Yet, after marrying into the Cui family at 14, she had treated Cui Tingjin with the affection and care of a mother, almost as if he were her own brother. Why was he acting this way? To punish Yan Wanji, Cui Tinka forbade the servants from delivering meals or any other provisions to the ancestral hall. It was early March. The days were warm, but the nights were biting cold. Yan Wanji felt both frigid and famished, shivering in the dim hall lit by only 2 white candles. When the door was gently pried open, her heart leapt, thinking it was Cui Tinka. Unexpectedly, in the flickering candlelight, Cui Tingjin stepped in. When Yan Wanji had first entered the door, Cui Tingjin was a chubby, mischievous boy of 10. Over the course of 7 years, he had transformed into a dashing young gentleman, nearly unrecognizable. Yan Wanji suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. He entered silently, placing a food box before her, then unfurling a fur cloak from his chest to drape over her shoulders. Yan Wanji staggered to her feet and pushed Cui Tingjin away. The thick, heavy black fur cloak fell heavily to the ground. It was a cloak Cui Tingjin cherished, almost reluctant to wear. Did you not see me? Yan Wanji questioned, tears glistening in her eyes under the candlelight. Cui Tingjin was momentarily taken aback. I did not see my sister-in-law, but upon realizing, I intended to inform my brother that I had seen you. Yan Wanji, in her frustration, retorted, You did not see me? I ran towards you, and our gazes met. Cui Tingjin grew slightly anxious, but quickly clarified, I may have been lost in thought. I truly did not notice, but I meant to tell my brother. Had it been in the past, Yan Wanji might have believed him. However, in recent years, she had witnessed Bai Ruji's ability to feign distress and utter ambiguous statements, leading Cui Tinka to misunderstand her. Cui Tingjin's demeanor today bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Ruji's past actions. She did not trust a single word of his explanation. Bewildered and deeply hurt, Yan Wanji's anger surged, and in a fit of rage, she struck Cui Tingjin across the face. The force was so unexpected that it shocked even her, causing blood to trickle from his nose. Yan Wanji stood in stunned silence as Cui Tingjin wiped his nose with his sleeve, his voice slightly muffled. Sister-in-law, 7 years ago, you also slapped me. You are the first person to strike me as I have grown. Yan Wanji was taken aback. Was this lingering resentment from the strict discipline he received back then? She reflected on why she had slapped Cui Tingjin. You nearly caused another child to drown. Did you not deserve it? Blood flowed again from his nose. And he wiped it once more, smearing his face with crimson. Yet he seemed unfazed, one hand still pressed against his nose as he knelt down to open the food box. Sister-in-law, please eat something. As he lifted the lid, steam rose from a bowl of rice, and another lid revealed crisp, golden pastries, Yan Wanji's favorite. She was momentarily speechless. What was the meaning of this? Was he avenging the slap from 7 years ago while feeling remorseful? Cui Tingjin tested his nose, finding it no longer bleeding, then released his grip and wiped his hand on his clothing before retrieving the cloak from the ground. He stood cautiously and draped the cloak over Yan Wanji once more. This time, she did not refuse, as her heart was in turmoil, leaving her devoid of the strength to resist. The heavy cloak weighed down on her, intended to be warm, yet it failed to thaw her heart. Cui Tingjin remained silent for a moment before rising to leave. He paused at the doorway. Sister-in-law, I truly was taken aback today, because... Chapter 26. Sister-in-law, have you cried? I never expected my brother would treat you this way. Yan Wanji turned to gaze at Cui Tingjin. His expression was somber, entirely devoid of pretense. How could her brother not trust her? How could he believe she would be the one to harm a child? How could he always hurt her because of another woman? How could he disregard her pleas for clarification? How could he fail to prioritize her? How could he betray her, forsaking his vows? Cui Tingjin's words cut through Yan Wanji's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her breathless with pain. What else did Cui Tingjin say? Yan Wanji did not hear clearly. She was unaware of when he left and closed the door behind him. As she slowly regained her composure, she reached for the warm soup bowl and drank it in one go. It was supposed to be sweet bird's nest soup. Yet, to Yan Wanji, it tasted bitter. At that moment, she even wished Cui Tingjin had poisoned her food out of resentment for her strict upbringing, a release from her torment. Life in the Ho residence had brought her no joy. Yet, due to Cui Minggu, as a mother, she could not take her own life. If she were poisoned, it would not be her failure as a mother to abandon her child. Reflecting on the events of her dreams, even if they were merely dreams, the cold of that night in the ancestral hall still sent shivers down her spine. Huang Li asked with concern, Miss, what is wrong? Yan Wanji snapped out of her reverie. Bring me a pot of hot tea. Huang Li turned to leave. Let him come up.
Wan Li azitata.
Shall I let second young Master Cui come up?
Yes.
Yan Wanji suddenly felt curious about Cui Tingjin's intentions for coming today and what he wished to say. Cui Tingjin soon ascended the stairs. The door was ajar, and he hesitated at the threshold, knocking gently before cautiously asking, Sister-in-law, may I come in?
Come in.
Yan Wanji attempted to maintain the same demeanor as in previous days, but the memories of her dream had left her voice slightly hoarse. Sister-in-law, have you cried? Cui Tingjin approached cautiously, his eyes betraying a keen curiosity. When Yan Wanji had first entered the Cui household, he was still a chubby, tempestuous boy, unruly and mischievous.
Yet,
over the past 2 years, he had matured into a courteous young scholar, transforming his initial disdain and rivalry into deep respect for Yan Wanji. Yan Wanji has always taken pride in this. She transformed a good-for-nothing rascal into his current self. Is that not worthy of admiration? The effort she invested to achieve this was immense. Initially, she even endured punches and kicks from Cui Tingjin. Naturally, she could not simply wait and endure. She evaded whenever possible. Nonetheless, she had indeed suffered. On one occasion, Cui Tingjin smashed a vase in a fit of rage, nearly driving the shards into Yan Wanji's eyes. Fortunately, it missed by a mere fraction, leaving only a deep gash at the corner of her eye. Although it healed, a scar remained, small as a grain of rice. resembling a tiny black mole adorning the corner of her eye. In time, Cui Tingjin improved and even apologized for his actions. Yan Wanji comforted him, reassuring him that it was of no consequence. "Don't you think it enhances my beauty?" she quipped. Upon hearing this, Cui Tingjin lowered his head for a long moment before replying, "Sister-in-law, as long as this scar remains, I will do anything you ask." The inconspicuous scar had no impact on Yan Wanji's beauty, yet he felt a lingering remorse. How could such a child turn wicked? How could he conspire with others to harm her? Yan Wanji found herself in a state of confusion. Perhaps she should never have meddled in the upbringing of Cui Jinjin and Cui Tingjin. Yet, at that time, she was wholly committed to being a good wife to Cui Dinka, the young mistress of the Cui household. How could she have ignored them? As she pondered, she suddenly became aware that Cui Tingjin still stood before her, remarkably obedient, like a docile puppy that senses its master's anger and shrinks back in silence, striving to please. Over the past year, Cui Tingjin had proven to be even more compliant than the most gentle of pups. Observing his meek demeanor, Yan Wanji felt she should not make things difficult for him simply because of her dream. Instinctively, she wanted to invite Cui Tingjin to sit down. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Cui Tingjin clenched his fist. "Sister-in-law, do you truly intend to divorce my brother?" Yan Wanji met his gaze directly. Yes. She wished to add that he should stop calling her sister-in-law. However, if she forbade him from addressing her as such, what else would he call her? It felt awkward to have Cui Tingjin, half-brother and half-son, refer to her as Miss Yan. Even if she were to part ways with Cui Tinka, she would still wish to regard Cui Tingjin as her brother and allow him to call her sister Yan. But if it weren't for the dream, she would still be in the dutifully serving as Cui Tinka's virtuous wife. There would be no need to alter how Cui Tingjin addressed her. How foolish of her! Yan Wanji internally chastised herself and couldn't help but sigh. Sister-in-law, Cui Tingjin hesitated. Yan Wanji was beginning to grow impatient, her tone laced with irritation. "What is it that you wish to discuss? The day is waning. Please be quick." Upon hearing this, Cui Tingjin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He swallowed hard, lowering his head, and began, "Sister-in-law, I have tried to persuade my brother, but—" Cui Tingjin shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. "He seems bewitched, consumed by thoughts of repaying that woman." His face flushed as he continued, "He spends all day with her, shutting himself away. I don't dare to seek him out." The servants in the household disparaged that woman, calling her a seductress, shamelessly flaunting her indiscretions in broad daylight. Cui Tingjin touched his nose, seemingly too embarrassed to elaborate. In short, the servants no longer dared to approach Chunshin courtyard. "Our parents find it unacceptable, but after all, she saved my brother's life. Hence, they are left with no choice but to accommodate her, prioritizing her as a benefactor. It seems our entire household will have to bow to her in the future." Yan Wanji's face flushed as well. Although she had been married for 6 years and was now 20, she was, in truth, still quite naive regarding matters of the heart. Yet in her dreams, it was not so. Listening to Cui Tingjin's words, the memories of those dreamlike nights flooded her mind, leaving her both embarrassed and angry. No need to speak further. Yan Wanji interrupted sharply. "I have already decided to divorce Cui Dinka. His affairs, as well as those of the, are no longer my concern." Cui Tingjin stared at Yan Wanji, waiting until he was certain of her seriousness before hastily bowing his head. He licked his lips, suppressing a flicker of joy. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "However, I have heard my parents say they will still pressure my brother to seek your return. After all, you are married to him, and if you were to divorce, they believe it would bring shame to the— Wouldn't you also lose your dowry?" Yan Wanji mused quietly. The reputation of the had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, she fell silent, scrutinizing Cui Tingjin closely. "Why have you come today? Are you here to persuade me not to divorce for the sake of this reputation?" Cui Tingjin's eyes flickered. "Sister-in-law, I merely wish to discuss this with you. Even if you divorce my brother, I want to know if our previous agreement still stands." "What agreement?" Yan Wanji momentarily struggled to recall any promise made with Cui Tingjin. Surely it could not be the agreement from years ago, when he refused to study and she promised to cook noodles for him if he studied hard. Cui Tingjin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yan Wanji, so focused that it made her feel slightly uncomfortable. She instinctively turned her head away, noticing that the bustling Xiushui street had begun to quiet down. "You should return to the estate. It is getting late." Cui Tingjin paused for a moment, saying nothing. before turning to leave. As Yan Wanji watched him descend the staircase, she found herself unable to resist instructing Belan to fetch a lantern for him, just in case he had not brought one. Belan hurried after him. Yan Wanji contemplated that that was quite distant from Xiaoshui Street, so Cui Tingjin must have arrived by carriage. Whether he had a lantern was of little consequence. She also considered sending Huangli to check if Cui Tingjin had taken the estate's carriage, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. She couldn't help but mock herself for having grown accustomed to the role of sister-in-law, always meddling in matters that did not concern her. After Belan prepared fresh tea and warm water for her, Yan Wanji felt her stiff heart begin to warm. Glancing out the window, the lights still glimmered. Yet the streets were deserted. Suddenly, a memory of an agreement with Cui Tingjin surfaced. It was from his last birthday. He had insisted on staying up late to celebrate the new year, and after the new year, he wanted to do the same. He had clung to Yan Wanji, wanting her to accompany him for a game of chess. Though utterly exhausted, she agreed simply because it was his birthday. In the end, they had both dozed off, heads resting on the chessboard. Initially, Yan Wanji intended to ponder the nature of Cui Tingjin's agreement, but her thoughts drifted back to the nights in her dreams. The very first night Cui Tinka returned to the estate, he consummated their marriage with Yan Wanji, and this occurred on 2 occasions. Yet after his satisfaction, he spoke of taking a concubine and promptly left to join Bai Ruji. Each subsequent night followed suit. Regardless of Yan Wanji's feelings, Cui Tinka was always eager, coaxing her to sleep, often with a degree of roughness. At times, Yan Wanji's rejections were met with his insistence. Occasionally, he displayed gentleness, at least while coaxing her into submission. Yet, despite his having taken another wife, Yan Wanji remained his spouse. It seemed he regarded her merely as a source of warmth for his bed, rising to depart for Bai Ruji's chamber shortly after their indulgences. How could Yan Wanji tolerate such treatment? Initially, Cui Tinka's pretext was to visit Cui Mingwen. How could she prevent a father from caring for his child? Yet, her heart was heavy with sorrow as a result. Gradually, she realized that Cui Tinka had no intention of visiting Cui Mingwen, who had long since fallen asleep at that hour. Instead, he would leave her side to go to Bai Ruji's room. Upon confirming this betrayal, Yan Wanji felt a tightness in her chest that left her gagging for quite some time before she felt any relief. That evening, she ordered the courtyard gate to be secured early. When Cui Tinka came to call, Yan Wanji stood beneath the eaves, forbidding the servants from opening the door. Once the shouting ceased, she let out a sigh of relief and returned to her room, preparing for bed. A sudden commotion outside startled her, making her think an earthquake had struck. To her astonishment, it was Cui Tinka wielding an axe, violently breaking down the gate of Guihong courtyard. The maids rushed in with the news, causing Yan Wanji to bolt upright from her bed, barely covered, her half-exposed skin oblivious to her surroundings.
Cui Tinke, axe in hand.
Entered the inner chamber like a vengeful spirit, prompting the maids to scream in terror, unsure of what to do. Yet, he paid no heed to their presence, carelessly discarding the axe at his feet before advancing to the bedside and seizing Yan Wanji by the throat. She braced herself for a tirade, but instead, he bit down on her soft flesh. Shocked and furious, she felt pain and humiliation wash over her, rendering her immobile and speechless. Overcome and stripped of her coverings, she lost consciousness. When she awoke, it was midday the following day. Huang Li and Bai Ling were in tears, their eyes swollen. Mama Xiang brought a bowl of medicine, her expression a mix of sorrow and joy. She announced, "Young madam, the doctor says you are with child, likely conceived on the night of your consummation." A chill ran through Yan Wanji, and the steaming tea she held felt cold in her hands. The reason she decided to leave the Chongning Marquis's residence was not merely to avoid consummating her marriage, nor to preserve her chastity, but rather out of a deep-seated loathing for him. She resolutely refused to share a bed with him. Moreover, she was gripped by a profound fear of Cui Tinka. In public, he was a dignified general, but within Guihong courtyard, he was a madman, a shameless brute. After that night, however, Yan Wanji finally enjoyed a brief respite. The blood she lost nearly cost her the child, and she faded away again. Yet, lying in bed, she managed to keep the baby, whom she named Cui Minggu. His arrival was swift, prompting Yan Wanji to relinquish her struggles and accept a life of shared matrimony. The thought of the child sent a chill coursing through her once more, enveloping her as she sat by the window, her breath unsteady. After a while, she regained her composure. Bai Ling came to collect the tea, reminding Yan Wanji, "Mistress, in a few days, It will be the old Duke of Anshi's birthday. Will you attend? The gifts prepared for him have been given to the old madam, who is keeping them. Yan Wanji pressed her fingers to her forehead in frustration, sighing. I must prepare anew. It must be better than the last. Mama Xiang entered, observing Yan Wanji's pallor with concern, her brows furrowed. If not, we should invite the madam back. You should return to the Yan residence. This place is bustling, and I fear you won't rest well. Over time, it will affect your health. Yan Wanji unfurled her fingers, calculating the date of the old duke's birthday. There was no rush. However, one matter required immediate attention. Tomorrow afternoon, summon the Dragon Gate escort. Bai Ling eagerly complied. Yan Wanji added, Tomorrow, Mama Xiang, you must personally visit the Duke of Anshi's residence. Speak with the old Duke's maid, Li Mama. Clarify the matter of my divorce from the Marquis's house. Inform them that I will not attend, as I fear bringing ill fortune upon the old Duke. I have prepared gifts for the Marquis's household and will also prepare a separate gift for the old Duke to celebrate his longevity. Huang Li asked, You won't go? Mama Xiang shot an exasperated glance at Huang Li, who had dared to question the lady's intentions. Huang Li, chastened, withdrew her head and fell silent, but not before whispering to Bai Ling. Do you think the Duke of Anshi will allow the miss to attend? She merely seeks a divorce. How could that be ill-fated? The miss handles matters meticulously, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, hearing her speak thus, I feel uneasy, as if her divorce places her beneath others. Humph. Therefore, the next day, once Mama Xiang departed, Huang Li wandered restlessly to the entrance of Qingfeng Tower, glancing back repeatedly. Chapter 28. The Grand Stage of Anshi. Come if you are ill. Yan Wanji's primary concern was for the people from the Dragon Gate escort. However, before they arrived, those from the Jinxiu Tower had come first. Initially, they hesitated to let us in, making us wait at the door for a considerable time. Eventually, after conversing with passers-by, we were allowed entry. The one who came was Ji Yan from Jinxiu Tower, her face a mixture of delight and mockery. Ultimately, they had no choice but to let us in, feigning to find fault. Yet, they were unable to find any. In the end, we purchased the cheapest item, which had been offered by the newly returned general from the Chui residence. Upon receiving the silver note, I noticed that none of the faces around us were normal. Yan Wanji was actually indifferent to this. Chui Jinjin's arrival was merely a source of amusement. Such trivialities could not compensate for the harm she had inflicted on Yan Wanji in her dreams. Nevertheless, draining the Marquis's finances could be seen as a small victory. When the people from the Dragon Gate escort arrived, Yan Wanji issued her instructions and sent them on their way. The escort leader, Lu Shuang, inquired, If you are concerned, would you like me to stay and personally protect you? Yan Wanji shook her head, indicating that it was not necessary for the moment. Let Lu Qing or Lu Hong come. That will suffice. This is a busy area, and should Chui Tinka truly cause a scene, there are people everywhere. Yan Wanji chose to reside in Qingfeng Tower and frequently stroll nearby, not out of a lack of other accommodations, but rather to establish her innocence. In her dreams, Bai Ruji sought to slander her, accusing her of promiscuity. Furthermore, this place housed several establishments owned by Yan Wanji, where she could call upon people to ensure her safety. Even without the support of her shops, the bustling streets would deter Chui Tinka from forcibly dragging her back to the Marquis's residence, something he was entirely capable of. After 6 years of warfare, the once gentle scholar had transformed into a volatile madman. After sending off leader Lu, Mama Xiang returned from the Duke of Anshi's residence. The old Duke wishes to speak with you. She has heard of your divorce and insists you must attend. Yan Wanji was not surprised by this development. Since the onset of war, she had regularly visited Miaoyin Temple to pray for blessings. The venerable Lord Feng of the Anshi Marquisate frequently visited. On one occasion while traveling, he suddenly succumbed to a severe ailment and fainted. Fortunately, Yan Wan had on her person life-saving Niu Huang pills, which proved to be a timely remedy. Subsequently, the physician remarked that had the pills not been administered promptly, even if his life were saved, he could have been left bedridden. From that moment on, Lord Feng became acquainted with Yan Wan, and the interactions between the Anshi Marquisate and the Chongming Marquisate increased significantly. Though both were marquisates, they differed greatly. The Chongming Marquisate held only the title without power, influence, or official position, while the Anshi Marquisate was a distinguished family of military generals from the Great Li dynasty, albeit now diminished in numbers compared to its former glory. However, it still maintained a superior status when compared to the Chongming Marquisate. Had it not been for the fortuitous connection between Yan Wan and Lord Feng, the Anshi Marquisate would not have extended invitations to the Cui family for their banquets. Yet, the members of the Cui family held a different perspective, believing that their elevation from a count to a marquisate entitled them to sit alongside the Anshi Marquisate. The social engagements had always been orchestrated by Yan Wan, and now that she was absent from the marquisate, even the lords and ladies might have forgotten the matter had it not been for the servants' reminders. Tinka, this will be your first banquet since returning to the capital. You must attend. Let those people witness the true grandeur of a great general. The Marquis's wife was exceedingly pleased and made special arrangements for Cui Tinka to join the discussions. Cui Zhenjin was equally delighted. I must go. I shall don the newly purchased phoenix hairpin worth 10,000 taels of silver, dazzling the other young ladies to envy. After losing face in front of Qingfeng Tower, Cui Tinka felt an immense indignation, but the woman he had inadvertently harmed with his whip was still causing a commotion at her home. He finally managed to calm himself and dismiss the thought of seeking justice from Yan Wan. However, his temper continued to simmer. It's just a birthday celebration. I have no desire to attend. Cui Tinka was disinterested. The Chongning Marquisate and the Anshi Marquisate are no longer what they once were. However, you should meet new people. When it comes time to hold a welcome banquet for you, it will be beneficial to be acquainted with others. 6 years prior, the Chongning Count's estate had already been marginalized by the aristocracy. After 6 years, although the Marquisate had seen some prosperity, its connections remained lacking, particularly for Cui Tinka. After such a long absence, he was only familiar with the soldiers and noble offspring returning to the capital with him. He feared many would not recognize him upon their encounter. Cui Tinka pondered this and nodded, then inquired, "Is that second son of the Anshi Marquisate, the one who lost his leg, still alive?" "He is," replied the Chongning Marquis. Cui Tinka scoffed. "What of the talented general? He returned to the capital early after losing his leg. When Prince Rui returns to issue rewards, I fear he shall receive none." The Chongning Marquis mirrored his disdain. The Anshi Marquisate prided itself on being a family of noble lineage and founding generals, yet the only surviving heir was utterly inept, spending his days in brothels, engaging in trivial pursuits like teasing dogs, coaxing chickens, and entertaining crickets. It was likely that, before long, he would squander the family fortune. The Marquis's wife cast a sidelong glance at the Chongning Marquis. How could he criticize others, when every word seemed to reflect on himself? He had squandered a considerable portion of her dowry. As her eyes narrowed, she struggled to control her breathing. "Wang Ma," she said, "please help me calm myself." Seeing it ineffective, Wang Ma leaned closer to remind her that the Marquis was not speaking of her, for he did not frequent brothels. The Marquis maintains his integrity, pure as jade. The Marquis's wife felt a surge of frustration, casting a reproachful glance at Wang Ma. "See, even Wang Ma believes you are speaking of yourself." Wang Ma recoiled, thinking, "Oh no, I praise the Marquis for his purity, and now the madam looks at me. Has she noticed that the Marquis's gaze towards me is rather ambiguous? It is I, Wang Ma, who has tarnished the Marquis's honor." Though the Marquis had not committed any infidelity, the very thought lingered in his mind. What is there to think about? It is forbidden. To think is a crime. Wang Ma vowed to protect the Marquis's virtue at all costs. The room fell into a sudden silence. Wang Ma looked up to see Bai Ruji with tears glistening in her eyes, lips trembling. After a moment, she turned and rushed into Cui Tinka's arms.
Cologne.
In Chapter 29, Dining and Drinking, Cui Tinka shot Wang Ma a piercing glare. Wang Ma, already hunched, felt as if she might shrink away entirely. "I was referring to the heir of the Anshi Marquisate," she explained, her eyes darting around for an idea. "We cannot compare our heir with the scion of the Anshi Marquisate. Our heir is unparalleled, noble and upright, while he is merely a wastrel, frittering his days away with trivial amusements. Not only can they not be spoken of in the same breath, but even to think of them together is unacceptable." Wang Ma stretched her neck. Absolutely unacceptable. The frostiness on Cui Tinka's face melted away, replaced by a triumphant smile. Bai Ruji looked up at him, filled with admiration and affection. "Cologne, Wang Ma speaks the truth." The Marquis's wife beamed with pride, while only the Marquis wore a scowl. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that the entire household would attend the banquet, though this did not include Yan Wan. On the appointed day, the Cui family entered the Anshi Marquisate in grand procession. The Chongning Marquis remarked, "The Anshi Marquisate is not so impressive after all." Cui Zhenjin held her chin high. unconsciously swiveling her neck in hopes that others would notice the phoenix hairpin worth 10,000 taels of gold atop her head. Meanwhile, Bai Ruji closely followed Cui Tinka, not loosening her grip on his arm even as he greeted others. She sought to ensure everyone knew that Cui Tinka was her husband and that she had borne him a legitimate son, the future head of the Marquisate. Initially, the Chongning Marquisate ought to have held a grand ceremony to announce her status as the rightful wife and the mother of Cui Mingwen, the legitimate heir. However, despite Cui Tinka's earlier promises, he had delayed the ceremony upon their arrival in the capital, and no amount of urging had yielded progress. Thus, she resolved to use this banquet to assert her rightful position. Bai Ruji tightened her grip on Cui Tinka's arm and cast a resentful glance at Cui Jinjin. The phoenix hairpin, funded largely by Cui Tinka, rightfully belonged to her, Bai Ruji. How dare Cui Jinjin wear it herself? Frustratingly, she still needed to appease the foolish members of the Cui family and could not afford to create a scene just yet. Unbeknownst to Cui Jinjin, the new sister-in-law's malevolent gaze was fixed upon her as she looked around, noticing a troubling lack of reception. Why is no one here to greet us? Have they not noticed the arrival of the Chongning Marquisate? Upon voicing this concern, both the Marquis and his wife recognized the oddity. Although the two families did not frequently interact, they recalled that on their last visit, the Anchi Marquisate had dispatched someone specifically to welcome them. Could it be that due to the larger party this time, the servants were left to handle the greetings? Yet, it was evident that some families had sent individuals to greet them personally. The Chongning Marquis felt a twinge of displeasure. His son had achieved great feats, and his future appeared exceedingly bright. Surely, his standing in the capital should be elevated. What a muddled and incompetent show from the Anchi Marquisate. This was merely a minor incident, as the Cui family continued to follow the servants of the Anchi Marquisate towards the garden where the banquet was to be held. Since Cui Tinka had been away for 6 years, the others pointed out the notable attendees expected to arrive that day. With gestures and a turn, I spotted a lady clad in a green coat and a red skirt, being guided towards the grand hall. It had been 6 years since our last encounter, and the transformation from her teenage years to adulthood was striking. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I instantly recognized her as Yan Wanji. I was momentarily taken aback, causing others to follow my gaze. Sister-in-law, murmured Cui Tingjin softly. The Marchioness, the last to notice, indignantly questioned, "Why is she here?" Cui Jinjin's face was a mask of resentment. On that fateful day, she had humbled herself to seek out Yan Wanji, demanding payment for the phoenix hairpin. However, Yan Wanji had deliberately made things difficult, refusing to comply. Subsequently, she entangled herself with my elder brother and his new wife, even assaulting my young nephew. How dare she? Had Yan Wanji paid the money that day, the Jinxiela would not have pursued the Chongning Marquisate for repayment, resorting to coercion. This ultimately led to a loss of face, as we were left with the cheapest of the 3 items. My father, mother, and brother scolded me for a long time. It was all Yan Wanji's fault. Cui Jinjin ground her teeth in anger. Did she not claim she wished to divorce my brother? How dare she still come here under the guise of our Marquisate to partake in feasting? Mother, let us expose her. Let us see how she can maintain her composure at this banquet. We must ensure Yan Wanji feels utterly humiliated in front of so many, humiliated to the point where, even adorned with a phoenix hairpin worth a fortune, she would be too ashamed to show her face again. Urged on by Cui Jinjin, the Cui family hastened towards the Xiaodong, neglecting to appreciate the garden's beauty. In the Xiaodong, seated in the honored position was the venerable matriarch of the Anchi Marquisate, old Madame Hua, attended by the Marchioness. On either side of the tables, gifts presented by the guests for the birthday celebration were displayed. Upon seeing those offerings, Lin Peiyun, the lady of the Chongning Marquisate, felt a flicker of interest. Cui Jinjin had already spotted Yan Wanji, who brazenly pushed her way to the front, audaciously grasping the hand of the elderly birthday celebrant. Yan Wanji,
Cui Zhensen exclaimed,
her voice startling the entire hall into silence, causing conversations to halt mid-sentence, seeds to drop, and tea to spill, albeit only a drop. In this grand hall, filled with esteemed families, no young lady would dare to behave so shamelessly as if Yan Wanji had committed an unforgivable crime. Cui Jinjin approached with determined strides. Old Madame Hua, do not be deceived by her. She is no longer part of our Chongning Marquisate. We have come today without her, empty-handed, seeking rewards. Do not allow her to remain at today's banquet simply because of our Marquisite's reputation, enjoying a free meal. Old Madame Hua, still holding Yan Wanji's hand, shook her head gently at these words, and patted the back of Yan Wanji's hand. However, Huang Li, who served nearby, could no longer contain herself and retorted. I recall that the jade guanyin gifted to old Madame Hua today was indeed purchased by our young lady, commissioned to be carved by an artisan, who is truly here to feast without merit. Yan Wanji had already cautioned against disturbing old Madame Hua's birthday celebration, advising patience and refraining from conflict with the Cui family. Thus, Huang Li's voice was low, intended merely as a private jest. Yet, in the profound silence of the hall, her words rang clear, provoking even more disdainful glances towards the Cui family. Cui Jinjin's face flushed with embarrassment. This Yan Wanji was my brother's wife. It was her duty to manage the affairs of the marquisate. Naturally, she was responsible for preparations. But so what? Although she had prepared them, they were gifts from the Chongning marquisate. Much like the servants who procured items, could the purchases be attributed to them? Such tasks were merely obligations, hardly deserving of credit. With this realization, Cui Jinjin's flush faded, replaced by haughty defiance. She addressed old Madame Hua. Previously, we allowed her to assist because she was still my brother's wife. Now, since she has publicly announced her intention to divorce, she no longer belongs to our marquisate. Old Madame Hua's brow furrowed, ready to reprimand. Yan Wanji quickly reassured her with a smile, subtly shaking her head. Today marked old Madame Hua's birthday, a day of celebration. She did not wish to tarnish this auspicious occasion by clashing with the Cui family. Yan Wanji, having paid her respects to the elderly celebrant, exhaled softly, suppressing her disdain for Cui Jinjin. I have come to pay my respects to old Madame Hua today. It is unrelated to your Chongning marquisate. I have prepared my own gifts, so there is no need for Miss Cui to concern herself on my behalf. If you wish to pay your respects, do so promptly. As today marks old Madame Hua's 70th birthday, and with so many attendees, it would be best to refrain from irrelevant conversations to avoid delaying those waiting. Isn't that right, Marquis? Yan Wanji prompted the Chongning Marquis. Though the Marquis enjoyed revelry, he was not ignorant of propriety and could rein in Cui Jinjin to some extent. Yan Wanji. Cui Jinjin attempted to call out again, but the Chongning Marquis interjected with a stern rebuke. Feeling aggrieved, Cui Jinjin fell silent. Yet, while he silenced his daughter, the Marquis stated, "Today is old Madame Hua's birthday. Other matters can be discussed later." He shot Yan Wanji a warning glare, the implication unmistakable. Old Madame Hua's expression grew even colder. However, as a host, she could not afford to be rude. With a slight smile, she continued to hold Yan Wanji's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Marquis, for coming to celebrate. We have prepared a modest banquet in the flower hall for your convenience." The Chongning Marquis furrowed his brow. On this birthday banquet, the main hall was reserved for the most intimate and esteemed guests, while the flower hall catered to ordinary attendees. Clearly, during his last visit to the Chongning marquisate, he had been seated in the main hall. He glanced around the bustling hall, contemplating that perhaps due to the grand occasion of the 70th birthday, the main hall was insufficient to accommodate everyone. However, even if it were lacking, the Chongning marquisate should still retain its place in the main hall. After all, his son was a celebrated general awaiting a noble title. Did old Madame Hua not know of his illustrious son as a rival? The Chongning Marquis gestured for Cui Tinka to approach. Cui Tinka, casting a disdainful glance at Yan Wanji, clenched his teeth in silent fury. As he stepped forward at his father's call, he momentarily forgot that Bai Ruji was still tightly linked to his right arm. In her eagerness to assert her status, Bai Ruji held onto Cui Mingwen with one arm and grasped Cui Tinka with the other, nearly gasping for breath. Suddenly pulled forward by Cui Tinka, Cui Mingwen almost slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, narrowly saved by Aunt Wang beside them. A commotion erupted. Old Madame Hua was first angered by Cui Tinka's public display of affection with an outsider, deeming it inappropriate, and then worried for the child's safety. Thankfully, the child was unharmed, yet this raucous family disrupted the joyous atmosphere of the birthday celebration, casting an ominous shadow over the day. The matriarch's countenance darkened considerably. Yan Wanji noticed and hurried to console her. "Dear matriarch, please do not be upset. Anger is not good for your health." Old Madame Hua sighed.
Good child.
"I intended to offer you some advice, but having seen your family today, they are simply unworthy of you." Yuan Wan smiled. "Do not trouble yourself over me. Await the future when your descendants fill your halls. If I find myself in hardship, I will still come to share the autumn breeze with you." Old Madame Hua turned her gaze. The 20-something Yuan Wan, perhaps due to her lack of children, appeared no older than a young girl of barely 15. Even in separation, it seemed too generous. Were it not for her disability, she might have obtained accolades for her military achievements, but alas, it is simply not a match. Such a pity. A lament for the absence of other grandchildren. Still lost in her thoughts, old Madame Ho was interrupted by the cold voice of Marquis Chongning. This is my eldest son, who has just returned to the capital. He has taken the opportunity to congratulate you on your birthday. Only then did old Madame Ho shift her attention back from Yuan Wan. To be fair, Cui Tinka was indeed handsome. He had been a rare and striking youth, and the trials of war had transformed him from a frail figure into a robust man, broad-shouldered and imposing, exuding an aura of authority. Yet, this slight edge of fierceness added a touch of gloom to his attractiveness, rendering him even more captivating to women. It is no wonder that the woman he brought back from the borders clung to him like a shadow, disregarding all decorum. Now, no longer clinging, she still tugged at his sleeve. How childish. Did she take him for a father? Old Madame Hu could hardly bear to watch, wishing only to hasten the departure of the Cui family, lest they tarnish this auspicious celebration. Thank you, young Master Cui. Please take a seat in the flower halls on either side. Cui Tinka, oblivious, stood to leave, but Bai Ruji hurriedly squeezed forward. She had come, despite her fatigue from carrying Cui Mingwen, not merely to partake in the banquet. Arwen Ger has also come to wish the old madam a happy birthday. Cui Mingwen was still sobbing. She, undeterred, placed him on the ground, held his shoulders, and bowed to the birthday star. Bai Ruji had taught Cui Mingwen how to bow. But he was too frightened to remember, trembling and wanting to cry, but holding back. Bai Ruji insisted, and he managed a clumsy bow before she scooped him up again. Smiling at old Madame Hua. This is our Chongning Marquis's legitimate grandson. Old Madame, who was taken aback. Who asked you? Cui Jinjin, having held her tongue until now, finally seized the chance to mock Yuan Wan. Old Madame, this is my sister-in-law, the rightful wife of my brother, who has given birth to our Chongning Marquis's legitimate grandson. She cast a glance at Yuan Wan, whose eyes were half closed, the very picture of envy. Feeling triumphant, she continued. You may not know, but my brother and my sister-in-law are incredibly close, like a pair of mandarin ducks, utterly inseparable. Old Madame Hua let out a cold snort. And who might this lady be, if not a matchmaker? Cui Jinjin, caught off guard, only realized the comment was directed at her later. Her face turning crimson as she exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? I am not yet married. Old Madame Hua narrowed her eyes slightly, regarding Cui Jinjin with a look of perplexity. A young lady who has not yet been betrothed should not speak so freely. Even to hear such words would be mortifying. Cui Jinjin fell silent, recognizing that discussing her brother and sister-in-law in such a public setting was inappropriate. Suddenly, she recalled how Yuan Wan had once hired a nurse to correct her speech and behavior. Yet, she was not ignorant. She simply felt at home within her own household and acted accordingly. Eventually, with her mother's assistance, Cui Jinjin managed to have the nurse dismissed.
Now,
filled with regret and anger, she had intended to win over old Madame Hua. It was all that wretched Yuan Wan's fault, who knew what kind of enchantment she had cast over the old madam, clinging to her side. As Cui Jinjin gazed at Yuan Wan's exquisite features, her heart suddenly sank. Had her brother's separation been due to some other intention? Otherwise, why would she have left the Chongning Marquis's residence? Cui Jinjin pressed her nails into her palm, suppressing the urge to confront Yuan Wan. However, seeing Yuan Wan's subdued demeanor, it was clear that her earlier words about her brother and his new sister-in-law had struck a chord. Perhaps it had merely been an unfortunate slip of the tongue. Cui Jinjin bowed respectfully to old Madame Hua, hoping she would not hold her accountable. In a few days, my household will host a banquet specifically for my sister-in-law. I hope the old madam will also come to join in the festivities. My brother and sister-in-law have endured much hardship at the borders these past years, and now that they have returned to the capital, it is only fitting to hold a banquet so everyone can meet the heir of the Chongning Marquis's household. Cui Jinjin rambled on, discreetly observing Yuan Wan, hoping she would react impulsively and say something inappropriate, allowing her own earlier misstep to be forgotten.
Cui Zhensen watched Yuan Van.
As did Cui Tinka. Chapter 31. I marry you today. As Cui Tinka entered, his eyes were immediately drawn to Yuan Wan beside old Madame Hua. On this joyous occasion of the birthday celebration, Yuan Wan's attire was even more splendid and exquisite than when he had last seen her at Qingfeng Tower. The vibrant red cloak accentuated her porcelain-like face, which glowed with a shy blush. Cui Tinka recalled the day 6 years ago when she had come to him in a flower sedan, dressed similarly. In her bright red gown. Though not a formal bridal attire, it exuded a festive spirit. Her petite face was flushed with color. She had stated plainly, "Cui Tinka, I marry you today." There was no hint of shyness in her words, no vague expressions of her intentions. She declared it outright, "I marry you today." It was not a negotiation or a plan, but an announcement that this matter was settled. Upon hearing those words, Cui Tinka felt his heart thunder like a drum.
Boom, boom, boom.
He could no longer control the rhythm. Until that moment, while their families had arranged their engagement and they had grown familiar in the academy, he had harbored only a vague affection for Yuan Wan, not yet understanding the nature of love, merely feeling a fondness. At that instant, however, the dictates of their elders and the bonds of friendship faded into the background. In Cui Tinka's heart, a new tree sprouted, one rooted in his feelings for Yuan Wan. This tree provided him solace and companionship as he ventured to the borders, supporting him through trials and tribulations. He had prayed each night for the day when he would return victorious, safe and sound, to be united with Yuan Wan as true husband and wife, spending their days together until old age. He sought nothing more. Bai Ruji was merely an unforeseen complication, an obstacle to his plans. Cui Tinka gazed at Yuan Wan, who bowed her head, her breathtaking beauty concealed partially, with only her long, thick eyelashes quivering softly. He was not the only one who had ventured out as a youth. However, a beloved, a fiancée who disregarded all else to marry was nearly impossible to find. Most had broken off their engagements, for the uncertainties of war loomed large. Just like the illegitimate son of the Anxi Marquis, whose original betrothal had fallen apart after he set off for battle, Yuan Wan not only married directly, but had also waited for him for 6 long years. It was a testament to her profound love for him. Such a deeply affectionate woman, despite her jealousy, has erred. Although she should not have, he, Cui Tinka, with his magnanimous heart, ought to grant her another chance. In the future, she should learn from Bai Ruji to be a bit gentler, and that would suffice. With this thought, Cui Tinka spoke, "Wanji, in a few days. It is supposed to be a joyful occasion for Ruji and me. However, we have never formally exchanged vows. I shall compensate you by allowing Ruji to endure a bit and hold a wedding ceremony together with you. From now on, the 3 of us shall unite our efforts to uphold the status of the Chongning Marquisate." His words stirred his emotions. Yan Wanji covered her mouth with a handkerchief. The fragrance from the cloth alleviated some of the discomfort in her chest, yet she still felt a lump in her throat, gently retching once. Fortunately, it was not very noticeable. With her chest feeling exceedingly uncomfortable and fearing she might actually vomit, Yan Wanji dared not speak, suppressing the urge to vomit. Tears were nearly welling up. However, to Cui Tinka, this displayed a different sentiment. Hearing his words about holding a ceremony with her moved Yan Wanji to tears. This foolish woman, clearly in love, still insisted on throwing a tantrum. Yet, Cui Tinka recalled that this was her character back in the academy, competitive and proud, secretly admiring him for a long time. All the gentleness of a maiden was bestowed upon him. "Wan Wan, you are the young mistress of the Chongning Marquisate. Do not trouble old Madame Hua any longer. Let us proceed to the flower hall." Upon hearing this, both Yan Wanji and old Madame Hua exchanged a significant eye roll. Meanwhile, Bai Ruji, standing behind Cui Tinka, gritted her teeth in anger, her expression contorted with resentment. "Cui Tinka, I remember you can read. Surely you know what divorce means?" Yan Wanji laughed in anger. "Do not push your luck. You will regret it when you come to me for help." Yan Wanji truly did not wish to ruin old Madame Hua's birthday banquet. She turned away, deliberately avoiding the unpleasant crowd before her. Old Madame Hua sighed softly and signaled discreetly. The attendants nearby promptly moved forward. "General Cui, this way, please." Nurse Wang hurriedly stepped forward. "The Chongning Marquisate seeks the rare Millennium Blue Jade from Lantian, and has requested Master Wenyan Shancher to carve a 1,000-handed Guanyin statue to congratulate old Madame Hua on her longevity and health." As she spoke, she presented a box she had been holding and placed it on the table. This family came to celebrate a birthday, yet busied themselves with flattering the young mistress, completely neglecting the birthday gift. The young master, this general, hardly seemed wise or formidable, and the Marquis's wife, truly of no use. Alas! What would happen if the Marquis were to lose me? Nurse Wang. In this world, the Marquis has only me left. I shall never abandon him. Even if I must endure humiliation as a mistress, I shall accept it. To love as a mistress, is that truly being a mistress? I will persuade the Marquis not to neglect and distance himself from the Marquis's wife because of me. Wait. Could it be that the Marquis has not shared a bed with his wife for many years because of me? Good heavens. My charming Marquis, do not love me too much. As Nurse Wang's thoughts wandered, someone exclaimed in astonishment. How can the birthday gift from the Chongning Marquis be identical to that of the Kong family? What? What's wrong with the Kong family? The second young master of the Kong family, engaged in conversation, caught the mention of the Kong family and approached. This birthday gift from the Chui family for the old madam is also a millennium blue jade, carved by Master Wunyan Shansher into a thousand-handed guanyin. Kong Erling frowned in disbelief.
How could that be?
The millennium blue jade may be found, albeit at a high price. But Master Wunyan Shansher, do you know how difficult it is to hire him? Furthermore, a guanyin statue takes several months to carve. How could he have carved one after another? Do you think Master Wunyan is just a village stonecutter? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Kong Erling, feeling triumphant, declared, I obtained this treasure purely by chance. I had been searching for a long time without success, and only recently did I fortuitously acquire it. It must be for old Madame Hua. I could not find it. Yet suddenly it came to me just as the old madam's birthday approaches. Old Madame Hua smiled kindly. Kong Erlang's guanyin statue is indeed a masterpiece by Master Wunyan. And the jade quality is exquisite. I cannot bear to part with it. Earlier, she had asked someone to display it, intending to place it in the Buddha hall for daily incense offerings. Old Madame Hua reached out, carefully retrieving a light blue guanyin statue from behind the treasure rack to showcase it to everyone. Look at this blue part. It is just perfect. Observe the willow branch in the pure vase, precisely here. A touch of emerald green. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. The jade statue of Guanyin was primarily crafted from white jade. Yet the willow branch held in Guanyin's hand was a perfect green, a harmonious creation. Beneath Guanyin's feet, there was also a hint of green, sculpted into fragrant grass. The crowd was captivated, murmurs of admiration arose, and they momentarily forgot about the jade Guanyin sent by the Chui family. Someone could not help but inquire, Kong Erling, how did you come by such a rare item? Kong Erling chuckled. It was merely fate. Old Madame Hua, holding it with great affection, remarked, I truly adore this. Thank you, Erling. Such a fine item. You are willing to gift this old woman. Kong Erlang hurriedly bowed. General Hua saved my father's life. Our Kong family has no way to repay this debt. If this Guanyin statue brings happiness to the old madam, it is our Kong family's honor. Old Madame Hua continued to praise him with a smile. Good lad. Such a fine treasure. I am afraid I will waste it on my old self. Yet her smile lost some warmth as she glanced at Yan Wanji, sighing inwardly. The jade Guanyin was not a novel item. With this distraction, the matter of the identical gifts was forgotten, and the crowd began to admire the Guanyin sent by the Kong family. Suddenly, a loud voice called out.
Kong Erlang.
Did you not steal the gift we prepared for old Madame Hua? The voice was peculiar, some words hoarse, others sharp, and ultimately coarse. Chapter 32. Identical. Yan Wanji looked up at the loud accusator, Cui Tingjin, and had her suspicions, yet could not make up her mind. However, Kong Erling showed no hesitation. He immediately retorted angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander me? Cui Tingjin felt frustrated by his voice changing during puberty, which sometimes led to uncontrollable sounds. Nevertheless, this did not prevent him from exclaiming loudly, You said it yourself. Master Wunyan is not a dedicated craftsman who can easily carve guanyins. Moreover,
Cui Tingjin stepped closer.
I have seen this guanyin. It is exactly the same as the one we prepared at our residence. Could it be that Master Wunyan carved two identical ones? The crowd, already observing the jade guanyin, gathered around, even those who had been sipping tea and chatting. The Marquis's wife tugged at her son, whispering, A guanyin is not a rare item. Tingjin, do not speak nonsense. Let us go to the flower hall. Despite his mother's insistence, Cui Tingjin stood firm. Mother, you were in the room that day. I saw this guanyin. You tell me, is it not identical to the one we have? With all eyes on her, the Marquis's wife awkwardly replied, I think they are actually different. You may be mistaken, Tingjin. Let us go, let us go. At that moment a young lady, somewhat resembling Kong Erling, approached. She was the third young lady of the Kong family. Second young Master Kong. You are without reason to accuse us of stealing your birthday gift. However, do you still possess it? Could it be that you merely carry an empty box, casually claiming a gift already presented by another as stolen? A scoff escapes.
Ha!
Young Master Chui has miscalculated. We arrived early today at our estate, delivering the jade guanyin to the matriarch before your arrival. Moreover, many witnessed our presentation. Deception is not as simple as you imagine. The Duchess gritted her teeth in anger, fiercely pinching Wang Mama's arm, forcing a smile while exclaiming, "A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My servant merely misreported the name of the gift." Wang Mama widened her eyes. "Madam, this was specifically memorized by the young mistress. How could there be an error?" However, the second young master is not entirely incorrect. The old matriarch of the Hu family indeed holds the very gift sent by the young mistress. Could it be that our estate has truly fallen victim to a thief? Chui Tingji nodded, his voice calm yet mature. No wonder everyone earlier questioned Kong Erlang about the source of this birthday gift. He refused to clarify. Yan Wanji smirked slightly, realizing that even if she chose not to pursue the matter, it would not simply pass unnoticed. Indeed, Kong Erlang seemed on the verge of erupting with fury. Nonsense. Yet, Old Lady Hu remarked that perhaps this was merely a coincidence, as all were carved by the artist of Wunyan Mountain. With that, she set down the jade guanyin and opened the box from the Chui family. Inside was indeed another jade guanyin, albeit pure white without the embellishment of emerald. Kong Sanyang scrutinized it, lifting it for a closer examination. What is this? Merely the most common jade, not the famed Qian Yen Lantian jade. Furthermore, the craftsmanship. Kong Sanyang wrinkled her nose and shook her head. Others took it from her hands, casting a few glances before scoffing. Such merchandise is hardly worthy of being a birthday gift for old Lady Hua. Even our household servants would find it unremarkable. This, of course, was an exaggeration. The Duke of Chongning furrowed his brow deeply, for he was a man concerned with appearances. After the decline of the Earl's estate, he had withdrawn from the social circles of nobility, unwilling to endure ridicule. What is happening? In his agitation, the Duke neglected to question the Duchess. Turning directly to Yan Wanji. For years, she managed the affairs of the household, never allowing him to lose face. How did you prepare the birthday gift? Before Yan Wanji could respond, the Duchess interjected. Yes. Yan Wanji, how did you prepare the birthday gift? As the young mistress of the Duke's household, how could you make a mistake in the gift for old Lady Hu due to a quarrel with Tinka? Forget it. Indeed, it was Tinka who brought back Bai Ruji. Your jealousy led to this blunder. I will take charge. Come with me to the Duke's estate, and I will help you plead with Tinka to not hold this against you. Mother, Chui Jinjin interrupted the Duchess. How can you coddle Yan Wanji like this? The birthday gift for old Lady Hua is of utmost importance. She can't even manage such a trivial matter. She should not be allowed to return easily. If she wishes to go back, she must sincerely apologize to our family and seek forgiveness, perhaps by offering some silver or purchasing jewelry. Yan Wanji had initially intended to gloss over the matter, but the demeanor of this family was truly repugnant. To be honest, Yan Wanji rose gracefully, her voice melodious. The jade guanyin presented by the Kong family is indeed the gift I originally prepared for old Lady Hua.
What?
A gasp from the crowd ensued. Yan Wanji remained calm. I sought after the exquisite Qian Yen Lantian jade and requested the artisan of Wunyan Mountain to carve the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara for old Lady Hua's birthday. The crowd now turned their attention towards the Kong siblings. Could it be that the Kong family truly committed thievery? Everyone understood that due to Chui Tinka's violation of the vows made on the day of their marriage, she voluntarily divorced and had been residing in Qingfeng Tower. Thus, she was unaware of what gift the Chongning Duke's estate brought. How the gift she prepared ended up in the Kong family's possession was a mystery to her. The Duchess was now sweating profusely in her anxiety. In a moment of desperation, she pointed at Yan Wanji and accused, "It must have been you who stole it when you left the Duke's estate. And you either gifted it or sold it to the Kong family. Now you have brought shame upon our Chongning Duke's estate." Yan Wanji smiled, causing the Duchess's heart to skip a beat. Currently, it was the Kong family who was suspected of theft, and if anyone should be regarded as a victim, it was the Kong family. How could the Duchess feel embarrassed? The Duchess glanced back, managing a strained smile, but ultimately, it was old Lady Hua's birthday celebration. I doubt the Kong family would resort to stealing from others. This matter should be laid to rest. She hoped to quell the situation. However, The Kong siblings refused to bear the suspicion. Exchanging glances, Kong Sanyang whispered to her maid, then stepped forward, bowing to old Lady Hua. Old matriarch. The Kong family stands upright in this matter. I must clear our name and apologize for disturbing your birthday celebration. I hope you do not take offense. Old Lady Hua naturally had no objections. Kong Sanyang raised her voice. Everyone. My brother refrained from disclosing the origins of this jade guanyin earlier because it was indeed not purchased by us. An uproar followed. Chui Tinka attempted to intervene. Miss Kong, let us not pursue this matter further. My mother and younger brother acted too hastily and were impolite. I can attest that the birthday gift we brought is this white jade guanyin, not the one you sent. Kong Erlang stepped forward, placing himself between his sister and Chui Tinka. Kong Sanyang continued, perhaps some are aware that the Fengyuan pawnshop is my mother's property. This jade guanyin is sourced from there, however, it was a dead pawn. Thus, it is considered a purchase from the original owner. Upon hearing this, most in attendance already understood the implications. They looked at the Chongning Duke's family with a hint of disdain. Yet no one pursued the issue further. After all, those who understood did so. Several members of the Chongning Duke's family appeared displeased. The Duke and Duchess were the first to seek an exit. Cui Jinjin ground her teeth in frustration. She had adorned herself with a phoenix hairpin worth nearly 10,000 taels, yet received no admiration and now faced humiliation. How infuriating! Most detestable was Yan Wanji. What right did she have to sit beside old Lady Hua? Why were there whispers of praise for her, from her demeanor to her appearance? It was unjust. Yan Wanji, did you secretly pawn that jade guanyin for money, deliberately concealing it to bring us disgrace?
Yan Bansi ignored Kuizensen as frantic accusations.
Cui Tingjin fanned the flames. Is it true? Sister-in-law would never stoop to such actions, would she, sister? Chapter 33. Witness and evidence are present. The Duchess hastily pulled Cui Jinjin. Your brother is correct. Your sister-in-law would not engage in such actions. Let us leave quickly. Cui Jinjin shrugged off her mother's grasp. Otherwise, how could sister-in-law have purchased another gift for old Lady Hua? It must be because she sold the original gift for something less respectable, thus she had to buy another to compensate. Is she foolish enough to spend double? Do you know how expensive that jade guanyin is? Yan Wanji continued to disregard her. She looked at Cui Jinjin as one might at a fool. Old Lady Hua could no longer contain herself. Miss Cui, what nonsense are you spouting? Cui Jinjin, upon being called out by old Lady Hua, immediately became agitated. She arrived today with the intention of pleasing the venerable Lady Hua. How detestable is Yan Wanji, who has surely spoken ill of her behind closed doors.
Kuizensen exclaimed.
Lady, do not be swayed by Yan Wanji's words. I cannot fathom what substantial fault she possesses. She is accustomed to deceit and is avaricious. The jade guanyin we prepared for you was sold by her. She simply cannot bear to see us present you with fine gifts. With a sneer, Yan Wanji retorted. That jade guanyin was originally purchased with my dowry. Can your Cui family afford such a thing? Cui Jinjin, infuriated, replied, how could we not afford it? Just the other day, I casually bought a phoenix hairpin worth over 10,000. Look. She tilted her head to showcase the hairpin, worried that the onlookers might not have seen it. Normally, such an extravagant adornment would draw the gazes of those around, yet today, all eyes were filled with derision. Although Duke Chongning remained skeptical, he surmised that the truth would not bode well for the Chongning household. He shot a few sharp glances at the flustered Lady Ho and admonished Cui Jinjin to leave the main hall with the rest of the Cui family. At that moment, a young maid rushed in, followed closely by a short figure, panting as they handed something to Lady Kong San.
Wait.
Duke Chongning, hold on.
Criait Kong Erlang.
Duke Chongning paused, feigning ignorance, yet the well-meaning crowd obstructed their escape. Kong Erlang raised a piece of yellow parchment. I possess a pawn ticket here, clearly stating that it is crafted from a millennium-old Lantian jade, carved by the master Wu Nian. It bears signatures and seals. The crowd eagerly leaned in. Let us see. Let us see. Whose pawn is it? Someone read it aloud, Yan Wanji. Cui Jinjin was filled with almost euphoric triumph. Indeed, it is you, Yan Wanji. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what more can you say? She further incited Lady Hua. Look, lady, Yan Wanji is nothing but a deceitful wretch. Do not be fooled by her pretty face. With the evidence laid bare, those who had previously scorned the Chongning household shifted their disdain towards Yan Wanji, accusing her. So it was truly you who sold it? Good heavens, How could you be such a person? I feel utterly deceived. Yan Wanji approached, glancing at the ticket before smiling. Indeed, it bears my signature. Cui Jinjin declared. Let us see how you will deceive us now. Yan Wanji chuckled lightly. Not only is my name inscribed, but there is also a date. On that day, I was at Qingfeng Tower and did not visit any other place. Countless people on Xiaoshui Street can attest to my whereabouts.
Cui Zensen fell momentarily silent.
Moreover, there are fingerprints on this document. I am willing to compare them to prove my innocence. Cui Jinjin countered. Perhaps you sent someone to do it for you. Yes, if a servant were dispatched, there would be no restrictions regarding the date, and the fingerprints would not belong to you. That is indeed a possibility, Yan Wanji replied. Yan Wanji continued. To lay blame without justification is a coward's act. However, this jade guanyin, even if it were to be pawned, could yield over 10,000 taels. Thus it could not have been traded for mere gold or silver ingots, but rather with banknotes. The pawn shop in the vicinity should have its own account. We could investigate who exchanged those notes. Enough.
Cui Tinke suddenly shouted.
Yan Wanji turned, her eyes filled with mockery. What is it? Could it be that General Cui is the one who exchanged them? Cui Tinka's face flushed, veins bulging. It was not me. Yan Wanji replied. If it was not General Cui, then do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Cui Tinka challenged. Do you insist on creating such a scene? If this continues, not only will I consider divorce, but I shall also dismiss you. Yan Wanji stood her ground. Does General Cui not comprehend the law? According to the law, you cannot dismiss me. When Yan Wanji entered the Cui household, there was an elderly matron who, being childless and a secondary wife, was of little concern to the Cui family. However, she was still regarded as an elder. It was not until half a year after Yan Wanji's arrival that the old woman passed away, during which Yan Wanji observed mourning for her. According to the law, one who has mourned for an elder cannot be cast aside. Yan Wanji's words were merely expressions of defiance towards Cui Tinka, but his thoughts began to shift. It dawned on him that her talk of divorce was merely a tantrum, not a genuine desire to leave. The mention of dismissal seemed to agitate her. Yan Wanji, solely focused on her own little grievances, felt a chill as she noticed a change in Cui Tinka's gaze. She spoke seriously. I did not wish to disrupt the celebration of the venerable lady's birthday, but as matters stand, to clear my name regarding the theft of the jade guanyin, I shall report this to the Jingzhou prefecture. The investigation of fingerprints and banknotes will surely unveil the truth.
Congerland looked artily.
No need for that. He stepped aside to reveal the short figure who had entered with the maid. The little figure, upon receiving a signal, spoke up because this jade guanyin is exceedingly valuable. After it was pawned, I followed the pawnbroker's instructions and went to the Chongning Duke's residence. The lady of the Duke was already covering her face in embarrassment, as was another individual. The little figure pointed. It was this young lady who pawned it that day. She signed and sealed the documents. When they reached the door of the Chongning Duke's residence, aside from the young lady who pawned the item, the Duke's wife also alighted from the carriage. All eyes turned towards her, and the Duke's wife was overwhelmed with shame. Bai Ruji hid behind Cui Mingwen, defending herself. I was merely carrying out a task. I did not take the pawned silver. The Duke's wife, however, was unwilling to let it go, immediately accusing Bai Ruji. It was this village woman from the border who, ignorant of the rules and greedy for wealth, insisted that I accompany her to pawn items. Bai Ruji wept, genuinely distressed. You speak falsely. It was Cui Jinjin who spent too much silver on the phoenix hairpin, prompting you to pawn items. You insisted I go because no one in the capital would recognize me. The Duke's wife retorted. Did you not take away 50 taels?
Cui Zensen interjected.
What does that have to do with me? You were the one who said you would buy me the phoenix hairpin as a gift. Enough.
Cui Tinke,
Truly both embarrassed and furious, shouted, dragging Bai Ruji with one hand and supporting his mother with the other, half dragging them out without regard for their stumbling. Yan Wanji sighed, feeling an immense sense of guilt towards Lady Hua. My apologies, venerable lady. I did not intend to disrupt your birthday celebration. Lady Hua grasped Yan Wanji's hand and urged her to sit again. Good child, I perceive your restraint. It is this family that has been incessantly troublesome. Do not worry. Marrying into this family has indeed been a challenge for you. Her warm words struck a chord within Yan Wanji, bringing forth the grievances born from that dream. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she blinked fervently, attempting to dispel the moisture. Turning her gaze, she noticed Cui Tingjin approaching the doorway, glancing back. Yan Wanji lowered her head. She truly wished to avoid further entanglements with the Cui family. Over the years, each time she attended a banquet, she had taken great care to ensure that no one in the family made mistakes, caused trouble, or brought shame upon themselves. Now, as an outsider observing the family, it was indeed apparent. Sister Yen, so this jade guanyin originated from you. I present these flowers as a gesture of goodwill to the esteemed Lady Hua. I trust this will not displease you. Yen Wanji, suppressing her emotions, lifted her head with a beaming smile to face Kong Sanyang. Not at all. They were specially prepared for Lady Hua. It is surprising that they took such a convoluted journey to reach her. Yet, it is evident that the bond with this jade guanyin has led it back to the old lady. With her naturally radiant beauty and playful words, Yen Wanji managed to widen the smile on Lady Hua's face, which exuded warmth and kindness. Kong Erlang exchanged a few pleasantries, only to be nudged again by Kong Sanyang, who casually inquired, why hasn't General Hua come out to celebrate the old lady's birthday today? Chapter 34. 18 touches. Yen Wanji also focused intently. Lady Hua's expression momentarily stiffened but quickly returned to a smile. Despite her current mobility issues, he is still involved in managing many affairs within the household. While others are busy attending to guests today, he remains behind to oversee everything. Upon hearing this, Yen Wanji lowered her gaze slightly. The disappointment on Kong Sanyang's face was evident as she poked her brother again. Kong Erlang chuckled, saying, my father mentioned that he hasn't seen General Hua in quite some time and asked us to convey a few words to him today. Lady Hua's spirits lifted at this remark. After you finish your meal, I shall send someone to inquire whether Chongting is busy.
If he is not too occupied,
I shall have someone bring you to see him. Kong Sanyang bit her lip, tightening her grip on the handkerchief, and discreetly stepped to a corner to have her maid check her hairstyle and makeup. At this moment, most of the guests had arrived. Lady Qin Ran of the Anshi Marquis household also returned to the main hall. Scanning the room, she furrowed her brow and asked, where is the young master? A nearby maid whispered, the young master just received a lark and is quite enamored with it, hardly paying attention to the old lady's birthday celebration. Lady Qin sighed, her face betraying her concern. Go call him over to attend to the guests. A little maid scurried away, while Lady Qin softly sighed again. What kind of marquis is he supposed to be, behaving like this? The young master of the Anshi Marquis household, Hua Changyu, soon arrived, carrying a birdcage, striding into the main hall with an exuberant gait. Although Hua Changyu was not particularly accomplished, the prestige and wealth of the Anshi Marquis family lent him many admirers. Numerous people bowed and greeted him with smiles, seeking to curry favor. Hua Changyu waved dismissively and walked directly towards Lady Hua. Grandmother, I specially trained this little creature to celebrate your birthday. Xue Mei, quickly give. Hua Changyu's words caught in his throat. His pupils dilated in surprise. He was simply too handsome. With alluring peach blossom eyes, luscious red lips, a charming smile, and a graceful neck like white jade, he was undeniably captivating. Flower girl. Flower girl. The lark in Hua Changyu's hands suddenly squawked loudly. Beautiful lady, your brother is here to dote on you. This exclamation, delivered in Hua Changyu's somewhat awkward voice, drew a frown from Yen Wanji, while Lady Hua was already gasping, clearly agitated. Yen Wanji hurriedly assisted Lady Hua in calming her chest. Smack! In that moment of collective astonishment, Lady Qin delivered a sharp slap. Hua Changyu, taken by surprise, was forcefully knocked to the ground, the birdcage slipping from his grasp and rolling several times before coming to a stop. The lark inside began to screech chaotically, and once settled, it sang a playful tune. Touch the duck, don't touch it, the more you touch, the happier you become, haha, I'm coming to touch. Get that away. Lady Qin was furious, rushing towards Hua Changyu, who had just gotten up, and delivered another slap. The crowd was momentarily paralyzed, as if bound by an unseen force, unsure of how to react. Changyu! A heart-wrenching cry filled the air as a lady rushed in, shielding Hua Changyu. She then turned to angrily reproach Lady Qin. Sister-in-law, are you trying to kill the young master? He is the only heir of the Anshi Marquis household. Changyu, are you all right? Quickly, summon the physician. The Hua family servants exchanged glances at Lady Qin. The late Marquis Hua left behind two sons. The legitimate son, Hua Liyuan, inherited the title and married Qin Ran, while the illegitimate son, Hua Lupeng, married Su Weiwei, the very woman who had rushed in to embrace Hua Changyu. Although they had not formally split the household, The second wife was still respected as second madam and had been managing affairs for many years. However, she was still the secondary wife and could not defy the primary lady of the house for her sake. Su Weiwei, noticing the glances and thoughts of the servants, turned pale with anger. She glanced down at Hu Changyu in her arms. Hurry. The Marquis's wife is the young master's biological mother. If something truly happens in a moment of anger, do you think there will be any way out? Her words struck a chord with some of the servants. The young master had angered the Marquis's wife more than once, yet it always ended without serious consequence. The Anchi Marquis household was thin in progeny. The Marquis had left only the young master, making him a treasured gem. A few servants cautiously hurried outside. No need for invitations, just drag them out. No one is allowed to leave the courtyard without my permission, Lady Qin commanded sternly, then turned back to Lady Hua, kneeling at her feet. Mother, please do not let this wretched child anger you. It is the daughter-in-law as failing for not properly raising her son. I apologize to Lu Yuan, to you, and to the ancestors of the Anchi Marquis household. Lady Qin was not a weak woman, yet her eyes were now red, brimming with tears. Lady Hua, recovering from her shock, wore a sorrowful expression. As an elder, the greatest frustration in life is raising a child who proves unworthy. With Hua Luyuan perished in battle, Hu Changyu was her only remaining hope. Hua Lupang had only one son, Hu Changting, who was not present either. Mother, if it weren't for my earnest desire to petition His Majesty to pass the Marquis to Changting, the two women, now oblivious to the festive atmosphere of the birthday celebration, sighed in unison. Has Changting not come out? Lady Qin asked, recalling Hu Changting. Lady Hua wiped away her tears. I instructed him not to come out. With so many people around, I feared he would not be taken care of and might be jostled. Standing beside Lady Hua, Yan Wanji clenched her fists. After a moment of thought, she consoled Lady Hua. Lady, do not forget that the abbot of Miaoying Temple mentioned you would have descendants blessed with fortune. Please take care of yourself. In time, things will improve. Lady Hua sighed, interrupting Yan Wanji's words. At this point, how can he possibly change? Alas, the saying that descendants will bring blessings is utterly inconceivable. Perhaps the fate of the Anchi Marquis household is simply sealed. Our fortunes have run dry. Yan Wanji found it difficult to say more. Pouring hot tea for Lady Hua before assisting Lady Qin to her feet. Upon raising her gaze again, she noticed a wheelchair being slowly pushed in. The person in the wheelchair had sharp brows and bright eyes. Though seated, his broad shoulders and tall stature were evident.
Changting.
Upon seeing him, Lady Hua immediately brightened, though a hint of bittersweetness lingered. Lady Qin wiped the tears from her face, a smile forming at the corners of her lips. Didn't your grandmothers say you were busy in the back? Have you finished? This served to explain Hu Changting's earlier absence from the birthday celebration. I'm done, and will come out to pay my respects to grandmother now. Hu Changting's voice was gentle. Aunt, you have worked hard today. The words brought a flush of red to Madame Qin's eyes. In recent years, as the Marquis of Anchi perished in battle, both she and her daughter-in-law had been secretly shedding tears, concealing their grief from one another. Yet their son, Hu Changyu, seemed blissfully unaware, a source of utter disappointment. What could be done? Madame Qin felt a pang of sorrow, fearing she might choke on her emotions, and thus refrained from responding to Hu Changting. Pressing her lips together to regain her composure, Hu Changting, oblivious to her distress, smiled and offered the elderly matriarch a series of well-wishes for her longevity and health. Lacking in novelty, yet delivered with sincerity. His melodious voice silenced the room, drawing the attention of all present. Good child, since you are here, do stay a while longer with your grandmother, called the elderly matriarch, to which Hu Changting readily agreed. Soon, others approached to exchange pleasantries with him. Miss Kong, noticing the growing crowd, bit her lip, her voice tinged with shyness. General Hua, my father specifically instructed my brother and me to convey his regards to you.
Kong Erlan.
Glancing at his sister, chimed in, indeed, our father also asked us to bring you a gift. Hu Changting showed no notable change in his demeanor, nodding graciously in acknowledgement. As more individuals came forth to speak with him, though he appeared neither threatening nor fierce, a palpable caution lingered among them. Some were intimidated by the unspoken aura of authority he exuded, while others were wary of his current state, unable to walk, rendered a shadow of his former self. Yan Wanji observed this with a quiet sigh. Though not intimately acquainted with Hu Changting, she recognized him. In her childhood memories, his towering stature had instilled a sense of fear, and she recalled him as somewhat irritable 6 years ago. After years of warfare, The once volatile had softened, while those who were gentle had transformed into brutes. Some had lost their lives, while others bore the scars of disability. Hu Changting, though appearing gentle, was reticent with his words. Those who approached him exchanged brief greetings before departing. Before long, Hu Changting took his leave as well. The gathering was too large for Yan Wanji to approach him directly, leading her to temporarily abandon her intentions. However, her determination remained steadfast, and under the pretense of needing to wash her hands, she hurried to follow him. The birthday banquet was held in the garden of the Marquis of Anshi's estate, where others were enjoying the flowers and scenery. Yan Wanji lowered her head, skillfully avoiding the guests. Eventually, she reached a circular archway, finding it relatively empty save for a young maid. The maid curtsied, saying, "Madam, the banquet is that way," subtly implying that she was crossing boundaries. Yan Wanji, maintaining her composure, pondered briefly and attempted to present a rationale. "My father and brothers originally went to Qingzhou with General Hua, and they have yet to return. I wish to inquire about General Hua." The maid assessed Yan Wanji's face and smiled, declining her request. "Perhaps you could leave a message, and I could have someone convey it to our second young master." The attendants of the Marquis of Anshi were indeed quite proper, which impressed Yan Wanji. Just as she was about to relinquish her pursuit, a young servant rushed in, casting a glance at the maid. Clueless fool. He caught a glimpse of Hu Changting's party in the distance. Yan Wanji, without a moment's hesitation, lifted her skirts and hurried after him. As she rounded a fake mountain, a swollen face appeared abruptly. Without uttering a word, he opened his arms and lunged toward Yan Wanji. In her haste, she nearly fell into his embrace. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, she extended her leg just in time to kick out.
Ouch!
Hu Changyu exclaimed, but quickly masked his pain with a grin. "Madam Yan, what a splendid kick." At that moment, Yan Wanji realized she could no longer see Hu Changting and understood that the young servant was not associated with him, but rather with Hu Changyu. The path was fraught with peril, and safety was paramount. Resolutely, she decided to retreat, but a few young servants had already blocked her way. "Madam Yan, I heard you intend to divorce. I happen to be a widower. This is quite the opportune moment for us. Fate has conspired for us to meet." Hu Changyu attempted to advance again, leaving Yan Wanji with no escape, prompting her to climb the artificial hill. "How amusing." Hu Changyu squinted, grinning. "You wish to divorce, yet you flirt with danger. If this were to get out, would it be a public shaming or worse?" His words were a thinly veiled threat, suggesting that should the situation escalate, it would be her reputation at stake. Yan Wanji found a stable position atop the hill, gathering her composure. As she gathered her sleeves, she discreetly revealed a gleaming dagger in her right hand. With a light chuckle, she said, "And what if I were to harm you?"
Yan Wanji.
"How dare you?" Hu Changyu was taken aback by her fierce resolve. Nevertheless, he recognized that such an opportunity was rare. This was the Marquis of Anshi's estate, his territory. And he was determined to take a gamble, believing Yan Wanji would not dare to raise her voice and alert others. After all, even if she were to fall victim to his malice, society would view her as sullied and unworthy of life. Did she not fear? She was embroiled in a divorce, with no support to lean upon. Hu Changyu signaled to his servants. Though they hesitated, they ultimately complied with their master's wishes, standing their ground while others circled around to flank her from behind. Yan Wanji observed everything, calculating whether her cries for help could reach the ears of the garden's occupants. Would the young maidens in the employ of the Hua family be intimidated by Hu Changyu's threat and choose to assist him? "Madam Yan, what brings you here?" "Our general has sent me to escort you," a sudden voice called out, followed by Hu Changting being wheeled forward by his attendants. Hu Changyu's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of malice flashing across his face. However, he quickly turned back with a smile. "Ah, so Madam Yan is the lady my second brother has been courting?" Hu Changting's tone was cold. "Miss Yan wishes to inquire about her father and brothers." Hu Changyu, though reluctant, managed to suppress his discontent, his words dripping with sarcasm. "My mother and grandmother are still busy seeking a suitable match for my second brother. Perhaps I should ease their burden." Hu Changting remained silent. Once Hu Changyu and his servants departed, Hu Changting raised his head and asked, "Do you need assistance?" "No need." Yan Wanji jumped down from the artificial hill, adjusting her attire. A flicker of warmth ignited briefly in Hu Changting's usually indifferent gaze, only to extinguish once more as he recalled his immobile legs. "All right," she replied. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Hu Changting turned back to find Yan Wanji's doe-like eyes fixed intently upon him, causing a sense of discomfort. Lowering his gaze, he was once again reminded of his paralyzed limbs. Very well, he replied. Yan Wanji surveyed their surroundings, seeking a sufficiently safe place where only he could hear her. Agreed. Hu Changting signaled to his subordinate. Please accompany Miss Yan a little further. Finally, they found themselves in a pavilion at the center of a winding bridge above a pond. Please go ahead, Hu Changting maintained his indifferent tone. With her hand concealed by her sleeve, she exerted pressure to pinch her own leg. As expected, there was no sensation. Chapter 36. Hearing some drunken ramblings. A shadow fell over Hu Changting's heart, yet his expression remained composed. Yan Wanji did not linger either. General Hua, as you know, I recently left the Chongning Marquis' residence and now reside on Xiaoshui Street. Lacking evidence, even after speaking up, I still felt a tremor of apprehension within. One day, while having tea, she overheard some drunken words. Hu Changting raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Yan Wanji. To be honest, I didn't catch everything clearly. But if those drunken words hold any truth, they are of great significance. After much contemplation, I believe it is imperative to inform you. Yan Wanji fell silent for a moment, and Hu Changting did not press her. He remained calm, pondering whether she would dismiss her own words as trivial. Yan Wanji bit her lip, her already rosy petals appearing as if drenched by rain. I heard in your household that your father has declared he is finally to become the head of the Anshi Marquis' family. Hu Changting frowned, then inquired. Are you suggesting that my father intends to harm Changyu? Yan Wanji was taken aback by the misunderstanding but felt a spark of curiosity. If that is the case, I appreciate the warning. I will ensure Changyu's safety and prevent my father from committing any misdeeds. Indeed, Yan Wanji recalled her childhood, when Hu Changting and his brother often played together. Once, during a game of throwing pots, she was eager to join them, having just learned the game. Naturally, she lost. Yan Wanji cried, and her brother along with the others hurried to console her. Hu Changting, however, solemnly declared, those who lose must bark like a puppy. You have yet to bark. Her brother and the others attempted to take her punishment on her behalf, but Hu Changting refused, sternly admonishing them. A competition must adhere to its rules. Yet, Yan Wanji, being younger and the adorable little sister, prompted her brother and the others to start a scuffle against Hu Changting, who ended up bruised and battered. According to her brother later, when Hu Changting's father, Hu Lepiang, learned of this, he felt Hu Changting had offended another family and administered family discipline, resulting in Hu Changting lying in bed for half a month. As these memories flowed back, Yan Wanji's expression shifted. For a fleeting moment, she smiled, sweet as honey, before her face turned cold, evoking a pang of sympathy, inciting the urge to charge forth and eliminate all obstacles that caused her unhappiness, even if it meant resorting to violence. Hu Changting gazed at her, momentarily entranced. Suddenly, her watery peach blossom eyes met his directly. Yan Wanji felt as though she had been caught in a moment of mirth. Fearing Hu Changting might perceive her words as jest, she quickly composed her expression. Hu Changting, however, was startled. Had she discovered his distraction? Was she angry? He wished to explain himself quickly, asserting he had not been peeking. What had she just said? What had transpired? This reminds me of the time you jumped from that old apricot tree. His mind was in disarray, and he inadvertently voiced what Yan Wanji had been thinking when she leaped from the rockery moments earlier. What apricot tree? I meant to say that I once let my father lead you into a fiery pit. Is that so? Yan Wanji replied. Nevertheless, Hu Changting was a rather stoic individual. Whether he believed it or not, it was better to be straightforward. General Hua, were you and Hu Changyu born together? Hu Changting did not anticipate the implications of this question and merely nodded. Yan Wanji continued, General Hua, from what I overheard, I surmise that you and Hu Changyu were switched at birth. In other words, you are the son of the Anshi Marquis and Lady Qin, while Hu Changyu is the offspring of Hu Lepiang and Su Weiwei. Upon hearing these words, Hu Changting's left eyebrow twitched slightly, but he remained silent, observing Yan Wanji with an unperturbed expression. After a lengthy scrutiny, Yan Wanji could not hold back, saying, I understand this may sound like nonsense, but I am not fabricating this. There are tales of a cat swapping princes, and it has been said that your household is seeking the Anshi Marquis title for Hu Changyu. Once he becomes the Marquis, everything will fall under their control. I am not disbelieving, she added. Yan Wanji gasped, astonished. You believe that so readily? This is an enormous matter. Hu Changting suddenly chuckled. Yan Wanji's astonishment deepened. Hu Changting reined in his smile. Do you wish for me to believe it, or to disbelieve? At that moment, Yan Wanji felt as though her earlier doubts had been unmasked. Lowering her head, she hurriedly spoke. In any case, based on my judgment, you were switched at birth. But this is merely conjecture. I possess no evidence. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Since I have heard this and made such a guess, I felt compelled to inform you. After all, you are my brothers. Mentioning her brother, Yan Wanji's expression darkened, and she sighed softly. I must take my leave now. Will you escort me? I wish to avoid encountering Hu Changyu. I will see you off. The two spoke in unison. Let us depart then. Having said all that needed to be said, what followed would be Hu Changting's own choice. Yan Wanji felt a sense of relief as she turned to leave. Alas, Wanji! Hu Changting called softly from behind. Yan Wanji turned back, her expression grim. Wanji was a name her brother had called her in her childhood. The older boys who played with her brother also referred to her thus. However, as she grew older, her brother forbade them from using that name. General Hua? Yan Wanji's voice was tinged with displeasure. Hu Changting regretted calling her by that name in a moment of urgency. Swallowing an apology, he calmly stated, Miss Yan, please assist me with a push. Yan Wanji walked behind Hu Changting, guiding the wheelchair out of the pavilion and navigating the winding paths of the Nine Curves Bridge. Hu Changting, being tall and robust, coupled with the weight of the wheelchair, found it challenging on the uneven surface of the bridge. As they turned corners, it required considerable effort. Yan Wanji had to lean in and exert force, unintentionally pressing against Hu Changting's shoulder, oblivious to the proximity. Hu Changting lowered his head, his hand resting lightly on the wheelchair's wheel, gently guiding it with his palms. Finally, once they descended the Nine Curves Bridge, Yan Wanji's cheeks were flushed with exertion.
I am exhausted.
Fortunately, Hu Changting's subordinate was waiting at the bridge's entrance. Feng Yin approached, lowering his head to his master, whispering, The Crown Prince has arrived. The Marquis's wife inquired if you wished to meet him. Hu Changting responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Yan Wanji quickly interjected, I shall part ways with General Hua. When we reach the front, you may return first. I am in no hurry. After Hu Changting spoke, he gestured for his subordinate to push him forward. Yan Wanji followed at a distance, her mind racing with thoughts. Is the Crown Prince here to celebrate the old lady's birthday? Yet, given that the Anchi Marquis's household has a rather incompetent heir, the only one of use is Hu Changting, who is merely a secondary heir and has suffered an injury to his leg. What could the Crown Prince, a man who rarely acts without benefit, seek? Raising her gaze, even seated in a wheelchair, Hu Changting held himself upright. His broad shoulders appeared formidable, exuding an air of solemnity, and one could easily imagine his face bearing the same expression, serious and devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Yan Wanji recalled Hu Changting's recent smile. Though she and Hu Changting were not particularly close, they were not strangers either. Hu Changting was a friend of Yan Wanji's brother and frequently visited the Yan household. In her recollection, Hu Changting rarely smiled, unlike other young men who, upon seeing her, would greet her with cheerful laughter and playful antics. Today was surprisingly rare, as I witnessed him reveal a smile. In that fleeting moment, Yan Wanji felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity with his face. In her childhood memories, he was distinctly a vague yet stern figure, and she had always perceived him as significantly older than herself. However, when he smiled, he appeared both clear and youthful. General Hua. Yan Wanji suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to mention another matter. Wait a moment. Feng Yan halted his wheelchair, instinctively avoiding her gaze as Yan Wanji approached. They were almost back to the garden. Anxiously, Yan Wanji leaned down, cupping her hand over Hu Changting's right ear. General Hua, I have heard it said that leg ailments may also be a result of poisoning. Perhaps you should consult a physician skilled in detoxification. Having said this, she stood and swiftly made her way towards the garden entrance, taking small hurried steps. Turning around a large tree, the entrance to the garden came into view. The previous maid was still there, and behind her, the faint silhouettes of two other individuals emerged. Chapter 37. Pouring a cup of warm tea for Miss Yan Wanji approached, smiling as she said, I must have taken a wrong turn. Thankfully, I encountered the esteemed servants of your household for guidance. She proceeded towards where Huang Li was located. Huang Li approached, her face filled with concern.
Miss?
While accompanying the elderly Mrs. Hua, she had waited outside but, in her haste to follow Hu Changding, had not called for Huang Li, not wishing to attract too much attention. Who would have imagined that the Anxi Marquisate harbored such dangers? Lady Marquis Qin Ran was known for her strict household management. Yet, reflecting on the changes in her own family over the past few years, Yan Wanji began to understand. It was likely that the death of the Marquis weighed heavily on Lady Qin as well. Her heart felt heavy, much like her dream self, who gradually relinquished many aspirations. It was lamentable that Lady Qin's husband perished in loyalty to his country, while her own husband turned to infidelity, torn between two affections. Sister-in-law. The brother of the man who had betrayed her stood cautiously in place, greeting her with trepidation. Yan Wanji frowned. She would much prefer to encounter Cui Tinka. Towards Cui Tinka, she harbored nothing but resentment. Yet, her feelings towards Cui Tingjin were more complex, a mixture of anger, grievance, and confusion. What are you doing here? Cui Tingjin called out again, sister-in-law. In her dreams, he had addressed her in the same manner while aiding Bai Ruji in framing Yan Wanji. With his assistance, he had successfully caused Cui Tinka to misunderstand Yan Wanji, punishing her until her heart shattered, only to later feign concern.
What?
Was that not enough? What more do you and your family intend to do to me? Yan Wanji felt an inexplicable surge of anger, filled with both resentment and fury. Cui Tingjin glanced at Huang Li, who met his gaze with a cold expression. The previously amiable maid, who had once assisted Yan Wanji with various tasks, had just delivered a sharp, sarcastic remark aimed at him. Sister-in-law, I initially intended to speak with you privately. Cui Tingjin altered his approach. I came to remind you that my brother likely wishes to take you home. On the way, Huang Li instinctively retorted. Does he have the right to take her? If he were not my lady's husband, who would he be? Yet, Yan Wanji felt a chill run through her. After 6 years apart, she realized she was no longer familiar with the current Cui Tinka. However, the man from her dreams was capable of anything. That scoundrel could be a violent madman at times. Within the household, if one did not heed his commands, he was capable of anything. Once, he had compelled Yan Wanji to apologize to Bai Ruji. When she refused, he had restrained her hands behind her back, dragging her along like a criminal until she could no longer bear it and pleaded with him, agreeing to all his demands. Yan Wanji had cried, I agree. I can bow to Bai Ruji. Please, just let me go. In response, Cui Tinka had thrown her to the ground, angrily declaring, I did not tell you to bow. Do you insist on twisting my words? Thank goodness he was not an emperor. Yan Wanji felt an immense relief at this thought. Otherwise, what would the great Li dynasty have become? Cui Tingjin continued to observe her, and Yan Wanji awkwardly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for informing young Master Cui. Yet, Cui Tingjin did not leave. Yan Wanji was left with no choice but to speak directly. Huang Li and I have matters to discuss. Once they were alone, Yan Wanji inquired about the arrival of the Crown Prince. Huang Li replied, Upon noticing you were absent from the elderly Mrs. Hua's side, I came out. I had no knowledge of the Crown Prince's arrival. Yan Wanji then wandered with Huang Li towards the Xiaodong, strolling leisurely while admiring the flowers and observing their surroundings. The Crown Prince's presence was a mark of favor. He would not linger long, and after sufficient time had passed, Yan Wanji finally approached the main hall. Huang Li went ahead to take a look and shook her head. He has not yet departed? However, Yan Wanji had been away for quite some time. With a steely resolve, she entered. She performed the proper courtesies before the Crown Prince, hoping to find a corner to sit discreetly. Yet, elderly Mrs. Hua beckoned, Good child. Come here, sit beside me. His Highness has brought some pastries. They are quite delightful. You must try some. Today, elderly Mrs. Hua occupied the seat of honor. With the Crown Prince on her left and Lady Marquis Qin Ran and Hu Changding on her right, elderly Mrs. Hua acted from kindness, aware of Yan Wanji's situation regarding her divorce. To prevent others from looking down on her, she deliberately elevated Yan Wanji's status. Yan Wanji could only respond with a faint smile as she approached, standing to the right of elderly Mrs. Hua, allowing her to grasp her hand. When the Cui family had previously arrived, the hall had been abuzz with noise. Now, with the Crown Prince present, the atmosphere was excessively quiet. Elderly Mrs. Hua handed Yan Wanji a small, peanut-sized pastry, which was particularly crisp and prone to crumbling. Holding it was awkward, and Yan Wanji discreetly concealed it in her sleeve, swallowing it whole and chewing fervently, eager to finish quickly. Yet even elderly Mrs. Hua halted her conversation, watching Yan Wanji with kind eyes as she ate. The silence in the hall seemed filled with the sound of her chewing. Slowing down was futile. The pastry was too dry. As she attempted to do so, her throat became irritated by the flaky bits, dry and scratchy. Was this still the treat she once relished? Yan Wanji could not help but doubt it, struggling to suppress the urge to cough. Pour a cup of warm tea for Miss Yan. In the quiet hall, the gentle voice resonated like an echo. Yan Wanji raised her left hand, which she had been using to mask her mouth, higher. If not for the concern of appearing too rude or drawing too much attention, she would have preferred to completely conceal her face with her fan. Finally, after much effort, she swallowed the remaining pastry crumbs and discreetly licked her lips to ensure she was presentable. She lowered her sleeve. A servant holding a tea tray appeared before her. None other than the esteemed Fumin Gonggong, who stood beside the crown prince. Yan Wanji endeavored to maintain her composure, standing to bow respectfully in the crown prince's direction while lifting the teacup with both hands. She nodded in gratitude to Fumin Gonggong, her forehead glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Thankfully, she had successfully navigated this ordeal. Subsequently, Yan Wanji endeavored to diminish her presence. She had accomplished everything she set out to do today. Even the jade guanyin originally intended for elderly Mrs. Hua had been successfully delivered. She could return to Qingfeng Tower at any moment. At last, she had endured the day in relative peace until it was time to bid farewell to the guests. As Yan Wanji has yet to take her leave, the crown prince rises to depart. I happen to be passing by Xiaoshui Street. If Miss Yan is returning there, I shall escort her part of the way. If she is heading back to the Ho residence, then it shall be left at that. Yan Wanji contemplates how to decline gracefully. Ho Changting also interjects, stating that Miss Yan is to celebrate her grandmother's birthday today, and as the host, we shall see her home. Yan Wanji considers acquiescing. Ho Changting continues, asking if Miss Yan would like to converse further with my grandmother. This time, Yan Wanji nods in agreement. Chapter 38. The highway robber Yan Wanji offers her thanks with a graceful bow. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind offer. I have not seen the old matriarch for quite some time and would like to remain in her company a little longer. The crown prince, Li Mingji, maintains a placid demeanor and nods before turning to leave. Naturally, everyone wishes to bid him farewell. As Yan Wanji watches him depart, she indeed returns and engages in casual conversation with the old matriarch, inquiring about her health. Guests gradually take their leave, and only a few remain in the hall. In a hushed tone, Yan Wanji requests Ho Changting's assistance as night falls. Might I ask General Ho to arrange for someone to escort me? The old matriarch glances at the sky, declaring it still early. She contemplates sending someone herself, but swiftly refrains, smiling instead. It would be better if Changting accompanies you. Upon saying this, she feels a twinge of guilt and glances apologetically at Ho Changting. To her surprise, he nods in agreement. The old matriarch's smile blossoms anew, her lips almost unable to close. After Yan Wanji expresses her gratitude, Ho Changting makes arrangements. The two proceed, one ahead of the other. Ho Changting's wheelchair leads the way, with Yan Wanji walking slightly behind on his left side. If one were to overlook the wheelchair, it would almost seem like a companionable stroll. The old matriarch observes them, experiencing a mix of joy and bittersweet nostalgia. Ho Changting's biological grandmother was a concubine, thus he shares no blood relation with the old matriarch. His reserved nature fails to endear him to elders. Yet, the old matriarch gradually recognizes that her biological grandson is a disappointment, while this second-branch grandson exhibits promise. Alas, it is a pity that he is disabled. Furthermore, the engagement he had prior to his departure to the border has also been annulled. Reflecting on the years spent supporting her biological grandson, Ho Changyu, at the expense of Ho Changting, the old matriarch feels regret and guilt. Consequently, she resolves to take charge of Ho Changting's marital prospects, seeking a capable and virtuous partner to care for him in his later years. Initially, she had no designs on Yan Wanji. However, during Yan Wanji's visit for the birthday celebration, their conversation unveiled her impending divorce, stirring a flicker of interest within the old matriarch. While Ho Changting may not seem a suitable match for the Yan Wanji of 6 years prior, should Yan Wanji indeed be divorced, such thoughts may not be mere fanciful whims. After all, Ho Changting is now impaired, and Yan Wanji has saved the old matriarch's life. The prospect of prioritizing her own happiness at the expense of Yan Wanji's future concerns the old matriarch. However, once the notion takes root, It flutters within her heart like a butterfly. As Yan Wanji suggests that Ho Changding see her off, the butterfly takes flight once more. Thus, the old matriarch hastily pushes for Ho Changding to personally escort her. Yet, upon uttering the words, she realizes it may place Ho Changding in an awkward position. It is not out of fear of anything else. Rather, it is due to Ho Changding's inability to stand or walk.
Ho Changding,
who had been a proactive leader in the pivotal battle last year, returned to the capital after sustaining his injury, rarely venturing out since. A young man reliant on others for survival. Who could accept such a fate? The old matriarch understands and sympathizes. Yet, to her astonishment, Ho Changding agrees. Could it be that he harbors feelings for Yan Wenji? Indeed. Who could resist such a remarkable young woman? Beautiful, intelligent, kind, and capable. What a predicament. She hopes that Changding does not become ensnared, only to suffer again. Even if Yan Wanji were to divorce, she remains an admirable person. Moreover, the capital knows she has not consummated her marriage with Cui Tinka, still a young maiden. Aside from her age, there is little to criticize. Yet, given her age, could there be a chance for Changding? Marrying him would elevate her to the position of primary wife. For a 20-year-old woman, securing a position as a first wife to a bachelor is no easy feat, however. Could there also be others like Changding, who were spurned before their campaigns and remain single? This warrants investigation. Shuiqin, you go. The old matriarch's heart wavers, torn between concern for Yan Wanji and Ho Changding as she begins to tally the eligible bachelors in the capital. Meanwhile, Yan Wanji has already stepped out of the Anshi Ho residence. Ho Changding, in his wheelchair, finds travel cumbersome. Thus, Yan Wanji declines and urges him not to see her off in person, suggesting a few attendants would suffice. As the carriage, accompanied by those on foot, slowly makes its way, it takes a considerable time to exit the Chongqing Road in front of the Anshi Ho residence and turn onto the Kaishan Road. After a while, as they pass through an alley, indeed, Cui Tinka emerges, flanked by several imposing subordinates. He halts the carriage and bellows, Yan Wanji, should you continue to disregard your wifely duties and stay out overnight, I shall break your legs and cast you into the Cui ancestral hall.
Wan Li,
incensed within the carriage, clenches her fists, while Yan Wanji remains silent. Thus, Huang Li raises her voice, coachman, continue onward. Upon hearing this, the coachman does not move, and the guards of the Anshi Ho residence rush to the front.
Feng Dou stands foremost, addressing Cui Tinke, General Cui.
I am here on the orders of the old matriarch of the Anshi Ho residence to escort Miss Yan. I kindly ask you to let us pass to avoid any discord between our houses. Cui Tinka dismisses the plea. I appreciate the old matriarch's concern. However, the Yan family is my wife. I have already taken her. You may all return. Feng Dou grits his teeth.
General Cui,
I am ordered to escort Miss Yan to Qingfeng Building. I must deliver her as instructed. Please do not obstruct our path, or it will put me in an awkward position. Cui Tinka's face darkens with fury. What do you think you are? A mere servant, meddling in my family affairs? With that, he strides toward Yan Wanji's carriage. Feng Dou hesitates for a moment, but steps in to block Cui Tinka. Enraged, Cui Tinka reaches out to grab Feng Dou, but misses. The guards from the Anshi Ho residence gather to intervene. The clash between Cui Tinka's men and the Anshi Ho residence is unexpected, leaving them unsure of how to proceed, momentarily frozen in place. Are you all dead? Cui Tinka roars, prompting his followers to act as the two parties engage in a scuffle. Though no one strikes with lethal intent, the grappling is forceful.
Wan Li balas.
Having thought Cui Tinka merely a scoundrel, she never anticipated he would dare to resort to violence in public. She lunges forward, shielding Yan Wanji behind her, resolutely ready to confront Cui Tinka. Yan Wanji remains seated upright, her voice steady. It is nothing. Yet, within her gathered sleeves, one hand grips the hilt of a dagger while the other clutches its sheath. At any moment, the curtain could be drawn aside. Suddenly, a change in the commotion outside caught attention. The Oriole peeked through the gap of the carriage curtain, its voice barely above a whisper, laced with surprise. Chapter 39. How many escorts do you have? Miss, it is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Outside, the Crown Prince's personal guard, Zhou Yu, rushed forward without any regard for decorum, directly reprimanding, General Cui, are you committing acts of wrongdoing in the streets? The men under Cui Tinka were taken aback by his words and momentarily halted. Turning around, They saw the crown prince's carriage gradually approaching. Cui Tinka bowed respectfully towards the carriage, suppressing the anger swelling within him. Your Highness, I merely came to escort my family back home. I had no intention of conflict, but was unaware that someone had taken my wife's carriage hostage. Fengdo also offered a bow. I've been sent by the matriarch of my household to ensure Miss Yan's safe return to her desired destination. Cui Tinka glared at Fengdo with resentment. Even the matriarch of the Anshi Marquis had no right to compel my wife to leave home. Listening intently, Yan Wanji, drawing from her dreams, could not help but envision the fearsome visage Cui Tinka now presented, and she had no desire to gaze upon him. The Oriole jumped down from the carriage and approached the Crown Prince's carriage to report, Your Highness. It is well known in the capital that my lady has already divorced the Cui family. She wishes to return to Qingfeng Tower. Cui Tinka was incensed, laughing sarcastically. A mere divorce decree suffices for separation? The Oriole rolled her eyes. Of course it does. If one can claim a concubine, why can my lady not declare a divorce? Cui Tinka was left speechless with rage. Fengdo, accompanied by the guards of the Anshi Marquis, stifled their laughter. Cui Tinka, not to be underestimated, declared sternly, even if she wishes to divorce, it is not yet finalized. Yan Wanji remains my wife. The Oriole scoffed, even if one swears a vow, it is mere empty words. Until the divorce is finalized, she is still your wife. To enter the estate would be to commit adultery, and any offspring would be illegitimate. Unable to endure such remarks, Cui Tinka raised his hand in an attempt to strike the Oriole, but she had already maneuvered herself beside Zhou Yu. Cui Tinka seethed with frustration. Are we to protect the servants of the Chongning Marquis as well? Am I not allowed to discipline them? The Oriole was far from mute. I am merely a servant to my lady. While she is in the Chongning Marquis, I am a servant of that household. Once she departs, I have no ties to it. You insolent maid. Cui Tinka nearly disregarded Zhou Yu and lunged forward.
Clap, clap, clap.
The Crown Prince applauded from within the carriage. You little maid, you are quite loyal to your master. With that, he lifted the curtain and disembarked. Everyone bowed, once more. But the Crown Prince made his way towards Yan Wanji's carriage. The Oriole, quick-witted, followed closely behind him. Cui Tinka, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, retained enough composure to refrain from acting out in this moment. Inside the carriage, Yan Wanji listened vigilantly to the sounds outside. Suddenly, a corner of the curtain was pulled aside, revealing half of the Crown Prince Li Mingqi's face. Miss Yan, are you well? Has anyone harmed you? Holding a dagger. Yan Wanji's eyes were filled with caution. Upon recognizing the Crown Prince, she hurriedly concealed the dagger within her sleeve. I am unharmed, thanks to His Royal Highness passing by. Otherwise, in broad daylight, if I were to be abducted, it would tarnish the peace of the capital. Li Mingqi held the curtain with one hand. Miss Yan, it seems you have been frightened. If it is so unsafe, allow me to escort you a little further. With that, he lowered the curtain and returned to his carriage. The Crown Prince's carriage turned around, leading the way, followed closely by Yan Wanji's carriage. Cui Tinka watched helplessly as Yan Wanji's carriage wheels rolled past him. He could only wonder how the faces of those inside could be described. 6 years had passed, and his memory of Yan Wanji from that time was already blurred.
Now.
She had moved out of the Marquis in a fit of anger before he could even take a closer look.
Now.
She was so near that the Crown Prince could lift the curtain to see her, but as her legitimate husband, he could only stand behind the carriage. Hearing her words, still spoken without compassion. With a loud crack, Cui Tinka clenched his fist too tightly, causing a loud pop from his knuckles. His hatred for Yan Wanji surged, and he began to plot whether, under the cover of night, he could go to Qingfeng Tower and forcibly bring her back to the estate. He intended to teach her a lesson, deliberately delaying her return home to ensure she would refrain from such rebellious acts in the future. However, her defiance had surpassed all expectations, rendering his intended lesson utterly inadequate. As Cui Tinka pondered this, a carriage, similar to Yan Wanji's, approached him closely. If he did not move, the wheels would surely crush his feet. Stepping back, he finally recognized the person seated at the front. His anger surged anew. It was Feng Mian, the personal guard of Hua Chongding, whom he had seen less than half an hour prior. Furious, Cui Tinka extended his hand to halt the carriage. What, General Hua? Do you also wish to escort my wife back to Qingfeng Tower? As the words escaped his lips, he suddenly realized that Hua Chongding had been following Yan Wanji's carriage all along. It was he who was escorting Yan Wanji, not a servant dispatched by Lady Hua. Well, well. His wife could be taken by anyone, but not by him. Cui Tinka's eyes widened with fury, his head spinning, nearly causing him to collapse.
Master Kui.
This is the capital, not the borderlands or Qingzhou. I advise you to study the law carefully to avoid serious mistakes that could implicate your family. The voice from the carriage called out before it continued on its way. As Yan Wanji's carriage disappeared from sight, the coachman whipped the horses into a faster pace. Once the sight of the carriage was lost, they slowed down again. Feng Mian muttered quietly, "General, the Crown Prince has already disembarked. Why not let them be?" Even without the Crown Prince, they would have gone to assist. Hu Changting remained silent, his fingers long yet unremarkable, calloused with deep and shallow scars. He pressed down harder on his legs, a self-deprecating thought crossing his mind. How to present himself? Should he let her witness him being carried off the carriage and into a wheelchair? He thought he had grown accustomed to such scenes, yet today, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His legs had been injured in that chaotic battle, broken when he fell from a high slope. He had always believed it was merely an injury. She had mentioned the possibility of poisoning. If it were poison, could it be cured? Would she be well again? Did she truly wish to divorce? And if so, what then? Behind Hu Changding's carriage, Cui Tinka collapsed to the ground. As his subordinates rushed to assist him, he stood up, clutching his forehead, tightening his brows, and closing his eyes. For a moment, he felt disoriented, faint images flashing in the blinding light. Too late to discern clearly. The only figure he recognized was Yan Wanji. When Cui Tinka returned to the Chongning Marquise, his head was still throbbing. The servant conveyed the message. "The Marquis requests your presence in the Chunshao Hall." Hu Tinka entered, suppressing his discomfort, and discovered that everyone in the residence was present. Bai Ruji and Cui Mingwen were also among them. The Hu family members were still clad in the attire they wore for today's birthday celebration, embroiled in a heated discussion about the embarrassment they faced. Chapter 40. You reconcile the accounts while I calculate, Madam Ho. Why didn't you take the initiative to say that you stole the statue of Guanyin? No one knows you anyway. It wouldn't matter if you were embarrassed. Bai Ruji felt a pang in her heart, yet she recognized that she needed to appease Madam Ho at this moment. It wasn't me. I didn't make a fuss about it. It was Sister Jinjin who wouldn't let it go, which caused us to be exposed. Cui Jinjin attempted to strike, but Bai Ruji evaded her. In her fervor, Jinjin's phoenix hairpin flew off and clattered against the wall. Upon picking it up, she discovered that the previously exquisite phoenix wings had been bent out of shape.
Ah!
Cui Jinjin exclaimed, lunging at Bai Ruji once more. Hu Tinka, aflame with anger, seized Cui Jinjin and flung her back. Bai Ruji fell into Hu Tinka's embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Cologne, that 5,000 taels you owe must be distributed to the families of the fallen soldiers. Yet you used it to pay for Sister Jinjin's hairpin. With no other recourse, I had to barter with my mother. Hu Tinka soothed Bai Ruji before turning to his mother with ire. Since it has already been exchanged, why stir up trouble? The Hu family is unaware of what was initially prepared. Indeed, why make a fuss? Madame Ho lamented. It's all that wretched Yan Wanji's fault. Just then, Cui Tingjin stepped over the threshold. She opened her mouth to speak but glanced at Hu Tinka and promptly fell silent, retreating to a corner. Bai Ruji, keen-eyed, whispered, I recall it was second brother who insisted that someone else stole from our family. All eyes turned to Cui Tingjin.
Madame Hu inquiret, Jin Er.
Didn't you see that I purchased another Guanyin statue? Cui Tingjin looked bewildered, a hint of guilt in her tone. But I didn't know it was a replacement for the original. Had I known earlier? Madame Ho, frustrated, replied, I did not intend to conceal it. I merely thought it unnecessary to inform you all about every gift. Truly, no one cared. The Chongning Ho residence no longer relied on the Anxi Ho residence for anything, so there was no need for flattery. Madame Ho struggled to recall, I remember at the beginning. You are, after all, the matriarch of the Ho residence. You ought to exercise some control. Why permit Yan Wanji to squander money frivolously, buying such extravagant gifts for old Madame Hua? Madame Ho, am I truly the matriarch? Wang Ma, the Ho Yi is always reticent. The moment he heard the madam was seeking trouble with me, he immediately spoke up to defend me.
Oh,
how I could weep. He even rebuked the madam on my behalf. What a fortunate fate I have. A fortunate woman is the most charming. Wang Ma secretly cast a flirtatious glance, unnoticed by the Chongning Ho. Madame Ho felt a sense of satisfaction. Knowing Wang Ma must despise Yan Wanji's disrespect towards her mother-in-law. That wretched Yan Wanji. Madame Ho's resentment towards her daughter-in-law was redirected towards her son. Why are you so late returning? Your father has been waiting to speak with you. The eldest son remained silent. Madame Ho's gaze shifted to her second son. Why are you also dawdling? The second son, too, said nothing. Changning Ho was growing impatient. Tinka, we cannot continue to indulge the Yen family's unruliness. Bring her back. Bai Ruji bit her lip, fixated on Huatinka. Upon hearing the name Yen, a flash of white light appeared in her mind, causing her a splitting headache. Huatinka furrowed his brows. Bai Ruji secretly felt relieved. He did not seem pleased at the prospect of bringing Yan Wanji back. Good, Huatinka finally replied, nodding. Cui Jinjin immediately expressed her displeasure. Is that how you intend to bring her back? Huatinka responded, she will be punished upon her return. Cui Jinjin's expression brightened. Punish her to kneel in the ancestral hall, forbidding her from eating or drinking for at least 7 days. And she must clean the courtyard like a servant. She shall not be allowed to leave the house, and she must buy me that most expensive hairpin. Huatinka ignored his sister, focusing instead on Bai Ruji. Feeling a pang of guilt. In a few days, I will arrange a wedding banquet for you, without Yan Wanji. I will marry you alone. Bai Ruji's eyes sparkled with gratitude, her affection palpable. Huatinka grasped her hand tightly.
I never formally ved det her.
It was Yan Wanji who invited the bridal sedan. A sharp pain suddenly pierced his heart, fleeting like a shooting star. You are my true wife. From now on, in the Changning Ho residence, you shall be the legitimate young mistress. If she dares to bully you, you must punish her without mercy. Bai Ruji buried her head in Huatinka's embrace, struggling to suppress a smile. As long as I can serve Kolong and be with you, I care for nothing else. You know I have never feared hardship. No matter what, I will endure. Madame Ho observed with discontent. Having married into the Changning Ho family for over 2 decades, she had seldom experienced such intimacy, let alone share words. Previously, it was even difficult to see Changning Ho at all. It was only after Yan Wanji entered the family and employed cunning schemes that Changning Ho could no longer roam freely outside. Madame Ho glanced at Changning Ho, who was becoming increasingly impatient and heading towards the exit. You may discuss these matters amongst yourselves. In the room, only Wang Ma was excited. When shall the banquet be held? Should we select an auspicious date? We must also begin preparing the wedding attire and phoenix crown. The heir has returned to the capital. A banquet should be prepared, as our residence hasn't hosted one in years. Can the chef manage it? Do we have enough tables and chairs? Madame Ho appeared somewhat bewildered. She raised a hand to her forehead, feigning weakness. Tinka, quickly call Wanji back to organize it. Bai Ruji's brow twitched. Once back at Chunshan courtyard with Huatinka, she hesitantly spoke up. Kolong, perhaps we should forgo the wedding banquet? Huatinka pondered, considering we already have children. It matters not whether we hold a ceremony. In my heart, you are my first. Bai Ruji's eyes glimmered with tears. I fear my sister will be unwilling to assist in organizing this banquet. Huatinka replied, she has no say in the matter. Bai Ruji responded, but on such a joyous occasion, if my sister throws a tantrum, it could ruin the festivities. Huatinka reassured her, do not worry, I will ensure she behaves. Bai Ruji sighed, my heart is a tempest. Kolong, if my sister does become upset, I will understand. Huatinka nodded, you are indeed reasonable. Why is Yan Wanji so envious? Bai Ruji observed Huatinka's expressions and movements, sensing he was not adhering to her plans. Frustrated, she turned her face, feigning a pitiful demeanor. However, I believe it would be rather cruel to let my sister witness our wedding. Perhaps. Huatinka tightened his grip on Bai Ruji's hand. You are too kind. In consideration of your plea, we shall allow her to join the ceremony too. The 3 of us must live together henceforth. Chapter 41. A reunion of uncle and sister-in-law. Bai Ruji's expression could no longer be contained, her lips quivering with indignation. Taking a deep breath for a moment, I finally managed to restore a gentle and deceivingly sweet expression. Kilo, my sister has been married to you for 6 years, as everyone in the capital knows. Yet here I am, a nameless and unrecognized woman following you, giving birth to one, only to provoke laughter from others. With no one holding me in esteem, I said, glancing with satisfaction at Huatinka, who revealed a look of concern. I continued my performance, so this time, Kilo must marry me alone to vindicate my name. Let the people of the capital know that I am not the kind of libertine woman who cohabits with you without a bond.
Kuitinka exclaimed.
Who dares to say that about Jir? I shall kill him. The roar of Cui Tinka left Bai Ruji's ears buzzing. Unable to cover her ears, she threw herself back into Cui Tinka's embrace to hide for a while. Kilo, I think, to avoid making Sister Yen uncomfortable seeing us wed, we should hold the feast first, then have the ceremony, and only then let her return. This way, we can prevent her from throwing a tantrum and wanting to run away from home. Cui Tinka replied, I will not let her dare to do that. What I mean is, before holding the feast, do not call Yan Wanji back. After his outburst, Bai Ruji realized she had shouted. Stunned for a moment, she suddenly threw herself into Cui Tinka's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Kilo, I am finally going to marry you. You have no idea how happy I am. I am so excited. I thought I would never be able to marry you. Our winner will no longer be seen as an illegitimate child. Cui Tinka, momentarily dazed by her outburst, quickly embraced Bai Ruji, comforting her. Jir, you yearn so deeply to marry me. Look how excited you are. Your voice has become unrecognizable.
My dear Tia,
Who loves me wholeheartedly. My pure and innocent Jir. My delicate and helpless Jir. As Cui Tinka suddenly felt the world spin and collapse to the ground, Yan Wanji sat peacefully in the carriage. In front, the Crown Prince's carriage cleared the way, while behind, the guards from the Anshi Marquis estate escorted her. Safely arriving at Xioshui Street, the Crown Prince's carriage, marked with a royal emblem, turned at the street corner. The guards from the Anshi Marquis estate accompanied Yan Wanji to Qingfeng Tower, where Feng Do politely took his leave. After thanking him, Yan Wanji invited the guards to rest for tea, but they declined and left promptly. Once the guards departed, Lu Hong and Lu Qing entered Qingfeng Tower and followed Yan Wanji upstairs. Lu Hong hesitantly asked, My lady, given today's circumstances, should we not have emerged? Yan Wanji gestured for Huang Li to help her remove her ring and bracelet, saying no need. You two stay close to me, and unless it is a matter of life and death, do not intervene. If others know I have 2 guards beside me, they might reinforce their numbers, should they wish to harm me. Lu Hong and Lu Qing should remain as my last line of defense. Once Lu Hong and Lu Qing confirmed and withdrew, Yan Wanji changed her attire, had a light meal, and took up pen and paper to write. As dusk approached, Bai Ling came to report, young Master Cui has returned, saying it is urgent. Bai Ling had heard of today's events and learned that Cui Tingjin had specifically reminded her to request the escort from the Anshi Marquis estate to prevent being intercepted by that scoundrel Cui Tinka. Upon seeing Cui Tingjin, she found him much more presentable. Setting down her pen, Yan Wanji tore the written paper into shreds, crumpled it into a ball, and temporarily placed it in the basket, awaiting a fire. Cui Tingjin, still in the same attire from earlier, appeared somewhat anxious. Despite her complex feelings, Yan Wanji at least offered him tea. However, she did not express her thanks, merely asking lightly, Is there something you need? Sister-in-law, Cui Tingjin began. But Yan Wanji furrowed her brows slightly. You may call me Miss Yan. He tightened his grip on the teacup, his gaze searching. Sister-in-law, do you truly intend to part from my brother? Yan Wanji's expression remained unchanged, and she did not respond, merely observing him. Cui Tingjin quickly lowered his head. I understand. I understand, sister. You will certainly do what you intend. What if my brother begins treating you well? He raised his head, staring intently at Yan Wanji. What if Bai Ruji were no longer in the picture? Yan Wanji felt a sense of confusion. Cui Tingjin seemed genuinely concerned about whether she and Cui Tinka would remain together. She recalled that in her dreams, he was always by Bai Ruji's side, consistently assisting her against Yan Wanji. He helped Bai Ruji capture Cui Tinka's affections and heart. Yet these 6 years, Yan Wanji had seen Cui Tingjin almost daily. He couldn't possibly know Bai Ruji. Why was he so kind to her? A deep sense of defeat washed over her. After 6 years of companionship, teaching him as a sister and mother would, she felt overshadowed by a stranger who had descended from the heavens. How pitiful! Yan Wanji was truly lamentable. Do you like Bai Ruji? This new sister-in-law? Yan Wanji suddenly inquired. Cui Tingjin blinked, seemingly not comprehending the question. Oh, how could I like such a woman? He exclaimed, his tone laced with disdain. Yan Wanji's heart scoffed. How amusing. It seems it was not love at first sight for the new sister-in-law. Initially dismissing her as that kind of woman, only to gradually succumb to her charm. Ah, youth. Now smiling at the old sister-in-law while plotting to make her weep for the new sister-in-law. W, what are you laughing at?
Quitting Jin stammered.
I laugh at myself for once treating a wolf as a dog. Cui Tingjin remarked, did you not say the black tiger is a dog of a foreign tribe? So, it turns out to be a wolf? Yan Wanji chuckled. Did you come for something today? Raising an eyebrow, she called for Huang Li, instructing, bring me 100 taels of silver notes. Huang Li quickly complied. Cui Tingjin nearly sprang up. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Yan Wanji replied, take this to buy some writing supplies. Consider it a token of gratitude for today. At least on this matter, we are even. Each time, she gifted Cui Tingjin silver. He appeared delighted. Indeed, he immediately smiled broadly, accepting the notes with glee. The Cui family, father and sons, were all quite handsome, otherwise. Yan Wanji would not have felt compassion for Cui Tinka. Cui Tingjin, still young, lacked the heroic and free-spirited demeanor of Cui Tinka. But he bore some resemblance to the Cui Tinka of their academy days. Handsome, with a cool demeanor when expressionless, he was most striking. However, when he smiled, he revealed a youthful innocence. In the past, Yan Wanji often reminded Cui Tingjin, fool, don't smile so foolishly, the girl you like will be disenchanted. Yet today, she had no inclination to laugh at others' foolishness. The foolish one was herself. Yet Cui Tingjin continued to smile foolishly, as if genuinely naive. Yan Wanji pouted. It is getting late. Young Master Cui, you should return home soon. Cui Tingjin's smile faltered, his lips curling downward in a semblance of grievance, making him appear even more foolish. Yan Wanji found it hard to associate this face with the one from her dreams, who had conspired with Bai Ruji. She turned her head away, unable to look any longer. After a while, Cui Tingjin spoke. I fear my brother intends to come and fetch you. Chapter 42. Get lost. Is that so? Yan Wanji replied dismissively without turning back. The sunset's fiery orange glow poured through the window, casting a brilliant and warm shadow over her profile. Her hair tousled. She resembled a cat basking in the sun, slightly tilting her head, her well-defined nose showcasing its perfect shape. Her long eyelashes fluttered rhythmically like breaths from her enchanting eyes. Her lips, relaxed yet pursed, formed a slight frown, suggesting a hint of displeasure. How delightful! She must be annoyed with her elder brother. Rightfully so. If only she would express more anger. Cui Tingjin struggled to suppress the upward curl of his lips, captivated by the delicate movement of her beautiful mouth, suddenly rendered breathless. His hands were uncertain, torn between clenching into fists or relaxing. A surge of warmth rose uncontrollably to his face. In a flurry, he set aside the silver note and clasped a teacup, hastily gulping down water. After several loud swallows, he choked and began to cough. Yan Wanji glanced back, her eyes filled with exasperation. Each time she instructed Cui Tingjin and found him lacking, she would cast him such a glance. No rolling of the eyes, just a flicker of her gaze, which appeared rather charming. The meaning behind her look was rich. I am disappointed in you. I mock you. I await your response. Cui Tingjin's smile returned, only to falter as he realized Yan Wanji caught him grinning. He hunched his back, burying his head in a fit of coughs. Yan Wanji intended to inquire if Cui Tingjin had learned any significant news. However, seeing him cough in such a foolish manner reminded her of that mischievous 10-year-old boy from 5 or 6 years ago. She cast another resigned glance. I understand. You should return now. There is nothing truly urgent, so do not linger. Yet, Cui Tingjin seemed willingly to act as a spy for the Ho residents. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Yan Wanji refrained from voicing this thought. Cui Tingjin wished to stay a while longer, yet he seemed at a loss for words. How his brother might persuade Yan Wanji to return was beyond his understanding. Would he utter sweet nothings? A compliment such as, "You are beautiful. I admire you?" Nonsense. Those were mere lies. He harbored no such feelings for his sister-in-law. Certainly not. Yan Wanji observed as the corners of Cui Tingjin's mouth abruptly fell, his expression darkening with anger and a hint of grievance. Suddenly smiling, then quickly fuming. Indeed, Cui Tingjin possessed a fragmented nature. Thus, he simultaneously assisted Bai Ruji in harming himself while continually radiating warmth and extending a helping hand. There was even a time when, during the day, Cui Tingjin aided Bai Ruji, leading to Yan Wanji being confined in the ancestral hall once more. Yet, by night, he presented her with a large luminous pearl. Sister-in-law, he said, I have saved up for a long time and finally purchased this. I intended to give it to you as a birthday gift, but I couldn't resist presenting it to you immediately. What do you think? It truly glows. Yan Wanji declined, yet he insisted, sister-in-law. Please accept it. I will save more money to buy you other gifts for your birthday. Would she truly care for a luminous pearl? The money she spent on hiring esteemed tutors for Cui Tingjin could have acquired countless such pearls. Remembering her dreams, Yan Wanji felt a surge of anger.
Leave.
I wish to rest. Cui Tingjin's face stiffened with indignation, and his grievance spilled forth. He rose carefully, retrieving the silver note he had set aside, folding it and tucking it into his sleeve. Then I shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself, sister-in-law. The term sister-in-law only fueled Yan Wanji's ire, prompting her to snap back, get lost. Over the past 6 years, she had played the roles of sister, mother, teacher, and elder to him. Thus, her command for Cui Tingjin to leave was hardly remarkable. Consequently, he failed to perceive the sudden shift in Yan Wanji's emotions. Though reluctant, he obediently exited. As he descended the stairs, his right hand slipped into his left sleeve pocket, where the silver note remained. Cui Tingjin felt a surge of joy. Unable to share this news at home, he leaned toward the servant accompanying him, saying, "My sister-in-law gave me a silver note." He beamed with pride. The servant, having developed a better impression of Cui Tingjin, rolled her eyes at his smug demeanor. So, it was for the lady's reward then. How greedy! Initially intending to offer him additional favors, she now felt disinclined. Watching Cui Tingjin exit Qingfeng Tower, she turned back and ascended the stairs. Upstairs, Xiang Mama was worried about Cui Tinka's impending visit and was discussing it with Yan Wanji. Huang Li then suggested, "Miss, why not find someone to urge the Cui family to expedite the signing of the divorce papers, lest those scoundrels continue to pester us?" Yan Wanji's lips curled into a cold smile. No need to rush. My desire to leave the residence stems from not wishing to be married to Cui Tinka, nor to serve the elderly and young of the Cui family any longer. Here, they can do nothing to me. They can only sulk in silence. I am in no hurry. Others will be more anxious than I. When pressed, I can save myself the trouble and better negotiate terms.
Xiang Mama siged.
Unable to contain her worry. Alas, it is true. Although the Cui family breached the contract first, that by family member who saved Cui Tinka's life complicates matters. The capital is abuzz with talk of how the miss is too spoiled and should empathize with the soldier's plight. It is infuriating. Such a distortion of truth. However, given the circumstances, it is best for the miss to settle the divorce as soon as possible. That way, she can seek a new husband. Yan Wanji could read Xiang Mama's thoughts without needing to guess. She smiled helplessly. We must wait. However, perhaps someone will soon be in a hurry. As she spoke, she took a crumpled piece of paper she had previously written on and smoothed it out, asking, "How goes the search?" Xiang Mama replied, "We are looking. This matter is of great importance and not easily resolved. We must inquire thoroughly about the character of the individuals involved. They must be honest." Yan Wanji advised, unconsciously stroking her fingers. In recent days, her dreams about her past life persisted. Dreams are dreams. Some were clear, while others were vague. Today, she noted down some of the things she had dreamed about. Finalizing the divorce with Cui Tinka was the least pressing concern. Though divorce was easy, reclaiming what she had invested in the Cui family would be challenging. She needed to find a strong ally to facilitate this process. In her dreams, she had contemplated divorce, yet her maternal grandmother and mother, as well as the elder relatives, did not support her decision. The most critical point was that if Yan Wanji had brothers, their approval would suffice. But without brothers, she had to rely on her relatives. Even her brothers might not be reliable. So why would anyone else act without care for her interests? Therefore, Yan Wanji needed to establish connections with those who could advocate for her. Contemplating the need to find a suitable candidate and persuade her mother, she furrowed her brow. Yet soon, a thought occurred to her. The following day, as night fell, another visitor arrived. This time it was Cui Tinka. Perhaps feeling embarrassed after losing face at Qingfeng Tower last time, he entered quietly, head bowed, attempting to ascend the stairs in silence. Naturally, he was stopped. He insisted on seeing Yan Wanji. Chapter 43. A Bright Opening. All things prosperous. Yan Wanji considered briefly before descending to the middle of the staircase, looking down at Cui Tinka. You wish to see me. Is there something you need? In the Qingfeng Tower, the lamps have already been lit, flickering flames casting shadows that dance across Yan Wanji's face. Her features remain indistinct, yet she possesses an enigmatic beauty. Standing gracefully atop the ascending staircase, resembling a deity descended from the heavens, judging the mortals below, Cui Tinka feels a pulse of unease, not out of fear. After 6 years on the battlefield, amidst blood and gore, he has long shed any trepidation. However, at this moment, a chilling sensation courses through his veins, as if the distance between them on the staircase is more profound than life and death itself. Yan Wanji, growing impatient, inquires again, "Do you have business with me?" The candlelight flickers across Cui Tinka, momentarily disorienting him, and he finally recalls the purpose of his visit. The anger from his earlier confrontation with the waiter has dissipated, leaving only a trace behind. He suppresses his remaining ire, adopting a tone that is almost tender, reminiscent of the gentle words he once spoke to Yan Wanji 6 years prior, while still in the academy. "Come back to my residence with me." The shadow of the jade-carved deity on the staircase suddenly shifts, a cold smirk gracing its lips. Cui Tinka feels a surge of anger. Enough of this. I know that despite everything, neither Ru Ji nor I have done wrong. The issue of a secondary wife contradicts the vows I made to you. Thus, I have come to retrieve you as a form of recompense. The mockery deepens from above. "What more do you want?" Cui Tinka attempts to ascend the stairs, but the waiter blocks his path once more. The jade statue moves back a few steps, as if creating a barrier between him and the divine. Behind her, several others await, ready to enforce the separation between man and goddess. Cui Tinka's hand slams against the banister, splintering the wood and drawing blood. Yet, Yan Wanji's icy smile remains unchanged. Is she truly so unfeeling as to feign indifference to his pain? Cui Tinka's expression hardens, his voice low yet more terrifying than a shout. "We never held a wedding ceremony. If you continue this tantrum, Ru Ji will wed me first, and you shall be the secondary wife. Do you understand?" Yan Wanji genuinely laughs this time, the coldness at her lips dissipating like the warmth of spring sunshine, rendering her exceedingly beautiful. Cui Tinka's heartstrings quiver, and he stutters, but Yan Wanji interjects, "Cui Tinka, cease your antics. You have wronged me, and the only resolution is a divorce. Whom you marry as your primary or secondary wife is of no concern to me." With that, she smiles again and turns to ascend the stairs, lazily remarking, "I do not care about your grievances. Betraying vows is still betrayal. Should a dog consume excrement, should I then investigate the reasons behind its actions? Absurd. Filth remains filth." As she climbs higher, her voice fades into the distance.
Cui Tinka, enraged,
forgets to unleash his pent-up fury. He strikes the banister again, exclaiming, "All right. If you prefer to be the secondary wife, I shall accommodate you." He turns, kicking over a chair and striding towards the exit, blood still dripping from his hand. The steward, observing Cui Tinka's figure vanish into the night, instructs the waiters to clean up promptly. The blood on the floor must be removed, and the entrance must be cleaned as well. 2 waiters hurriedly fetch damp cloths, wiping the path where Cui Tinka had walked. The oriole and the lark peek from the staircase. The oriole exclaims, "What bad luck!" The lark replies, "A bright red omen. All will go smoothly." The steward chuckles, "Indeed, it seems so." Laughter fills the air, creating a joyous atmosphere. The lark muses, "Why is that scoundrel so amusing? Is it innate?" The oriole rolls her eyes, concluding, "Perhaps he is the legendary universal jester." For several days, Qingfeng Tower remains quiet. Meanwhile, Cui Tingjin arrives with news that preparations for a celebratory banquet for by Ru Ji have begun at his residence. This time he comes during the day, and upon hearing his message, Yan Wanji expels him. He lingers on the first floor, insisting on helping clear tables and move chairs. However, while serving tea to guests, he accidentally shatters a teacup. The steward admonishes, "Master Cui, you must compensate us for this. Moreover, since one piece is broken, the entire set is rendered unusable. You will need to reimburse me for the full set."
Cui Tingjin appears troubled.
The lark, observing the scene, chimes in, "Master Cui, do not claim you lack the funds to pay. Last time, our young lady rewarded you with 100 taels, and today, she has given you another 10. 10 taels will suffice to cover this tea set." The steward, adopting a friendly demeanor, agrees, "Indeed, it is just right." Cui Tingjin glances up the staircase, noticing no one is descending, and his mood darkens. "I will compensate," he declares, rummaging through his pouch to produce 3 taels and some copper coins. "Let me pay 3 taels now, and I shall return to pay the remaining 7 later." The steward protests, but you have precisely 10 taels. If you give me 3, I cannot settle the account. Cui Tingjin clenches his 10 taels tightly. That won't do. I have urgent matters to attend to today. I will return to settle the remaining 7. With that, he hastily departs. The steward calls after him, Hey, write me an IOU. The lark scoffs, do not worry. He will certainly return. He has finally discovered a source of income, treating trivial matters as if they were of utmost importance, selling the news to his master. She is benevolent. Before Cui Tingjin can return with the remaining 10 taels or any fresh intelligence, Cui Tinka arrives first, early in the morning. At this hour, Qingfeng Tower is not crowded, with only a few scattered patrons enjoying their morning tea. Yan Wanji does not see him, and the Oriole descends to inform. My lady has yet to awaken. Cui Tinka, filled with fury, bellows, Have Yan Wanji come down to see me immediately? Or does she wish for me to ascend? The Oriole blinks as several burly men appear at the staircase's edge. Young Master Cui, this city is governed by law. Should you cause a disturbance, we will have no choice but to report it. I have heard that the woman disfigured by the general has yet to recover.
Cui Tinka's countenance shifts dramatically.
The Oriole chuckles, hee. My lady's teachings are effective. They always manage to infuriate this scoundrel, turning his face ashen, akin to a coal cellar. Cui Tinka brandishes a document in his hand. Have her sign here. The Oriole approaches to examine it, discovering it is a document for marrying a secondary wife. According to the laws of the Great Li, consent and signatures from the primary wife are mandatory for such an arrangement. Otherwise, a formal marriage contract cannot be established. The Oriole hands the document back to Cui Tinka. Our lady will not sign. If she refuses, I will divorce her and elevate Bai Ruji as my primary wife.
Cui Tinka treatens.
The Oriole rolls her eyes, replying, Then young Master Cui should return with a divorce decree. By the way, a divorce decree cannot simply be written by oneself. Consider this a friendly reminder to spare you another unnecessary trip. Cui Tinka, now seething with rage, disregards his dignity and shouts up the stairs, Yan Wanji, come out. I know you are there. Chapter 44. The greed for dowry. The Oriole shouts, Everyone, come quickly and see the spectacle. Under normal circumstances, she would never shout like this, fearing Yan Wanji would be embarrassed. In her dreams, Yan Wanji often hesitated, bound by numerous reasons, all for the sake of appearances, her own dignity, Cui Tinka's dignity, the dignity of the Chongning Marquis residence, and the Yan family's dignity. Upon reflection, she realizes that when Cui Tinka brought Bai Ruji back, she had already lost all semblance of dignity. Her subsequent efforts to maintain appearances were all in vain. Why bother? When Cui Tinka made a scene, the people inside and outside Qingfeng building were already paying attention, though most did so furtively. However, now, with a single call of the Oriole, the onlookers turned their gazes directly towards Cui Tinka, like sunflowers seeking the sun. Cui Tinka felt both shame and anger. Yan Wanji, as a married woman, how can you disregard your marital duties and spend your days away from home? Do you have no shame? Early in the morning, with only a few people around, Yan Wanji had no intention of receiving Cui Tinka. Yet, as more people began to gather, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with tea, took up a handkerchief, and descended the stairs. Approaching the Oriole, her clear voice was occasionally choked with sobs. Young Master Cui, you are being too unreasonable.
Cui Tinka shouted angrily, Yan Wanji.
Yan Wanji wiped her tears. I have overlooked your betrayal of our vows, voluntarily requesting a divorce and relinquishing my position as the rightful wife. What more do you want? How could my dowry possibly be left for you to marry another? Don't you think you are being utterly absurd? You have betrayed me, yet still wish to claim my dowry. Cui Tinka's face flushed red, almost resembling Guan Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever ask for your dowry? Yan Wanji let out a sob. Though my dowry is substantial, you are also a man of merit. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn silver in the future. Why must you be so petty, forcing me into this over a mere dowry? Cui Tinka could no longer contain himself and was about to lunge forward. A few burly men rushed to block him. Yan Wanji, terrified, turned pale, her hairpin trembling atop her head. For 6 whole years, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the Chongning Marquis household. I do not blame you for breaking our vows. You, a dignified general, would actually consider killing me to seize my dowry? After I escape, will you still try to abduct me and end my life? It was just a mere dowry. Yet you desire my life. As she spoke of her sorrow, she covered her face and wept, each word drenched in anguish. Chui Tinka was nearly knocked down the stairs by the burly men, feeling as if he might spew blood from the anger boiling within him. A surge of rage coursed through him, leaving his head pounding. Everything went dark before his eyes. But in his mind, a blinding light flickered. Yan Wanji's figure danced in that light, and when he caught a glimpse of her face, it was haggard and sorrowful. I have relinquished my position as the rightful wife, but do not think to persuade me to leave my dowry for you to marry another. Chui Tinka had initially intended to soften his tone with Yan Wanji, hoping to coax her back home, to avoid his subordinates witnessing his humility towards her. He had made sure to keep Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui at a distance. However, as more and more people entered Qingfeng building, Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui hurriedly ran inside. Seeing Chui Tinka holding his forehead, they rushed to assist him. The document regarding the concubine had already slipped from his unconscious grasp. As the blinding light in his mind faded, he swallowed his inexplicable pain and pointed at Yan Wanji. She is speaking nonsense. Yan Wanji raised her voice. I will take my dowry. Do not think you can threaten me into leaving it behind. Chui Tinka glanced around, searching for a weapon. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui urgently tugged at him. General, we must leave now, or it will be too late. We need to go to the Ministry of War. To receive rewards based on merit, one must first report their accomplishments, and Chui Tinka suddenly came to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he turned to leave. Though he claimed to be clear-headed, he was still somewhat dazed, his mind filled with hazy images, while a fire raged within him, making it impossible to discern the nature of those images. Damn it, that wretched Yan Wanji. It seemed that whenever he saw her, he could not control his temper. It was not merely a lack of control, it was her infuriating nature. Just the thought of her words and actions quickened his breath. Halfway in their carriage journey, Chui Tinka suddenly exclaimed, "What on earth is she babbling about?" Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui huddled in a corner, trying to minimize their presence. They were unaware. In any case, every time the general encountered this Yan lady from the capital, he never emerged unscathed. To be precise, he never gained anything good. After Chui Tinka departed, within Qingfeng building, Yan Wanji exchanged a knowing glance with the Oriole. The Oriole understood immediately and rushed down the stairs to lament to those around her. My lady is so pitiful. To marry someone well is one thing, but to be betrayed is one thing, yet they even covet my lady's dowry. The lark's voice chimed in. How could such a person exist? The Oriole replied, Fortunately, my lady managed to escape. Otherwise, the lark interjected, Heavens! She might have met the same fate as the lady from the Guanglin Marquis household. The onlookers gasped in shock. The Guanglin Marquis household had been raided last year because their family had married a daughter-in-law who was poisoned to death, leaving behind her dowry. After several such incidents, it was only the fourth daughter-in-law's family that uncovered the clues and reported it to the authorities. After engaging in friendly conversation with the gathered crowd, the Oriole and Lark ascended the stairs with light steps. Unable to contain herself, the Lark asked, Miss, I truly cannot believe that someone of the Chui family could act in such a manner. Yan Wanji replied, I am merely speaking nonsense. The Lark gasped in disbelief. She took her words seriously. Yan Wanji continued, he marrying Bai Ruji as a concubine. Many believe it is a matter of gratitude, and thus justifiable. I, however, should not, but instead, be deemed unworthy of my marital duties. My seeking a divorce is seen as jealousy and pettiness. Is it not reasonable to cast a little mud? Moreover, it is not entirely unfounded. At least for now, I have yet to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Thus, the group exchanged further trivialities. Just then Zhuke returned, holding two small booklets. Yan Wanji took them and perused their contents. They contained information about certain individuals. Zhuke remarked, one is older and the other is younger. Yan Wanji opened the booklet for the older individual. Zhuke explained, the front lists those without families or with few relatives. Indeed, the first entry was of a person with deceased parents and no relatives left. Zhuke added, this is the one you specifically mentioned, He Hanchuan, the future top scholar. He is exceedingly intelligent, which makes him undesirable. Yan Wanji flipped the pages, beginning to examine the latter part. Suddenly, she recalled to remind the Lark to keep a close watch lately, as the Chui family would likely return. In her dreams, while Yan Wanji felt sorrow, she was genuinely grateful that Bai Ruji had saved Chui Dinka's life and felt pity for his struggles over 6 years. Thus, she bore her heartache and took the initiative to assist Bai Ruji in arranging the concubine's wedding and even managed their wedding banquet. It is somewhat laughable, in fact, Yan Wanji had never participated in a wedding ceremony. Years ago, her mother had mentioned that Yan Wanji and Cui Tinka had not yet completed the marriage rites. Although they had already formalized their union at the government office, upon Cui Tinka's return to the capital, they still needed to host a grand and joyous wedding. But who could have known that this prolonged conflict would last 6 years, with her father and 3 brothers having successively gone to war and perished on the battlefield? And her mother, unable to withstand the blow, fell ill and never recovered. Eventually, she survived, yet her heart was sealed, retreating to a temple, never returning home or seeing Yan Wanji again, not even willing to employ the old servants. Yan Wanji understood that her mother's actions stemmed from the fact that encountering old acquaintances would remind her of past events, of her once vibrant father and brothers. Thus, she preferred to suffer in solitude in the temple. However, her mother did not realize that Yan Wanji was willing to fulfill her wishes and not disturb her peace. Yet, there were those already harboring other intentions. Chapter 45. The secret of the younger uncle. As for matters concerning her maternal family, they were neither clear nor abundant in her dreams. Perhaps, in truth, this maternal family had indeed ceased to have any relation with Yan Wanji. The revelation filled Yan Wanji with a sense of shame. Since she had the fortune to glimpse the celestial secrets, she could no longer stand idly by as events unfolded. Time was of the essence. Yan Wanji needed to prepare swiftly. That evening, an unexpected visitor arrived. Though not entirely uninvited, for this guest came bearing gifts. The individual said nothing, placed the offerings down, and swiftly vanished into the night. Huang Li opened the parcel and was taken aback despite her familiarity with jewels. A plethora of gemstones, pearls, and agate dazzled her senses. "Is this from His Highness the Crown Prince?" Bai Ling inquired. Yan Wanji shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Tomorrow, she would send a note to the elderly matriarch of the Anxi Marquise, having interrupted her birthday celebration previously. A gesture of apology was in order. She intended to draft a list to procure some rare medicinal herbs from Jijin Hall as gifts. Suddenly, a multitude of tasks loomed before her, and Yan Wanji was reluctant to delegate these matters to anyone beyond Huang Li and a few others. Consequently, the following day, most of those remaining at Qingfeng Tower had ventured out. Coincidentally, it was a holiday at the academy and Cui Tingjin came by during the day, bringing with him some delicacies prepared by the chefs of the Chongning Marquise, which were among Yan Wanji's favorites. Upon opening the box, her heart leapt with joy. While not the most exquisite of flavors, it had been several days since she had savored such treats. With eager fingers, she reached for one, her hand halted mid-air, eyes wide with suspicion. "You wouldn't have poisoned these treats, would you? You wretched little fatso. Why would you think that of me, sister-in-law?" he retorted, flustered.
How could you call me that?
2 years prior, Cui Tingjin had been quite the rascal, while Yan Wanji was merely 14 or 15, attempting to act the part of a mature sister-in-law. Her youthful exuberance often broke through. When Cui Tingjin misbehaved, Yan Wanji would become infuriated, exclaiming, "You wretched little fatso. You waste my time. Do you think I relish managing you?" Cui Tingjin despised being called little fatso, often leading him to starve himself in a bid to slim down. And he actually succeeded. Recently, however, Yan Wanji had been preoccupied with visions of future events from her dreams, and she was puzzled as to why she had reverted to such an antiquated nickname. After his weight loss, Cui Tingjin had become quite handsome, causing Yan Wanji to forget how he had looked in earlier years. You, Cui Tingjin protested, his face flushing in indignation. "It's merely a title," Yan Wanji thought to herself, but she couldn't help but wonder if he still harbored resentment. Yet, it was just a playful nickname born of frustration. Was it truly possible that he would seek retribution years later? With a slight blink, memories of the little fatso from 5 or 6 years ago resurfaced. And Yan Wanji felt a twinge of embarrassment. "To be fair, you weren't really that chubby," she mused. "In fact, you were not particularly overweight. You merely seemed so in comparison to the lean Cui Tinka." Perhaps she truly ought to refrain from using the nickname Little Fatso. Damn that little fatso. How could he harbor such a grudge and treat me in this manner? Yan Wanji pouted, her eyelids drooping, lashes fluttering. A moment of awkwardness washed over her, followed by confusion. Biting her lip, she suddenly felt a surge of anger. Cui Tingjin, oblivious to the rapid shifts in her expressions, felt a sense of dread. "Cui Ergongzi, have you forgotten that I am no longer connected to your family? You are not to seek me out again." Her voice was laced with irritation. Cui Tingjin hastily replied, I came today with urgent news. I am eager to share it with my sister-in-law. Yan Wanji glanced at him, too fatigued to correct his address. What is it? Her penetrating gaze was filled with expectation, her lips forming an expression that was both playful and reproachful. Cui Tingjin, momentarily forgetting his prepared excuse, was met with her impatience as she slightly lifted her chin, revealing her graceful neck. He felt an uncontrollable urge to touch his own throat, which had only recently developed a prominent Adam's apple. It was evident that men and women not only differed in their facial features, but also in the structure of their necks.
Cui Tingjin,
She called out, using his full name, causing him to panic. In the past, when Yan Wanji had insisted he practice his calligraphy, he had often scribbled carelessly, earning her ire and a playful reprimand. It's not that painful, she would say, her heart softening as she lightly tapped him with a ruler. More like a tickle than a punishment. Yet, her feigned anger always appeared genuine. Cui Tingjin felt pity for her. A young girl, inexplicably thrust into their household to serve this and that, and now tasked with managing him, while his parents and elder brother paid him no mind. Why was Yan Wanji burdened with overseeing his behavior, ensuring he did not misbehave, engage in fights, skip classes, or vex his teachers? She even dictated his dietary choices, forbidding him from being picky, from neglecting vegetables, or from consuming too many sweets. She monitored his emotional state, even discerning whether he was happy or not. As the night breeze began to rise, Yan Wanji insisted on draping her arm around his shoulder as they sat on the steps beneath the eaves. Are you unhappy today? What troubles you? Did someone bully you at the academy? If you confide in me, I promise to keep it a secret. In return, I shall share with you one of my secrets. In truth, Cui Tingjin had merely been fatigued from play, which had caused his lips to droop. Yet someone was concerned for him. He quickly concocted a reason. The teacher scolded me for my poor handwriting. Yan Wanji was taken aback. Didn't you master it already? After he had learned, she had ceased to accompany him daily for writing practice. Then perhaps you should practice a bit more starting tomorrow. Is your teacher particularly demanding? Inquiring into the matter eased her mind. You should return to sleep then. It has turned chilly these past few days. I'll remind them to close the windows. Don't go insisting on opening them.
Cui Tingjin grasped Yan Wanji's sleeve.
What about your secret?
What?
She replied, slightly annoyed. You promised to share your secret.
Did you not?
Are you deceiving me? Yan Wanji considered for a moment. I have an irrational fear of orchids. They seem to possess a spirit of their own, as if they have eyes. Isn't that frightening? Cui Tingjin took note of her confession. Half a month later, he stealthily plucked the petals of an orchid from the teacher's garden and slipped them into a ghost story book that Yan Wanji was reading. The sight startled her so much that she dropped the book into the pond, causing the entire volume to become a smeared mess of ink, erasing all the ghostly tales.
Cui Tingjin.
What is it? Yan Wanji exclaimed, impatiently striking the table. If it's truly significant, I shall offer a handsome reward. Chapter 46. Provoking tears, I overheard my brother discussing the wedding plans with Bai Ruji. Oh. Yan Wanji appeared, less than interested. Cui Tingjin pondered her expression, his eyes flickering. My brother is somewhat dissatisfied with the preparations for the wedding. Is that so? What sort of message is this? In a past life within a dream. Yan Wanji assisted in preparing a wedding banquet, while Cui Tinka exhibited an air of meticulousness. He asserted that Bai Ruji had saved his life, which granted him great merit, enabling the marquisate to flourish. Therefore, it was only fitting to lavish care upon Bai Ruji, especially for Yan Wanji. Had Bai Ruji not sacrificed herself, she would have been left a widow, utterly alone for the rest of her days. Thus, the wedding banquet was to be arranged with utmost grandeur. Yan Wanji attended to every detail, spending money freely, truly honoring Bai Ruji as her benefactor. How laughable it was for her. Observing this, Cui Tingjin noticed Yan Wanji's increasingly sour expression and hastily divulged, My brother says the preparations for the banquet are insufficient, primarily due to a lack of funds. And the quality is inadequate, as is the guest list. Yan Wanji smirked in derision. What then shall he do? Cui Tingjin pursed her lips. My brother and our parents are considering inviting our sister-in-law back, allowing her to bear the cost of the wedding. If that fails, we might even host it under the guise of her wedding, inviting all the noble families in the capital to ensure it is a grand affair. Cui Tinka was indeed attentive to Bai Ruji, as always. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow surged from an unknown source, emanating from Yan Wanji. Or, Perhaps it was from that dream version of her. Chui Tinka noticed Yan Wanji suddenly cast her gaze downward, appearing anxious. He added, on the day of the wedding banquet, I will announce to all the guests that it is the day of my marriage to Bai Ruji. You clenched your fist, steeling your resolve. Initially, it was you who clung to him, disregarding his objections and insisting upon a marriage procession while he was to depart for battle. At that time, both of you were still young and naive, unable to comprehend the gravity of such decisions. Thus, the banquet was merely to celebrate the union with Bai Ruji, who would become the future matriarch of the Marquisate. As for you, he would grant you the nominal status of a secondary wife, acknowledging the previous engagement between your families. As Chui Tingjin spoke, she carefully observed Yan Wanji's emotional state. Yan Wanji exhibited a blend of anger, resentment, and sorrow, yet it seemed insufficient. Were it not for her extreme hatred and profound hurt, if my brother were to turn back and plead, might there still be a chance? Chui Tingjin felt a pang of disappointment, lowering her head, her eyes clouded. At that moment, Yan Wanji raised her gaze, capturing the fleeting expression that passed through Chui Tingjin's eyes. Her heart trembled, struck by an unexpected realization. Why do you tell me these things? Yan Wanji inquired, her eyes piercing. Chui Tingjin hesitated, the former malice appearing to be merely an illusion. Though I am my brother's biological sibling, we have relied on each other for 6 years. Therefore, I cannot help but notice that my brother is being excessively harsh toward you. The 16-year-old Chui Tingjin's gaze was clear, her demeanor innocent, yet tinged with grievance. Had it not been for the matters from the dream, Yan Wanji would have undoubtedly been softened into a muddled state. Is that so? Yan Wanji asked, her tone devoid of warmth. Her indifference made Chui Tingjin uneasy. I remember you, the way you wrote about a lifetime shared between two people. You once said you could only accept exclusivity if shared with others. Even the finest things or people become worthless. You would rather forgo them. Yan Wanji was momentarily taken aback. She could never accept sharing her husband. Yet, a torrent of memories and grievances from the dream flooded back. Large tears welled in her eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. Yan Wanji remained oblivious to this. A heart resolutely devoted to a singular bond was now forced to accept a polygamous fate. How excruciating that must be. Only the dream version of Yan Wanji understood this pain. And now, the present Yan Wanji had also come to deeply comprehend it. Yan Wanji felt dazed. The surge of anguish and grievance, leaving her uncertain whether she still dwelled in the dream. Had she become that dream version of herself? One who gritted her teeth in endurance while feigning indifference? Chui Tingjin was also momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of fear. She intended for Yan Wanji to feel sorrow, hoping that such sorrow would drive her away from Chui Tinka. Yet, witnessing her face awash with sadness, her lashes lowered, tears streaming down, his own heart twisted in empathy. Should he withdraw?
No.
Yet, shame lingered within him. Nevertheless, he had no intention of retreating. Chui Tingjin rose, leaning over the table, extending her arm to gently wipe away the large tears clinging beneath Yan Wanji's eyes. The tears cascaded down his fingers, flowing along his palm, gathering until they spilled over, trickling down his wrist and saturating the inside of his arm. From his fingertips to his arm, a damp trail emerged. Initially cool, it gradually transformed into a burning sensation. Yet, Yan Wanji's tears showed no sign of abating, continuing to pour forth. Chui Tingjin grew anxious, pushing his palm forward, carefully using it as a makeshift cloth to wipe away the tears. These tears were the result of his wickedness. No, these tears were shed by his sister-in-law for his brother. This realization nearly suffocated him. He lost his grip, applying too much pressure as he wiped Yan Wanji's cheek. Yan Wanji recoiled, suddenly liberated from the unexpected sorrow. The sadness dissipated almost instantly, yet her face flushed with heat. Why was she crying? It was genuine, not feigned, and it was in front of Chui Tingjin. In her heart, Chui Tingjin had always been a mere child, while she had always regarded herself as the elder in his presence. Now, this was too embarrassing, too shameful. Yan Wanji's face was a portrait of dejection and indignation. I understand now. You may leave. She turned and slipped into the inner chamber, disregarding whether Chui Tingjin would depart. After washing her face, she found that the sorrow had diminished. Yet, her heart felt hollow, as if it contained nothing. When she emerged, Chui Tingjin had already departed. Yan Wanji returned to her previous spot, mulling over Cui Tingjin's words. In that past life within a dream, although she had been reluctant, she ultimately accepted Bai Ruji as an unexpected presence. Therefore, all the banquets following Cui Tinka's return to the capital, including the one with Bai Ruji, were orchestrated by Yan Wanji. She even selected a large and splendid courtyard, renovated it, and renamed it Guizhi Courtyard, as per Cui Tinka and Bai Ruji's wishes, to serve as Bai Ruji's residence. Eventually, Cui Tinka also resided in that courtyard. Even when sharing a room with Yan Wanji, he would often withdraw to Guizhi Courtyard. Now, without her as the dutiful wife, it remained to be seen how Cui Tinka would provide the best banquet, the finest courtyard, and the most splendid life for his beloved. She wondered who might come to request funds from her one day. Who could it be? Yan Wanji speculated as Xiang Mama returned, bringing an invitation. Madam would directly allowed me to enter, saying she wishes to send an invitation to the young lady. Yan Wanji nodded. Then let us visit the Anchi Marquette tomorrow. She intended to explore whether the pit dug for Huitinka was feasible and whether it could succeed. Chapter 47. A chance encounter with a kindred spirit. The following day, she met with the venerable Mrs. Hua, who remained as warm and amiable as ever. There was no discernible change in her demeanor. Yet, Yanwan's heart was rife with speculation. Fortunately, as the conversation progressed, Mrs. Hua's gaze began to wander. Eventually, she awkwardly suggested, "If you are not too busy, would you accompany me to the garden for some tea?" Yanwan readily acquiesced. After sipping a cup of tea, the old lady's face was suffused with a sense of guilt, her voice slightly faltering. "I just received a peony, and I'm having it planted. Please, sit here while I check on the progress." As Yanwan attempted to rise, the old lady restrained her. "It's rather messy over there, you needn't come. I will just see how they are planting it and return promptly." In a flurry, she turned back, grasping Yanwan's hand. "Continue your tea. If you truly wish to leave, you may come to find me. I'll be just over there, call out and I will come." Yanwan had already devised a plan in her heart. Pretending ignorance, she smiled and urged Mrs. Hua to go. "Please, do not let me hold you back." Watching the old lady cross the small bridge, Yanwan noted that the flower bed was just beyond it. She could vaguely see the gardeners at work. Although distant, the lack of trees or ornamental rocks allowed her to see their figures. After Mrs. Hua had walked away, the sound of wooden wheels crunching over the gravel path broke the silence. Feng Yan pushed the wheelchair to the stone table and then departed. Yanwan glanced at the oriole and nodded. It then flew to Feng Yan's side. "My grandmother is still unaware," Hu Changting remarked, his tone steady, though his heart was tumultuous. Yanwan inquired, "Have you begun to believe me, or have you uncovered something?" Hu Changting replied, "I have discovered some details, yet I require further evidence." Yanwan slightly pursed her lips, and Hu Changting noticed her brow furrowing. "Disappointed?" he asked. Yanwan was taken aback by his perceptiveness. After all, how could a matter spanning over 2 decades be easily unraveled? It was remarkable that in just a few days, Hu Changting could ascertain that something was amiss. Yet, her anxiety led to a tinge of disappointment, which he had astutely perceived. This was a private affair of Hu Changting. Yanwan had no reason to feel disheartened. She quickly composed herself, smiling as she lied, "No, I am merely astonished that this matter is indeed true." This was the reaction that one would expect. "Though I have informed you, I truly did not anticipate this." Yanwan endeavored to display her astonishment, her pupils reflecting incredulity. Even with Hu Changting's profound eyes, capable of seeing through others, she appeared difficult to deceive. "And you? What do you intend to do?" Hu Changting lowered his gaze slightly, and the penetrating perception he had directed at Yanwan dissipated. Her posture relaxed. "I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. There will be retribution for grievances and gratitude for kindness." Yanwan lowered her head, her face radiant with a smile, resembling a vibrant hibiscus in bloom. Hu Changting's expression dimmed, unconsciously brushing his hand against his leg. "Moreover, I am also seeking a renowned physician for my leg, if it can be cured." Yanwan inquired, "What?" "It's nothing," Hu Changting replied, appearing entirely unperturbed. However, Yanwan felt a surge of urgency. In her dreams, when the prince returned, Cui Tinka would receive great rewards, and the once-fallen Cui family would reclaim their former glory. Should that occur, even if she were to separate, if Cui Tinka wished to make her life difficult, she would be at his mercy. Regardless of others, Bai Ruji had once severed Yanwan's path to survival after she had forsaken everything. If she were to rise with Cui Tinka, how could Yanwan continue to live peacefully in the capital? Yet, despite her anxiety, there were matters that could not be approached too overtly or anxiously. It was prudent to observe further. If she were to be utilized as a tool, she must first demonstrate her own capabilities, ensuring she would not become a hindrance. Thus, Yanwan suppressed her thoughts and mused, "It is indeed remarkable that such things exist. Were it not for my trust in General Hua, I would scarcely believe it." Hu Changting replied coolly, "I must also thank Miss Yen for her reminder." Yanwan was momentarily taken aback. Was he exposing her? It was her initial belief that prompted her to remind Hu Changting. However, she paid it no mind. As long as this matter came to fruition, she would be Hu Changting's benefactor, as well as that of Mrs. Hua and Lady Anqi. What harm was there in uttering a few insincere words? How petty it would be to dwell on such trivialities. The Hua family ought not to be so small-minded. Why has the old lady not returned? She mentioned checking on the flowers. I shall go find her. Yanwan concealed her mixed expressions and was about to take her leave. Hu Changting observed her, pondering silently. How easily she was vexed. No wonder she had left without a backward glance upon seeing Cui Tinka return with a woman. What a spirited lady she was, headstrong, competitive, and somewhat mischievous, just as she had been in childhood. Yet, he found himself reluctant to see her depart so soon. Xiao Abin, he uttered, the name rolling off his tongue with an unusual awkwardness. Hu Changting rarely exhibited such embarrassment. I was once close friends with your brother. Should you require anything, feel free to send someone to seek me. Though I cannot offer much assistance, I shall not shy away from what I can do. Hu Changting's eyes shimmered with unspoken anticipation. Very well, Yanwan responded promptly. Yet, shouldn't her gratitude stem from revealing the truth of her lineage? Willing to brave any danger in return? What did brotherly affection have to do with it? Hu Changting exhaled in relief, gesturing to Feng Nian in the distance. Feng Nian approached to push the wheelchair, while another guard hurried off toward Mrs. Hua. As Hu Changting prepared to leave, he whispered, "My grandmother is still unaware. I am sorry. I misled her, saying I was sincere towards you." His words were unusually vague, and Yanwan could hardly discern them. Just as the front wheels of the wheelchair rolled away, Mrs. Hua arrived behind them, her face alight with smiles and her eyes inquisitive. Feigning ignorance, Yanwan greeted her with warmth. Unable to contain herself, Mrs. Hua eventually asked, "I believe I saw Changting coming. Did you see him?" It dawned on her that his guard would often push him past here for a breath of fresh air. Yanwan, unashamed and unperturbed, replied, "Indeed, I did. When I was younger, I often saw General Hua. He and my brother frequently practiced archery together." Mrs. Hua stiffened, glancing at Yanwan, and upon seeing she was not deeply saddened, she sighed in relief. "Alas, how is your mother? Do not blame her for going so far. If it were me." Mrs. Hua's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Yanwan's hand, her expression moving. Yanwan reassured her, "Do not be sorrowful, dear lady. You still have your grandchildren." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hua's tears ceased, yet her heart only grew heavier. Hu Changyu, in other esteemed families, was merely a wastrel. Yet, the Anqi Marquise had always upheld propriety. Encountering such a descendant was truly disheartening. If you have children in the future, be certain to nurture them well. Do not leave it to others. Mrs. Hua's words shattered the smile on Yanwan's face, leaving her expression frozen. The Anqi Marquise is a household of founding military generals. Hua Luyuan and his wife, Qin Ran, are both distinguished generals. After giving birth, Madame Qin accompanied the Marquis to the battlefield. Their child was raised by the elderly Madame Hua and the second branch of the family, Hua Luoping and his wife. Elderly Madame Hua has always felt it was her fault for not nurturing a proper heir. However, what about Cui Mingwu's fate? Yan Wanji had diligently cared for the child as he grew. When Cui Mingwu was young, Yan Wanji insisted on personally tending to all his needs, rejecting any wet nurses. Yet as he matured, he began to distance himself from his mother. He idolized his father, a sentiment Yan Wanji understood. Moreover, because Cui Tinka was closer to Cui Mingwen, Yan Wanji believed it was better for Cui Mingwu to spend time with his father, as children require paternal love and guidance. She could not selfishly deprive him of this. Nevertheless, Yan Wanji could never forget their last encounter. Chapter 48. Embracing affection and loyalty suppressing her discomfort, she softly called out, "Little Wu." Cui Mingwu, however, could not even be bothered to glance at her. With a sidelong glance, he turned away, uttering his final words, "Why are you still alive?" The curse fell from the lips of the child she had painstakingly raised, like a hammer studded with spikes, striking repeatedly at Yan Wanji's heart. The pain left her momentarily disoriented. "Miss Yen? Miss Yen." Upon seeing Yan Wanji's pallor, elderly Madame He felt deep regret. With a face full of remorse, she offered her apologies. "I have been foolish. I should not have reminded you of these matters." Yan Wanji, understanding the misunderstanding, replied, "In the realm of generals and soldiers, such a day will inevitably come. My father always said so since I was young. I know this well. However, my brothers are not as others describe. My eldest brother is simple-hearted, my second brother valiant, and my third brother intelligent." Elderly Madame He's eyes reddened. "I believe you. Other soldiers who have perished at least gain the title of heroes. Yet my father and brothers all died, falsely accused of seeking glory recklessly and digging their own graves, causing harm to countless innocent soldiers." This incident occurred at the border. Yan Wanji, though unconvinced, found herself powerless. She was no deity to unearth the past of the battlefield. In truth, like her mother, she wished to evade the reality of her family's demise. Her mother avoided the ancestral temple, and Yan Wanji pretended her brothers were still alive, still at the border, merely unable to contact her. Otherwise, how could she endure? Just the thought of her 3 brothers sent her into a spiral of despair, a pain too great to bear.
No.
I must thank the elder madam. Certain events have transpired, and avoidance serves no purpose. The dead cannot return, and the living must not perish. Yan Wanji departed from the Anshi Marquise. Lin Mama, by elderly Madame He's side, personally escorted her out of the estate. Lin Mama greeted her. "My lady did not know you were here, otherwise she would have come out. Recently, apart from resting at night, she has been in the heir's courtyard, overseeing our heir's practice in writing and martial arts." There was a hint of helplessness in her smile. The hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. Yan Wanji inquired, "Your heir seems quite obedient to his mother." Lin Mama lowered her voice. "The lady said that if the heir does not behave and does not meet her satisfaction in practice, the decree to confer the title to the Marquis will not be sent to the palace." Yan Wanji replied, "The hearts of parents are truly pitiable. The Anshi Marquisate's fallen soldiers mean the heir should inherit the title." In her dreams, Hua Changyu smoothly ascended to the position of Anshi Marquis with his biological parents, Hua Luoping and Su Weiwei, trembling in delight. Even elderly Madame Hua and the matriarch were disregarded. This infuriated elderly Madame Hua, leading to the poisoning of Hua Changting, who then reveled in revealing the truth. Qin ran, enraged, spat blood. Yet, with a surge of will, she killed Hua Luoping and Su Weiwei. Hua Changyu fled, and Qin Ran set fire to the Anshi Marquise, immolating herself within. Having prepared tung oil in advance, the estate burned for 7 days and nights before the flames finally diminished, leaving only ruins. However, Yan Wanji's involvement in the Hua family's affairs was not out of a desire to champion justice. She intended to utilize Hua Changting to sever Cui Tinka's ascent. If she could inadvertently secure a patron for herself, that would be an unexpected boon. As Yan Wanji calmly advanced her plans, chaos erupted at the Chongning Marquise. Upon returning from the Anshi Marquise, the Cui family conspired to hold a wedding banquet for Bai Ruji first. The celebrations for Cui Tinka's return to the capital would wait until the rewards were conferred. Bai Ruji also devised strategies to ensure that Cui Tinka would not invite Yan Wanji back before their banquet. However, that very night, Cui Tinka sought out Yan Wanji. Though he did not invite her back, he inadvertently injured his hand while splitting the staircase railing, blood dripping from Qingfeng building all the way to the carriage. His face became so terrifyingly pale that even the smallest creatures dared not whisper a reminder to bandage it. Having bled all the way back to the Marquise, Cui Tinka's complexion was as white as fine rice paper. Upon returning to Chunshan Courtyard, Bai Ruji rushed to greet him, her face full of charm.
"Kang Lang."
"Why have you returned so late?" Cui Tinka felt a warmth in his heart. Bai Ruji then asked, "Have you arranged the marriage contract?" Cui Tinka completely forgot about this matter, having dealt with some official business during the day and attended a military gathering. That evening, as he passed by the old academy, memories of past friendships flooded back. He visited Qingfeng building, initially intending to express his affection and tenderness to Yan Wanji, hoping she would be moved to tears and joyfully accompany him back to the Marquise. Though he harbored feelings for Bai Ruji, he privately considered her merely as his wedded partner. Nonetheless, he had no intention of casting Yan Wanji out of the estate, leaving her without refuge and becoming a laughingstock in the capital. For 6 years, he endured countless hardships, even facing mortal dangers. Now, having returned in glory to the capital, with Bairuji sharing in his joys and sorrows, while Yan Wanji occupied half of his domestic life, how carefree, how enviable.
Yet,
That wretched Yan Wanji. She was already 20 years old, yet she seemed even less mature than when she was a mere child. Cui Tinka seethed with anger, almost unable to resist seeking out Yan Wanji again, this time not to persuade her, but to wield a whip until she understood what compliance meant, what attitude she should adopt towards him. Cui Tinka.
Kang lang?
Cui Tinka gritted his teeth, but the hour was late, and in the flickering candlelight, Bairuji failed to notice. You haven't gone to arrange it, have you?
Kang lang?
Do you not wish to marry me at all?
Kang lang?
If so, I will take Wunner back to Qingzhou.
Kang lang?
Do you secretly prefer Sister Yan? Woo woo woo.
Vinaya.
Get Wunner ready, I will take him on the road. The wet nurse, upon hearing Bairuji call for Wunner, hurriedly approached, whispering, Madam, the young master has already fallen asleep. The nurse subtly reminded her to lower her voice, lest she wake Cui Mingwen. Yet, Bairuji only grew louder, nearly wailing. Hurry, wake Wunner, his father no longer wants him. This is no longer his home. How can he possibly sleep?
Vinaya. Vinaya.
Mother will take you back to the border. Woo woo woo.
My unfortunata Vinaya. Had I known it would come to this.
Your mother should never have brought you into this world. It is all my fault, for I strayed from the path of a virtuous woman, disregarding my own chastity to save a life. That is how I became pregnant with you. And how foolish it was in a moment of weakness to wish to leave your father a legacy, enduring the scorn of thousands to carry you for 10 months, suffering countless hardships and facing death. Cui Tinka was already consumed with anger and frustration, having lost too much blood. Listening to Bairuji's lamentations, a deep agitation welled up within him. Just as he was about to intervene, guilt overwhelmed him upon hearing her words. Jir, do not cry any longer. You will break my heart.
It is all my fault.
You have shown me kindness and affection. I, Cui Tinka, will cherish you for all eternity, devoted to you alone. Bairuji sobbed softly, and Cui Tinka raised his hand. I swear, I will ensure you marry me in a grand manner, and I will restore your name. I will not allow anyone to tarnish your reputation. Jir, you saved my life. All my riches and honors in this lifetime shall be yours. At last, Bairuji ceased her insistence on taking Cui Mingwen back to the frontier. However, Cui Mingwen had already been awakened and began to wail. No amount of coaxing from the nurse could calm him. After weeping, Bairuji sought to seize upon Cui Tinka's tender sentiments to indulge in intimacy and perhaps conceive another child, disregarding the child's cries as she reached to unfasten his garments. Though Cui Tinka was initially disinterested, he eventually succumbed to her advances, wrapping his arms around her back as they stumbled toward the bed. Chapter 49. The return since entering the capital, they had not shared a moment of genuine intimacy. Upon entering the estate, under favorable circumstances, they should have made up for lost time. Yet, fate conspired against them, and at the last moment, their plans fell through. Bairuji grew impatient, not bothering to undress properly, guiding Cui Tinka to lay upon her. Kuleng, she called, but he was breathless, and the child continued to cry. We have a nurse present. Kuleng, it has been far too long since you have shown affection to Jir. With their limbs entangled, Bairuji was ready.
Giskivi Golom.
She urged softly, but just as she sought to embrace him, a chill swept over her. Suddenly, Cui Tinka rose and walked toward the door, unable to even tidy his clothes.
Tiskivi Golop.
Bairuji called out in alarm. Cui Tinka muttered, Mingwen's cries are growing more intense. I must check on him. He cannot be ill. Bairuji felt a fleeting confusion. Rising, with her garments askew, she called out, Cui Tinka. He stepped outside, standing beneath the eaves. The wound on his hand had begun to scab, yet he felt as though it still bled, cool and damp. Light-headed, and with a racing heart, he leaned against the wall, sensing the entire Chunshan courtyard sway around him. Shadows flickered, blurring the lines of reality. Though it was night, Cui Tinka could still see. I did not, he protested. I only came in upon hearing Mingwen cry. Voices from the neighboring eaves echoed from the door of Cui Mingwen's room. Cui Tinka saw himself striding purposefully forward. A slap resounded. He looked down to find blood on his palm. The headache surged, making it impossible to open his eyes. After enduring the pain for a moment, he finally managed to open his eyes, intent on clarifying the situation at the neighboring eaves. "My lord, you have finally returned. The lady has been waiting for you." Wang Mama's voice reached his ears. He shook his head, realizing everything was back to normal. The ground and courtyard were no longer swaying. Yet, no one stood beneath the neighboring eaves, while Cui Mingwen continued to cry inconsolably. Cui Tinka recalled his intention to check on Cui Mingwen and pressed a hand to his forehead, preparing to move forward. Wang Mama urged, "My lord, the lady has awaited your return for quite some time. You must go to her. Usually, she would have retired by now. Her health is poor. She cannot endure the wait." Frustrated, Cui Tinka replied and exited. Wang Mama noticed his faltering steps and frowned slightly. The young lord still does not take care of himself. Unlike the Marquis, who possesses such self-discipline. The Marquis is so wise and formidable, yet he refrains from indulging in the charms of someone like me, fearing that once he experiences my allure, he will be lost and unable to return. Sighing, Wang Mama indulged in her thoughts, but by the time she turned around, Cui Tinka had vanished. Just as she prepared to leave, she glanced back and saw Bai Ruji, her hair disheveled, her attire in disarray, and her eyes fierce, standing at the threshold. "A ghost!" Wang Mama exclaimed, dashing away with legs that resembled a rabbit's, scurrying quickly, with Bai Ruji present, as Cui Tinka entered Chunshin courtyard. His attendants and guards discreetly withdrew to a nearby courtyard. Alone and without a lantern, he stumbled in the darkness toward his mother's Chunyang courtyard. Fortunately, the estate had corridors leading to various courtyards, with lanterns illuminating the path. 6 years ago, the Chongning Marquis' residence lacked such amenities, with neither corridors nor lanterns. Once, Cui Tinka had stumbled and bruised himself within his own estate, a scar from that incident still remaining. As he walked, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him and leaned against a wall by a lantern. Looking up, he noticed words inscribed upon it. In a daze. He recalled seeing such characters before, assuming they were auspicious. Upon closer inspection, he realized they did not mean prosperity, but return. Suddenly, he remembered a letter sent from the frontier, dictated by his parents and penned by his younger brother, Cui Tingjin. The letter mentioned that sister-in-law had renamed your courtyard to Return of the Swallows and altered the auspicious characters on the lanterns to return, even kneeling on 999 steps and bowing 999 times to pray for a talisman, hoping for your safe return home. Along with the letter was a talisman from Miaoyin Temple. Cui Tinka gazed at the character return on the lantern, trying to recall where the talisman had gone, but the pain in his head intensified. Darkness clouded his vision, and discomfort spread through his chest and abdomen. Nevertheless, as a seasoned general who had faced countless battles and encounters with death, he took a brief moment to rest before pushing onward toward Chunyang courtyard. Upon his arrival, the Marquis' wife was visibly impatient. Reclining on a couch, she pressed her forehead and weakly complained, "Why do you not come to see me first upon your return? I am in poor health from giving birth to you, barely surviving on bitter medicine. Now I suffer during the day and cannot sleep at night. I am left with but a breath." Cui Tinka struggled to find words. "Mother, the Marquis' wife, eager to sleep, interrupted him. "If you wish to hold a wedding banquet, I will assist you in organizing one. However, the steward says that according to your list, we cannot even afford the supplies for a banquet. You should take the time to speak with the steward yourself." Cui Tinka murmured, "Let Ruji handle it herself." At once, Madame Ho perked up, her voice sharp and stern. "We have many valuable items in our storeroom. Do not allow Bai Ruji to enter and take them at will. We have records, and even one item missing will be noted."
Cui Tinka replied supportively, "I understand."
A moment of silence fell upon the mother and son. "Does mother have anything else to discuss?" Madame Ho blinked. "Perhaps you should call Yan Wanji back. This household cannot function without someone managing it." Cui Tinka clenched his fist, feeling a sharp pain in his injured area. "Why not let Ruji take charge?" Madame Ho retorted, "I do not trust her." "Then let my sister." Madame Ho grew angry again. "Your sister is of noble lineage. Why should she exert herself?" Cui Tinka was momentarily speechless, his head spinning. Madame Ho, too, seemed a bit agitated. "Your siblings are currently seeking marriage. Your father and I have discussed it. Once your reward arrives, our Ho residence can rise even higher. In that case, their marriages will be better as well. However, we cannot wait until then to search. Yan Wanji has already been looking into it. She has compiled a list. Let her continue her inquiries, and do not delay the important matters concerning Tingjin and Jinjin. Cui Tinka lowered his head, feeling as if he were a dragon prince whose tendons had been drawn, now resembling a feeble snake. Moreover, your father has been neglecting the family lately. You know, when he does not attend to family matters, he indulges in pleasures without restraint, spending money like water. He spends freely whether he has silver or not. Previously, Yan Wanji managed him, but now that you have returned, you must keep an eye on him. It cannot be that the daughter-in-law has to manage her father-in-law. Cui Tinka acquiesced to all his mother's demands, stumbling out of Chunyang Courtyard and heading towards Chunshin Courtyard. Upon reaching the lantern where he had rested earlier, Cui Tinka looked up again. The character for return was inscribed neatly, and the letter stated that each one was personally written by Yan Wanji, using paper and ink that had been blessed at the temple. Yan Wanji had written many, keeping them on hand in case any were damaged. Although the lantern's cloth shielded against the wind, the light and shadow danced as if stirred by a breeze. Flickering and indistinct, that character for return, however, stood resolute amidst the swaying shadows. Suddenly, Cui Tinka felt darkness envelop him, maintaining his upward gaze, and he fell backward. Chapter 50. Enchanted Dreams. Cui Tinka entered a long and vivid dream. Yet, upon waking, all remnants of the dream dissipated like mist, eluding his grasp. As he opened his eyes, he found them filled with tears, rendering everything indistinct. Tears cascaded down the outer corners of his eyes, and his consciousness gradually returned, accompanied by the sounds of sobbing and quarrels. You wretched woman, only thinking of yourself. Your husband is gravely injured, and you show no concern, shamelessly demanding more, leading to his fainting. What urgent matter could possibly necessitate your calling him at such a late hour? As his mother, how could you not notice his pallor and ailments? How could the heir be alone without a single attendant by his side? He lay outside all night, and had it not been for the old servant discovering him at dawn, no one would have known. Cui Tinka felt a throbbing headache and wished not to awaken. Yet, his throat was parched, and he felt faint from hunger. He had no choice but to call out for assistance. As he sat up, a white figure flew in like an arrow, crashing into him. Cui Tinka was knocked back down, his head striking the wall with a loud thud. "Get up!" he shouted, suppressing his anger. "Bai Ruji!" Madame Ho yelled as well. Yet Bai Ruji was oblivious, throwing herself onto Cui Tinka, crying, "Curl, you scared me to death. How are you? Are you all right? If anything were to happen to you, I would go with you." She wept as though Cui Tinka had already passed away. Madame Ho continued to scold. "Cry, cry, cry. What are you crying for?" After much commotion, Cui Tinka finally pushed Bai Ruji away and sat up again. It was Wang Mama who brought a cup of warm water. Cui Tinka drank it in one gulp, but his throat remained dry. Wang Mama looked embarrassed. "Young master, this is for rinsing your mouth." Cui Tinka drank 2 more cups of warm water. The doctor came to check his pulse, declaring him unharmed, seemingly only suffering from excessive blood loss. "General Cui, do you have any other injuries?" Cui Tinka paused, shook his head, and examined the wound on his palm. It had seemingly stopped bleeding while in the carriage, but upon returning to Chunshin Courtyard, it must have reopened. Upon closer inspection, the blood had dripped all the way from Chunshin Courtyard, leaving a trail. No wonder Cui Tinka had been feeling faint. The doctor bandaged the wound on his palm, advising him to consume nutritious food and rest to recover. Indeed, Cui Tinka was not severely injured. He rose from the bed, feeling only slightly weak and hungry. Much like usual, when he called for someone, he learned that Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui were kneeling outside. Cui Tinka invited them in, and they expressed their apologies. Having received forgiveness, Xiao Shan cautiously suggested, "Since Madame Bai resides in Chunshin Courtyard, we felt it inappropriate to serve you there. Perhaps it would be better if Madame Bai moved to the inner courtyard, to live separately." In the presence of Bai Ruji, Xiao Shan could not speak directly. They were aware of how tightly Bai Ruji clung to Cui Tinka, fearing the possibility of being manipulated into a difficult situation. However, Bai Ruji had already grasped Xiao Shan's meaning. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes, and her tears began anew, dripping steadily. When Bai Ruji found Cui Tinka with the child, he had already mentioned his marital status. Thus, on the journey to the capital, Bai Ruji contemplated how to ensure Cui Tinka would stay in her room every night. Unexpectedly, fate was kind to her. Upon arrival, Yan Wanji had left on her own accord. Once inside, the Ho residence was so disorganized that they had not arranged the quarters properly, allowing her to reside in the outer courtyard with Cui Tinka. It was the best possible arrangement. Cui Tinka would surely rise to prominence. If she were far away, how could she keep an eye on him, prevent him from associating with other women? Bai Ruji sobbed and pleaded. It's my fault for not taking care of Curl properly. Curl, you won't hold it against me, will you? Please forgive me. I promise to take good care of you. It was too dark last night. I saw nothing. You wouldn't not forgive me, would you? You wouldn't send me away, would you? It's just you and me, Curl. Cui Tinka felt a headache coming on and quickly reassured her. I'm not angry with you. Bai Ruji asked, so Curl will still allow me and want her to stay in Chunshin courtyard to take care of you?
Cui Tinka replied. All right.
Just then, Wang Mama finally brought in the meals. The young maid serving the dishes was delicate and pretty. Bai Ruji hurried over to take them and personally place them on the table. With a quick glance, she said to Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui, from now on, you two should stay by the general's side, and do not mind me. There is a distinction between master and servant, so no need for so much formality. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui exchanged glances. They were not mere servants, but rather the bodyguards of Cui Tinka. Cui Tinka said, that's fine. You should go check on Wunner. He was crying all night. Is he all right? Recalling the events of last night, Bai Ruji's expression darkened, and a forced smile appeared at the corners of her lips.
Ishal fetchvenar.
Let him see that his father has recovered. It will ease his worries. Cui Tinka wished to dissuade her from bringing the child, yet seeing her stride towards the door, he refrained from speaking further. Once Bai Ruji had departed, Madame Ho finally set down the bowl of bird's nest soup she had been holding. I believe it would be prudent to summon Yan Wanji back promptly, she suggested. Cui Tinka, distractedly trembling his chopsticks, let another piece of food tumble back onto the plate. Neither of you are fit for this. First, you must host the banquet, and once Yan Wanji returns, let her find a few concubines to attend to you properly. We cannot have you fainting in the middle of the night. It nearly took half my life away in fright. You need to rest well. With that, the room fell silent as Cui Tinka continued to eat, lost in thoughts of Bai Ruji and his mother from the previous night. No one noticed the fresh bloodstains still glistening on his hands, nor the numerous crimson marks staining his garments. Suddenly, a dream from before he awoke flooded his mind. It seemed as though someone had asked him, biting their lip, about the hardships and dangers he had faced over 6 years at the frontier. In that dream, he was blind to the specifics. Yet he could distinctly feel the tenderness and concern emanating from that person. He spoke only a few words and already, tears brimmed in their eyes, which they tried to conceal, wiping them away furtively and stifling their cries to force a smile. My husband, you have suffered. From now on, I will take good care of you, ensuring you endure no more pain. You are a great hero, and you deserve my utmost care. In the dream, it began to rain, and they sought shelter together in a pavilion. The wind howled, and the rain fell heavily, yet she moved to face the wind, extending her arms to shield him from the downpour. My husband, with so many wounds, you cannot get wet. Cui Tinka replied, foolish one. Those are merely the scars of healed wounds. They are long past the point of hurting. Yet she insisted no. Old wounds cannot be exposed to the rain. It will hurt. In truth, it did not hurt at all. Moreover, her stature was quite petite compared to his, and it would have been more effective for him to shield her instead. However, once she set her mind on something, Cui Tinka found himself powerless against her resolve. He held her close, attempting to protect her back with his arm, but she refused to let him. Your arm must stay in the middle. Do not let it get wet. With a sigh of resignation, he retracted his arm, placing it between them. The proximity inevitably led to friction. As the rain fell heavily and the wind chilled, Cui Tinka felt a warmth rising from within. He gently lifted his hand, caressing her. Observing her grit her teeth in endurance, too shy to open her eyes, her gaze growing increasingly dim. You insisted I place my arm here. Chapter 51. There is no such medicine for you ultimately. Cui Tinka's arm was soaked by the rain. One arm was wrapped around her back, while the other rested on her thigh. Gradually, the entirety of his weight was supported by his hands. It was neither heavy nor light, but just the right amount of pressure applied. Every scar on his body seemed to awaken to sensation, not pain, but rather an uncomfortable pressure, teetering on the edge of bursting forth. Soon, The one who sought to shield him from the rain curled softly in his embrace, her voice a whisper. My husband, in the future if. At that moment, the dream abruptly halted, interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Merely footsteps, yet they struck Choi Tinka's heart like a hammer. He sensed that something he did not wish to envision was about to unfold. Thus, the dream ceased to continue.
Kui Tinka paused, chopsticks in hand.
Feeling an unsettling restlessness arise within him. Was it Bai Ruji? Surely, the one in his dreams must have been Bai Ruji, for who else would call him my husband? Suddenly, he recalled that he was also Yan Wanji's husband. Yet it could not possibly be Yan Wanji. She could scarcely tolerate Ji and showed no regard for his dignity. How could she treat him with such gentleness? Perhaps it was merely the figment of a stranger conjured by his imagination. It could never be her. Since his return, Yan Wanji had offered him naught but disdain. Did she not comprehend how to treat a celebrated general with the utmost tenderness? Curse that Yan Wanji. The heat he felt within, stirred by thoughts of her, dissipated into coldness. Choi Tinka set down his bowl and chopsticks, instructing Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui at the door to summon his wife. Do not bring Mingwen. Bai Ruji returned promptly, and Choi Tinka embraced her tightly. Bai Ruji's face lit up with joy. Cologne, seeing you cry breaks my heart. I couldn't show it before so many. She sealed her affection with a fervent kiss. Choi Tinka closed his eyes to savor the moment, pressing Bai Ruji against the nearby column, using it for support. Cologne, Cologne, she called. Choi Tinka released her, feigning a sudden recollection of pressing matters. Do not be distressed. I am well. The doctor has assured me that last night's fainting episode was merely due to temporary blood loss. He added, I appreciate your care for Winter. I must leave the residence now. Bai Ruji, reluctant to part, gazed at him with longing. As he strode away to change into appropriate attire for his outing, she looked on sadly, continuously reminding Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui. The general is unwell today. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him drink alcohol that could harm his health, nor allow him to consort with other women in the brothels. Bai Ruji glared at them, threateningly. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui exchanged glances, nervously acquiescing. As Choi Tinka stepped outside, he found himself at a loss for where to go. With no specific plans for the day, he intended to remain at home. After 6 years away, the capital felt both familiar and strangely foreign. He endeavored to recall his memories and made his way to Ink Street, remembering that at its far end, in a convoluted spot, there was a clinic. The elderly physician within, though not particularly renowned, was certainly no charlatan. Since there were others inside, Choi Tinka lingered outside, pretending to stroll, and waited a considerable time before finally entering. As the old doctor took his pulse, he inquired, Do you have any symptoms? Choi Tinka's heart raced momentarily. Nothing serious. I have simply been feeling fatigued and lacking energy lately. Seeing this clinic, I thought I might stop by. The old doctor raised his eyes to Choi Tinka, who feigned calmness, though his face was flushed. The doctor examined both wrists before releasing his hands. There is nothing to worry about. Your liver fire is somewhat strong, but it is not a significant ailment. Choi Tinka's hand remained on the table. Nothing? The doctor replied, Well, the ailment you inquired about is absent. Choi Tinka's face flushed crimson, nearly leaping from his seat. I do not have that. I merely feel a bit tired and wanted to take a look. The doctor maintained a stoic expression. I do not have such medicine to offer you. Choi Tinka hastily exited the clinic, striding out of the street in one breath. Suddenly, it struck him that he ought to have offered the doctor a consultation fee. There seemed to be no one pursuing him from behind, and it was out of the question for him to return on his own accord. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui, following their master's orders, waited at a considerable distance from the clinic, speaking in hushed tones and nearly missing Choi Tinka's departure. Just then, they hurried over, panting. General, why did you go to the clinic? Choi Tinka replied casually, I merely inquired whether they had ginseng or other tonics to buy for the old lady. Xiao Shui actively advised that they should go to a larger apothecary. No need, Choi Tinka replied, continuing forward. He soon discovered that Songshan Academy was not far ahead. He was familiar with this small medical clinic because he had once studied here. At that time, Yan Wanji was also at the academy. The two had been betrothed since childhood, and Yan Wanji, with her vivacious nature, was unlike many young ladies who maintained a distant and aloof demeanor with men. Fearing the tarnishing of their reputation, Yan Wanji was always kind to Choi Tinka, unafraid of public opinion. Each day, she brought him exquisite snacks, defending him when others spoke ill of him, even when the Chui family had fallen into debt and misfortune. In contrast, the Yen family boasted several military generals and was affluent enough to squander wealth without concern. Although they were still young and their bond could not be classified as passionate love, there existed genuine affection between childhood friends. Chui Tinka felt a stirring in his heart and pressed on. The gates of the academy were firmly shut, and outside, the scene was much the same as before, bustling with many small vendors. At this hour, there were hardly any customers, and the vendors were gathered in small groups, chatting idly. This familiar sight warmed Chui Tinka's heart, stirring memories of times spent with Yan Wanji. How obedient she had been back then. If only she were still as she was. Ah, do you remember that fellow we called young Master Soft Rice? Of course. He was the fiancé of the most beautiful Miss Yen at the academy, wasn't he? Indeed. How amusing. He has now achieved success, and is flaunting his power. What is happening? More people gathered, ignoring their stalls. That shameless man who once relied on Miss Yen and squandered her wealth has now forgotten it all, seeking to abandon his wife and elevate his mistress. Is that true? I recall many who were set to go to war, and there were plenty of broken engagements. Yet Miss Yen, being righteous, not only didn't he withdraw her engagement but married early to care for his family. Indeed, Miss Yen truly wed. While that scoundrel now boasts of his status and seeks to abandon his loyal wife, his conscience must have been fed to the dogs. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui noticed Chui Tinka's expression darkening, veins bulging in his temples. They exchanged glances and hurriedly guided him away from this place of turmoil. Chui Tinka was at a loss for his emotions. He felt anger, shame, and frustration all at once. He wanted to retort that the vendors were spouting nonsense, yet he found himself too embarrassed to voice it.
They are all talking nonsense.
They are lying. Chui Tinka's fury and indignation nearly rendered him immobile. It was only after Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui pulled him a considerable distance away that he finally caught his breath. He clenched his fist and struck a nearby tree, blood seeping through the carefully wrapped cloth on his hand. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui gasped, and with a sense of urgency, they began to console him. After this ordeal, Chui Tinka lost any desire to linger outside and returned to the. As he sat in the carriage on his way back, an absurd sensation washed over him. He felt that everything he was enduring should not be this way. In a daze, he imagined that everything would soon return to normal, that his wounded hand would miraculously heal without a trace. Alas, such fantasies shattered upon his return, as matters only grew more complicated. Chapter 52. A demand for money. Upon entering, a servant informed him that the lady of the house requested his presence immediately. Before he could reach Chunyang Hall, Bai Ruji came rushing after him, weeping. As he approached Shunshan Hall, Bai Ruji met him with tear-streaked cheeks. Chui Tinka felt a twinge of irritation. Yet when she threw herself into his embrace, calling out for him sorrowfully, his heart softened. Guilt washed over him, mingled with unease. What's wrong? I merely stepped out for a moment. This is the capital. It's perfectly safe. No need to worry, Jier. Bai Ruji continued to sob. Chui Tinka glanced around, hesitated briefly, then, disregarding the presence of guards and servants, kissed her softly and murmured, "Do not cry. You know, my dear, your tears pierce my heart." Bai Ruji's hand gently caressed his chest. Fortunately, nothing more was done in public. After a few more sobs, she spoke. "Kalang, I should not have returned with you. I thought that our mutual affection and the debt of life you owe me would allow us to live peacefully especially with the child we share. Surely, Sister Yen would consider your feelings and accept us." At her words, Chui Tinka felt a surge of anger ignite within him, his breath easing considerably. "Yen Wanji has returned?" Bai Ruji's lips quivered slightly.
No.
Chui Tinka's mind raced. Did she send word back? Bai Ruji's face darkened. "Do you wish for her to return?" Chui Tinka quickly denied it. "How could that be? I only fear that in my absence, you and your mother might be too lenient and allow her entry. The servants in this house all know her. If she insists on coming, they would likely not dare to stop her. I worry she would bully you and won her." Bai Ruji lifted her gaze from his embrace, creating a slight distance, and examined him. "You knew all along, didn't you?" Tears streamed down her face unabated. "Sister Yen is a noble lady in the capital and has been in charge of the household for many years. If she wishes, she need not lift a finger. There will be many willing to aid her in bullying me and won her." Chui Tinka clenched his fist. "I will see who dares. I will have his life." Then, realizing, he demanded, "Is it Yen Wanji who has been using the servants to bully you? Who is it?" Bai Ruji furrowed her brow. Such words were originally intended for her confrontation with Yan Wanji, but since she had been absent from the household, they had yet to be used. Why did Cui Tinka bring it up? Though it seemed absurd, Bai Ruji did not refute it, sobbing. They are not wrong. Sister Yan is your legitimate wife. And I am merely an unnamed orphan. Wunner is treated as an outsider, and that is only to be expected.
Irong venar.
I should never have disregarded my daughter's virtue to save your life. I should not have misinterpreted the news, believing you had perished in battle. And in my desperation to preserve a thread of your lineage, I endured scorn and shame, bearing this child. I should not have done this. It is all my fault. I have wronged Wunner, forcing him to live as a mockery of a child born to you. Cui Tinka's heart was heavy with complexity. Yet every time Bai Ruji mentioned her act of saving him and the matter of Cui Mingwen, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow. Jir, do not worry. Even if I have a concubine, I will ensure that everyone in the household respects you. Wunner is my legitimate firstborn, and you are my wife who has shared in my hardships. In this household, aside from my mother and father, no one will dare to overshadow you. Bai Ruji sensed the determination in Cui Tinka's voice and intended to discuss serious matters, but was interrupted by Wang Ma, who glanced at Qiuxiang waiting nearby and chided. The lady has been waiting anxiously. You are rather good at pretending to be a wooden post, idly slacking off. Qiuxiang, feeling aggrieved, had no time to argue as Wang Ma had already rushed over. Cui Tinka, tall and imposing, was the only one Wang Ma noticed, failing to see that he was holding Bai Ruji in his arms. Your Highness, the lady has been waiting for you, for quite some time. Oh dear. She hardly slept well last night. Please do not keep her waiting any longer. Come quickly with me to see the lady. With that, she reached out to pull Cui Tinka along. He took a step back to evade her grasp, thus releasing Bai Ruji. Wang Ma attempted to approach again. Cui Tinka felt a surge of anger, yet he held back, for Wang Ma was elderly and had cared for him since childhood. He swallowed his reproach and, with a flick of his sleeves, walked ahead. Wang Ma, relieved, scolded Qiuxiang. You called for the prince, and now he has disappeared. You lazy girl. Wang Ma had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Unfazed, Qiuxiang retorted. How can I approach when the prince is embracing someone? Others might think I harbor unclean thoughts.
Wing maspat, pa.
This is the Marquis's residence, not a brothel. Who would be embracing on the public road? Do you think it's a promiscuous donkey in a den? Qiuxiang, being a young lady, couldn't bear the embarrassment and turned to leave. Wang Ma continued to scold from behind. Oh, don't let anyone lead you astray. Our Marquis's residence has always upheld a proper reputation. If you encounter any shameless men or women, you must tell me. I will have the Marquis expel them and restore our decorum. Wang Ma hastened to follow. Bai Ruji's expression cracked. She twisted a handkerchief into a rope. After a moment of frustration, she gritted her teeth and pursued them. Cui Tinka quickly arrived at Chunyang Courtyard. The entrance bore large red lanterns with the character for return. He glanced around and stepped inside. The Marquis's wife, wearing a headpiece that suggested illness, made Cui Tinka feel a strange familiarity. Before he could greet her, she spoke weakly. Did I not tell you last night? Why are you still wasting money? Cui Tinka was taken aback. But he was no longer the submissive child he had been 6 years ago, willing to accept his mother's scolding without a word. Mother. It was Jinjin who sent someone to the residence, saying it was settled. There was a quarrel, and Ruji was wronged, being asked for money. I found it too embarrassing. So I intervened and decided to purchase one to settle the matter. The Marquis's wife rubbed her forehead and groaned. You must be bewitched by that vixen. What does Guan Jinjin have to do with this? I'm talking about the wedding feast, and you bring up old grievances. It is precisely because you decided to buy one that I ended up spending thousands more. Now I have no money left. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, sitting up straight. It was those thousands that you wasted to protect that vixen. Cui Tinka felt a surge of anger rising within him. Were it not for the fact that this was his mother, he might have struck her. The Marquis's wife, even more furious, continued, all these years, you have never contributed a single coin to the household. I presume you have quite a sum on hand. As for the wedding feast, you must prepare something. You should take some out. Seeing Cui Tinka's astonishment, she rolled her eyes. I have heard that the son of the Zhang family received 1,000 taels for a minor achievement. Cui Tinka indeed had received silver, or he would not have rashly bought such an expensive phoenix hairpin to settle matters. However, what he currently had amounted to little over 10,000 taels. Yet, according to military rumors, once the final rewards were issued, 100,000 taels should not be a problem. Chui Tinka had intended to return and show filial piety to his parents, but upon observing the state of the Marquis's residence, the attire and provisions of the master and servants, he quelled that thought. It was precisely for this reason that he was willing to spend. How could his mother now extend her hand for money? Confused, he was about to inquire when a group of people rushed into Chunyang courtyard. Lu Guanshi entered first, greeted, and asked, "Several shops have sent items to the residence, claiming they are for the wedding feast. We need to settle the accounts, but the funds are insufficient." "What do you think, madam?" Chui Tinka frowned while the Marquis's wife shrieked, "How could the funds be insufficient?" Chapter 53. The marriage certificate. Lu Guanshi suppressed the urge to cover his ears and patiently replied, "In the past, at the beginning of each month, the young lady would deposit some silver into the accounts. However, this month, nothing has been recorded." The Marquis's wife continued to scream, "What is going on? Where has Yan Wanji taken the household funds?" Lu Guanshi stepped back. "Madam, the funds used in the residence are all taken from the young lady's own savings." The Marquis's wife, realizing the truth, grew furious. "Then why didn't you go to find Yan Wanji earlier? Now that it's gone, what do you tell me?" Lu Guanshi's eyes widened. "Isn't the young lady planning to divorce? How could we dare ask her for money?" Chui Tinka, listening nearby, was enraged, gritting his teeth. Yan Wanji. To throw a tantrum and still control the household funds was utterly audacious. It seemed she had bullied his parents and siblings all these years. Now, did she think the Marquis's residence had no pillar to support it, allowing her to manipulate things as she pleased?
Accompanying Lu Guanshi wer Wengma, Kuizensen.
And by Ruji. The group entered Chunyang courtyard in succession. Upon hearing Chui Tinka angrily call out Yan Wanji's name, Bai Ruji's lips curled into a smirk. Sensing an opportunity. "Cologne, it seems Miss Yan does not wish for me to save your life. She would rather let the entire household suffer than allow you to marry me." Chui Tinka recalled Bai Ruji's earlier lament about being bullied by Yan Wanji. She had cried for quite some time, but had not clarified what had transpired. Angered, he spoke to Bai Ruji with a rather harsh tone. "What exactly did she do to you?" Bai Ruji threw herself into Chui Tinka's arms. "Cologne, Yan's sister won't allow the government to issue our marriage certificate." Lu Guanshi's eyelids twitched, and he frowned in disdain. Chui Tinka, realizing the gravity of the situation, inquired, "Does she have that power? Has she influenced the government officials?" Lu Guanshi could no longer endure the nonsensical chatter and explained. "A marriage certificate requires the primary wife's signature and seal before it can be stamped and issued by the government." Chui Tinka was unfamiliar with this process. His marriage certificate with Yan Wanji had been handled by their parents post factum. Moreover, the concept of a primary wife was exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once in decades. Of course, while the title of primary wife was nominal, in practice, a concubine was far more common. However, Chui Tinka held Bai Ruji in high regard and did not wish to refer to her merely by title. Bai Ruji could not tolerate it either. A marriage certificate is essential. In Dali, only with a marriage certificate can one be considered a wife. Without it, one is merely a concubine. Furthermore, a proper wedding ceremony includes verification and proclamation of the marriage certificate. Without it, how can one be considered married? As she wept, Bai Ruji lamented. "No wonder Yan's sister left the residence. She must be using this matter to make things difficult for us, knowing we cannot be wed."
Chui Tinka remained silent.
Yet a flicker of anger ignited within him. So, this was the reason she had moved to Qingfeng Tower, to avoid signing the marriage certificate for Ruji. Just like back then, when he shared a snack, she would go and quarrel with other young ladies. Possessive and petty, always wanting to monopolize him. Suddenly, Chui Tinka felt a sense of relief from the pent-up frustration of the past 2 days. "Cologne, although I am an orphan, I possess a certain dignity. Were it otherwise, I would rather perish alongside one, relinquishing you to Sister Yan. Jir, do not weep. I shall ensure she signs. Does Yan Wan think that by hiding away, she can prevent my marriage to Ruji? Such pettiness is truly laughable. Ruji is a necessity in my life. She has sacrificed everything as a woman for her own sake, enduring hardships alongside me at the frontier, and has already borne Wenu. By rights, even as co-wives, Ruji should hold precedence over Yan Wan. This point must be made clear to her. Nevertheless, while Ruji will always come first, I shall also extend some affection to Yan Wan, provided she learns to behave appropriately. I shall seek her out tomorrow and have her sign the agreement. Cui Tinka spoke with a nonchalant air, as if this matter were trivial. The Lady Ho hastily reminded him to bring the bills for the shops to Yanwan. She would handle them. Cui Tinka casually acknowledged her request. He had resolved that, being aware Yanwan intended to leverage the marriage document against him, he would first intimidate her by threatening to divorce, and once she was frightened, he would offer her a way out by taking her back home. He would then collect the bills and allow her to deal with them upon her return. Having lost significant blood the previous day, and having spent a long time outside today, he felt exhausted and departed after taking the bills. As he passed by Cui Jinjin, she remarked, "Elder brother." Cui Tinka, impatient, interrupted her, saying, "If you have something to discuss, speak to mother," and took Bai Ruji out of the Chunyang courtyard. Cui Jinjin, infuriated, sat beside her mother, still pouting in anger. The Lady Ho, having 2 sons and a daughter, was particularly fond of her daughter and quickly inquired, "What is the matter?" Cui Jinjin's expression fluctuated before she finally said, "Mother, elder brother won't call Yanwan back, will he?" The Lady Ho replied, "Of course he will." Cui Jinjin's face fell. "Mother, if she is here, I fear I shall never marry. She is so twisted in her heart that because my elder brother does not favor her, she does not want me to find a loving husband." The Lady Ho reassured her, "Do not fret. Once your elder brother is rewarded, our household may very well be granted the title of Duke. At that time, you will be the Duke's daughter and will attract a splendid match." Cui Jinjin, twisting her body in a playful manner, pouted, "But, mother, truly good suitors will not wait indefinitely." Unbeknownst to Cui Tinka, his sister yearned for marriage. The next day, he sought out Yanwan, choosing a very early hour when fewer people were around. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to execute his strategy of being initially harsh and subsequently soft, but he was also provoked by Yanwan's nonsensical tirades, embarrassing himself in front of a crowd. As a result, he was somewhat distracted while reporting his achievements at the Ministry of War, even uttering incorrect statements. On his way back home that evening, he gritted his teeth, silently cursing Yanwan throughout the journey, and had firmly resolved to take action. Chapter 54. Watching the show, Cui Tinka approached Bai Ruji.
"Tia."
"We shall temporarily set aside the marriage document." Bai Ruji gasped, tears streaming down her face. "Cologne, what do you mean? Do you wish to send me back to the frontier?"
"No, no."
"Jir, rest assured, you will certainly be my legitimate wife. However, she has laid down conditions for me. If I wish for her to sign, I must bring her back. Did you not say that before our wedding, you did not want her to return?" Bai Ruji's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Without the marriage document, she would not be recognized as the legitimate wife, yet if Yanwan returned, she would forever overshadow her. What Bai Ruji desired was to be the legitimate wife, the only one. Yanwan was so beautiful. If she remained a wife, who could say whether Cui Tinka might change his heart? After a prolonged contemplation, Bai Ruji cried out, "I understand, Cologne, that your feelings for me are merely a temporary measure while at the frontier. Once we enter the capital, you will no longer want me and Winner. We must leave. We must go." Cui Tinka had not anticipated Bai Ruji's defiance. She had always been obedient, bearing hardships with grace. When Cui Tinka was under the influence of desire, she submitted to him. When she unexpectedly became pregnant, she silently bore the child. She informed him that in the capital, there were other wives, and she held no grievances. She had once said that if it were not for Cui Mingwen's need for a legitimate heir, she would not mind being a concubine or a servant. Cui Tinka believed Bai Ruji had misunderstood his intentions and patiently explained, "Jir, let us disregard Yanwan for now and hold the wedding banquet. If we let her stew for a while, she will see that you have become the mistress of the household and will naturally be anxious to return. At that point, we can make her signing the marriage document a condition." Bai Ruji sobbed, "Is it not true that unless you divorce Yanwan, we cannot marry without her consent? Let it be thus. I will create a false marriage document. When the time comes, no one will verify its authenticity."
Cui Tinka abruptly interrupted,
leaving no room for further discussion, and departed without comforting Bai Ruji. In a fit of rage, she hurled a vase. She began to realize that Cui Tinka had never truly considered divorcing Yanwan. If he were to divorce and remarry, he would no longer need Yanwan's consent. Cui Tinka could not possibly be unaware of this. Yet, he preferred to endure humiliation and scorn from Yanwan rather than contemplate divorce. Hatred surged within her. However, Despite having some connections, she had just arrived in the capital and was not familiar with it. That wretched Yen Wan had left the Ho residence, leaving her at a loss. Who struck Xiaodai? The maidservants whispered outside. Miss, what happened? The eldest young lady returned in a huff. Xiaodai, lacking discernment, was still smiling and got hit. Bai Ruji listened to the maid's conversation through the window, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yen Wan had returned with a beautiful young girl. Upon reaching the street corner, she learned that Bai Ruji, accompanied by Cui Mingwen, was kneeling before Qingfeng Tower. Yen Wan was not at all surprised. In her previous life, Cui Tinka had always defended Bai Ruji. The people of the Ho residence interpreted Cui Tinka's actions as support for Bai Ruji, causing them to side with her. Bai Ruji consistently overshadowed her. Yet, she relished this dynamic, as it made her appear more formidable, while Yen Wan seemed to be the one who was arrogant and bullying. Miss, should we turn the carriage around and seek refuge elsewhere? No need. Yen Wan dismounted the carriage with her maidservants in tow. Bai Ruji attempted to rush forward, but a clever young servant swiftly blocked her path, causing her to bump into him. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, with the crowd surrounding her. Yen Wan ascended the building without a care. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Ruji gritted her teeth, kneeling anew, and pitifully pleaded, Sister Yen, my union with General Ko is truly a twist of fate. You may not like me, but the child is innocent. He is General Ko's eldest son. How can you let him be ridiculed and unable to acknowledge his lineage due to a woman's jealousy? These words, though simple, proved effective. After all, from a certain perspective, Bai Ruji and Cui Tinka's actions had resulted in a child for the sake of the nation and its people. Moreover, in the patriarchal society of Dali, where women's virtue was paramount, jealousy and resentment towards a husband's affection for other women were deemed great transgressions for a wife, justifying the possibility of divorce. While she could not allow Cui Tinka to divorce Yen Wan, she also aimed to tarnish Yen Wan's reputation. The esteemed general, who fought valiantly for the country and had saved lives, would remain impervious to disgrace. Moreover, the more humble she became, the more she suffered, forcing Cui Tinka to divorce her. Bai Ruji, pulling Cui Mingwen along, knelt on the ground, occasionally bowing her head. Indeed, as time passed, the initially curious onlookers began to sympathize with her, feeling that Yen Wanji was heartless. Infuriata. Are these people brainless? It is that wretched woman who chose to kneel. What concern is it of our young lady? Bai Ling frowned and suggested, Miss, it would be best to drive her away. If necessary, we can simply carry her off. Yen Wanji also watched from the window. She ordered the extra tea tables and stools to be moved outside. A table could seat 10, with no time restrictions, and tea and snacks to be purchased separately. Additionally, she instructed the vendors at the west end of Shishui Street that they could come sell their goods, but they must not bring their carts. Candied hawthorn, sunflower seeds, and popcorn were all welcome. The area in front of Qingfeng Tower was entirely owned by it, and ordinarily, no other merchants were allowed to set up stalls there. Huang Li and Bai Ling joyfully descended, clearing the space in front of Qingfeng Tower where Bai Ruji knelt, setting up tables and chairs to begin selling. The crowd, initially gathered around, soon saw many affluent patrons occupying the elegant seats close to Bai Ruji, while those without money also indulged in snacks. Bai Ruji, resembling a performing monkey, had already knelt for half a day and could only continue her act. Some kind-hearted individuals approached her, advising, though you are innocent, she is the legitimate wife, and her harassment of you is beyond your control. There is a distinction between wife and concubine. Why must you torment yourself? Bai Ruji, moved by their words, cried genuine tears. I do not kneel for myself, but for my child. The child is innocent. I cannot allow my child to be unable to recognize their ancestry. Woe is me. I shall kneel until she accepts my child. Compassionate elderly women sighed, lamenting the hearts of parents everywhere, before taking their grandchildren to buy candied hawthorn. Bai Ruji felt dizzy from kneeling. However, if she were to rise and leave, it would all have been in vain. Lowering her head, she bit her silver teeth. Continuing to kneel, Yen Wanji believed that Cui Tinka would soon arrive to heroically rescue her and scold Bai Ruji. This routine was familiar to her, as she had been intermittently dreaming these past days. Yet Cui Tinka did not come. Bai Ruji only returned home late at night. Bai Ling sought information from the servants of the Chongning Marquis' residence, discovering that Cui Tinka had not returned to the residence that day. He had merely gone out for drinks and was visiting a military friend's home outside the city. Yan Wanji clicked her tongue. Bai Ruji, enraged, screamed into her pillow. Her knees ached unbearably. To her surprise, Cui Tinka did not follow her expectations, returning home only to discover the situation and rush to Qingfeng Tower. She had knelt all day for nothing.
No.
Thus, the next day, Bai Ruji once again set out early with Cui Mingwen. The reason for her early departure was the fear that if she left too late, Cui Tinka might return unexpectedly. Hearing about her kneeling before Yan Wanji and witnessing it firsthand were entirely different matters. He must see it for himself. Chapter 55. Warm dreams beneath the green canopy. As Bai Ruji settled into her kneeling position, Qingfeng Tower began moving items again. Bai Ruji gritted her teeth in silent resentment, enduring while shedding tears of sorrow. However, the commotion was indeed loud today. Before long, a small stage was erected near the Crescent Moon Lake on the west side of Qingfeng Tower. Bai Ruji cursed inwardly. But what did it matter? The more Yan Wanji humiliated her, the more Cui Tinka would pity her and despise Yan Wanji. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air as the grand performance commenced. Amidst the clamor of gongs and the melodious strains of the play, Bai Ruji found herself unable to voice her grievances, enduring the humiliation while continuing to kneel, fervently praying for Cui Tinka's swift arrival. Yet, it was evident that the initial audience was sparse. For some reason, more and more people flocked in, crowding together. Aside from the area where Yan Wanji and Cui Mingwen knelt, and the space blocked by Qingfeng Tower, the rest was filled with people. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Bai Ruji attempted to leave, but could not squeeze her way out. Yan Wanji and Huang Li, meanwhile, peered down at the stage from above.
Huang Li remarca.
This is the most popular acting troupe in Dali. How expensive? Yan Wanji calculated. It's worth it. Bai Ling laughed heartily, having made a hefty profit yesterday. Today, they had sold tickets at a premium on the second floor. Below, Bai Ruji's voice was drowned out by the gongs and drums. And in the frenzy to watch the stage, no one paid her any mind. Straining to look outside, she found it impossible to see. Cui Mingwen cried out, desperately needing to urinate, and Bai Ruji felt a pressing need as well. Yet, she could not maneuver her way out. They were trapped in the very center of the crowd, tightly packed. Bai Ruji genuinely cried. After enduring numerous hardships, she finally returned to the Marquis's residence, where Cui Tinka approached her. Was there a problem with watching the performance? Why did you take so long? Bai Ruji blinked, utterly exhausted. Today, she could not even muster tears. Just as she contemplated how to plead with Cui Tinka, he hurried away. Mother needs me for something. You and Wunner should rest first. The Marquis's wife had urgent matters to discuss with her son. I sent someone to inquire at Guihang Courtyard about the money, only to discover that the dog had long since vanished, and all the valuables were gone. Those around Yan Wanji had also disappeared. Good heavens! What scheme is that wretched Yan Wanji up to? She cannot truly be contemplating a divorce, can she? Reflecting on the past days filled with admonishments from the steward, who pointed out issue after issue, the Marquis's wife felt faint. This is too much. You must go tomorrow and divorce her. She now has men in her household. A divorce? She is courting death. Cui Tinka, who should have been furious, felt an inexplicable anxiety. However, he quickly composed himself. I will have her back tomorrow. The Marquis's wife pointed at her son. You've said that countless times, yet when have you actually done it? I see she truly no longer regards you. Cui Tinka's finger joints cracked as he clenched his fists. This time, I want her to plead with me. The Marquis's wife did not believe him, chattering on. Having heard enough, Cui Tinka turned and left. Returning to Chuncheon Courtyard, he felt vexed and, instead, headed to the entrance of Guihang Courtyard. Guihang Courtyard was where Cui Tinka had resided 6 years ago. The entrance was adorned with lanterns bearing the character Gui on either side. Just a few days ago, he had clearly seen people lingering outside the courtyard. Now, it was devoid of anyone. The door, originally locked, had been pried open by the Marquis's wife's orders. Upon entering, he found the lanterns unlit. Since returning to the capital, Cui Tinka had not set foot in this courtyard. However, the layout remained unchanged. He navigated through the darkness, guided by the moonlight, and soon collided with the furniture. It was evident that the furnishings had been altered. Cui Tinka closed his eyes, trying to recall the appearance of the room from 6 years prior. Vague memories eluded him, yet, inexplicably, he envisioned a completely different scene. Though his eyes remained shut, he took a step forward. Here was the table, here was the chair, here was a high table. He should step over the threshold. The four-poster bed hung with green curtains. In spring, they were a pale rush green. In summer, parrot green. In autumn, deep mountain green. In winter, emerald green. Various shades of green. They accentuated his fair skin, making him appear as exquisite as a flower. Strangely compelled, Cui Tinka found himself slipping beneath the cascading layers of bed curtains. Though it had clearly been unoccupied for a long time, a faint fragrance lingered, enveloping Cui Tinka. A hidden fire ignited within him, gradually intensifying. Cui Tinka let out a soft moan as he cautiously lay down on the bed. Shadows flickered in and out of focus. A seething rage coursed through him, as if it demanded a life in return. He disregarded everything, devoid of compassion. The muffled cries were like fireflies flickering, severed by breath, reduced to fine grains of sand. The long-suppressed impulse compelled Cui Tinka to set aside all else, gritting his teeth in determination to pursue those illusions. Once was not enough. A second attempt yielded no better results. Within the phantoms, Cui Tinka carelessly bit down, leaving a bloodied mark, ultimately feeling as though nothing remained. In the reality of the bed, Cui Tinka finally spread his hands wide. Though his eyes remained shut, the illusions faded. And despite his desperate effort to squeeze his eyes tighter, he could no longer trace any remnants. The fragrant air within the bed curtains had vanished, replaced by another scent, one that was familiar yet faintly tinged with the metallic sting of blood. The heaviness of it was impossible to ignore, jolting Cui Tinka into a state of clarity, leaving him feeling ashamed and awkward. He dared not move recklessly, listening intently. When he discerned the stillness outside, he adjusted his clothing with care and rose cautiously, pulling back the bed curtains entirely. He groped his way to the window, opening it wide. As he approached the western window, he instinctively veered slightly, feeling an inexplicable notion that it should be a spring seat. Yet it was empty, still devoid of anything. Cui Tinka paused momentarily before proceeding onward. With all the windows thrown open, the room brightened slightly. Utilizing the light, he surveyed his surroundings before stepping outside. In the courtyard, there was a well. Cui Tinka endeavored to draw a bucket of water as silently as possible. He then removed his outer robe, carefully wiping it down before hastily rinsing it in the bucket. After discarding the water and wringing out the garment, he returned to the room with the damp clothing. The odor inside had dissipated somewhat. Cui Tinka reached out to touch the bed. Fortunately, he had slept fully clothed, and all the dirt was contained within his garments. Otherwise, his face would have flushed with heat, leaving him uncertain of where to go next. Nevertheless, he could not linger in the courtyard throughout the night. Thus, he mustered the courage to return to Chunshan Courtyard. Before entering, he sought out Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui to procure a lock. At Guihong Courtyard, the lock on the door had been pried open by someone sent by the old lady, and he needed to find someone to repair and reinstall it. The locks on the rooms were also changed. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui were preparing to sleep, exchanging glances in the darkness before responding in unison. "Bring me all the keys. Do not give them to anyone."
Yes.
Cui Tinka treaded lightly as he entered Chunshan Courtyard, only to find Bai Ruji had not come to greet him. Bai Ruji had been waiting for Cui Tinka's return, but after he had been gone for too long, she had knelt for 2 days and could not endure any longer, succumbing to slumber. Cui Tinka let out a sigh of relief. "I need to bathe." "Do not wake the lady." As he soaked in the tub, memories of his reckless behavior at Guihong Courtyard flooded back, causing him to close his eyes in frustration. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was to meet Yan Wanji tomorrow. She was returning. What conditions could he possibly propose beyond her return? First and foremost, she would have to sign the marriage contract for Ruji. For some unknown reason, the water in the tub had turned cold, and Cui Tinka felt a renewed sense of restlessness. Chapter 56. Mending clothes in the morning, Cui Tinka was awakened by Bai Ruji. He abruptly pulled himself from the depths of slumber, feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon realizing that Bai Ruji was in his arms, he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment despite it being a natural occurrence. Ignoring Bai Ruji's murmurs, Cui Tinka quickly got up.
"Tia, resta suot."
"Today I will have Yan Wanji sign the marriage contract, and I shall ensure she relinquishes her duties at the Marquis's residence to you." Bai Ruji's eyes sparkled with joy as she embraced him. Cui Tinka gazed at her with deep affection. "Be good and wait for my return. I have sworn an oath. I will never wrong you, nor will I allow you to suffer." Bai Ruji was moved to tears. After washing and changing his clothes, Cui Tinka, accustomed to the rugged life of military service over the past 6 years, hesitated as he rummaged through his clothing chest. After some time, he finally settled on an outfit, a sky-blue robe adorned with darkly embroidered wild geese, rather elegant, prepared by Yan Wanji. The maid mentioned that this particular piece had been personally selected by the young lady, from the fabric to the style, meticulously sewn and embroidered over the course of a month. However, since Cui Tinka had not yet entered the residence, Yan Wanji had caused a scene at the door, leading him to choose another outfit on that day. As he donned the robe, he was surprised to find it fit unexpectedly well. Looking into the copper mirror, he fleetingly saw the version of himself from 6 years prior at the academy. Back then, he had a fondness for the color sky blue. Yet, after the decline of the BR family, he could no longer indulge in such whims. Bai Ruji entered with breakfast, momentarily taken aback. She recalled the maid's words from that day. A flicker of light danced in her eyes as she smiled gently. Kalong, come and have your breakfast. The morning meals at the Marquis's residence were now quite splendid, abundant and exquisite. However, Cui Tinka had grown accustomed to quickly swallowing his food without discerning its flavor. He consumed a bowl of porridge, a baked cake, a cup of steamed egg custard, and a bowl of wontons in rapid succession. His voracious appetite did not detract from his handsome appearance. Rather, it added an extra layer of masculinity. Bai Ruji watched with her heart racing. But upon catching sight of the double geese embroidered on Cui Tinka's collar, her initial thrill transformed into resentment. When she noticed Cui Tinka's gaze drifting towards the pan-fried dumplings, she did not place them before him, but instead brought them to her own plate, picking one up with her chopsticks. Cui Tinka, being fed one, felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. Bai Ruji picked up another dumpling with her chopsticks and, with her left hand, held a small dish of soy sauce. Cui Tinka declined, stating he did not need any dipping sauce. Bai Ruji, however, urged him, Kalong, you should give it a try. The dumplings are much better with the sauce. Cui Tinka, not one to insist on his preferences during meals, fell silent, waiting for her to feed him. Bai Ruji, with her enchanting gaze, leaned closer, her loosely opened garment revealing a hint of her figure. Cui Tinka's eyes darkened as his previously cold and piercing gaze softened, becoming enmeshed in her charm. Kalong, what are you staring at? I won't feed you anymore, Bai Ruji teased, withdrawing her hand. In her attempt to balance the dumpling, it slipped from her chopsticks and fell onto the table. Ah! She exclaimed, startled, and in her flustered state, she also lost grip on the soy sauce dish, which tipped over. Cui Tinka hurriedly stood and stepped back, but alas, it was too late. Soy sauce splattered across his collar. The dark liquid immediately stained the sky-blue fabric, engulfing the embroidered geese. Bai Ruji panicked, nearly in tears. It's all my fault. I should have held on more securely. Cui Tinka chuckled. How can you blame the lady? Clearly, it is the fault of the husband, unable to resist temptation. Bai Ruji still wore a look of distress. Kalong, you should change into another outfit. I'll wash this myself to prevent the stain from ruining the entire garment. Cui Tinka, unconcerned, responded, if it gets dirty, so be it. You are my wife, Bai Ruji. How could I allow you the burden of washing my clothes? Bai Ruji fetched him a new set of clothing, an old outfit from his time at the border. After informing Bai Ruji of his departure, he took a detour but ultimately returned to Guihong courtyard. The lock had been changed and was now in Cui Tinka's possession. He left Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui outside in the courtyard, entering alone. The Guihong courtyard from the previous night felt strangely familiar. Yet the daylight revealed it to be quite alien. The windows of the inner chamber stood wide open. Cui Tinka approached the bedside and cast a glance, only to find traces of dirt lingering on the bed in an inconspicuous spot, detectable only upon close inspection. After stepping out, Cui Tinka ordered, inform the masters of each courtyard and the steward to prevent the Yen family from recklessly taking items from the Guihong courtyard. I have locked the door. No one is permitted to enter henceforth. Bring back Dr. Bai. Yan Wanji was engaged in conversation with Bengxia, the young girl she had brought back a couple of days prior. Huamei rushed in, exclaiming, Cui, the young master has arrived and insists on seeing you. He says if you do not meet him, you will regret it. Yan Wanji remained unmoved. Huamei dashed down and returned, saying, he insists that if you do not see him, he will wait below indefinitely. Yan Wanji truly did not wish to meet him. However, curiosity tugged at her. She wanted to know what Cui Tinka might say. Would he scold her for bullying Bai Ruji? For forcing Bai Ruji to kneel for 2 days? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to meet him. The matter of their separation must be addressed, though it was unlikely that Cui Tinka would be compelled to broach the topic at this juncture. As she stood on the staircase, she caught sight of Cui Tinka, and her heart tightened involuntarily. The memories of their intertwined dreams, the heartache, and the entanglements flooded back. Confronting Cui Tinka left her emotions in turmoil. Cui Tinka turned upon noticing her, momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, he recalled the inexplicable visions from the previous night within the green drapery. A subtle tremor coursed through him, but it was quickly masked by a look of disdain and scorn. Yan Wanji called out, "What brings General Cui to seek me?" Presumably regarding their separation.
Cui Tinke.
Despite his disdain, maintained his composure and replied, "It concerns your father and brother." Yan Wanji's long lashes lowered as she pondered, continuing her descent. "This matter is not suitable for public discussion. I will follow you." Halting in her tracks, she gazed down at Cui Tinka. Within her chest, emotions surged like a tempestuous sea. The dreams she had experienced felt too vivid, too real, instilling a sense of dread at the sight of him. Those dreams contained memories she wished to forget, leaving behind only bitterness and resentment. She felt anger towards Cui Tinka, shame in facing him, and even a hint of fear. In a past time, she had been confined in the Guihong courtyard by Cui Tinka, akin to a captive, enduring rather than escaping. Each time he visited, it was not for affection but rather to push her to her limits. As Yan Wanji lost herself in thought, Cui Tinka had already approached her, startling her into losing her composure as she instinctively stepped back, nearly tripping on the stairs. Fortunately, Huang Li and a few others were there to steady her. Cui Tinka extended a hand, a mocking smile playing at his lips. The resemblance to his smile in her dreams sent a shiver down her spine. However, she quickly regained her composure, evading his outstretched hand and hastening past him down the stairs. Upon reaching the last flight, she stated, "Let us go to the lakeside." Chapter 57. Terms of exchange. Cui Tinka chuckled lightly and followed her. Before him was her graceful figure, moving elegantly, yet he perceived the stiffness cloaking her. Even with her efforts to mask it, he recalled her alarmed visage on the staircase, prompting him to intentionally exude more of his imposing aura. Was she not bold enough to cause a scene, to leave her home and claim she wished to separate? Yet here she was, revealing signs of fear, or perhaps shyness. Suddenly, he remembered her words from their time at the academy, when she expressed admiration for heroes and valiant generals. Following her lead, his steps became lighter, emboldened by a sense of reckless appraisal. 6 years ago, she had been merely a pretty girl in his eyes. In his mind, Yan Wanji had always occupied that space. Thus, when he encountered Bai Ruji, he believed her to embody love, while Yan Wanji represented mere affection.
Now,
he realized Yan Wanji was no longer that playful little girl he had once thought incapable of envisioning a life as his wife. She had blossomed into a fragrant flower, full of promise. "Speak," she commanded, interrupting Cui Tinka's reverie. Cui Tinka had intended to intimidate Yan Wanji. Although he did not plan to change his mind, his tone softened significantly as he began. "I learned yesterday that upon the return of Prince Rue to the capital, he will discuss rewards and punishments, and investigate the crimes of your father and brother." Cui Tinka's gaze deepened, anticipating a flicker of panic from Yan Wanji. Perhaps she would react like Bai Ruji, rushing to him with pleas for guidance. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth at the thought. Yet, the delicate beauty before him remained unperturbed. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare, one cold and probing, yet tinged with confusion, the other distant and hostile, devoid of the previous fear. If your father and brother's crimes are established, the illustrious legacy of the Yen family, with generations of martial heroes, will be irreparably tarnished. He sensed that Yan Wanji might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Cui Tinka patiently elucidated, "Is that so?" Yan Wanji replied coolly, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. Cui Tinka felt as though his plans had been laid bare before her. How could that be possible? This matter, alongside the emperor in the palace, is known to only a select few. And even if Yan Wanji perceives it, does she truly believe she will remain indifferent to her father and brother's reputations? Perhaps she thought the matter was settled, with no recourse left? Surely that was the case. "Wanji, while your father and brother cannot evade their culpability for the battle at Widgeon, ultimately, they died without witnesses. If we can have soldiers from Qingzhou testify, Though the battle was perilous and mistakes were made, we might salvage the Yen family's reputation. Yan Wanji lifted her gaze. Is that so? Then I shall rely on General Cui. Hearing this, Cui Tinka felt a wave of relief. This matter was of great consequence, and he too felt the weight of it. Yan Wanji interjected, then let it be. Cui Tinka's patience began to fray, his irritation palpable.
How can you say that?
Yan Wanji had always adored her father and brother. During the battle at Wijitan, the Yen family had perished alongside thousands of soldiers. The frail lady, Yen, had entered the temple and never emerged. Yan Wanji had fallen ill for half a year, refusing to believe the truth, seeking answers until she finally despaired and gave up. How could she be indifferent? Cui Tinka spoke with rising anger. Do you not care about your father and brother's reputation? The sarcasm on Yan Wanji's lips grew more pronounced. I care. But did not General Cui say you were also in a difficult position? Cui Tinka bit his lip, pausing momentarily as he scrutinized Yan Wanji. He suddenly found her to be somewhat elusive. Finally, he stated plainly, the casualties at Wijitan were countless, and the public's ire remains unresolved. However, if we can offer monetary compensation to appease the soldiers' families and enlist the support of several accomplished generals, we might find a way to resolve this matter and preserve your father and brother's dignity. Yan Wanji's expression could no longer be concealed. She lowered her head in silence for a few moments, seemingly contemplating, before raising her gaze once more. In addition to money, does General Cui seek anything else from me? Cui Tinka felt a twinge of embarrassment. According to his initial conjecture, the moment he broached the matter of Wijitan, Yan Wanji would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray, desperate to implore him for assistance. In that scenario, he could pose any question he desired. However, it seemed that Yan Wanji now perceived his willingness to assist as a mere transaction of interests. This was not the case. He had only learned of this news yesterday, having stumbled upon this turning point in casual conversation. As for the conditions he proposed, they were merely incidental. He was taking considerable risks to strategize for the Yen family. Thus it was only reasonable for Yan Wanji to acquiesce to certain demands.
Cui Tinka scoffed coldly.
This was an affair I could have entirely extricated myself from. At the time, Wijitan lay to the west of Qingzhou, while I was situated in the east. It was wholly unrelated to me. Yet you are my wife. Should you beseech me, I would be willing to endure any hardship to aid your father and brother. Yan Wanji responded. Oh, is there more? Cui Tinka felt a flicker of displeasure. Yet, given the circumstances, he intended to assist the Yen family and seize the opportunity to resolve a few troublesome matters. I am determined to take Bai Ruji as my principal wife. Any delay on your part is futile. It would be prudent to expedite the signing of the documents. Allow me to disclose that His Majesty intends for me to directly inherit the title of Marquis and subsequently be granted the title of Duke. After my marriage to Ruji, I can seize this opportunity to petition for the title of heir apparent. Having grown up in Qingzhou and endured considerable hardship, I wish to make amends for both her and her mother. You should comprehend this. Yan Wanji queried again, is there more? Cui Tinka pondered for a moment. I promise to strategize for your father and brother. Henceforth, you shall address Ruji as elder sister. She has come to the capital alone, feeling anxious throughout the journey, fearful of being ridiculed by the people of the capital and looked down upon by the household staff. I have assured her that she shall be the mistress of the house, for my own mother is too frail to manage affairs. And what of me? Yan Wanji smiled, although her smile did not reach her eyes. It was as if she were a flawless statue of a smiling maid, beautiful, yet cold and rigid. Cui Tinka was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this issue. Yan Wanji was not Bai Ruji. She was not an orphan coming to the capital, having suffered from childhood to adulthood, nor had she lost her virtue to save his life, nor raised children alone, nor endured the anxiety of being scorned. What more could Yan Wanji desire? Even the sole regret, her husband's absence from the battlefield, had dissipated. Moreover, her husband was adorned with numerous accolades that would bring her unparalleled glory and immense wealth. You? Cui Tinka suddenly felt a wave of irritation. What is this attitude of yours? Yan Wanji reined in her smile, the lively sparkle in her peach blossom eyes now tinged with red, brimming with resentment. According to General Cui, I should abandon the thought of divorce, return home to you, relinquish all my possessions, and sign the document designating you as my secondary wife, while elevating Bai Ruji to a position of esteem. Yet, is this how it is? Her words pressed forward, causing Cui Tinka to take a step back. Why did Yan Wanji's words imply that she was surrendering all while gaining nothing in return? Sharp-tongued and full of nonsense, Cui Tinka rebuked, Yan Wanji. Do as you please. You may disregard the reputation of your father and brother. That way, I need not exert myself, nor take risks. Yan Wanji met his gaze unwaveringly. Cui Tinka, as a martial general, had indeed calculated his interests well. He sought much from me, yet I desire but one thing from you, a divorce. Should you refuse to divorce, do not expect to gain anything from me. Chapter 58. The life-saving grace deserves the position of principal wife. Cui Tinka was genuinely enraged this time. A profound sense of helplessness ignited his fury. Yan Wanji, how have you become such a cold-blooded and indifferent person? Those are your father and brother. Even if they have erred, your father fought valiantly for a lifetime. Do you not wish to preserve his good name? Yan Wanji, how have you transformed into this? Cui Tinka vented his long-suppressed dissatisfaction. Bai Ruji saved my life. She saved the life of your husband. Should you not feel gratitude toward her? Should you not offer her everything, serve her tirelessly in repayment of this life-saving grace? Yan Wanji found it utterly ridiculous.
Ha!
Cui Tinka, Bai Ruji saved your life, yet did not restore your wits, did she? She saved you. What concern is that of mine? To her, you are a lifesaver. To me, she is merely a woman who has dallied with my husband. Since you wish to serve her and offer her everything, then first divorce me and grant her the status of principal wife. As your lifesaver, does she not deserve your unwavering fidelity, to be honored as your only principal wife?
Cui Tinka's complexion darkened.
Yan Wanji genuinely found it amusing. It seemed that your life held little value. To be your lifesaver, yet share the status of wife with another woman. Cui Tinka felt that Yan Wanji was being utterly unreasonable, yet he could not counter her. Stepping forward, he reached out his hand, intent on silencing this incessantly infuriating woman. Without warning, he struck swiftly. Yet Yan Wanji managed to evade him just in time. Those standing nearby rushed in to shield her. Standing firm, Yan Wanji declared, Cui Tinka, there is no need for you to speak nonsense. Prepare yourself, we shall divorce. Beyond that, I have nothing more to say to you. Nor do I wish to hear anything from you. With that, she turned and returned to Qingfeng Tower. Cui Tinka wished to intercept her. But no matter how formidable he was but one man. Ultimately, he could only watch as Yan Wanji entered Qingfeng Tower, kicking aside a servant who blocked her path, and stormed away in anger. Yan Wanji stood atop the tower, gazing out the window at Cui Tinka's retreating figure. Pressing her fingernails into her palm, her usually smiling cherry lips now tightly pressed into a straight line. In her dreams, Cui Tinka would bring up the matter of Widgeon, but that would be long after. Upon hearing that her father and brothers might be implicated, Yan Wanji felt a deep anguish, utterly lost. It was Yan Wanji who had proactively beseeched him to find a way to negotiate. Only then did Cui Tinka mention that other generals had suggested a possible course of action. After their discussion, Yan Wanji resolved to relinquish the Yan family assets, including some private possessions, entirely to Cui Tinka for his use. Cui Tinka seized the opportunity to propose further demands. At that moment, Yan Wanji had no other desires and complied with all. She nearly offered everything she could. Later, she discovered that a significant portion of what she had given had ended up in the Cui family, becoming Bai Ruji's possessions, while only a small fraction was utilized to provide for the families of the soldiers from Widgeon. Yan Wanji, in her desperation, had sought assistance from anyone. Oblivious to these details, one pivotal card that Yan Wanji held was now being returned to Cui Tinka. However, she never anticipated that he would bring it up so soon. Reflecting back, Yan Wanji realized that Cui Tinka must have known of this matter for quite some time, yet had not paid it much heed until their subsequent conflicts arose. Cui Tinka felt that Yan Wanji was losing her grasp, and thus, rumors regarding Widgeon inexplicably began circulating in the capital, providing Cui Tinka with the opportunity to bring it up. It was hard not to suspect that these rumors were incited by Cui Tinka himself. Yet this time, what Cui Tinka could not foresee was that Yan Wanji had no intention of clearing her father's name. As for the reputation of her brothers, she would devise her own means to address it. Xiang Mama gazed down from the tower with a hint of concern, inquiring, Miss, do you think he will agree to the divorce because of this? Yan Wanji remained uncertain. In her dreams, in the years to come, she yearned for a divorce, even contemplating an outright escape from the capital. Yet, until her dying breath, she never obtained that elusive divorce decree. Instead, She found herself confined by Cui Tinka in a small courtyard, at times shackled, enduring immense humiliation, feeling as though she was no more than a domesticated animal, devoid of freedom and dignity. The matter of divorce was not something Cui Tinka would easily consent to. He staunchly refused to fulfill Yan Wanji's desires. Whenever she wished for the east, he would invariably direct her towards the west. Thus, the only option left was for Cui Tinka to seek the divorce himself. She could not believe that Bairuji would remain nameless and unrecognized, nor could she fathom that Cui Tinka would willingly allow Bairuji to exist in such a state. In her dreams, it was Yan Wanji who bore all, accepted all, and even orchestrated everything, ensuring that upon their return to the capital, everything proceeded smoothly for Cui Tinka and Bairuji, affording them the leisure to conspire against her. A subtle smile played at the corners of Yan Wanji's lips. Xiang Mama then inquired, since the residents of Guihang Courtyard have relocated to the residence at Jixiangfeng, would you not consider moving there as well? More company would surely be advantageous. Alternatively, we could bring Heihu here. Xiang Mama gradually realized that Cui Tinka was no longer the gentle scholar he had been 6 years prior, and her worries began to mount. However, she still did not comprehend the current temperament of Cui Tinka. If they were to reside in that other house, he might very well commit acts of trespass and abduction. Yet, in this bustling marketplace, even if he attempted such a thing, many would witness it. At present, he was not so reckless as to commit violence in public. After all, the woman whom Cui Tinka had lashed was one that Yan Wanji had heavily compensated, leading her to frequently return to the authorities to voice her grievances, making it impossible for Cui Tinka to extricate himself from the situation. Should he dare to act inappropriately in public again, it would only delight Yan Wanji further. She reassured Xiang Mama that there was no cause for concern, encouraging her to allow everyone to remain there. Yan Wanji's suspicions were not unfounded. She had undoubtedly incited Cui Tinka's ire, prompting him to return home and smash a table, exclaiming, "I will divorce her." The table he shattered was one from Guihang Courtyard. Xiaoshan and Xiaoshui exchanged glances, too afraid to speak. After a moment, Xiaoshan replied, "Dr. Bai has just examined everything and reported that all is normal. There is nothing amiss." Cui Tinka, skeptical, summoned Dr. Bai to inquire personally. "Is there truly nothing?" Dr. Bai affirmed, "Indeed, there is nothing." Cui Tinka pressed further. "What about aphrodisiacs?"
None.
Dr. Bai responded. Yet, he hesitated, however Cui Tinka's interest was piqued. "What have you discovered?" Dr. Bai stammered, hesitant to divulge. Although it was his first visit to the Chongning Marquis' residence, he had heard from Xiaoshan and Xiaoshui that Guihang Courtyard was the dwelling of the general's first wife. With the general stationed at the border, the general's wife was akin to a widow, and by all rights, she should remain in mourning.
Tu t'impresses, speak, Becke.
After careful consideration, Dr. Bai began, there are no aphrodisiacs, but the pleasures of intimacy do not necessarily require such substances. Cui Tinka glared. "What do you mean by that?" Dr. Bai resigned himself. "My lord, you have been absent for 6 years, and your wife has remained in the capital for over 2,000 days. You must be more forgiving and open-minded. It seems there has been a man in your bed." Bai Chu suddenly halted, a revelation dawning upon him. "Ah, indeed. My lord, your wife has not been unfaithful. While I did find evidence of a man, it does not imply they have engaged in intimacy."
Du, Becke concluded.
Perhaps. After the lady's absence from this courtyard, someone had surreptitiously entered and behaved improperly upon her bed. Bai Chu shook his head. "This is a serious matter. My lord, such scoundrels must be quickly apprehended, stripped bare, and thoroughly punished before being cast into the barracks as disgraceful examples. Before disposing of him, we shall first remove his vile appendage, chop it finely, and fry it into meatballs to feed to stray dogs." Bai Chu observed Cui Tinka's expression, noting the anger boiling within him. "Surely, my lord, you agree with this course of action?" "Damn it!" Cui Tinka raged. "The audacity of such a lecher. A quick death would be merciful. But let me first use a long needle to pierce his vile member, torturing him for 7 days and nights." "Enough!"
Cui Tinka growled,
baring his teeth in frustration. Bai Chu felt a twinge of sympathy for him. It was clear that the thought of someone defiling his wife's bed had enraged him to the point of agony. Bai Chu sighed quietly as he exited, instructing Xiaoshan and Xiaoshui, "Once you capture the culprit, be sure to inform me." Xiaoshan and Xiaoshui asked, "Who are we to capture?"
Becke merely smiled mysteriously,
prompting Xiaoshui to lead him out. Xiaoshan entered alone, directly asking, "My lord, who are we capturing?"
Get out.
Chui Tinka threw a stool at him. With the furnishings of Guihong courtyard stripped away, only the larger pieces remained. Xiaoshan jumped but could not evade the stool, which struck his leg, causing him to grimace in pain. However, this reaction did not surprise Xiaoshan and Xiaoshui. Xiaoshan rubbed his leg and reported, "I spoke with the steward. There is another courtyard in the inner compound that can be arranged for by Ruji to stay in. What do you think?" Chui Tinka, suppressing his irritation, listened intently and replied affirmatively. Xiaoshan exited, leaving Chui Tinka to ponder in the sparsely furnished room, torn between conflicting emotions. Divorce? Could it be that Yan Wanji truly wished to part ways? If they divorced, Bai Ruji could assume the position of a legitimate wife without blemish. Free from fear of Yan Wanji's bullying, the legitimacy of Wanu's birthright would also be indisputable. Yet, he had never contemplated divorcing Yan Wanji. She was Yan Wanji, his childhood betrothed, the girl who had always been kind to him in the academy, defending him without hesitation. She was the one who, knowing his perilous fate, had insisted on marrying him. After experiencing the joys of intimacy with Bai Ruji, Chui Tinka began to perceive the once cherished memories of Yan Wanji as those of a beloved younger sister. His longing for Yan Wanji transformed into mere nostalgia for the camaraderie of youth, a yearning for the capital itself. Bai Ruji was his destined partner, his first wife, the woman who brought him unparalleled joy. Nevertheless, he had no intention of abandoning Yan Wanji simply because he had developed feelings for Bai Ruji. He would provide for Yan Wanji, ensuring her comfort as his wife, fulfilling his duties as her husband, consummating their marriage, and even fathering a child with her. Chui Tinka had already established himself, securing his status and title. He was not incapable of supporting another wife and child. He was not oblivious to the 6 years Yan Wanji had devoted to him, and thus, he intended to allow her to remain his wife. What concern was it to her if Bai Ruji became a secondary wife? Why was she causing such a fuss? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. He smashed another stool in frustration. Xiaoshan stood at the door, calculating the distance between the remaining stools and Chui Tinka's position, cautiously stepping inside. "My lord, we have received an invitation to a palace banquet." Chui Tinka took the invitation, noting it was addressed to him and his family. After marking the date, he instructed Xiaoshan to inform his wife to prepare. Xiaoshan hesitated, then acquiesced, preparing to leave. Chui Tinka called out, "Stop by Qingfeng Tower and let them know." Regarding the invitation from the palace, she was to consider whether to attend. Xiaoshan inquired if it was an invitation for Lady Yan or merely a request for her to return to the estate. Chui Tinka cast a cold glance and refused to provide clarity. Upon hearing Xiaoshan's words, Yan Wanji felt a twinge of distress. If she did not attend the palace banquet, it would be seen as a slight against imperial authority. "I understand. I shall wait at the palace gate." Yan Wanji eventually consented. This banquet might offer an unexpected spectacle. While she felt no obligation to attend, there was no harm in witnessing the event. Before the banquet, Yan Wanji visited the residence of the Marquis of Anxi once more. Since her last visit, she had returned several times. The old lady, who seemed to have accepted her belief that Hu Changting harbored feelings for Yan Wanji, continually creating opportunities for them to be alone together. Yan Wanji did not decline these invitations, though she secretly wondered if old lady Hu cared not for her status as a woman of the Chui family. Even if her divorce were finalized, she would still be a divorced woman remarrying. Did old lady Hu truly harbor no disdain? In the old lady's eyes, Hu Changting was merely a stepson without blood ties. Perhaps this was why she was not overly concerned. Recently, when visiting the Hu residence, Yan Wanji always brought Banksia along. They entered the pavilion arranged by Hu Changting. As was customary, Yan Wanji produced a sizable pill, much larger than a peanut, for Hu Changting to consume. Banksia then began administering acupuncture to Hu Changting's legs. Yan Wanji stood outside the curtain, her silhouette graceful, enhancing her allure. After nearly half an hour, she stepped inside, noticing a faint flush on Hu Changting's face. She stood outside the curtain, an elegant figure, elusive yet captivating, unlike the little girl she once was with her twin buns. Yet, she retained her boldness and independence, always possessing her own opinions and never seeking assistance from others. Hu Changting had been watching her intently for nearly half an hour. "Thank you," he managed to say, concealing all his emotions within those simple words. Yan Wanji nodded and, accompanied by Banksia, took her leave. Hu Changting's gaze lingered on her departing figure, reluctant to part until she vanished from sight. He then instructed that additional guards be assigned to protect Miss Yan. On the day of the palace banquet, Yan Wanji arrived early at the palace gate. The entrance to the banquet was singular. Gradually, other carriages began to arrive. Yan Wanji remained in her carriage, while Huang Li waited at the gate. Huang Li recognized the Cui family's carriage and hurried to intercept it. From a distance, Yan Wanji saw the occupants disembark: Lady Lin Peiyun, the wife of the Marquis of Anxi, and Cui Zhenjin. Yan Wanji greeted Lady Lin, but could not contain the warmth in her eyes, bowing her head deeply to mask it. Her resentment towards Cui Tinka stemmed primarily from the unresolved matters of her dreams. Yet, her 6 years of devotion to the Cui family were tangible. Yan Wanji believed she was part of the Cui family and thought that sincere efforts would surely yield sincere rewards. However, setting aside the dreams, in reality, no one from the Cui family had shown concern regarding her divorce, nor acknowledged her grievances. She had invested heavily in Lady Lin Peiyun's health. Yet upon her son's return to the capital, she seemed to forget her, disregarding her previous claims of treating Yan Wanji as a daughter. This profound sense of betrayal cut deeper than the imagined disloyalty of Cui Tinka in her dreams. 6 years of dedication felt utterly wasted. With her head bowed, Yan Wanji endeavored to compose herself, suppressing her tears before finally lifting her gaze to proceed with the Cui family.
Wait.
A carriage behind them had its curtain lifted. Cui Tinka, with a frosty expression, leaped down and turned to sweep Bai Ruji from the carriage. Bai Ruji clung to his arm, smiling provocatively at Yan Wanji. Pretending to lose her balance, she stumbled into Cui Tinka's embrace. After studying Bai Ruji, Cui Tinka turned his attention to Yan Wanji. Aren't you seeking a divorce? How can you enter the palace with me if you intend to separate? Yan Wanji lowered her gaze, wondering why General Cui enjoyed this verbal sparring. You summoned me.
Didn't you?
We are both subjects and cannot refuse. Cui Tinka clenched his fist. He was not one for idle chatter. But seeing Yan Wanji's cold demeanor provoked him to provoke her, to elicit some crack in her perfect facade. He recognized this was inappropriate, but could not bear her indifference towards him. 6 years prior, things were not like this. Back then, Yan Wanji greeted him with warmth, always initiating conversation, showing concern, and defending him against those who were unkind. Yan Wanji, I realized you forgot to bring your palace invitation, he remarked. Yan Wanji inquired, do you wish for me not to enter the palace? Cui Tinka scoffed, how could I? You are my wife. How could you not attend? Just wait a moment. I have sent someone to fetch it from my residence. They will bring it to you. With that, he took Bai Ruji's hand and walked toward the palace gate. Huang Li's brows knitted in frustration, but there was little she could do. After all, Yan Wanji's desire for divorce appeared unreasonable to the men, who viewed it as a breach of marital duty. The emperor and empress in the palace would hardly care about such matters. Yan Wanji sighed, let us wait. Huang Li murmured, if only the generals and young masters were still around. Yan Wanji's family had no men remaining. Her mother had entered the ancestral shrine, leaving only her grandmother at home. No one would advocate for her divorce. If only my brothers were still here, this would not be such a struggle. Huang Li bit her lip, but haven't you found someone suitable yet? Yan Wanji sighed, if necessary, I will settle for a younger man, as long as he can support the household. Huang Li pondered this, her anger towards the Cui family dissipating. After a while, the messenger from the Cui family had yet to arrive, but the carriage from the Marquis of Anxi had appeared. Surprised to see Yan Wanji and Huang Li, Lady Qin Rand expressed her displeasure. However, recognizing the necessity of a nameplate to enter the palace, she instructed, Mother, you may enter first. I will wait here with Wanji. Yan Wanji was about to decline when a palace maid emerged from within, hurriedly approaching. After greeting, she presented an invitation to Yan Wanji. Our empress heard you forgot your invitation and sent me to deliver one to you. Yan Wanji graciously accepted the invitation and followed Lady Hua into the palace. Old Lady Hua asked, shall we go thank the empress? Yan Wanji declined. The empress is surely very busy today. I will express my gratitude on another occasion. For she knew well that it was not the empress who had sent the invitation. This maid was from the crown prince's side. Today's palace banquet is held in the imperial garden, attended solely by individuals of marquis rank. Among them, the Chongning Marquis house is of little significance. However, Cui Tinka has recently become quite the celebrated figure, with expectations of elevation in rank and rewards. Consequently, the Cui family has become the focus of many eager social connections. Yan Wanji finds herself seated with the Cui family, but She prefers to step out for a moment to enjoy the flowers. Attendees are not permitted to bring servants to the banquet, and Yan Wanji has been careful to avoid Bai Ruji throughout the day. When she sees Bai Ruji approaching, she quickly turns and walks away. Yan's sister. Bai Ruji calls from behind. Yan Wanji ignores her and continues on, only to realize that her course is taking her away from the crowd, and she pauses, intending to circle back. Yan's sister, let me speak with you, Bai Ruji insists, rushing forward and attempting to grab Yan Wanji's arm. Yet, she fails to make contact and ends up falling instead. With no one around to assist her, Bai Ruji must rise on her own. Halfway up, she notices Cui Tinka approaching and slows her movements. Cui Tinka had come looking for Yan Wanji, but upon seeing Bai Ruji on the ground, he hurried over to help her. Bai Ruji extends her hand, revealing a scraped palm with a trickle of blood. Cui Tinka's face darkens with anger. How could you be so cruel? Tears well in Bai Ruji's eyes. Cui Lang, do not blame Yan's sister. It is all my fault for returning to the capital with you. But do not worry, I will kneel outside Qingfeng Tower, begging Yan's sister for your forgiveness. Cui Tinka is taken aback. Bai Ruji, now upright and leaning against him, appears pitiful. Cui Lang, I have only knelt for a few days. Surely it is not enough. If I persist and kneel longer, Yan's sister will forgive you, and you will not need to part ways. It is all my fault. As Cui Tinka presses for details, Bai Ruji elaborates on her kneeling at Qingfeng Tower, embellishing her tale. Guilt and anger swell within him. He has been preoccupied with other affairs these past few days, unaware of the suffering Bai Ruji has endured, tormented by Yan Wanji. Yan Wanji, do you have no conscience? He wants to declare Bai Ruji as a savior but recalls Yan Wanji's earlier words, and he finds himself unable to voice it. Yan Wanji stands at a distance, observing coldly, reminiscent of a dream. Bai Ruji's fall was her own doing, yet Cui Tinka hastily assigns blame to Yan Wanji. In the dream, she had no way to defend herself, and now, awakened from it, she feels that same sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, she states, General Cui, it was your wife who pursued me. Cui Tinka regards Bai Ruji as his wife, insisting that everyone treat her as such both before and after their return to the capital. Yet, Yan Wanji's words make him feel uneasy. Must you always speak in such a sarcastic tone? Chapter 61. Not a misunderstanding, but a rebirth. Yan Wanji interrupted, scoffs derisively, continuing, I have distanced myself, yet it is Cui Foreign who pursued me, leading to her own fall. What concern is it of mine? Why does General Cui unjustly chastise me? Cui Tinka does not believe her. So, you too are a hypocrite who dares to act yet denies it. You despise Ruji. Do you think I am unaware? Had you not interfered, she would have walked unscathed. He steps forward, appearing ready to confront her. Bai Ruji clings to him, her voice tinged with tears.
Cui Lang, do not act this way.
Yan's sister is already upset with you because of me. Your actions will only drive her further away. Who wishes to reconcile with her? Cui Tinka glares at Yan Wanji. Do not think that Ruji, lacking support in the capital, can be bullied at will. Though she has no other kin, I am her support. I will not allow anyone to mistreat her, especially not you, who presumes to belittle her simply because you entered my life first.
Ouch.
As Cui Tinka pushes Bai Ruji's hand away, he inadvertently brushes against her injured palm, causing her to cry out. He feels a pang of concern and gently examines her hand, his anger simmering. He turns to Yan Wanji, demanding, come here and apologize. Yan Wanji stands frozen, memories from the dream flooding her mind, blurring the lines between dream and reality. Apologize, or do you wish for me to inflict a similar injury upon you? As he releases Bai Ruji's hand and approaches Yan Wanji, she remains lost in her reverie, only realizing his proximity when he reaches for her, instinctively retreating. Yan Wanji. Cui Tinka lunges forward, seizing her wrist. His grip is firm, encircling her delicate wrist completely, akin to a shackle, binding her. An inexplicable thrill courses through him, and his mind momentarily blanks. All he knows is that he cannot let go, tightening his grasp. Yan Wanji winces as the pressure on her wrist intensifies, yet she is entranced. The pain jolts her consciousness, and suddenly, everything comes rushing back. What once felt like mere fragments of a dream now solidifies into undeniable reality. Cui Lang, do not strike Yan's sister, Bai Ruji timidly pleads. Yet neither Cui Tinka nor Yan Wanji hears her. General Cui, Miss Yan did not touch your wife. It was your wife who fell on her own. I witnessed the entire incident from over there. A palace made strides forward, asserting that several others also witnessed the event and could be summoned for confirmation. Chui Tinka snaps back to reality, abruptly releasing his grip. The force of his hold causes both to stumble slightly. Yan Wanji's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she steps back, only to surge forward, delivering a resounding slap to Chui Tinka's face. His attention diverted by the approaching palace maids, he fails to evade her strike, which lands squarely upon his cheek. Yan Wanji feels a surge of suffocation in her chest, struggling to breathe. The palace maids, startled, avert their gazes, while the previous maid remains oblivious, directly asking, "Did you see what transpired here?" A bold young maid promptly declared, "I witnessed the lady in white relentlessly pursuing the lady in green. In her haste, she must have stumbled and fallen." The senior maid inquired, "Did they have any contact when she fell?" The young maid, unable to meet Chui Tinka's gaze, furtively glanced at Bai Ruji, standing quite a distance away. It is impossible for them to have touched. Chui Tinka received a slap, his fury surging within him as he raised his hand to retaliate, yet a sense of confusion clouded his mind. Upon hearing the young maid's words, he realized he had misunderstood the situation. However, it was merely a trivial misunderstanding that could be clarified. How dare she strike him? After Yan Wanji slapped Chui Tinka, she was about to accuse him of his past treatment of her when the young maids distracted her, allowing her simmering anger to cool somewhat. She silently thanked her fortune for not having spoken out loud. It would have seemed reasonable to dream, but to voice the matter of reincarnation in such a public setting would likely have marked her as a demon or a ghost. Yet, the sight of Chui Tinka ignited in her an overwhelming desire to strike him down. Forgetting to express her gratitude to the maid, Yan Wanji turned and strode away, her usually graceful demeanor now stiff and unsteady. Chui Tinka instinctively clenched his fist, wanting to pursue her. Bai Ruji hurriedly grasped his arm, her expression one of distress. "Chuiling, I have told you not to blame Yan Mei. She is not at fault." She touched her face tenderly, tears welling in her eyes. "Yet, how could Yan Mei strike you? If she hits you at the banquet, what will others think of you? Yan Mei should have considered your reputation more. I told her that if she wished to strike or scold me, I would allow it willingly. Perhaps she feels resentment because you interrupted her. It is indeed my fault. If I had known, I would have let her hit me a few more times, and I would have accepted it gladly." The senior maid offered a hasty salute, rolling her eyes discreetly before departing, taking the other young maids with her. Listening to Bai Ruji's words, Chui Tinka felt his dignity tarnished, his hatred for Yan Wanji intensifying. Yet, his mind was somewhat dazed, causing him to forget to comfort Bai Ruji. After Bai Ruji had spoken for a while, she noticed that Chui Tinka was still staring in the direction Yan Wanji had left, his jaw clenched. Why did Chuiling not retaliate with a few slaps of his own? It was all the fault of those meddlesome maids. However, for now, she chose to let Yan Wanji be, refraining from encouraging Chuiling to pursue her for revenge. After all, her intent in chasing her was merely to annoy her into leaving the banquet. A few slaps would not change much. Moreover, if Chuiling retaliated, his anger might dissipate, and he may not dislike Yan Wanji so much thereafter. What she truly desired was for Yan Wanji to never return to the Chongning Marquis' residence, to no longer be Chui Tinka's wife. Yan Wanji felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Her mind was clouded, and after walking for a considerable distance, she finally came to a halt. The last vestiges of her strength drained away, nearly causing her to collapse. Originally cautious upon entering the palace, Yan Wanji had awakened memories of her past life and had just departed from Chui Tinka and Bai Ruji, entirely forgetting her guard. She sensed someone approaching, but did not turn to look. Only when someone grasped her and forcefully pulled her forward did she realize the gravity of the situation. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the person, but she could no longer maintain her balance. Together, they fell into the lake. It was only then that Yan Wanji discovered that it was Cui Jinjin who had pulled her into the water. "Why are you trying to harm me?"
Cui Jinjin shouted,
glancing towards the shore. She could manage a bit in the water, and the edge of the lake was not too deep. Otherwise, she would not have taken such a risk. She awaited help, gripping Yan Wanji's garment tightly. "Do not struggle, or I shall tear your clothes. You would not want that," she threatened softly. Yan Wanji, without time to ponder Cui Jinjin's motives, ceased her struggles and gathered her strength. As Cui Jinjin watched the approaching figures with a smile, Yan Wanji suddenly exerted force, pushing Cui Jinjin's head under the water. Cui Jinjin gasped for air, desperately struggling, her grip on Yan Wanji's garment loosening. Yan Wanji quickly distanced herself from Cui Jinjin to regain her stability before swimming towards the shore. Just a moment ago, she had not known how to swim. However, now, with her rebirth and the awakening of skills learned in her previous life, her newfound ability served her well.
Yet,
The person who had just arrived was already at the lake's edge, directly heading into the water towards Yan Wanji. Cui Jinjin's head resurfaced, looking quite disheveled, her makeup smudged. Elder brother Changyu, I am here. Where are the people arranged to save Yan Wanji? The one entering the water and swimming toward Yan Wanji was Hu Changyu, the heir of the Anqi Marquisate. Jinjin, you go up first. I will help Miss Yan. Hu Changyu said, a lewd smile on his face as he spoke to Cui Jinjin without glancing her way. Cui Jinjin was taken aback, her focus on Hu Changyu causing her to swallow a mouthful of water. Elder brother Changyu? She murmured, bewildered, as she swam towards him. However, her swimming skills were merely adequate, and when she attempted to swim away, she panicked and sank back into the water, struggling anew. Elder brother Changyu? Hu Changyu! Cui Jinjin cried out. Hu Changyu, however, kept his gaze fixed on Yan Wanji, blocking her path to the shore. Yan Wanji, evading him, was beginning to tire. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Changyu swam closer. Meanwhile, voices from the shore grew louder, indicating that others were coming. Yan Wanji took a deep breath, suddenly turned, and dove towards the opposite bank, choosing the shortest route to swim across. The artificial lake in the Imperial Garden was not very large, but was known for its winding beauty, which meant some areas were not very wide. Additionally, there were decorative rock formations and large stones within the lake. Hu Changyu followed closely, but others had already noticed the commotion, and several nearby eunuchs and maids hurried over. Hu Changyu, seeing Yan Wanji desperately swimming away, felt his smile freeze as he turned to Cui Jinjin, pulling her into his embrace and swimming to the shore with her. Cui Jinjin had already inhaled several mouthfuls of water and could think of nothing else. Her face turned pale, and she coughed and retched. The words she had prepared to say vanished from her mind. The palace attendants rushed to fetch a cloak for Cui Jinjin, and a few ladies followed closely behind. It was then that Cui Jinjin remembered, in front of everyone, to weep and declare, the heir of the Anqi Marquisate saved my life. I have no way to repay him, and am willing to offer myself in gratitude for a lifetime. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. For a brief moment, she felt a pang of confusion. A few months prior, at a banquet, she had met Hu Changyu, who praised her unmatched beauty and charm, gifting her a fine jade pendant on the spot and inviting her to enjoy the lake and flowers. Although Hu Changyu was somewhat older, he was handsome and the heir of the Anqi Marquisate. No one had ever been so overtly flattering towards Cui Jinjin, causing her heart to flutter and awaken feelings of affection. She kept the jade pendant a secret and, following Hu Changyu's suggestion, pretended to go shopping with other young ladies, secretly meeting him instead. During this rendezvous, Hu Changyu lavished her with compliments and gifted her several exquisite pieces of jewelry. Hu Changyu mentioned that his marriage to his recently deceased wife, Zhang, was merely a union arranged by their parents, devoid of any genuine affection. It was only upon meeting Cui Jinjin that he comprehended the concept of love at first sight, realizing what it truly meant to be infatuated. He expressed a sense of unworthiness in relation to Cui Jinjin. However, he was on the cusp of transforming from a young master to a marquis. Once the imperial decree granting him the title of Marquis of Anqi was received, he intended to promptly seek her hand in marriage. Cui Jinjin's heart was entirely filled with his sweet nothings. Yet, Yan Wanji, ever vigilant, quickly discerned the situation. She insisted that Hu Changyu was not a good man and that his feelings for Cui Jinjin were insincere, labeling him as a philanderer deceiving an innocent girl. Yan Wanji went so far as to take Cui Jinjin to the Jinxiu building to purchase expensive accessories that were usually avoided, advising her not to be fooled by Hu Changyu's worthless trinkets. Furthermore, she forbade Cui Jinjin from going out freely and even assigned one of her own maids to monitor her. Yan Wanji also selected several ordinary young men to introduce to Cui Jinjin. Cui Jinjin, feeling indignant, sought her mother's support. However, the Marchioness had become accustomed to heeding Yan Wanji's counsel and was helpless in the situation. Thus, Cui Jinjin's promising romance was abruptly dismantled by Yan Wanji. Filled with fury yet powerless, Cui Jinjin found it impossible to send a message to Hu Changyu, as Yan Wanji intercepted all her attempts. Fortunately, her brother Cui Tinka had returned to the capital, and Yan Wanji had left the residence. In this brief period, Cui Jinjin had rekindled her relationship with Hu Changyu, meeting with him several times. Before the last birthday celebration for the old lady Hu Changyu expressed his desire to introduce Cui Jinjin to his grandmother, showcasing his beloved. However, Cui Jinjin did not see Hu Changyu come to fetch her and found herself in an unpleasant situation, being sent to the side hall. Feeling embarrassed, her family sat in the most inconspicuous corner. Eventually, Hu Changyu did send someone to find Cui Jinjin, inviting her to see his current residence, which would serve as their future marital home, and to discuss its decoration.
Cui Zensem visited.
Hu Changyu's courtyard was indeed splendid, surpassing even the best courtyard of the Cui residence. Hu Changyu took her hand, meticulously introducing her to the furnishings and decorations until they reached the four-poster bed. He inquired if that bed could serve as their wedding bed. Cui Jinjin, feeling shy and speechless, attempted to leave. But Hu Changyu embraced her and laid her upon the bed, startling her. Yet, being in Hu's residence, she did not dare to cry out. Chapter 63. A clever plan to kill two birds with one stone. When Hu Changyu finally released her, Cui Jinjin feared her family would come looking for her. She was eager to depart but was restrained by Hu Changyu, who assured her that he had instructed his maid to inform others that she was with other young ladies, so no one would suspect otherwise. Cui Jinjin, both startled and frightened, silently wept as Hu Changyu swore that he would soon be conferred the title of Marquis and would propose to her. He lavished her with countless sweet words, presenting her with a jade bracelet purportedly worth thousands of taels and several gemstone-studded rings. After that occasion, Cui Jinjin feigned visiting friends and met Hu Changyu several more times. Hu Changyu was infatuated with her, unwavering in his devotion. Cui Jinjin gradually set aside her concerns. However, she hoped for a swift proposal. While Hu Changyu explained that he had already spoken to his grandmother and mother, who believed he was unworthy of her and doubted the acceptance of the Changning Marquis, thus were reluctant to proceed with the proposal. Cui Jinjin understood this and delicately broached the topic with her mother, who promptly informed the Marquis and her brother, Cui Tinka. The latter remarked that Cui Jinjin was still young, and Hu Changyu, being significantly older and a widower seeking a second wife, was not a suitable match. With their parents now inclined to heed Cui Tinka's opinions, they disregarded Cui Jinjin's feelings for Hu Changyu. Cui Jinjin had no choice but to arrange another meeting with Hu Changyu, hoping he would propose soon. Unbeknownst to her, her secretive outings had caught the attention of Bai Ruji. Following Cui Jinjin, Bai Ruji witnessed the couple in a tender embrace. Hu Changyu remained composed, and Bai Ruji did not chastise them. The three ended up sitting together for tea. Upon learning that their union faced obstacles, Bai Ruji devised a plan to force both families to accept their marriage. Hu Changyu initially resisted, concerned about tarnishing Cui Jinjin's reputation. Bai Ruji retorted, suggesting that if Cui Jinjin were to fall into the water unexpectedly, it would raise suspicions. However, if she were to be pushed, it would garner sympathy rather than suspicion. Upon hearing this, Hu Changyu began to grasp the implications. Cui Jinjin, confused, asked, "Who would push me into the water?" Bai Ruji feigned contemplation before recommending that it should be someone with whom Cui Jinjin had a recent disagreement, to clear her of any blame. Although Cui Jinjin did not have particularly hostile relations with many young ladies, she found the idea of anyone pushing her into the water too vicious. She began to consider having a servant push her into the lake. Bai Ruji, finding no other option, directly suggested, "What about Yan Wanji? You had a quarrel at the Marquis of Anqi's residence, and everyone knows about the discord between her and our Changning Marquis. If she were to push you, it would seem entirely reasonable." Hu Changyu, initially hesitant, was swayed by Bai Ruji's mention of Yan Wanji and her plan, which piqued his interest. Bai Ruji's scheme involved Cui Jinjin confronting Yan Wanji at the lakeside, where Hu Changyu would heroically rescue her in front of an audience, thereby solidifying their bond. Cui Jinjin could also accuse Yan Wanji of pushing her into the water. Cui Jinjin, though not entirely naive, questioned, "Why do you want to help me?" Bai Ruji replied, "I share a deep connection with your brother, yet circumstances have kept us apart, as he was already married at the time of our meeting. Therefore, I wish for you to find happiness and not face the same fate." Cui Jinjin still harbored doubts. Bai Ruji candidly confessed, "I have my own interests at heart. As a fellow wife of your brother, I naturally hope he favors me over her. If he learns that she pushed you into the water, he will undoubtedly be angry." Distancing himself from her and drawing closer to me, Cui Jinjin finally felt reassured. The three then deliberated on the details, eventually deciding on the day of the palace banquet. With the nobility of the capital gathered, it was the perfect opportunity for Hu Changyu and Cui Jinjin to formalize their engagement. During the banquet, should anyone fall into the water, Hu Changyu would rush to save Cui Jinjin, while Bai Ruji would ensure Yan Wanji's rescue to avoid any fatalities that might escalate the situation. Unexpectedly, the day proceeded far more smoothly than anticipated. Originally, Cui Jinjin had planned to lure Yan Wanji to a secluded area by the lake. However, Yan Wanji, wary of Bai Ruji and Cui Jinjin, was easily unsettled by their antics. After a reprimand from Cui Tinka, she became disheartened and wandered away, heading straight for the lakeside without any coaxing. Cui Jinjin struggled to catch up to her. When Cui Jinjin finally reached her, she noticed that Yan Wanji appeared somewhat dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Jinjin directly pushed Yan Wanji into the water, immediately following her into the depths. Cui Jinjin dragged a person into the water, and as per the plan, the rescuer was to make an appearance. Initially, it was intended that Hu Changyu would be the first to appear. Indeed, Hu Changyu arrived sooner than Cui Jinjin had anticipated. However, unbeknownst to her, Hu Changyu's true intention that day was not to save Cui Jinjin, but to rescue Yan Wanji. As a seasoned dandy from the capital, Hu Changyu was certainly familiar with the stunning beauty that was Yan Wanji. Unfortunately, she had always kept suitors at arm's length, particularly towards men of his ilk, rarely allowing them any proximity. Even in fleeting encounters, Yan Wanji was fierce, leaving no room for Hu Changyu to approach. Over time, he resigned himself to this reality. After all, there were plenty of women to choose from, and he was not the type to suffer for a lady's affection. Yet, when Yan Wanji expressed her desire for a divorce, this alluring and thorny flower once again captivated Hu Changyu's attention, especially on that day, at the birthday banquet. When he had nearly won her over, his heart ignited with passion and longing. Consequently, Hu Changyu began to frequent the vicinity of the Qingfeng Tower on Xiushui Street daily. Regrettably, Yan Wanji remained as unattainable as ever. His interest in Cui Jinjin was merely a passing fancy, and he was reluctant to heed Bai Ruji's suggestions. However, upon learning that Yan Wanji was involved, Hu Changyu had no intention of rescuing Cui Jinjin at all. In fact, he scarcely cared whether Cui Jinjin could swim. What a rare and marvelous opportunity it was. He envisioned diving into the water, using the guise of a rescue to indulge in intimate moments with Yan Wanji. After all, in the water, they would be secluded from prying eyes, free to engage in whatever antics they desired. Surely, Yan Wanji, faced with peril, would instinctively cling to him for safety. Even if she were reluctant, how could she dare reveal that the person saving her had taken liberties beneath the water's surface? Moreover, this encounter would forge a bond of life-saving gratitude and physical intimacy between them. Would she still maintain her aloofness after such an experience? This flower, which had eluded his grasp, would surely become an easier conquest. Once this scheme was set in motion, Hu Changyu was filled with excitement, finding it difficult to sleep at night, his mind swirling with fantasies. However, Cui Jinjin had clearly stated that Yan Wanji could not swim. Yet, to his astonishment, Yan Wanji surfaced and began to swim away from him. Eventually, she swam further and further away. Hu Changyu, accustomed to a life of indulgence, found himself exhausted after a brief stroll along the shallow waters at the shore. With others approaching, he reluctantly swam back to Cui Jinjin. Initially, he intended to stall for time, awaiting the eunuch that Bai Ruji had promised to bring to rescue Cui Jinjin. However, Bai Ruji and the eunuch, who should have arrived moments later, did not show up. Bai Ruji had no intention of genuinely aiding Yan Wanji. She wished for her demise, hoping that as Hu Changyu rescued Cui Jinjin, Yan Wanji would succumb to the depths. Even if she were eventually saved, she would have to endure prolonged submersion, leaving her frail and unlikely to bear children in the future. On the eastern bank of the lake, Hu Changyu, seeing no one else was willing to plunge into the water, was compelled to rescue Cui Jinjin in full view of the crowd. She clung tightly to his neck, and they both tumbled onto the shore. Meanwhile, Yan Wanji swam desperately towards the opposite bank. Dressed in her elaborate attire for the palace banquet, the soaked fabric became a hindrance, weighing her down like stones and shackles, dragging her deeper into the lake. Fortunately, there was a reef in the water. Yan Wanji swam with all her might to reach it, and took a moment to rest. At this point, she was closer to the opposite bank and noticed several palace maids with clothing rushing to the shore. Among them was the maid who had previously defended her against accusations of pushing Bai Ruji. Yan Wanji recognized her as Aunt Qinglan, a maidservant of the crown prince. Taking a deep breath, she swam to the opposite bank, where the palace maids provided her with a cloak for cover as she crawled onto the shore and was wrapped in a blanket. Aunt Qinglan hurried over to assist her, urging her to change quickly to avoid catching a chill. Although it was not yet the cold of autumn or winter, being drenched and exhausted left Yan Wanji concerned about falling ill. Supported by two maids on either side, she followed Aunt Qinglan, eager to change into dry clothes and warm herself. Fortunately, there was a nearby building, and the maids brought some garments. Rest assured, you can change here. There are guards outside, and no one can intrude, they assured her. I will have someone prepare some warming herbal soup for you right away. In a flurry, Yan Wanji hastily removed her wet garments, drying her upper body with a cloth before donning a dress. Just as she began to dry her legs and feet, a gentle call of Yan Wanji startled her, causing her to shiver and tightly wrap herself in her clothes. Fear not, I am not here to harm you. I am facing away, came the reassuring voice. Yan Wanji, feeling flustered, did not dare to confirm but quickly pulled on her undergarments, fastening her attire before glancing back. She was changing behind a screen, with only a silhouette visible to her. Sighing in relief, Yan Wanji swiftly finished dressing. Yan Wanji stood the crown prince, Li Mingji, who had indeed not turned to spy on her. My feelings for you have never wavered. I cannot take you as my crown princess, but if you are willing to be by my side, you shall never find yourself beneath any woman. Yan Wanji paused, her hand trembling slightly as she tied her belt. Having just experienced the cold water and now finding herself in such a precarious situation, her voice quivered. Your Highness, I do not wish for others to bear the burden for me, nor for anyone to suffer because of me. Li Mingji turned slightly, his voice tinged with urgency. At that time, you said it was because of my position as crown prince that I could not marry just one woman, which led you to refuse me. Yet, you have married Cui Tinka, who now has other women and is even seeking a concubine. After just 6 years of marriage. Imagine what it would be like after 16 years. He might have more women around him than in the palace. The crown prince's words were unusually harsh, and Yan Wanji's complexion paled, but she did not interrupt, biting her lip as she listened to him finish. Finally, having donned her socks and secured her clothing, she spoke. Thus, I will seek a divorce from him. Li Mingji leaned slightly. You wish to divorce him, but what if he refuses? How easy do you think that will be? If you agree to enter the Eastern Palace, I will ensure he consents immediately to resolve this matter. Yan Wanji was acutely aware of the complexities of divorce in Delhi, where it was far rarer than taking a concubine. In some families, if the first wife sought a divorce, the husband would remarry, designating the new wife as a nominal concubine while the former was sent to the ancestral hall. Others might even claim the first wife had died, thus allowing for a new marriage. Ultimately, once married, a woman could only live as the wife of that family until death. The best outcome would be to fake her own death, never to be seen again. It was precisely for these reasons that Yan Wanji had meticulously plotted her plan for divorce. However, her desire extended beyond merely parting with Cui Tinka. Yan Wanji had never intended to share her husband with anyone, as Cui Tinka had once vowed never to take a concubine. Yet, in her past life, she had felt sympathy for Bai Ruji, believing Cui Tinka was not at fault. Thus, she had compromised and shared her husband. Now, with the opportunity to choose anew, Yan Wanji would not bend or relinquish her principles. Your Highness, as the crown prince, you bear greater responsibilities. Do not act impulsively over trivial matters, for it may lead to significant losses. Yan Wan spoke while her hands were busy, hastily sorting through the layers of women's garments from the Great Li, none of which belonged to her. The more anxious she became, the more mistakes she was likely to make. Just then, she heard an increase in voices from outside, causing her heart to race. Your Highness, it would be wise for you to leave swiftly. After living a lifetime, Yanwan had grown indifferent to chastity. Her earlier escape was to prevent her enemies from succeeding, and now urging the crown prince to depart was to safeguard him from entanglement. However, Li Mingxi turned and approached the edge of the screen. You say that if anyone discovers, it was I who saved you, with us a lone man and woman. Changing clothes here, Wan, would you not be forced to marry me? Or would you return to the Chongning Marquis' residence, only to be scorned by Cui Tinka? The crown prince was not typically so forward. They had known each other for many years, even longer than Cui Tinka. Yet the crown prince was always gentle and refined, never resorting to coercion or leveraging power over Yanwan. Otherwise, She feared she would have found it difficult to marry Cui Tinka and live in the Cui residence for 6 years in peace. As Yanwan donned her final outer garment, her hands trembled while tying the sash. Lowering her voice, she reminded him earnestly, "Your Highness, you must not err. Remember your grand ambitions." Just as she tied the knot, not yet securely fastened, she was suddenly embraced from behind. Yanwan struggled, but the hold only tightened. The cold from her soaked body lingered, yet the warmth of the embrace sent a shiver through her, igniting a longing for that warmth. Though she knew it was not what she desired. "Your Highness," Yanwan whispered in plea. The man behind her lowered his head, bringing his face closer to hers, gently brushing his chin against her cheek. A subtle fragrance enveloped her, igniting warmth that spread from her cheeks down to her previously pale neck. She attempted to break free, but the residual chill within her caused her to tremble uncontrollably in Li Mingxi's embrace. "Wan," he murmured, a blend of call and dreamlike whisper. "You once said you were betrothed to Cui Tinka, thus it was not possible. I should not have let you go so easily." His voice, accompanied by the soft brush of his lips near her ear, sent tingles coursing through her. Then he shifted, pressing his lips against her cheek. The arm that had been cradling her now lifted, grasping her delicate chin with a gentle yet firm pressure. Yanwan's eyes widened as she gazed into a familiar yet strangely foreign handsome face. As he drew closer, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. With a sudden burst of strength, she escaped his hold, stumbling back and falling to the ground. "Is this where it happened? What is going on?" The voices outside grew nearer, the door creaking as hurried footsteps approached. Chapter 65, Becoming Relatives. In a flurry of panic, Yanwan instinctively shut her eyes, wishing she could block her ears. "Wan Ji, Miss Yan." Two individuals burst in, rushing to her side and half-kneeling to assist her. Yanwan's face flushed, not pale but warm. However, old Madame Hua held her hand and sighed. "You're frozen, aren't you? Your hands are trembling." The newcomers were old Madame Hua and Madame Qin, the wife of the Marquis. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law helped Yanwan to her feet. Noticing her icy hands, Madame Qin embraced her to warm her up. Just then, a palace maid, Qinglan, arrived, announcing that the warming herbal remedy was ready and urged Yanwan to drink it quickly. Yanwan hurriedly bundled her wet clothes into a makeshift package with her skirt and, supported by old Madame Hua, made her way outside to drink the remedy. As she stepped out from behind the screen, she discreetly glanced back. The heavy curtains swayed slightly, startling her, yet she secretly sighed in relief. Ultimately, Li Mingxi had not lost his composure. As the crown prince, he had always maintained a dignified presence. If any scandal were to emerge, it would be most inappropriate. After consuming the herbal remedy, Yanwan gradually warmed up. Old Madame Hua and Madame Qin accompanied her, refraining from asking what had transpired, only expressing concern over whether she had been frightened or harmed by the cold, advising her to seek a physician for warming medicine upon returning home to prevent lingering ailments. Following a distressing incident at home, with her mother visiting the ancestral temple, Yanwan believed that her closest kin were the Cui family. Yet, the very person she had devoted herself to, Cui Zhenjin, had inexplicably pushed her into the water. The mother-in-law she had served with utmost sincerity was nowhere to be found. Conversely, the Hua family, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo, had come specifically to seek her out, protect her, and show genuine concern. Initially, assisting Hua Changting was part of Yanwan's own strategy, but now, her intentions had shifted to sincerely wanting to aid the Hua family. Yanwan stated, "I can stay here alone. You should return to the banquet." Old Madame Hua replied, "No. We informed the princess that we would accompany you home after a short rest." Madame Qin then added, "The young lady from the Cui family claimed you pushed her into the water. We did not believe it and asserted that you would never act in such a manner." Thankfully, several eunuchs and palace maids witnessed the incident and confirmed that she pushed you into the water from behind. Moreover, a maid from the Zhen family mentioned that Cui Zhenjin can swim, while you cannot. If you intended to harm her, how could you possibly push her into the water, knowing she would not drown? Yanwan shook her head inwardly. Cui Zhenjin had always acted impulsively, never considering the consequences. She could not fathom why Zhenjin would resort to such rash behavior today. Alas, old Madame Hua sighed. "If you were still with the Cui family, we might have become relatives." Upon hearing this, Madame Qin's face clouded over. "Cui Zhenjin claims my son saved her and has sullied her virtue. We may have to arrange a marriage with the Cui family." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sighed in unison. I do not mean to suggest that Cui Jinjin is unworthy of my son. I am fully aware of my son's shortcomings. However, she lamented, he is nothing but a wayward child. His previous wife was too timid and could not control him, and now that she is gone, I seek someone strong enough to manage him and assume the role of matriarch, if only to delay the decline of our household. Your little sister is still so young. She continued, realizing her complaints were increasingly directed at Yan. Madame Qin quickly ceased, offering an apologetic smile to Yan, yet her mind was racing. What if today it were Yan whom her son saved? And if the Cui family were willing to part ways with Yan? Even if it were due to today's incident, deeming Yan to have lost her virtue, divorce could be arranged. Yan was exceptionally beautiful, possessed a kind disposition, and was no mere doll. She was adept at managing household affairs. If her son were fortunate enough to marry Yan, perhaps he could gradually mend his ways. As these thoughts raced through Madame Qin's mind, she felt a pang of guilt towards Yan, her cheeks growing warm. After resting for a while, Yan felt well enough to depart the palace. Old Madame Hua and Madame Qin insisted on accompanying her home for her protection. 3 individuals were preparing to leave the palace, yet they first made their way towards the banquet hall. As they approached, they noticed a gathering of men near the hall. Old Lady Hua scrutinized the scene, discerning that it seemed to involve the Imperial Medical Department. Surely, it could not be some elderly marquis who had overindulged in drink and fallen ill. Yan Wanji surmised the situation, but having changed into a fresh outfit and holding damp clothing, she felt it inappropriate to join the fray. Old Lady Hua inquired with a nearby eunuch, "Do you know what has transpired?" The young eunuch, seemingly unfamiliar with Old Lady Hua and the Marquis's wife, bowed and answered vaguely, "It should be nothing serious. One of the nobles is merely playing around, insisting that the physicians demonstrate bloodline recognition, thus summoning them." However, the banquet hall was indeed being closely guarded by the eunuchs. As the 3 observed, a physician emerged, passing by. The physician recognized Old Lady Hua and hurriedly bowed, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Old Lady Hua remained oblivious to this. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the physician prepared to leave when Yan Wanji shyly requested, "Dr. Zhang, I recently fell into the water. Might I trouble you to examine my pulse and prescribe a remedy for my chill?" Dr. Zhang hesitated, but eventually acquiesced. However, it was impractical to examine her pulse there, so he invited Yan Wanji to a small pavilion beside the banquet hall. Old Lady Hua and Dr. Zhang walked ahead, while Yan Wanji whispered to Madame Qin, "Perhaps we should also ask Cui Jinjin for a prescription." Madame Qin, disapproving of Cui Jinjin, scoffed, "She pushed you. Why would you concern yourself with her?" Yan Wanji sighed. "After all, she is still a young woman. Falling ill from the cold is a serious matter. As you said, she is young and likely acted impulsively. How can I hold it against her?" Madame Qin was abruptly reminded of the implications. Lady Hua's wife had not borne a legitimate son.
Cui Jensen.
Being a young lady of the Marquis's household was destined to be the legitimate wife. Should she fall ill and be unable to bear children, the position of the legitimate wife would surely be reconsidered. "You go ahead. I will summon Cui Jinjin." Before the Hua mother and daughter sought Yan Wanji, Cui Jinjin had already taken refuge in a small flower pavilion beside the banquet hall. She hurried over, anxious that the physician might leave before her arrival, and called a young eunuch to run ahead. Cui Jinjin was indeed summoned. The physician was not someone who could be easily accessed by all. Cui Jinjin was somewhat concerned about the matter of her chill. Her original plan had been to pull Yan Wanji into the water, anticipating that Hu Changyu would immediately rescue her. However, he did not. Unable to get herself ashore, she remained in the water for quite some time, shivering with cold. Even after consuming a remedy for the chill, she still felt uncomfortably cold. When Cui Jinjin arrived, the wife of Marquis Chongning, along with Bai Ruji, had followed her, along with several other ladies who feigned concern and remained close to Cui Jinjin, repeatedly inquiring about the incident of her falling into the water. Upon hearing that the physician was to examine Cui Jinjin, they accompanied her with the intention of requesting the physician to check their pulses as well. Chapter 66. Taking the pulse. Upon seeing Yan Wanji, Lady Lin Peiyun of Marquis Chongning rushed over. "Yan Wanji, you wretched girl. You have harmed my Jinjin." Lady Lin reached out to strike Yan Wanji, who stood up to evade the blow, causing Lady Lin to stumble and collide with the stone table. With a loud cry of pain, she exclaimed, "Ah!" Yan Wanji stood aside, her expression guarded, coldly mocking, "Perhaps we should let the physician examine Lady Lin first. It has already been established that it was Cui Jinjin who pushed me into the water, and I have yet to settle the score with her. Yet Lady Lin speaks nonsensically. Yan Wanji had not witnessed the circumstances of the investigation, but the ladies who followed were aware. They cast wary glances at Lady Lin Peiyun and Cui Jinjin, a daughter who dared to push her sister-in-law into the water, and a mother who insisted on twisting the truth, were hardly allies one would wish to be close to. Lady Lin Peiyun, both furious and anxious, turned pale, appearing genuinely ill. Cui Jinjin hurried after her, intent on confronting Yan Wanji, and reached out to strike. Although Lady Lin was not her mother-in-law, she was still an elder. In front of everyone, Yan Wanji dodged, yet she had no intention of letting Cui Jinjin off. When she saw Cui Jinjin approach, she seized both of her hands, holding one tightly while delivering slaps with the other.
Cui Jinjin screamed.
Yan Wanji released her grip, pushing her back. After 6 years of treating you like a sister, you dared to push me into the water. If I had not recently learned to swim, I might have perished at your hands today. Cui Jinjin, you deserve to die. Cui Jinjin, covering her face, screamed, You can't swim, can you? Yan Wanji sneered. Indeed, you knew I could not swim, yet you pushed me in. If I had not recently learned to swim, would I not have perished today? Cui Jinjin realized her mistake and shouted, It was you who pushed me. You pushed me. Unable to restrain herself, Yan Wanji advanced and struck Cui Jinjin again. Cui Jinjin screamed once more. Over the years, Yan Wanji had always been gentle and kind towards Cui Jinjin, and she had never expected such a retaliation, leaving her nearly terrified. She stumbled back, panicking more than when she had emerged from the water. Yan Wanji reached for Cui Jinjin's hand again. Thinking another slap was forthcoming, Cui Jinjin bowed her head, trying to evade. However, Yan Wanji did not strike her face, but instead pulled out the hairpin adorned with jewels from her head. This was a gift for me. This was part of my dowry. This was for your birthday. One could say that the more expensive jewelry Cui Jinjin wore was essentially gifted by Yan Wanji. The last time she had a piece, she wore it to the Anxi Marquis' residence and lost it during a scuffle with Bai Ruji, damaging part of it. She had sent it to be repaired, and it was not yet finished. This time in the palace, nearly everything on her head was related to Yan Wanji. In no time, the items on her head were nearly all removed. Her hair became disheveled. Yan Wanji pushed Cui Jinjin away and stepped on the discarded jewelry, crushing it thoroughly to ensure it was rendered unusable before releasing her foot. Cui Jinjin, having fallen into the water, already appeared unwell, and now with a pale complexion marred by red handprints and disheveled hair, she looked utterly disheveled. The surrounding ladies and young women wore expressions of complex emotions, a hint of sympathy forming. Yan Wanji wiped her hands with a handkerchief and spoke solemnly, Ladies, do not hold it against me for being ruthless. If someone were to push you into the water, how would you respond? If she believed you could not swim and still pushed you in, how would you react? The sympathy on the faces of the crowd dissipated, replaced by disdain and wariness. Lady Lin Peiyun suddenly remembered she ought to assist her daughter. However, Qin Ran approached and seized her arm, expressing concern. Lady Lin, you look unwell. Are you all right? Qin Ran had considerable strength, and Lady Lin Peiyun found herself entirely unable to move. Alarmed, she anxiously reminded, hoping Qin Ran would assist Cui Jinjin. You are Jinjin's mother-in-law. Qin Ran remained silent, her grip on Lady Lin Peiyun's arm unyielding. It was not until Yan Wanji had finished trampling the hairpins that she released her hold, turning to Cui Jinjin with a stern demeanor. Will you allow Dr. Zhang to examine your pulse or not? Cui Jinjin immediately fell silent. Qin Ran was Hua Changyu's mother, her future mother-in-law. She hurriedly brushed her hair and, feeling aggrieved, approached Dr. Zhang, taking a seat before him. Dr. Zhang, having just witnessed a performance, was in no rush to depart. He took a handkerchief and gently covered Cui Jinjin's wrist to take her pulse meticulously, first on the left, then on the right. Qin Ran, genuinely concerned for Cui Jinjin's health, hastily inquired, Dr. Zhang, is there something amiss? Dr. Zhang furrowed his brows slightly, appearing troubled, before turning to ask, Would you allow me to remove the handkerchief and take her pulse once more? While it was not uncommon for male doctors to attend to female patients, the customs of noble families and royal courts dictated such decorum. Yet, if there were doubts, taking the pulse directly was not deemed inappropriate. Lin Peiyun, lacking decisiveness, glanced towards Lady Hua for guidance. Lady Hua, not one to adhere rigidly to tradition, promptly stated, when a doctor examines a patient, why must we concern ourselves with such matters? Thus, Dr. Zhang resumed his careful examination. The more he felt, the more his brows knitted together. Lin Peiyun, sensing an unusual tension, timidly queried, "Is there something wrong with my daughter?" Dr. Zhang released his hand, glanced at Cui Jinjin, and then surveyed the gathering crowd. With nearly 20 pairs of eyes fixated on him, causing him considerable stress. Rubbing his goatee thoughtfully, he remarked, "I am not particularly skilled in diagnosing women, but she appears to be relatively unscathed. However, having been soaked is indeed serious, especially in this cold weather. I shall refrain from prescribing medicine and recommend seeking a doctor more adept in treating women's ailments. We must not delay." After saying this, he rose and moved to a nearby writing desk to prepare a prescription. He handed it to Yan Wanji and prepared to take his leave. "This is for Lady Yan. Merely a remedy to dispel cold." Qin Ran sensed something was amiss and immediately asked, "Is there no remedy for Miss Chui's cold?" Dr. Zhang hesitated, explaining, "Lady Yan's constitution is sturdier, so her susceptibility to cold is lesser. It is permissible for her to forego medication. This prescription is more about maintaining health than treating illness." With that, he hastily departed. Some onlookers sighed, commenting on his stinginess, as he seemed to flee to avoid being called upon to examine them.
Cui Zhensin suddenly exclaimed, "Did you all hear that?"
The doctor said Yan Wanji is less affected by the cold. She believes she is less affected, hence dragging me into the water. Qin Ran felt an unsettling dissonance and was momentarily interrupted by Cui Jinjin's outburst, disrupting her train of thought. She turned to glare at Cui Jinjin, feeling a deep sense of frustration. How could such a person be fit to be the matriarch of the Anchi Marquiate? In a moment of despondency, she felt disinclined to ponder further. Lady Hua, too, was preoccupied, her gaze fixed on Yan Wanji. Remembering that today Hu Changting had also entered the palace, she couldn't help but ruminate on her own fanciful schemes, feeling a pang of regret. Lady Hua glanced toward the male reception area, which, while designated as such, was not accessible to all male guests. Hu Changyu was barred from entry, whereas Hu Changting, despite being from the second branch of the Anchi Marquiate and having a crippled leg, could go in. If not for his disability, Lady Hua sighed heavily. Yan Wanji gathered her damp clothes and took her leave once more. "I shall return first. There is no need for you to see me off, my lady. I can find a palace servant to escort me to the door." Lady Hua relented and assisted in finding a palace servant to accompany her. Qinglan had been following Yan Wanji from a distance and quickly approached to guide her. After walking a short distance, she said, "You must be quite fatigued after today's ordeal. The Crown Prince has specifically arranged a palanquin for you. You may ride it once you exit the Imperial Garden." Yan Wanji declined the offer, but found the palanquin following her. Ultimately, she had no choice but to take a seat. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and she was safely delivered out of the palace gates. Huang Li and the others observed Yan Wanji change into a similarly colored yet distinctly different outfit, causing them to express their astonishment. They hurried to assist her into the carriage. After traveling some distance, they inquired about the day's events. Yan Wanji recounted the tale, prompting Yang to tear up in fear, while Huang Li, incensed, threatened to take revenge on Cui Jinjin. Upon returning to Qingfeng Tower, Xiang Mama, having heard of the events, felt both anger and resentment. Originally intending to visit the Yan family the next day, she implored Yan Wanji to rest thoroughly for a day, urging her to consume warming medicines and take a warm herbal bath. Yan Wanji acquiesced. After resting for a while, she set out her writing materials. Huang Li and the others, noticing the characters on the paper, exchanged furtive glances with their mistress. Once Yan Wanji finished writing and allowed the ink to dry, she instructed, "Send this to the Jingzhou Prefecture first thing tomorrow morning." Chapter 67. He causes a stir. She laughs that evening. Yan Wanji was compelled by Xiang Mama to take a medicinal bath. Several young maidservants privately cursed Cui Jinjin and her family, with Belan remarking, "Why do I feel like our mistress has changed so much since her return today?" Huang Li pouted, after suffering. "Our mistress should transform into a fierce deity to judge the Cui family." Belan chuckled, and the group shared laughter and sighs. While Xiang Mama hoped for Yan Wanji to rest well, Yan Wanji was restless. Just as she was about to step outside, hurried footsteps were heard on the stairs. Huang Li rushed up first, flustered. "Miss, Cui Tinka has arrived and he seems off today. A fight has broken out." Xiang Mama expressed concern, suspecting the Jingzhou Prefecture had informed the Marquiate of the complaint against their young lady. Yan Wanji was unfazed. "Since I submitted the complaint, The Jingzhou prefecture naturally would approach the Cui family. Knowing she could stay here meant she had means of self-defense. The guards were stationed below. But Cui Tinka had brought his own men, all seasoned warriors from the battlefield. If a fight ensued, the guards, eager for a rare opportunity for real combat, would be hard-pressed to compete. Cui Tinka's men engaged the guards of Qingfeng Tower in a stalemate, allowing him to advance. Huang Li and the others instinctively positioned themselves in front of Yan Wanji. However, she understood that Cui Tinka was no ordinary noble. He would not hesitate to disregard the lives of servants in his fury. Do not act rashly. I can manage this. Since he had come to find her, she would meet him. Yan Wanji instructed everyone to remain inside while she descended the stairs alone. Cui Tinka had already rushed up the staircase, his face flushed with anger. Upon seeing Yan Wanji, he halted, demanding furiously, Yan Wanji, what exactly are you trying to stir up? Yan Wanji chuckled coldly. Did the Jingzhou prefecture not clarify? I accuse you of breaching our marriage contract and embezzling my dowry. I seek a divorce. The veins on Cui Tinka's forehead throbbed violently. The woman before him, strikingly beautiful and graceful, though changed, still bore a resemblance to the girl he had grown up with. She was the girl he had been betrothed to since childhood, the one he had cherished as a beacon of hope while stationed at the border. She was his lawful wife. After finally returning from the battlefield, he believed she would be overjoyed to rekindle their youthful affection, to reunite as husband and wife. Yet, she seemed intent on opposition and provocation at every turn. Residing in Qingfeng Tower, posting notices of their impending divorce had already brought him considerable embarrassment. Now, she even dared to submit a formal complaint. Yan Wanji. Cui Tinka's face was twisted with fury. I have indulged you, recalling your 6 years of loyalty and our past friendship. You truly have become so arrogant that you no longer know your place. Yan Wanji's eyes reddened. I have made it clear. I only wish to part ways with you. Cui Tinka clenched his teeth in rage, gripping Yan Wanji's wrist tightly. His fury was so profound that it felt almost murderous. He managed to retain some semblance of reason, but could not restrain himself completely, rushing forward to grasp Yan Wanji by the throat with his other hand. Backed against the wall, Yan Wanji had nowhere to retreat, yet her eyes blazed with intensity as she met his gaze. Memories of countless events from their past flashed through her mind like a rapid slideshow. Yan Wanji, you are my wife. I would rather see you dead than allow you to leave me. This declaration came as no surprise to Yan Wanji. Instead, it ignited a fiercer hatred within her. In their previous life, had it not been for Cui Tinka's relentless pursuit, she would not have found herself in such dire circumstances.
Cui Tinka.
Observing the hatred in Yan Wanji's eyes, felt a disconcerting flutter of anxiety alongside his confusion. After 6 years on the battlefield, he had ceased to reason with others, opting instead to compel Yan Wanji to submit through sheer force. He advanced closer, intending to tighten his grip on her neck, but upon witnessing her labored breathing, a sudden blankness filled his mind. Unconsciously, he leaned in closer to Yan Wanji, almost enveloping her between himself and the wall. Let go of me. Yan Wanji struggled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her once velvety red lips quivered, losing their former perfection. Deep within him, Cui Tinka sensed a malevolent spirit awakening, urging him to act against his better judgment. In a moment of lost clarity, he leaned down to kiss her. A sharp pain pierced his shoulder, causing him to instinctively retreat. As his awareness returned, he realized that Yan Wanji held a bloody dagger in her hand, blood still dripping from it. Her face bore anger, yet the corners of her mouth twisted into a smile, and her once lively peach blossom eyes now shimmered with a hint of red. Cui Tinka felt a pang of sorrow in her gaze. His eyes darted to his shoulder, now stained with blood. Yan Wanji stood there, having inflicted a wound upon him, exuding an otherworldly presence. Miss! Huang Li and the others could no longer resist Yan Wanji's orders and rushed down the stairs. General! The soldiers accompanying Cui Tinka noticed his injury and ceased their combat, scrambling to his side. Although the two groups clashed, they held back their true intentions, merely attempting to restrain one another rather than seeking to kill. Upon seeing Cui Tinka wounded, both sides were momentarily stunned and halted their actions. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui quickly tore strips from their garments to apply pressure to his wound and staunch the bleeding. They glanced at Yan Wanji, their expressions wavering, uncertain of how to proceed. Though Yan Wanji did not possess the delicate demeanor of Bai Ruji, her beauty rendered her enchanting and gentle. The fact that she had resorted to violence against General Cui, no less, was astonishing. Was she truly intent on divorce? It was unheard of for a woman to sever ties with a husband as illustrious as General Cui. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Yan Wanji had never killed even a chicken or a duck. The moment the dagger pierced Cui Tinka's flesh, she felt a mix of resolution and disorientation. As he withdrew, bloodied dagger in hand, she felt as if her spirit had detached from her body, her limbs weakened, and unable to support her. She instinctively wanted to discard the dagger. But she resisted the urge, standing tall against the wall. Chapter 68. Mother. Their gazes locked, one filled with hatred, the other with fury. Neither was willing to yield in their silent confrontation. Amidst his anger, Cui Tinka felt a flicker of confusion. This was not the Yan Wanji he remembered. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui urged Cui Tinka to seek a doctor, but he hesitated, contemplating how best to punish Yan Wanji. If it were anyone else, even a mere slap would warrant retaliation that would ensure they never dared to approach him again. Yet in front of him stood Yan Wanji, and he found himself at a loss. A retaliation would likely break her spirit, while a gentle response would lack the necessary weight to impart a lasting lesson. This sense of helplessness only fueled his fury further. Struggling free from Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui's grasp, the cloth pressed against his wound fell away, and blood began to flow anew. Xiao Shan panicked. General, the shoulder is not easy to bandage. I recall an apothecary on Xiaoshui Street. We should go there for treatment. Lin, the manager of Qingfeng Tower, approached Yan Wanji and quietly suggested, should we summon a physician? He feared that the news of her injuring Cui Tinka would spread and cause scandal, thus hoping to resolve the matter privately. However, Yan Wanji interrupted him, no. Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui exchanged worried glances, sensing her resolve hardening. Yet, Yan Wanji remained fixated on Cui Tinka, contemplating that if he dared to approach her again, she would not hesitate to plunge the dagger into his heart.
Cui Tinka exhaled sharply.
Casting one last glance at Yan Wanji before pushing past Xiao Shan and Xiao Shui and descending the stairs, blood continued to drip from his shoulder, leaving a trail as he moved away. As Yan Wanji watched him disappear from sight, her legs weakened and she collapsed to the ground, the dagger falling from her grasp. Madame Xiang and Huang Li were greatly alarmed. Madame Xiang cautiously suggested, Miss, perhaps we should change locations? Yan Wanji waved her hand dismissively. It wouldn't matter. If he desires to act, a change of scenery would be futile. In a previous life, Yan Wanji had once taken Cui Mingwu out under some pretext, only to hide in a secluded courtyard, but it was all in vain. Cui Tinka found them quickly and brought her back. He loved Bai Ruji wholeheartedly, yet refused to let go of Yan Wanji. Such was the nature of men. For the sake of pride, they would rather possess, destroy, or annihilate than relinquish their hold. Madame Xiang sighed. Miss, I understand he has wronged you, and your heart is heavy. However, you must not act so impulsively. He is, after all, a highly esteemed general. The times have changed. Should he truly become your enemy, it could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps it would be better to soften your stance and seek permission from the Cui family for a divorce. Softening my stance? In her previous life, Yan Wanji had already been more than accommodating. She had brought back a secondary wife and understood the circumstances. She had empathized with Cui Tinka's favoritism towards Bai Ruji, recognizing her life-saving grace. She had admired his achievements on the battlefield and cherished their past bonds, remembering his struggles throughout his life. Thus, she had endured his transgressions, even finding excuses for him. Yet, she later realized that her soft-heartedness had not garnered sympathy or gratitude, but only led to greater suffering. Recalling her past, Yan Wanji gritted her teeth, shivering with anger. Madame Xiang's expression grew more worried. Prepare the carriage. We must depart. Madame Xiang wished to offer comfort, asking, Are you still going today? Yan Wanji had already changed into her attire and was making her way outside. Today, she intended to visit her mother, Yu Wenhui. Following the incident with the Yan family, Yu Wenhui had been unable to cope with the blow, and without Yan Wanji's support, she might have succumbed to despair. Though she had not succumbed to death, her spirit had withered, unwilling to encounter others or indulge in the pleasures of meat and silk. Instead, she sought refuge in the ancestral temple of the Yan family, punishing herself by embracing a life of asceticism. Yan Wanji did not intervene. With her father and brothers buried at the border, her heart was shattered, leading her to empathize with her mother. recognizing that enabling her mother's self-imposed suffering was the only way to preserve her life. The Yen family temple was quite distant, departing from the capital. They would need to spend a night in Joshua County before reaching their destination the following day. Yen Wanji was accompanied by Aunt Xiang and Huang Li, along with several guards and individuals from the escort agency. They successfully exited the capital, but as the sun began its descent, they found themselves still some distance from Joshua County. Aunt Xiang urged the coachman to hasten. The coachman cracked his whip, urging the horses forward, but after a short stretch, he abruptly reined them in with a long sigh. Aunt Xiang, her heart racing, inquired about the matter, quickly lifting the curtain of the carriage to peer outside. The coachman was craning his neck, as if something lay on the ground.
What?
Unrelated to Cui Tinka, Aunt Xiang sighed in relief. Oh, just ignore it and go around. We must hurry. The coachman, however, found it impossible to circumvent the obstruction, as it lay directly in their path. The road was narrow, and the figure sprawled across it prevented the carriage from passing. A guard on horseback, trailing behind, rode up to investigate and discovered it was a gaunt child. He tested for breath. Alive, indeed. A beggar, perhaps? What was he doing lying in the middle of the road? We should move him. Yen Wanji, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly called out. Wait, don't move him hastily. We must first ascertain whether he is injured. Lying in the center of the roadway, it was plausible that he had already been crushed by a passing vehicle. If they lifted him carelessly, they might exacerbate any broken limbs. Lu Qing was observing. Yen Wanji also disembarked from the carriage. The boy was merely a teenager, emaciated, dressed in rags, with matted hair and a pallid complexion. Strangely, there were no bloodstains on him. He appeared intact, albeit skeletal. Yen Wanji, possessing rudimentary knowledge of pulse diagnosis, grasped his wrist, feeling only bone beneath her fingers, which sent a chill down her spine. Oh, dear, how tragic. Aunt Xiang, who had initially suggested ignoring him, now felt pity. Miss, do not touch him. He is filthy, and what if he carries a disease? Aunt Xiang, despite her sympathy for others, always prioritized Yen Wanji's safety. His pulse was incredibly weak, barely discernible. Yen Wanji contemplated releasing his wrist, but the boy's grimy, bony hand suddenly tightened around her finger. His previously tightly shut eyes fluttered open, revealing a dazed gaze that locked onto Yen Wanji. Mother, he murmured vaguely, his voice grating and harsh, reminiscent of shards of porcelain scraping against stone, a stark contrast to the soft tone one might expect from a boy of his age. He then closed his eyes once more, seemingly slipping back into unconsciousness. Aunt Xiang chastised him. Oh, how audacious. Such outbursts are unacceptable. Just because you are ill does not mean I will refrain from reprimanding you. Miss, let them carry him to the side of the road. We must continue our journey. The night falls swiftly. Yen Wanji attempted to withdraw her hand, but the boy clutched it fiercely, refusing to let go. She had no choice but to use her other hand to gently pry his fingers apart. His fingers were mere skin over bone. Yen Wanji dared not apply much force, expending considerable effort to free herself. Just as she managed to do so, the boy murmured, once more, mother. His voice remained indistinct and unpleasant, not resembling human speech. A brief whimper followed, before he lapsed back into unconsciousness. Yen Wanji surveyed her surroundings. All around were desolate fields and mountains, with no village in sight. If they left him here for the night, he would either freeze, succumb to illness, or fall prey to wolves descending from the hills. Carefully lift him onto the carriage, Yen Wanji instructed. Upon returning to the carriage, the coachman spurred the horses onward, successfully entering Joshua town. They lodged at the finest inn in Joshua, where Yen Wanji arranged for a room for the boy they had encountered on the road and requested the innkeeper to summon a physician. The elderly doctor who arrived was named Huang, reputed to be the best in Joshua town. After examining the boy, he declared there are no significant ailments. It appears he has not eaten or drunk properly for an extended period, resulting in extreme weakness. He is nearly at the end of his resources. I will prescribe some restorative soup to revive him temporarily. Once he awakens and nourishes himself, we can reassess his condition. After the doctor departed, Yen Wanji returned to her room to wash up and rest, but she could not resist checking on the boy. She discovered he had not yet awakened, and Huang Li was attempting to feed him the medicinal concoction. Despite being a servant, Huang Li had never engaged in such a task before. The boy remained oblivious. completely unresponsive to the attempts to administer the medicine, causing the liquid to spill from his mouth. "I shall take over," Yan Wanji said, disregarding Huang Li's astonishment and Aunt Xiang's opposition. She seated herself beside the bed, taking the bowl and spoon. She instructed them to elevate the boy's upper body with bedding, then carefully dipped the spoon into the medicine, placing it against his lips, tilting it slightly and waiting patiently. To her surprise, the boy's parched, cracked lips stirred, and a droplet of the concoction trickled into his mouth, leading him to swallow. Huang Li gasped, "Miss, you are remarkable." Aunt Xiang scoffed, acknowledging the boy's awareness. When the miss fed him, he accepted the medicine without complaint. In truth, the soup was meant to be nourishing and was not particularly bitter. It even bore a hint of sweetness. However, it was indeed true that after Huang Li's futile attempts, the boy had been as unresponsive as a corpse, while as soon as Yan Wenji settled by his side, he began to show signs of life. Furrowing his brow as if struggling, seeing that she could successfully feed him, Huang Li hastily insisted, "I understand how to administer it now, let me assist, miss." Yet Yan Wenji seemed not to hear. Aunt Xiang interjected, "Huang Li is clumsy. Allow me to help." "Miss, you should rest." Yan Wenji, however, remained steadfast, continuing to feed the medicine. With her back turned to the light, Aunt Xiang and the others could not see the tears welling in her eyes. In this lifetime, she had never administered medicine to another. Yet in her previous life, she had done so countless times for her son, Cui Minggu. Previously, though Yan Wenji had dreamt of her past, those memories had been fragmented. Now, awakened to the entirety of her former existence, she held a deep-seated resentment towards Cui Tinka. Yet, the most enduring memory, the one she could not relinquish, was that of her son, Cui Minggu. Cui Minggu was the child conceived during her union with Cui Tinka. The very reason she had chosen to remain beside him, accepting Bai Ruji and Cui Mingwen, rather than leaving. After 6 years apart, her husband was to take a concubine and had a child. Amidst such turmoil, nothing was more significant than the life growing within her. Before her due date, Yan Wenji was betrayed by Bai Ruji, leading to a fall that resulted in premature labor. She endured a day and a night of excruciating pain, fainting thrice and losing copious amounts of blood before finally giving birth to Cui Minggu. Due to the premature birth, Cui Minggu was frail and tiny in his swaddling. To ensure his survival, Yan Wenji defied all opposition and scorn, refusing to hire a wet nurse, choosing instead to nurse him herself, tending to him with love and care, and raising him to be as robust as any full-term child. For the sake of her child's future, she persevered through adversity. Yan Wenji discovered that Cui Tinka was partial to Bai Ruji in every matter. She worried that Cui Minggu, feeling his mother's lack of favor from his father, would grow to resent his father. Thus, she endeavored to mold him into a son that Cui Tinka would have to regard with importance, aspiring for him to become the pride of the Cui residence, so he could thrive even without his father's support, living a life free from want while achieving great feats. Consequently, she sought renowned tutors for him from a young age, diligently teaching and supervising him daily. However, to her dismay, Cui Minggu perceived these efforts as mere trials imposed by his mother. As he grew, he increasingly opposed Yan Wenji and instead gravitated toward Bai Ruji, who treated him with far more kindness than his own mother. Eventually, he even assisted Bai Ruji and Cui Mingwen in plotting against Yan Wenji, merely to escape her relentless scrutiny. Initially, Yan Wenji feared for her son's safety at the hands of Bai Ruji, but later, her heart ached for her son being deceived. Yet, as events unfolded, her heart grew cold. This was exacerbated when she was framed by Bai Ruji for infidelity and sought her son's help to find someone who could clear her name. Cui Minggu, however, reproached her, exclaiming, "How can you have no shame? I still have my dignity." Yan Wenji swore, "I have never committed such an act. Do you not trust your mother but believe Bai Ruji?" Cui Minggu, in a fit of anger, hurled a teacup at her, striking her forehead and drawing blood. "I certainly believe my mother. How could I trust you? You have always acted shamelessly. You bore me merely to vie for affection, competing with my mother for my father's favor, disregarding my well-being, subjecting me to relentless trials since childhood. I only desire my mother's love. Why don't you just die? If you were gone, father would no longer be angry, and mother wouldn't weep because of you. My elder brother wouldn't fear you, and would play with me. Everything would be better. Grandmother was right. You are the source of turmoil in our home." Each of Cui Minggu's words pierced Yan Wenji's heart like daggers, leaving her breathless. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Oh, I am your father's legitimate wife. And so what? My father said it was you who insisted on marrying him. But I am your own mother." Yan Wanji nearly doubted herself. "You do not love me. You see me only as a tool for competing for affection." Cui Mingwu finally found an opportunity to vent years of resentment. "My elder brother is older than I am. My mother treasures him and never lets him suffer. You force me to practice calligraphy. You compel me to learn martial arts. You insist I paint. You make me ride horses." Yan Wanji was strict, but at that time, Cui Mingwu was willing to learn and was pleased to receive his father's praise. Little did she know he viewed it all as her coercion. The shock left her despondent, her heart in tatters. The pain inflicted by her son's words was more agonizing than any physical wound. The anguish of betrayal felt like a knife to the heart. In the end, during her confinement in the ancestral hall, she succumbed to illness, suffering from a fever and nearing death. When Cui Mingwu arrived, she was surprised. Hoping her son had come to show concern. With her last breath, Yan Wanji pleaded in a hoarse whisper, "I am ill." The doctor. Cui Mingwu remained silent for a long moment before leaving. However, as darkness fell and dawn broke, she awaited the doctor summoned by her son, but only death awaited her. As Yan Wanji fed the medication to the frail boy on the bed, memories of her past flooded her mind, and tears could no longer be restrained. A single tear fell onto the boy's face, leaving a trace upon his dirt-streaked skin. Chapter 70. Let us call him the little mute. After feeding him for a while, the boy seemed to regain some awareness. Though his eyes remained shut, he began to swallow the medicine eagerly. Originally planning to hand over the task to someone else upon seeing he could take the medication properly, she hesitated, not wanting to let Grandma Xiang and the others see her tear-streaked face, so she continued to feed him herself. This boy bore little resemblance to Cui Mingwu. For reasons unknown, he reminded Yan Wanji of her son. Cui Mingwu had been frail and small at birth, but grew to be as robust as any normal child. The thickness of his arms at 3 years old surpassed that of the boy in bed. She imagined that if he grew to this age, he would become a strong and tall youth. Though Yan Wanji's heart had grown cold towards her son, she couldn't help but wonder what he might become if he matured further. After finishing a bowl of medicinal soup, her emotions settled and her tears dried. Yan Wanji prepared to leave. Per her agreement with Dr. Huang, he returned the following morning after breakfast. The boy she had found had awakened, yet he remained silent. As Yan Wanji entered the room with Dr. Huang, he suddenly spoke. "Mother." His voice was still harsh and grating, rather than a child calling for his mother. It sounded more like a beast's growl. His face was marred with cracks and dirt, blackened without a hint of white, yet his pupils were dark and clear. Yan Wanji felt a chill. Had Cui Mingwu not yet been born, she would have doubted if this was what he would have looked like as he grew. "Mother." He uttered a series of unpleasant, screeching sounds, prompting the Oriole to frown and cover her ears, while Dr. Huang also grimaced. He instructed the boy to stand by the window and open his mouth wide before sitting down to check his pulse. His physical condition seemed manageable, though he was severely malnourished and would need time to recover. However, as for his throat, Dr. Huang shook his head, speculating that he likely suffered damage from consuming improper food due to hunger. If it did not heal, he might remain mute for life. "Mother." The boy strained to speak, but Dr. Huang hurriedly intervened. "Close your mouth." "Madam." Dr. Huang discreetly assessed Yan Wanji. Though her attire was simple, the material was evidently expensive. And with such a retinue arriving from the capital to tend to this boy, who appeared to be a beggar, he instructed that expenses should not be a concern. "I cannot help him. However, if a better doctor is found, perhaps there might be a more effective remedy for his throat condition. And there may still be hope for recovery. But until then, he must refrain from speaking, or he will cause further damage and be beyond help." Yan Wanji saw Dr. Huang off and soon heard the boy's voice again, still sounding like a beast's growl except for calling her. She turned to look at the emaciated boy and felt a pang of pity. If he were in better health, this child, found without parents, would be exactly the person she sought. Unfortunately, even if he could be nurtured back to health, time was likely against them. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Do not speak. Just think of yourself as a little mute." Watching the boy raise his arm, revealing wrists so thin that the bones nearly pierced his skin, Yan Wanji's heart softened. She sighed, "Do not worry. Stay here and recuperate. I will leave money for the inn staff to care for you daily." Yan Wanji needed to visit her mother and could not afford to linger too long. nor could she bring a stranger along. As she departed, she heard the boy calling out after her, only to be met with both scolding and comfort from the Oriole. It seemed the boy wanted to chase after her, displaying a certain cleverness in recognizing a soft heart. Yan Wanji and her companions continued on their way. The Oriole chuckled, prompting Yan Wanji to inquire about her amusement. That little beggar wanted to follow you, so I had the innkeeper lock him in the room. He was alarmingly thin, to the point of being frightening. I could lift him effortlessly with one hand. Yan Wanji shook her head, seemingly unperturbed. As the carriage exited the town, it soon approached a bend around a hillside, where the scenery was quite picturesque and the road was deserted. Huang Li drew back the curtain to show Yan Wanji the distant mountains, resembling an ink-wash painting. The group of master and servant marveled at the beauty of the landscape. Suddenly, something came tumbling down the steep slope ahead. It started off running but quickly lost control, rolling down like a stone. It landed on the road. The coachman, unable to discern what it was, assumed it was a falling rock and shouted in alarm, urgently pulling the reins. Yan Wanji and her companions were jolted about, crashing against the side of the carriage. Huang Li scrambled up, cursing. What on earth? The coachman, having the clearest view, exclaimed, "Oh dear. How? Is it another person?" Huang Li, with keen eyes, hesitantly remarked, "Doesn't that clothing resemble that of the little beggar?" The clothing of the little beggar had long become tattered rags. Yan Wanji had previously purchased a beautiful blue outfit for him. Without waiting for the guards to investigate, Huang Li leaped down from the horse. Indeed, it is the little beggar. She noted that his new clothes were already in tatters. Yan Wanji frowned and leaned over the carriage shaft to look. The little beggar had managed to struggle to his feet, his face scraped and bloodied, which was somewhat horrifying. He limped and hobbled over to the carriage. Mother, wah. It was another cacophony of wailing that made one cover their ears. Xiang Momo fretted, Miss, this little beggar is still clinging to us. Yan Wanji took a step back. I will return, and when I do, I shall leave you some silver to take care of yourself. Do not follow me. The little beggar, however, cried out loudly, clutching the carriage shaft and refusing to let go, continuing to wail. The guards approached, intending to pull him away to clear the path. The little beggar clung desperately to the shaft, not knowing if he was injured from his fall or simply exerting too much effort, leaving a smear of blood on the shaft. Ultimately, he could not withstand the guard's strength and was yanked by the scruff of his neck to the roadside. The carriage began to move slowly again. His cries echoed, sending shivers down spines. After much struggle, the little beggar slipped free, falling to the ground. Yet he crawled and ran to catch up with the carriage, throwing himself on it without regard. Luckily, the carriage waited for Huang Li to mount before starting up again, moving at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, he might have been caught under the wheels. Stop! Yan Wanji commanded the driver. Xiang Momo scolded. Oh, you little beggar. We saved your life, and yet you still cling to us. Huang Li added, Yes, our young lady is kind-hearted, but she does not need the trouble. The little beggar continued to wail. Yan Wanji sighed, Very well, let him come along. She had intended for one of the mounted guards to take him. But given his frail condition and recent injury, she feared he could not endure the jolting of horse riding. Lift him up here. The guard complied. The little beggar was hoisted into the carriage and immediately lunged towards Yan Wanji. Startled, she jumped back as Xiang Momo quickly intervened. What are you doing, you little rascal? Huang Li scolded, Little beggar, if you knock into Our Lady, I shall kick you. He wailed even louder. Yan Wanji sensed no malice in him and gently advised. Do not cry anymore.
And do not speak.
Dr. Huang said that if you keep shouting like this, you will become mute. Do you understand us? Yan Wanji suddenly felt a twinge of doubt. The little beggar nodded vigorously, repeatedly confirming. Then, do not make a sound. I will take care of you. Just be quiet. The little beggar opened his mouth and then closed it again, tears streaming down his face. Yan Wanji felt a pang of pity for him. He appeared to be no more than a child, reminiscent of her own past. Let us be off. Yan Wanji instructed the driver. Little beggar, you stay here and do not move.
Wan ni triatanat.
Yan Wanji looked at the little beggar's tear-filled eyes fixed on her. Let us not call him the little beggar anymore. Huang Li inquired, then what shall we name him? Yan Wanji was reluctant to decide. Let us call him Little Mute. We do not mock you for being unable to speak. Each time we call you that, it serves as a reminder not to make a sound, lest you truly become mute. Do you understand? Yan Wanji spoke gently. Little Mute's tears streamed down his face. Chapter 71. Good news and bad news. Little Mute was already in a weakened state, and after all the commotion, he was utterly exhausted. Xiang Momo and Huang Li forbade him from getting too close to Yan Wanji, so he curled up in a corner, gazing longingly at her, occasionally shedding tears. He repeatedly attempted to speak, but as soon as he moved his lips, Yan Wanji would shake her head to silence him. The carriage swayed, and Little Mute, unable to muster his strength, eventually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Yan Wanji exhaled softly, her thoughts drifting to Cui Tingjin. When she had married into the Cui family, Cui Tingjin was about the same age as Little Mute. However, Cui Tingjin was a robust little chubby boy, nearly capable of being 3 or 4 times the size of Little Mute. At that time, the lady of the house lay bedridden, consuming medicine, rarely leaving her chamber. The lord had sold off all their valuable possessions, racked up a mountain of debt, yet still sought pleasure. Yan Wanji had to take care of her younger sister-in-law and brother-in-law. She recalled one instance when her brother-in-law had a high fever that would not subside, and she had called for a doctor to prepare medicinal soup, but he refused to drink it, merely leaning against the wall with his dark, hollow eyes fixed on her. The past was not to be dwelt upon. Yan Wanji also closed her eyes, forcing herself to empty her mind. Because her mother was present, she had arranged for horses and carriages at the Yan family temple, along with several servants and guards. Yet these people could only remain outside. Yan Wanji's mother, Yu Wenhui, resided alone in the small temple at the back, forbidding anyone from attending to her. She was unwilling to see Yan Wanji. Yan Wanji sent everyone away. Standing outside the small temple, calling through the courtyard gate, "Mother, I have news of father and my brothers. Truly, I cannot let others know. Please open the door quickly." Indeed, Yu Wenhui opened the door. After a long time apart, her mother looked considerably haggard and aged, her hair turned gray. Even her fingers trembled as she opened the door, her expression flat, not inquiring further, merely staring at Yan Wanji. "Mother, I have heard that during the battle at Wujidan, many did not die in battle but fell into the river. Numerous individuals were swept away by the current into Chang, where many were rescued." As Yan Wanji spoke, Yu Wenhui's expression shifted. A glimmer of hope flickered, only to be quickly extinguished. She had long ceased to harbor hope. "Mother, it is rumored that my father and brothers have also reached Chang." Yu Wenhui's eyes sparked briefly with fire before fading once more. She shook her head. "We searched exhaustively back then. At any cost, we sought them out, only to be left in despair. If he were still alive, he would have returned by now." After such a long period of silence, Yu Wenhui's voice was somewhat hoarse, and Yan Wanji understood that the he her mother referred to was her father, Yan Jiyuan. In the capital, it is widely known that Yan Jiyuan harbors profound affection for his wife, Yu Wenhui, remaining steadfast and devoted, treating her with utmost reverence. Legend has it that whenever the children of the Yan family provoke their mother's ire, they are met with a thorough beating from their father, Yan Jun, as a means of alleviating his beloved wife's displeasure. This is not merely a tale, it is indeed the truth. Yan Wanji once held this belief herself. Her father, Yan Jiyuan, is a renowned general, yet he has only ever had her mother as his wife. There are no concubines or even secondary wives. Any maid who dares to become too familiar with him is swiftly banished to the outer courtyard to undertake menial tasks. Should anyone exhibit even the slightest hint of covetousness, they are promptly sold away. Consequently, from a young age, Yan Wanji has firmly believed that a couple should be united for a lifetime. Upon learning of her engagement to Cui Tinka, she promptly sought him out. With a serious expression adorning her youthful face, she inquired, "Will you take a concubine in the future?" "No," he replied. "Can you promise to be my one and only for life?"
Cui Tinka nodded affirmatively.
Yan Wanji extended her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, he shyly reciprocated. They sealed their vow with a playful promise, declaring that they would remain unchanged for 100 years. They repeated this pledge thrice, and a smile broke across Yan Wanji's face, signaling her acceptance of her betrothed. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within her, as she worried that Cui Tinka appeared rather frail and might struggle in combat, making it difficult for him to become a great general in the future. However, she soon realized that such pledges might hold little weight, for others could easily breach their promises. Moreover, what one perceives may not always reflect the truth, as some individuals excel in the art of concealment. Reflecting on her parents' past affections, a wry smile crept upon Yan Wanji's lips. "Mother, I bear good news but also bad news." Yu Wenhui's countenance instantly fell. The bad news was that her father and brothers might be alive, yet the reason they had not returned to seek them out remained a mystery. Her mother was aware of the incident at Wuji Beach, rumored to be a result of her father and brother's military miscalculations. Some suggested that they ought to bear the consequences. If her father and brothers were deliberately concealing the truth, it was likely to prevent the entire Yen family from being held accountable, which could also implicate her mother and herself. In Yu Wenhui's heart, her husband was akin to a deity. She could not fathom the notion that he might flee to evade responsibility. She feared that such thoughts would lead her to chastise her daughter for insulting her father. However, if it were truly for her sake, she would readily believe it. What shall we do? Let us venture to Chang. If need be, we can stay there indefinitely. Indeed, once her father showed signs of life, her mother revived with hope. Yan Wanji exhaled in relief and began to share her ideas with her mother. Yan Wanji's plan was to secure a foster son under the pretense of ensuring the continuation of their lineage, which would also allow them to gauge the emperor's stance. If the emperor refrained from seeking retribution against the Yen family and even offered rewards, they could then search for her father and brothers. If the emperor's wrath were to fall upon them, it would only be a matter concerning an unrelated individual. However, her mother shook her head, arguing that if they adopted a foster son, what would become of her biological brother's return? It would merely benefit an outsider. Yan Wanji countered, stating that no foster child could ever compare to a biological one. Ultimately, Yu Wenhui preferred to rush to Chang to seek out her husband and sons.
Yet,
though De Li and Chang were separated by merely a river, the journey was fraught with obstacles, be it mountains or waters, making it far from an easy endeavor. The two women tugged back and forth on the matter until Yan Wanji finally persuaded her mother. They would return to the capital first, adopt a foster son, and simultaneously recommence their search for the Yen family. Yu Wenhui, having endured through hardship, gathered her belongings in haste, her previously extinguished spirit rekindled, and she was eager to return to the capital. However, even if they set out immediately, they would not reach Joshua until nightfall, regardless of how fast their horses might run. As Yu Wenhui bid her daughter farewell at the door, she was startled by a sudden cry. On the courtyard wall sat a gray-blue monkey, poised as if ready to leap down. "Don't jump," Yan Wanji shouted, rushing to open the courtyard door, while Huangli grumbled about the monkey's agility. Upon entering the small courtyard, a mute child insisted on following her inside, but was forcibly pulled away by Huangli and others. As soon as Yan Wanji opened the door and entered the house, the mute child dashed over, climbed a tree outside the courtyard, and scrambled onto the wall, refusing to come down. He tumbled down the slope, limping as he went. Yan Wanji called for someone to watch over him, exclaiming in exasperation, "Be careful." The mute child opened his mouth to cry out, but Yan Wanji quickly shouted, "Little mute," and he promptly fell silent. Chapter 72, An Encounter with an Enemy? After spending the night, the group began their journey home the following morning. Upon returning to Joshua, they once again sought the physician Huang to treat the mute child. Fortunately, there were no broken bones or serious injuries. Huangli expressed her astonishment, while the innkeeper was equally amazed, exclaiming, "He actually caught up with you?" As they exited the bend in Joshua, the road took a wide turn. If they had climbed the hillside and descended, they could have avoided the detour. However, the effort of climbing up and down was exhausting, and walking was far more convenient. After a night in Joshua, they resumed their journey back to the capital. 2 carriages were prepared for the return trip, and Xiang Mama insisted that Yan Wanji and her mother ride together, enabling them to share some intimate moments. She believed it was the right time for her mistress to seek solace from her mother after the disheartening matter of her fiancé's fickleness. Yet, Yan Wanji preferred not to share a carriage with her mother. Having finally convinced her, she still faced a significant battle ahead and needed to contemplate her strategies carefully. Huangli, unable to contain her anxiety, waited until the mute child fell asleep before asking, "Mistress, are you truly going to have the madam adopt a foster son?" Yan Wanji nodded. This was a matter she had not mentioned, yet it would undoubtedly be brought up by her grandmother, the matriarch of the Yen family. In her past life, once matters had settled, her grandmother had proposed this very idea. Following the demise of her father and brothers, adopting a son had become customary in Delhi. Her mother had no valid reason to oppose it, nor did she seem particularly interested. Consequently, the entire affair had been left to the discretion of the matriarch, who joyfully selected a grandson to inherit the Yen family's wealth, which included a portion belonging to Yan Wanji's mother, managed by Yan Wanji for many years. The maternal family, the Yu family, was a prominent merchant clan in Delhi, with Yu Wenhui being their sole daughter. Upon marrying Yan Jiyuan, the Yu family's assets were entirely transferred to the Yan household, now under Yan Wanji's management. Having been granted a second chance at life, Yan Wanji was determined not to allow any usurper to inherit her mother's wealth. She intended to catch her grandmother off guard. However, as a granddaughter, she remained an outsider and found it challenging to contend with her grandmother regarding the selection of a foster son. Thus, she had no choice but to summon her mother back. Simply expressing a desire to adopt a son would not suffice to bring her mother back. So Yan Wanji fabricated a story, claiming that her father and brothers might still be alive, reigniting her mother's lost hope. Only then would her mother agree to return to the household. In the ancestral hall, Yan Wanji successfully convinced her mother. Her grandmother, being of advanced age, was concerned for her health and had opted to keep everything hidden for the time being. She did not disclose that it was Yan Wanji who had summoned her mother, instead claiming that her father had appeared in a dream, urging her mother to adopt a son. Upon their arrival in the capital, mother and daughter parted ways. As soon as Yan Wanji alighted from the carriage, she spotted Cui Tingjin anxiously scanning the surroundings. Instinctively, she asked, "What is the matter?"
Cui Tingjin sheepishly replied,
"I just happened to see this carriage, and it resembles my sister-in-law's. Where has she gone? Why hasn't she returned for several days?" His concern resembled that of a husband checking on his wife. Huang Li rolled her eyes and assisted Xiang Mama in disembarking. The carriage curtain was lifted once more. A youth clad in deep crimson attire leapt from the carriage. Cui Tingjin's eyes widened in astonishment as she nearly sprang up, exclaiming, "Who is he?" Yan Wanji, however, disregarded Cui Tingjin and continued forward. Cui Tingjin pointed at the mute boy, glaring at him. "What are you doing in my sister-in-law's carriage? Who are you?" The mute boy dashed ahead, his eyes ablaze, as if he were about to pounce.
Instinctively, Cui Tingjin recoiled.
Yet, the mute boy did not leap forward. His gaze turned frigid as he shot a glare back at Cui Tingjin before tilting his head to chase after Yan Wanji. Cui Tingjin, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration. "You, Huang Li, what is this brat, acting like a monkey? Is my sister-in-law putting on a monkey show?" Huang Li ignored her, lifting her chin and moving onward. Cui Tingjin, in a huff, turned and ran. At last, she caught up with Yan Wanji on the third-floor staircase, trailing closely behind, incessantly chattering. "Sister-in-law, where have you been these past few days? Why didn't you let me know in advance? I was so worried. Next time, please inform me beforehand. Where did you go? Who was that monkey-like creature with you in the carriage?" Yan Wanji felt a headache coming on. Upon reaching the door of the room, Cui Tingjin still attempted to follow her inside. Yan Wanji turned back, glaring at her in silence. Cui Tingjin halted, her face filled with grievance, her lips quivering as if on the verge of tears. Yan Wanji recalled there was another source of her headache. The mute boy had also reached the 5th floor, and, without hesitation, attempted to squeeze past Cui Tingjin, only to be halted by Huang Li from behind. After a moment's consideration, Yan Wanji decided to let him temporarily stay in the small room at the far end. Once he had seen a doctor, she would arrange for him to be taken to the residence at Jixiangfeng. Huang Li pulled the mute boy towards the adjacent room, and after a few steps, she tugged at Cui Tingjin's clothing.
Cui Shaoya.
"Our young lady has traveled all day and needs to rest. Please refrain from being a nuisance."
Cui Tingjin sighed,
stepping back from the threshold. "Also, our young lady despises the sight of your family." Cui Tingjin attempted to pull the door open again. "Sister-in-law, I am different. You know it. I only acknowledge you, and will no longer recognize Cui Tinka." Yan Wanji waited for Xiang Mama to enter before slamming the door shut. Huang Li led the mute boy to the small room. With a slight turn of her eyes, she addressed Cui Tingjin. "Cui Shaoya, please ensure that this mute boy takes several baths. He is filthy beyond measure. Remember to keep an eye on him and scrub him thoroughly."
Cui Tingjin,
throwing up her sleeves, was about to leave. "You want me to serve this monkey?" After descending 2 flights of stairs, she returned. "Fine, for the sake of my sister-in-law. Please remember to inform her that I have yet to eat. Call for me when she wishes to dine." Cui Tingjin lingered in the mute boy's room for a considerable time, but Yan Wanji did not summon him for a meal. When she inquired about the mute boy, he remained silent. Yet Huang Li referred to him as the mute boy, indicating that he was not mute by choice, but rather by circumstance. Cui Tingjin felt a wave of agitation wash over her as she gazed at the mute boy drying his freshly washed hair, muttering to herself, "How can you share a carriage with my sister-in-law? Over the past 2 years, I have seldom shared one with her. Don't you know that men and women should maintain distance? My sister-in-law is not your sister-in-law. What exactly are you? The mute boy's eyes remained unfriendly as he regarded Cui Tingjin. She, too, returned the sentiment. She is my sister-in-law. Do not take advantage of her kindness by getting too close. Do you understand? Before long, Yan Wanji, whose hair was still damp, heard that Cui Tingjin and the mute boy had clashed. She did not regard Cui Tingjin as a grown man, and the mute boy was even younger. Thus she did not exercise caution as she tied her half-dry hair into a ponytail and adjusted her attire. Bring them to me, she commanded. Both Cui Tingjin and the mute boy bore marks of conflict. Based on their sizes and physical conditions, the mute boy ought not to have been able to overpower Cui Tingjin. However, the mute boy had unexpectedly launched an attack on Cui Tingjin, catching her off guard. Given the mute boy's frailness, Cui Tingjin had shown restraint, which allowed the mute boy to assert himself. Yan Wanji, observing closely, could tell that Cui Tingjin had not truly retaliated. Nevertheless, with an icy demeanor, she questioned Cui Tingjin, "Why did you strike him? He is smaller and weaker than you, and is already injured. Why do you bully him? He belongs to me. How dare you?" Chapter 73. The obedient Cui Tingjin felt wronged, on the verge of tears. He inexplicably attacked me first. He is so thin that I feared a single slap would kill him, so I didn't dare to retaliate. He hit me quite hard. We are family. Why do you protect him? Do you not trust me? Yan Wanji remained unmoved, her demeanor as frosty as before. We are no longer family with the Cui clan. Do not seek me out again. Such words were not new to Yan Wanji. She had expressed this sentiment to Cui Tingjin on numerous occasions. Yet, despite her repeated declarations, Cui Tingjin continued to appear. Moreover, whenever he came here, he wore a facade of friendliness, ingratiating himself with everyone, which was exceedingly irksome. Sister-in-law. Cui Tingjin blinked back the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. We have depended on each other for 6 years. Even after your separation from my brother, I stood by your side. Do you truly wish to cast me aside? Yan Wanji glared at him, muttering under her breath, "Why should I acknowledge you? A picky little wolf?" Cui Tingjin, unable to hear clearly, asked, "Sister-in-law, what did you say?" Yan Wanji coldly retorted, "Can you not comprehend human speech? I have already stated that I sever ties with your family, which includes you. Each time you fail to vindicate me and instead conspire with Bairuji to create misunderstandings for Cui Tinka, you're doing me a disservice." Sister-in-law.
Cui Tingjin implored.
Have you forgotten? Before he could continue, Yan Wanji shouted, "Leave. Do not return here again." Cui Tingjin pressed his lips together tightly, fixing his gaze on Yan Wanji. Unable to endure her coldness any longer, he turned and left, casting one last glare at the mute boy. As she watched Cui Tingjin disappear down the stairs, Yan Wanji withdrew her gaze, only to find the mute boy grinning at her. "And you? I will find someone to assist you. Why did you strike others? Tomorrow, I will have a doctor examine your throat and take you to a place where you will be provided for. Would you be willing to go?" The mute boy shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Yan Wanji was taken aback. "Do you have family?" The mute boy nodded, and then shook his head. Yan Wanji speculated that he had once had a family, but it was no longer intact. "Do you have a place to go? I can take you." The mute boy shook his head, promptly kneeling on the ground and crawling a few steps to embrace Yan Wanji's legs. Though he appeared to be just over 10 years old, he was quite frail and still exhibited childlike behavior, often wanting to cling to Yan Wanji. Yan Wanji could not help but think that he might be somewhat simple-minded. His psychological age seemed to be even younger, hence his childish actions. Her heart softened a little. She loathed her son Cui Minggu, but having become a mother herself, she found herself unconsciously nurturing a maternal instinct. To her, all children were simply children.
Remembering Cui Minggu.
Yan Wanji's expression darkened. Cui Minggu grew up in luxury, never having suffered as the mute child had. Yan Wanji wished to provide the best for her son, yet he, Huang Li, took the mute child out for a meal. As Huang Li tugged the mute child along, he clung desperately to Yan Wanji's leg, wailing pitifully. Eventually, it was Yan Wanji's stern warning that quelled him. "If you continue this way, I shall cast you out of the capital. Obey me, and I will ensure you are well fed and warmly clothed." Despite this, the mute child refused to let go, calling out for his mother in a harsh, grating voice. Alarmed, Nurse Xiang hurried to cover his mouth. "Oh, miss, this mute child cannot remain by your side if he continues to cry like this. If others were to hear, they might think you are hiding a child, and that would be a grave matter. The mute child immediately fell silent, shaking his head vigorously at Nurse Yang. Yan Wanji, perceiving the child's foolishness, spoke to him in a gentle tone. Little mute, be good and listen, all right? The child nodded earnestly. When Huangli pulled again, he finally released his grip on Yan Wanji's leg and got up, glancing back repeatedly. Yan Wanji sighed, remarking to Nurse Yang, he seems a bit simple-minded, poor thing. I can only imagine the hardships he has endured while begging outside. Nurse Yang concurred. Indeed, he is terribly thin, hardly resembling a human. At first glance, one might mistake him for a monkey, such a fright. However, his eyes are quite beautiful, and his features, with some care, could present a handsome visage. The mute child's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Cui Mingwu's, yet his gaunt appearance made his large, dark eyes seem even more pronounced, almost unnatural. Yan Wanji appeared lost in thought. Nurse Yang lamented, such a pity he is so thin. Otherwise, a child who is somewhat simple-minded yet obedient would be quite suitable. Moreover, without kin or connections, he would be easy to manage. Yan Wanji shook her head. He is too frail and mute. It won't do. After a night's rest, Yan Wanji summoned the finest physician in the capital to examine the mute child. The diagnosis was not dissimilar to that of Dr. Huang. His body was severely depleted, and his frailty was a miracle in itself. The damage to his throat required treatment, and perhaps, with time, he might regain some ability to speak, albeit in a peculiar tone. However, Yan Wanji was not overly concerned. Her compassionate heart compelled her to save a life, which was a common occurrence for her. Yet, she did not intend to treat a foundling as kin. The initial plan was to send the mute child to the residence of Jixiangfeng, alongside other servants not currently needed. But due to the physician's need to frequently adjust the treatment for the child's throat, he remained temporarily at Qingfeng Tower. Upon hearing this news, the mute child was overjoyed and attempted to embrace Yan Wanji, which frightened Nurse Yang, who quickly intervened. Oh no, this won't do. Although you are young, my lady is already of age. After all, she is still an untouched maiden. Understanding this, the mute child flushed. Yan Wanji chuckled softly and managed to send him away, only for the arrival of Bailing with news. The Chongning Marquis's residence intended to arrange a marriage for the heir, planning a grand banquet in a few days. During Yan Wanji's absence, old Madame Hua had sent for her. Therefore, she first visited the Anshi Marquis's residence. Upon meeting old Madame Hua, she was intrigued, as the old lady's reaction suggested the matter had not yet been exposed. It was only upon seeing Hua Chongting that Yan Wanji learned the reason. At the imperial banquet, Emperor Zhao and several of his trusted ministers were enjoying tea and wine in a small banquet hall. During the gathering, the Minister of Justice spoke of a bizarre case of blood recognition. The esteemed officials were amused, and someone suggested they try it themselves. Since those with blood relations in the palace were of noble status, they could not afford to shed blood lightly. Fortunately, among the ministers, there was indeed a father-son pair, Qin Ran's father and brother, who were the maternal grandfather and uncle of Hua Chongyu. The Qin family performed the blood test, and their blood merged seamlessly. Chapter 74. The Road to Success. They were also to test those without blood relations. Initially, palace servants were to provide blood for this, but Hua Chongting volunteered to try. He suggested, let us use General Qin's blood for comparison. General Qin, generous and unconcerned, squeezed a few more drops from his cut finger. However, astonishingly, the blood of Hua Chongting and General Qin also fused together. The Minister of Justice was taken aback, and some onlookers mocked the situation. To verify his findings, the minister disregarded decorum and had several others test their blood. A royal physician was called over, and the result was that while others' blood did not merge, that of Hua Chongting and the Qin father and son did, according to previous conclusions drawn by the minister. This indicated a close blood relation between Hua Chongting and the Qin family, yet there was no familial connection between the two despite both residing in the Anshi Marquis' estate. This was puzzling. The matter could not be delved into further at the banquet, yet the Qin family had begun to harbor suspicions. They requested that the attendees refrain from spreading this information, directing their intense gazes toward Hua Chongting. After the banquet, the Qin family visited the Anshi Marquis' residence the following day and enacted a small scheme to have Hua Chongyu cut his hand to obtain some blood. As for this matter, Qin's mother, my mother, and Hua Chongting were still not accustomed to addressing Qin Ran as mother. The grandfather and uncle were already aware. but they had yet to inform the grandmother. Yan Wanji inquired, "Are you still investigating?" Hu Changting shook his head. "We have located the individuals from that year. However," his gaze was intense. "This matter is largely thanks to Miss Yan, so I wish to discuss it with you before making it public." Yan Wanji had not anticipated Hu Changting would seek her counsel. This was a personal affair for him, and she ought not to interfere. Yet, it was true that had she not intervened, the matter would have remained concealed. Therefore, she might as well reap some benefits. Once the Cui and her families had settled their affairs, after the day Hu Changyu and Cui Jinjin had grown close, the marriage had been accepted by Hu's mother-in-law, and discussions were ongoing. "Does Cui Jinjin treat you poorly?" Hu Changting asked. Well enough to drag me into the water together. If I had been rescued by someone that day, or if Hu Changyu had suddenly realized, his eyes grew cold, filled with a fierce intensity, akin to a beast ready to pounce. Yan Wanji was startled and instinctively fell silent, suddenly recalling how Cui Tinka had looked when angry in her previous life. She chuckled to herself, realizing how easily she could be reminded of the past. In truth, it mattered little. She would not feel sullied merely because a man had embraced her. "I shall marry only you." Furthermore, she was still not divorced, and thus could not marry anyone else, risking only her reputation. After all, her reputation was already tarnished. The discussion surrounding Yan Wanji's desire for divorce caused quite a stir. While many criticized Cui Tinka for his unfulfilled promises, they ultimately deemed Yan Wanji a jealous woman, unworthy of being a virtuous wife. How dare she defy propriety and divorce the heir of a marquis and a renowned general? "You are a good person." Hu Changting spoke these words with his head bowed, his expression obscured. However, Yan Wanji did not pursue the matter further. Hu Changting raised his head, stating that he would spare no effort to assist in whatever she desired. In gratitude for her reminders, Yan Wanji did not entirely evade the conversation. "General Hua, all you need to do is to seize your military achievements firmly and ensure that Cui Tinka does not receive a reward surpassing yours." Hu Changting felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that Yan Wanji was fully aware of these matters. He couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. She was no longer the young girl of his childhood. She now bloomed like a peony in full splendor, almost too dazzling to behold. "Very well," Hu Changting assented, akin to accepting a military decree. They conversed for a while longer, during which Yan Wanji produced a pill and handed it to him as usual. Consequently, Hu Changting ingested the medicine, and Banksia commenced with his acupuncture treatment, while Yan Wanji waited outside the tent. After 6 years of warfare, the emperor recognized the value of military generals and sought to elevate new ones, taking control of military power. In his previous life, due to Hu Changting's inability to stand and being merely the second son of the Anqi Marquis, Emperor Zhao opted for Cui Tinka. The military honors that rightfully belonged to Hu Changting were bestowed upon Cui Tinka instead, who was granted the title of duke and given command of hundreds of thousands of troops. Cui Tinka soared to great heights, and the Cui family flourished alongside him. In this life, Yan Wanji was determined to thwart his ascent. However, as compensation, she would assist in marrying his sister to her beloved. With Yan Wanji's support, the marriage negotiations between the Cui and her families progressed rapidly. Yet, Hu Changyu harbored some discontent. He found no appeal in Cui Jinjin, though youthful and delicate. Her appearance and stature were unremarkable. Having recently lost his wife, he was keen to choose wisely. His plan was to first establish himself as a marquis, and then meticulously select a suitable wife. Though reluctant, he acknowledged that Cui Jinjin, being a daughter of the marquis family and his second wife, was socially adequate for the match. Thus, the arrangement was settled. Most of the Cui family members were quite pleased with this development. Marrying off their daughter to a marquis was considered a commendable match. After all, considerable effort had been expended over the past 2 years to secure a suitable match for Cui Jinjin, and no better option had emerged. Regarding the marriage, it was time to prepare the dowry. However, upon visiting the marquis's treasury, the marquis's wife discovered that apart from a few rudimentary wooden furnishings, little else remained. After some contemplation, she decided to head to the Guihang courtyard, where Yan Wanji's dowry was stored in the warehouse behind it. Yet, she was unexpectedly obstructed by Cui Tinka's men. The marquis's wife insisted on entering, but the guards, apprehensive, did not dare to be overly forceful, yet remained steadfast in their refusal to grant her entry. The orders issued by Cui Tinka were military commands that could not be defied. Just then, Cui Tinka emerged from within, his shoulder rapped. The Marquis's wife was taken aback. Kur, what are you doing here? After her initial surprise, she quickly smiled. With her son present, she felt at ease. She attempted to enter, but the guards, glancing at Cui Tinka, barred her again. With a wave of his hand, Cui Tinka finally allowed her passage. Without hesitation, she made her way inside, only to be halted by Cui Tinka. Mother, what brings you here? The Marquis's wife showed no intention of concealing her motives.
Kaya,
Your sister is to be married to the Anchi Marquis family, and as she will become a Marquis's wife, we cannot skimp on the dowry. Upon hearing her son's agreement, she beamed.
come, let us see together.
Cui Tinka questioned. See what? The dowry of Yan Wanji, of course. Cui Tinka was momentarily taken aback. You wish to use Yan Wanji's dowry for my sister? Indeed. As the Marquis's wife spoke, she proceeded deeper. She had previously visited Yan Wanji's warehouse, where she had even selected some items. Mother? Cui Tinka had not ventured to the back warehouse before. Upon reaching the door, the Marquis's wife frowned at the black iron lock. She complained to Cui Tinka, look at your wife. She is left without leaving a single key.
One mama.
Go fetch an axe. Kur, since you are here, you should break this lock. Cui Tinka inquired. What is inside? This is your wife's private treasury, filled with precious items. I recall there being weapons as well. You should select some for yourself. Wang Mama, quick on her feet, soon returned with an axe. The Marquis's wife stepped aside, waiting for her son to break the lock. Cui Tinka's expression darkened. Mother, since this is Yan Wanji's private treasury, how can I recklessly break the lock? The Marquis's wife dismissed his concerns. She is now your wife. Her belongings are yours.
Cui Tinka silently exhaled in frustration.
This is not permissible. Why not? The Marquis's wife retorted, her temper rising. She is not here. Who knows when she will return? We cannot wait for her to unlock it before arranging Jinjin's dowry. Can we? Mother. Cui Tinka felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This feeling of helplessness was reminiscent of 6 years ago, when he had to contend with a sickly mother, a frivolous father, a resentful younger brother, and a willful sister, none of whom adhered to reason. He suddenly pondered how challenging it must have been for Yan Wanji to coexist with his family over the past 6 years. A wave of irritation surged within him, accompanied by a throbbing headache. If you will not break it, I will find someone who will. Wang Mama, go summon old Zhang. Wang Mama turned to leave quickly, but Cui Tinka's sharp command halted her.
No.
You cannot. Wang Mama trembled in fear, causing the axe to slip from her grasp and nearly injure her foot. After a few startled gasps, she noticed Cui Tinka's pallor and hastily covered her mouth. Nothing in this courtyard is to be touched. The Marquis's wife regarded her son with confusion. Cui Tinka reiterated, no one is allowed to enter Chunhong courtyard without my permission. Mother, please step outside for now. I will come to Chunyang courtyard later to discuss Jinjin's dowry with you. The Marquis's wife was unwilling to leave, but was intimidated by her son's stern demeanor and dared not insist. After a moment's thought, she forced a smile.
Kaya.
Do not worry. Wanji has always been generous to Jinjin, treating her like a sister. When she returns, just inform her, and she will not mind. But did you not say she has always treated you harshly? That she bullies Jinjin? The Marquis's wife protested. I never said such a thing.
Did you not? Cui Tinka se iadake intensifed.
His mind was flooded with vague memories of his parents and siblings lamenting Yan Wanji's faults. Whenever he tried to recall specifics, the pain in his head intensified, and soon his thoughts faded into a blinding white light, rendering him blank. Desperately pinching his brow, he finally felt some relief. Yet the Marquis's wife continued her interrogation, her tone sharp. What do you mean? What good has Yan Wanji ever done for you? You favor her over your sister. Have you lost your senses?
Cui Tinka truly felt ditzy. I have not.
Then why do you refuse to give Yan Wanji's dowry to your sister as her wedding gift? Mother. Cui Tinka's headache became unbearable. Leave. Everyone leave. His pallid complexion, marred by anguish and fury, was suffused with a dark, chilling aura, as if he were poised to commit murder. Do you dare defy your mother? Very well. We have languished in this estate for 6 long years awaiting your return. And now you return only to betray her for Yan Wan. The Lady Ho pointed an accusatory finger at her son, unleashing a torrent of vitriol.
One mama.
Observing the deepening coldness in Cui Tinka's gaze, desperately tugged at the Lady Ho, dragging her away. They were nearly half carried out when just before exiting the Guihong courtyard. Cui Tinka's icy voice rang out, "Guard the entrance. For 12 hours a day, no one is permitted to enter." Wang Mama barely managed to remain upright, shaken by the force of his words. After uttering this command, Cui Tinka felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance. Behind the Guihong courtyard were several large rooms, the largest of which served as a storeroom, with a smaller space adjacent, designated as a utility room. For reasons unknown, Cui Tinka felt an inexplicable pull toward the cluttered utility room and approached it. Though the door was closed, it was not locked. Upon opening it, he discovered a few remnants of items associated with dog care. This room had evidently been utilized for the large black dog. As Cui Tinka peered inside, the details blurred into obscurity. "You wretched creature, how dare you reside in the main quarters? Step inside. You have received kindness, yet you squander it. Thus, let me confine you here. You dare to think of leaving me? Then do not blame me for treating you like a dog." Echoes of furious shouts reverberated in his mind, startlingly reminiscent of his own voice. He staggered slightly and slipped into the utility room. The black door creaked shut behind him. Darkness enveloped the space in an instant. Cui Tinka faintly heard the sound of chains. However, the chains meant for binding a dog had been clearly visible just moments prior. Outside under the eaves. They were not present within the utility room.
Cui Tinke.
"I loathe you. Do not touch me. If I am unworthy of being your wife, then do not lay a hand upon me, lest I tarnish you." The woman's weeping, furious accusations, lowly pleas, and suppressed moans echoed in his mind. Within these phantoms, Cui Tinka felt his breath grow increasingly labored. He closed his eyes, and visions multiplied before him. A woman bound by chains, her hands and feet restrained. In his fury, he was consumed by a tumult of emotions, unable to discern whether it was love or hatred. "The child within me is yours. I beg you, be gentle. I implore you. You are their father." The sudden scent of blood assaulted his senses, thick and suffocating. Panic surged within him, and he nearly fled towards the door, colliding with the wall, fumbling to open the door. Once he burst into the sunlight, he gasped for air, attempting to rid himself of the lingering disorientation. After a prolonged moment, he steadied himself and exited the Guihong courtyard with purpose. As he wandered aimlessly, he became acutely aware of the sweat seeping through his clothes, chilling against his skin in the breeze. He assessed his direction and resolved to change his attire. Fresh from the turmoil of the Guihong courtyard, thoughts of Yan Wan resurfaced in his mind. How could she have dared to wound him with a dagger? Anger surged within him. Upon returning home, he penned a letter of divorce. Yet, recalling her dutifulness to his grandmother, he refrained from sending it and instead drafted a letter of separation. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to deliver either. That night, he dreamt of Yan Wan escaping the Ho residence, declaring that she never wished to see him again. He searched desperately for her, anxiety and fear gripping him as though he were in pursuit of his own heart and eyes, something he could not afford to lose. Eventually, he found her, pinning her beneath the green canopy, his hands tightening around her neck as he exacted punishment. Outside, the sound of a child's cries reached him, prompting him to release his grip and demand that Yan Wan swear never to leave the Duke's residence again. Swear it, or else. He left the threat unspoken. Yet both he and Yan Wan understood the implications. In his dream, he heard her voice tremble as she pledged, "Cui Tinka, I promise I will never leave the Duke's residence again." This marked the singular instance within his dreams where a familiar figure appeared, rather than an indistinct shadow. Upon awakening in the morning, recollections of their entanglement within the green canopy mingled with the unsightly reality of his own surroundings. Cui Tinka felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Perhaps it was the trauma from Yan Wan's betrayal that had prompted this recent series of dreams, replacing the vague silhouettes of the past. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that under the pretense of recuperation, he had not taken residence in Chunshin Courtyard. Otherwise, how would he explain it to Bai Ruji if she discovered his dreams? Despite the troubling nature of his recent dreams, the ambiguity of those indistinct figures paled in comparison to dreaming of Yan Wan, which instilled in him a sense of betrayal toward Bai Ruji. A deep sense of shame enveloped him, rendering him reluctant to face her. As he changed his clothing, a gentle voice called out, and Bai Ruji entered the room.